Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Documented the for the first time after the shooting. It was critical, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Granger who does the same. Granger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, MyOutDesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, MyOutDesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at MyOutDesk.com. That's MyOutDesk.com, where momentum meets results.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
A strong heart. A steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you. With expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Marianne in San Mateo. Aaron Hagen replaced my garage door opener motor, keypad, and remote control today. He was amazingly courteous and efficient, arrived promptly, and was super personable. I highly recommend him and RNS.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Let me tell you about this new pretzel cheddar club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Potrero Hill, 57 degrees and clear.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Rise. Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
And in front of the wall is Liriano. And that is the ball game. So the Giants put a charge into a couple, but it's not enough. And this one really was all about too much Nick Pivetta and not enough Giants offense.
Dwayne Kuiper on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area. The Padres get it done yesterday in San Diego to even up this series at a game apiece. Kai-Wei Tang, I should say. No way, Kai-Wei gets the L there. What did Chasky say? Poor Kai-Wei Tang. Poor me for having to watch it if I'm a Giants fan. As he only goes 3 1/3 inning. Pivetta goes 6, 3 hits, and earned a run, 10 Ks. But that's not what we're going to get into today, fully. We can discuss it a little bit, but you know what? As far as I'm concerned, the Giants, they're going to have to earn the right for us to discuss them. Now, there are some little tidbits as I have the host of the Orange and Black Weekend Wrap joining me today. Shasky out, but we got the magnificent, the stupendous, the beautiful, and I say beautiful because look at that hair, ladies and gentlemen. It's Sam Lubman in the building.
Kai-Wei Tang.
Stop. Don't play that ever again. I don't want to hear poor Kai-Wei Tang. Stop it. Stop. Poor Jung Hoo Lee, quite frankly. How about that? He's the only one that's hitting anything lately. He might be your best player since the All-Star break. Jung Hoo Lee, Sam, who is much maligned, making too much money. A lot of Giants fans want him gone. He's synonymous with Farhan Zaidi. But I say good morning to you. I say good morning to Carter. I say good morning to Matt Nahagian, whoever he is, and all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school. We have a lot to get into today. It is National Radio Day, so happy National Radio Day to everyone that is listening currently to the radio. However you listen to us, you can listen to us on YouTube. You can listen to us via the Odyssey app. But we do love the old-fashioned way too, Sammy. And at one point today, we are going to go down memory lane and how we both got into radio and kind of our affinity for it. Because at the end of the day, we're radio people. It ain't dying, folks. It ain't dying.
Yeah, hello there, Spadoni. And a lot to get into today for sure. And yeah, it is kind of cool that it is National Radio Day, obviously. If all of us here being in the radio industry, we're all a bunch of radio nerds. So we're all going to get super nerdy with our radio love today. And No, I am going to say it, man. Just poor Kai Tang.
Oh.
It is. No, here's, again, as we talk about the Giants losing 5-1 to the Padres, back into the losing ways, 2-game winning streak. Hey, maybe they're turning around. No, that was never the case. Kai Tang, I don't know if he's a starter. You know, he's filling in for innings right now because the Giants just don't have options, and God bless him. He's going out there. He's battling as hard as he can. He grinded through it last night. 3 1/3 innings, but the pitch count was just too high. Padres wore him down. It's just, that's just what he is. He's filling in right now, and I think he's probably more suited for middle relief at some point in the future. So that's kind of everything I have to say about Kai Tang.
And that's all I got to say about that.
That is all I have to say about that.
Poor Kai Tang.
God, well, it's funny. Now, after listening to Steiny the other week, I guess saying that he's never seen Forrest Gump and everyone was like all up in arms about it and going nuts, I can't get away from Forrest Gump references. So whenever he said that, that's all I got to say about that. Life is like a box of chocolates. All of it. Even yesterday, I was picturing Baldy when he was on with us. Brian Baldinger joins us each and every Tuesday. He's super into ping pong. I just pictured Forrest Gump playing ping pong. I wonder if Steiny has yet to see it. I know he's out this week, but maybe during his week off, he got to watch it either on a flight or at home.
If there's one thing Steiny's doing during his off time, it's watching movies.
It's watching Forrest Gump, right? No, it's probably a documentary.
He's probably going out of his way to not watch Forrest Gump just to spite us.
He's watching documentaries about ancient Egypt or something like that. By the way,
That's actually kind of interesting.
Actually, no, it is, because my little guy, young Benjamin, he's been in it lately. He's got a little iPad, so we get some screen time for him occasionally, and he likes to watch these National Geographic for kids stuff. So he's been watching some documentaries, and I went down the rabbit hole with him. I was just driving him to a doctor's appointment the other day. He's just in the back seat going off about chambers that are deep and buried inside of pyramids, King Khephren, King Tut, and he's going through the entire lineage of all these. I was just like, dude, are you serious?
He's going down some rabbit holes here.
I was legit impressed, and not to say I'm not impressed by my kid. I love him. He's 5 years old. He's crushing it. He's at kindergarten. He's doing great. But I was.
Shout out, Benny.
I was like, dude, you're smarter than me. This is great news. He inherited some of the mom genes, not the dad stuff.
That's the reason I get pissed.
It's great. I was a horrible student. Just awful. Not that I was dumb, but I just.
I didn't pay attention. That was my thing.
I just didn't care. It was just a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's like elementary school, all the things you learn there, adding and subtracting. Once you learn how to add and subtract in elementary school, you're good to go. Everything else is completely pointless, kids.
Once I'm checked out, I'm checked out. And unfortunately, that was the case a lot when I was younger. As I'm talking to the youth of America getting up for school right now, kids, go to school, pay attention. Don't be like me, okay? That's my PSA this morning.
Otherwise, you'll be hosting a morning radio show.
Yeah, but you know what?
That should motivate you.
Yeah, that should. Exactly. There you go. Talking about Kai Tangs of the world. Go be a doctor.
On National Radio Day.
Don't be Joe Spadoni. Go be a doctor out there. Go be an archaeologist. Go dig up ancient pyramids. But the only thing that did piss me off, by the way, as I'm talking about this, and we'll get back to sports, I promise. But Benny was like, yeah, I was also listening to this documentary, Dad. I thought this was called, right? Documentary. And then they were talking about maybe aliens helped the pyramids. I was like, all right.
So it begins.
Where'd you find this?
So it begins.
I was like, okay. And then I actually looked at Jim. I was like, all right. Just because we can't explain something, Benny, don't think it's aliens automatically. So whatever you're watching, take it with a grain of salt.
That's I would love to hear his rebuttal for that.
I got a little upset about
Dad, how do you know it's not aliens?
Well, he just said...
Can you factually prove that with cited sources?
No, he said, what do aliens look like, Dad? What do they look like? I was just like, no one knows what they look like.
He's watched Star Wars. Just pick one of them.
No, it was just... the whole thing, it got me very troubled for the future youth of America, because we're listening to the Joe Rogans of the world and all that. Not to say it was the Joe Rogan podcast, but I was just like, oh my
Benny's
God.
a big Joe Rogan guy.
Ancient aliens for 5-year-olds now. What are we doing? But 888-957-9570. Thank you. That's the number to get involved. That's Sam Lubman. He's in for Joe Shasky. I'm Joe Spadoni. We would love your participation today. And shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Giants fall yesterday, 5-1 the final. We got the final week of preseason action for the San Francisco 49ers. Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media yesterday. Hopefully we get to see Mykel Williams, the first-round pick out of Georgia, this week for the 49ers. I'm hoping, because right now we need people to step up on that defensive line. Could it be Mykel Williams? Could it be Alfred Collins? Could it be CJ West? Well, a lot of these guys are hurt or not stepping up, and that is a major problem. Speaking of hurt, that is the entire backfield of the running back position for the 49ers as well. Because Patrick Taylor Jr. going on the season-ending IR. What's going on with Garendo? Is Jeff Wilson Jr. is your number 2 right now? Jeff Wilson Jr. Really? Who was like the 6th man on the depth chart like last week? That guy?
I didn't think he was on the depth chart last week. He showed up last week.
Thank you. That says all you need to know.
How
right
bad
there.
is it getting? So I have Matt Mayoko, 49ers insider for NBC Sports Bay Area here, does a great job covering the Niners. One of the most plugged-in guys here. The other day, he wrote a list of all the 49ers who are injured in some way, shape, or form. Oh my God. There are 26 names on this list. You could field a full offense and defense with some reserves left over just with all the guys who are injured for the 49ers right now. And Spinoni, he released this list on Monday. Since then, Mac Jones is now part of this group. And it's just...
What? The quarterback? How did he get hurt?
The backup quarterback. Apparently he sprained his knee against the Raiders on Saturday.
That's awesome.
And so, Mac Jones, you're on ice now, and who's that coming in? It's our old friend Nate Sudfeld. Now he's showing up to camp to battle for the number 3 spot, which, I guess is either that or Carter Bradley.
So it's Carter Bradley and Nate Sudfeld v. Trey Lance this weekend. That's what we're going to be watching.
Oh, man.
No. Yay.
Oh, that's preseason football. And this is, at this point, why do we even have preseason football anymore? I get, yes, there's a whole, the guys at the back of the roster need to figure out where they're going to go, blah, blah, blah. But, you can't use that. You can't use practice time for that. It's the whole concept of preseason football. I just feel like every single year becomes more and more pointless to at least watch. I'm sure, again, there's football reasons to have it, but it's just... Why even care about preseason in any case, other than just the fact that it's the sign that football's arriving?
I'm going to cape up for preseason football here because you know what? For me, it's preseason for my brain to adjust to football again because I haven't watched it in so long.
Gotta get back in football watching shape?
I'm not. Thank you. My brain needs to. It's working out.
So you got the chips of the dip there. You go for the dip and you just miss it completely. It's like, it's preseason for me too.
That's right. I'm going the jalapeno artichoke dip. It is fire. Go to Trader Joe's to get some. Yes. My brain needs to recalibrate for football season because I'm going to get college, then I'm going to get the pro game. Give me some preseason. Give me some Hall of Fame games, Sam. It gets the juices flowing in the big brain over here in Spadone's Dome. All right, Spadomi, and that's where we get to go. All right,
4 on that one.
Thank you. But seriously, that for me, it does help me get back into the swing of things, and it's easy just to watch. And also, I'm a sucker for exhibition sports because I could take my kids to the games, and it's kind of like a low caliber, low stakes thing. Everyone's having a good time. There's always going to be some knuckleheads, but that's why I love Summer League. That's why I like preseason. I will always cape up for that stuff. Now, does it actually help the team? Well, in some respects, because you need to see live tackling. I do believe certain elements of the game are important to watch. Tackling, first and foremost. Taking care of the football, first and foremost. That stuff is important. Like seeing Ashton Genty going up against, Tatum Bethune. That's a cool moment. That's a preseason thing. That's setting the tone, I think,
for a rookie
like
Genty, he needs those reps. I absolutely agree with that.
And for a guy that's a Tatum Bethune, that's a fringe guy right now, is trying to make a name for himself on the team, those are important. Hell, was it, the end-all, be-all that Diamador Lenore got, popped the way he did? It wasn't a good feeling. It was not top 10 play for him, a top 10 play for Ashton Genty. But Demo Lenore, he's a guy that's going to be leaned on this year. So I think for a lot of Niner fans, they're looking at it like, oh God, I saw, Tig Brown, Jair Brown get mossed. I saw Lenore get popped. I'm not feeling good about it. So there is something to be said about preseason football, setting the tone for the vibes of the season. Now, that being said, you can go 0 for whatever. It used to be 0 for 4, 0 for 3.
Well, the Raiders went 4-0 the year they went 2-14.
Well, the Lions, too. The year they didn't win a game, 0-16, they were 4-0 in the preseason.
That's even better.
It doesn't matter. Well, see, it matters for the fringe guys. That's what I'll say. The fringe guys, they're playing for something here. And I do appreciate that aspect of it. And Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh, those guys will notice, Sam, if, there's an interception, right? And whether it's a quarterback or whether it's a running back, a lineman, are they chasing down these guys? Are they trying to go full 100%? If you're just on the fringes of the roster, are you giving it your all when I watch this replay? And I'm watching this film, and we're in training camp, and we're watching it as a team, and I see I'm just going to throw it out there, number 90 or something, just jogging, taking his sweet time. Dude, you're fighting for a roster spot. That's when it matters, preseason for me.
So, I definitely don't shake any sticks at that. I agree with you on that. It's just, the whole concept of the actual preseason games themselves, it feels like they're becoming more and more antiquated. And I say that because everything I've just heard from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch over the last few years tells me that they put more value into what they get out of the practices, what they see the players do in these practices, especially in the joint practices that you see during the week. And then during the games, it's like it's vanilla play calling. You're not seeing anything special on offense. You are seeing some blitzing from Robert Saleh on defense this year, which is kind of new, partly because we have a D coordinator who blitzes, partly because, Robert Saleh wants to inject some blitzing in here to kind of fire up some of these defensive guys. But what I'm hearing from the coaches is just that, the preseason games just don't have the same level of importance, I feel like, as they used to. So I kind of want to see something done a little bit differently with these preseason games. So bear with me here for a second.
Okay, I'm bearing.
So back when I was in high school, we played football. We go to St. Mary's every summer for a weekend for a football camp.
The college?
Yeah,
okay.
St. Mary's College. And on that Sunday, we had this big old scrimmage fest. And basically what it was is we go to the football field at St. Mary's, which, if you didn't know that, St. Mary's College does have a football field.
Oh,
and
we used to have a football team.
Yeah, exactly, back in like the 1900s.
Our old friend, shout out National Radio Day, our old host at the station, Rick Tittle, I believe, played there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Good for Rick Tittle, man. That's a name. Actually, I've heard it.
Football, baseball, basketball, coffee. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Tittle, 95.7.
And what we would do, though, is we go up to the football field, and on one side of the field, it's the Los Lomas offense going against the whatever high school defense. And on the other side, it's the whatever high school defense against the whatever high school offense. So you have two sets of scrimmages going on each half of the field. And it's just constant like that for like 15-minute quarters or whatever. And so what I would like to see the NFL do is kind of something like that, where let's say the 49ers host like the Seahawks, the Raiders, and the Chargers for a weekend. Those three teams come to Levi Stadium, and it's just an afternoon of like two teams scrimmage on one half of the field, two teams scrimmage on the other half of the field. So you've got constant scrimmages going on between four teams. You invite fans to watch it. Everyone's going to go nuts over it because it's just raw, live practice reps that you're watching in person. You could stream it. You get to see more games, more teams playing at once. And I just feel like you're creating a practice setting that is actually kind of giving the coaches what they want in terms of getting the reps for these back end of the roster players, creating that urgency, creating that competition, just a more fun way to kind of deliver the preseason product to us that I just think is becoming more and more of a bore to watch as a consumer, as much as that matters, I guess, in the big picture.
There's a lot to be made right now about the 49ers and their injuries. I'm not a Indianapolis Colts fan. I'm not a, Jacksonville Jaguars fan, as I'm going random teams here, but I got to imagine the Niners right now are dealing with some of the most injuries when it comes to just having bodies available amongst all the other NFL teams. Now, it's not a unique situation to them. Every single team deals with this. That's why Kyle Shanahan's not going to make excuses. John Lynch is not going to make excuses. That being said, I asked the question to Brian Baldinger yesterday, Sam, right here on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of River Islands, our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, Brian Baldinger. I was just like, sooner or later, you just got to have some insurance in there. So that's why I brought it up, like, go trade for Brian Robinson Jr. if he's out there from Washington. If they're putting him out on the market to get traded for, can you really bank on Christian McCaffrey playing in all 17 games this year? I don't think I can. I would love an insurance policy. Now, is Brian Robinson going to be happy to, go from a number 2 to a number 2 spot? Well, that's not how you sell it. You say, hey, Brian, like, it's going to be 1A, it's 1A, 1B.
If you're going alongside Christian McCaffrey, it should be a 1A, 1B. Whether Kyle Shanahan views it that way is probably kind of up in the air, so to speak. But yeah, no, that is exactly how you would phrase it, because you need someone to come in and take carries away from McCaffrey. I shouldn't say it like that, but
no, the touches need to be reduced.
You have to reduce because he is the season.
Yes.
If you lose Christian McCaffrey, whatever grand plans that you have for the 49ers this year go flushing right down the drain like it's flowing water plumbing and drain. Miss them as a sponsor.
Oh, look at that.
You need to give McCaffrey some help. And Jeff Wilson Jr., yes, he's played in this offense before. There's some familiarity there, but what are you really feeling like? You're like, if McCaffrey goes down, are you really feeling good with Jeff Wilson Jr.? Isaac Guerrero, he's got the speed. There's a lot to like there. Are you feeling good if he's your every down back? Brian Robinson Jr. at least gives you a chance to spell McCaffrey a little bit. And if McCaffrey does miss time, I'm fine with Brian Robinson Jr. kind of being the bulk guy carries-wise for this team over what other options you have available right now.
Well, 888-957-9570 is the number, and I see some people that are calling in. We will get to, I promise. By the way, I do have to mention the Valkyries falling yesterday at Valhalla. Tough loss there. They had the lead heading into the fourth. Let it slip away. Phoenix is a good team. They are 8 games now over 500, but that was a tough one that you felt like you could have had if you're the Valkyries. Again, another team that is dealing with a lot of injuries right now, obviously losing their all-star in the season. Kayla Thornton.
Yeah. They had 8 players available last night.
It was not a lot.
And
it was not.
Honestly,
they might have needed you, Sam, to come out there.
And shout out, I would have just held them back. They're way too talented for me. But, I mean, shout out to Natalie Nakase's crew. 8 players available. They battled, and they're down 7-8 in the last minute, still fighting out towards the end. Love the energy the fans bring at the end of these games. Even when the game is out of reach, you still got the fans down at Valhalla acting as if it's a 1-point game and they're going to win on the next possession. You love that energy to see.
I was there on Sunday night. It was the same thing. It was them against the Atlanta Dream. The Atlanta Dream pulled away late, similar to this game, and it was probably like a 15-plus, 20-point lead with a couple minutes to go, and no one was leaving. Everyone was sticking around and staying. And then as soon as the game was over, merch lines packed. I'm saying, man, the Valkyries, whoever designed the whole merch, the color coordination,
I love the colors.
Whatever, it's hitting male and female. Everyone's all in on the Valkyries merch right now.
Yeah,
and Raymond Ritter, if you're listening, and Valkyries PR people, if you guys want to,
hook your boys up,
hook us up over here, I will gladly rock them right here on the YouTube channel every single day, Monday through Friday. I'll
wear it on the Orange and Black Weekend Wrap on Saturdays.
I will rock it every single day. The lavender and black, baby.
It's a great combo.
Lavender, underrated color. I'm just going to say that.
Really quick before we hit the break here, Spadoni, the most important thing, though, from last night's Valkyries game is at the end of the day, they're still in playoff position. They still hold the 7th spot in the WNBA standings, top 8 advance, half game up on the Seattle Storm for 8, game and a half up on the LA Sparks, who are in 9th. So the playoff cushion is still there. The push is still on. And I think they're going to do it, Spadoni. I think they're going to be the first WNBA expansion team to punch their ticket to the big dance.
We know that there's 3 teams right now that are done. They're cooked. Chicago Sky, Connecticut Sun, and the Dallas Wings. They're out. They're not doing anything. Everyone else is up for grabs right now. Whether it's the Sparks, the Storm, the Valkyries.
Mystics hanging around.
The Mystic, they're all jockeying for position right now in a tough Western and Eastern Conference there in the WNBA. And again, we are your home for Valkyries basketball, as well as Golden State basketball. And as we know about Golden State basketball, the Kaminga crisis never dies. It just won't. It won't dissipate. It won't go away. And we're going to be dealing with that, I believe, for the next, I don't know how many months.
Kaminga crisis!
I guess there's a player. There is Jonathan Mingo. There's an NFL player that plays for the Dallas Cowboys named Jonathan Mingo. So I like to think that our guy, I think that was Big Smooth, he gets the names mixed up. Jonathan Kaminga and Jonathan Mingo. Jonathan Kaminga.
I think it's Tim from Raleigh, North Carolina.
Was that Tim that did that one?
Yeah.
It's one. Whoever's the Kaminga defenders out there. Tim is definitely one of them. I heard him going at Evan Giddings the other day in a major way. He was coming down E-Dog's Road.
Jonathan Kaminga.
Thank you. By the way, we have a very cool guest joining us in studio today at 9:30. Katherine Breed is attempting, get this, to swim the entire Pacific coastline here in the United States.
Wow.
That's 900 plus miles, folks. 900 miles.
I think I can swim like 900 feet.
No, I can't swim at all. I'm going to chill in the jacuzzi with the jet right on my back. All right? That's what I'm doing.
Shout out the Jets.
That is incredible. Why is she doing that? Why? Well, we'll ask her why, and she'll be in studio 9:30 again. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't time for you to discover the islands. River Islands and Lathrop. Speaking of which, she might swim to River Islands. I don't even know if that's a thing. Could she swim around there? How about that? Katherine Breed, 9:30. Get to know her. We will do that. And that's what's coming up with The Game, brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires, battery, and fluids. Before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate, visit BayAreaOilChange.com.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Cache Creek Casino Resort has never been ordinary. For 40 years, we've redefined how a luxury casino resort experience should feel. We've hosted some of the biggest names in entertainment, partnered with luxury brands and championship sports teams. This summer, play at Cache Creek Casino Resort for your chance to win a breathtaking 2025 Porsche. Luxury isn't just something you see, it's something you feel. Win the drive of a lifetime. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Big rigs that hit the center divide.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Where the 2 right lanes are
Don't
blocked
wait.
off.
Get into a new Honda HR-V now. It's the Honda Summer Event. Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sponsored by Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today, or donate online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's cars with a K.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
It's a high drive deep into right center field. It is out of here. The Giants have done it again.
What's up, Roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with my guys, Bodoni and Shasky. Shasky, stop picking the lobster out of the linguine.
I don't know if he's doing that right now. It is Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky, and shout out Laughing Monk and our guy, Sam Gadiri.
I do not pick my lobster out of my linguine.
No, I'm going to shout out Sam Lubman because last time we had the Doobie Awards there at Laughing Monk last year, and of course, I was the technical producer at that time for the show. So I had to stay here. I don't get to go to the events when you're the technical producer because I got to make sure things are going well and swimmingly over here. But you know what?
Someone's got to keep us on the air.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what? You know how great of a teammate Sam Lubman is?
How great of a teammate?
He was there at the Doobie Awards at Laughing Monk, and they catered, and they had the lobster linguine, they had the prime rib, they had everything there. They had potato, they had whatever you could think of there food-wise. And Sam, to his credit, knew Spadone was going to be hungry later on.
Yeah, he always is hungry.
He had the Christmas spirit. It was in December, and what did he do? He packed up all that food and said, "Here, Spadone. I got this for you." Oh, I cared because he fed not only me, he fed young Benjamin and Nora that night because they also love themselves some lobster linguine.
See, I'm not going to stiff you on any prime rib. You know, who does that? I'm not going to be that guy.
You gave me a lot, actually. You gave me four thick.
I purposely loaded up. You know,
Sam Lubman gave me a thick one that day for sure.
Oh, right.
Nick in Berkeley wants to join the conversation.
That's the phrase to use.
888-957-9570 is the number. We were talking real quick because I do want to get into the Giants. And something Rob Manfred said the other day in particular, and when it comes to Major League Baseball and realignment and adding teams, there is something to be talked about there and discussed because I feel like we've been tiptoeing around this topic for a long time. And there's actually, when the commissioner talks about it and discusses it on a national forum, I think that holds some weight. So we're going to get into that at some point as well. But Nick is in Berkeley and wants to join in this conversation in regards to the 49ers and the bodies and preseason and the injuries. And Nick in Berkeley was at the Doobie Awards last year. What's up, Nick?
That he was.
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, the spread at the Doobie Awards, man, epic all time, man. Everything was great, man. I thank you guys. But hey, so like when you're a little kid and you're playing sports, man, and you idolize these players, man, like Olympians, basketball players, you just like in some sports you don't even play, but just like idolizing them, and like you run around the house pretending they're them. Like one time I was pretending I was Earl Campbell, and I flew over my couch and busted out my mom's huge window, and she was heated. But let me tell you something: when these guys are out there, man, and they're battling for a spot, it may be the last time they step on the field, man. It may be the only chance that they get. They might get picked up by a tryout for another team or make the practice team. Even the guys in the practice team, man, they're chasing their dream. You know what I mean? The pyramid is very small at the top, man. And these guys are elite athletes, and just one little injury, one misstep, one bad play where the guy burns you. It's your career, man, right there. You know what I mean? It's so cold and cutthroat, but they've worked their whole lives for this. And I'm always looking in the preseason for that one guy that will come up and then eventually become a star like he just walks on as a free agent. You know what I mean? That's what I always look for in the preseason, man, that one diamond in the rough.
Nick, when you say that then, well, now I'm curious. Is there anyone this training camp who has caught your eye as that next guy who's rising up, who's going to be an asset for this team? Who's been that for you so far in this preseason, if there is anyone?
Well, I mean, the offensive line has been decrepit, so I can't really say any of the running backs. That one running back, man, that short dude from Oregon, I guess, or whatever.
Jordan James?
The youngster we got. Yeah, exactly. He had a nice couple. He had a few nice runs and flashes of brilliance. So, still we don't have the whole line in there. But apparently, man, he's kind of like from what I heard, reading about him and stuff, he runs kind of gorish. You know what I mean? I don't want to compare him to Frank Gore just yet, but man, it's always good to have a little guy in there slashing. You know what I mean? But I'm like, if our offensive line doesn't hold up, we're in trouble. And this is the problem with Shanahan. He always downplays the offensive line. And as we know, Purdy's been getting smashed. He took some hard hits every season he's been in there, man. He's been smashed in some games and got him kind of like, whoa. You know what I mean? We don't need him hurt. We can't have him hurt. We got to have him on his feet, man. Keep him upright at all costs. Shanahan's going to have to really mix it up, man, and do things like very unconventional for him to do because these other coaches, because Shanahan stays in his little pattern, they're going to be on us, man. We got to do weird stuff, man. So I'm just saying, I hope he has some new plays drawn up.
Thanks, Nick in Berkeley. I think you meant Corey Kiner because Jordan James you haven't seen anything of because he's dealing with a broken finger, but Corey Kiner obviously getting hurt in the last preseason game against the Raiders.
You got the injured running backs.
I mean, you could
mixed
just
up.
pick one. There is every single person behind Christian McCaffrey, and by the way, there's a big question mark on Christian McCaffrey, I should say, and whether or not he can stay healthy going forward here. CMC, it's the biggest question mark maybe.
Who doesn't have a question mark on the Niners right now?
I think
that's George Kittle, Fred Warner.
Yeah, Nick Bosa. I don't have any question marks around.
Are there question marks on Nick Bosa?
No.
We're certain that we know what Bosa's showing up this year?
Well, has he been bad the last couple of years? You're acting like he's been a scrub.
I mean, he hasn't. I think he's not lived up to expectations that some Niner fans have for him.
What's the expectations for him?
I want
a top 5 defensive end.
Am I bad if I want to see kind of 2023 level Nick Bosa or 2022 level Nick Bosa?
That'd be great. I would love to see that too. But acting like
he's one of the top 5 D linemen in the league. Like, all I hear is how he needs help, and then he needs the help that other great edge rushers don't need.
All right. Give me the names you're taking before Nick Bosa right now. How many are you taking?
Oh, let's see. There's probably T.J. Watt.
Sure. Okay, T.J. Watt. That's fine.
Let me see how many I can name off the top of my head.
There's one, T.J. Watt. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm not failing at this one.
Myles Garrett,
Garrett, yeah, probably taking him up there.
Okay.
Probably taking Max Crosby right now.
That's fine. Tomato. It's fine.
Is Trey Hendrickson? I'm probably putting him in there as well.
Trey Hendrickson, interesting. He's a little older.
I'll probably put Bosa number 5.
Okay, there you go. You didn't take Micah Parsons there. He obviously wants a new contract.
I think of him more of a linebacker than
That's fine. I just think of a pass rusher. I don't even like going edge or linebacker.
Splitting hairs there.
Who's trying to get the quarterback? I'd put Micah in that conversation. But as you just learned, Nick Bosa is still part of the best.
Yeah, he's still okay.
But I hear you that there are Niner fans that want more of him.
Yeah.
And if Bosa has a DPOY type of season, I do think the Niners will have won the division or at least be a playoff team if we're talking DPOY Nick Bosa. That would tremendously help the rest of the D-line, which quite frankly, that would tell me a Mykel Williams or someone else is stepping up if he's a DPOY guy. Because last time Bosa won DPOY, he did have help around him.
If it's either Bryce Huff or if it's Mykel Williams,
there you go.
Maybe CJ West impresses. I mean, again, we got some interesting talent there with Kalia Davis. He seems to be having a good camp. Was there anyone, Nick said, he said Jordan James, he meant Corey Kiner. Is there someone who's been low on the Niners depth chart in training camp that's kind of been like, ooh, that guy's kind of interesting?
Well, I guess Chase Lucas is that guy everyone's all hyped up about. But again, it's a fun name to say. The Upton Stouts of the world. These are just fun names. I just like us. Like who?
I thought you said Lucas is a fun name.
No. Fight on. Lucas Alexander. No, Chase
VP
Lucas. Nickelback. But again, these are guys making names for themselves in the preseason. Let's see if they could actually do it week 1. If they're going to be around week 1. This is something to be said about this Niners team, Sam. We've been talking about it these last couple weeks. Preseason matters for this team because outside of Fred Warner, Lenore, and Nick Bosa, it's up for grabs. I don't know. Like these guys are legit playing for starting rotation spots right now. So we can all sit here and talk about preseason not mattering. No. For this particular team, it matters. Maybe it doesn't matter for, I don't know, a Philadelphia Eagles squad that knows who their starters are going to be pretty much all over the board, right? But even a team like that, they're probably thin at a position, right? Whether it's backup in their secondary. Like every single team has different weaknesses and different strengths. Spoiler alert. The Niners have a lot of weaknesses right now when it comes to depth all across their roster. That's their biggest hole in their game is depth. That's why I need to see Mykel Williams this week. And speaking of Mykel Williams, Kyle Shanahan spoke about it yesterday. We'll get into what he said on the other side. But in the meantime, I was getting to it, Carter. I was getting to it. It's time. Just play the bed. You know what? Next time, just pot it up, and that'll tell me to shut up, Joe, and get to the read. Because it is time for the Golden State Valkyries strongest player of the game. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health. And the shorthanded Valkyries only had 8 players available to go last night against the Phoenix Mercury and were not, unfortunately, able to secure a win, falling 98-91. But Veronica Burton, she could put the team on her back at times with 24 points and 14 assists, including this acrobatic play in the second.
Thomas trying to post up to Juana Bonner, and it's ripped away by Veronica Burton. Good help defense from V. Martin across the timeline for the Valkyries. 55 seconds go first half. Burton driving on Whitcomb, banks it off the glass, and an acrobatic finish for Veronica Burton makes it 54-46.
I love Kevin Dan on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Notice how he's so tight with her. He's like, good move from V for Veronica. Love that. Not for Vendetta. And that was the strongest player in the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health. And on the other side, we're going to hear from Kyle Shanahan on the injuries. Is Mykel Williams close to returning? And we'll discuss all things Niners plus expansion and realignment in Major League Baseball. Are we in? are we out, and what could it look like? Rob Manfred touched on that. I want to get the orange and black weekend wrap host's thoughts. Sam Lubman across from me, who's filling in for Joe Shasky today. We'll get into that. By the way, Football Talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Take your fantasy football draft to the next level with 95.7 The Game and Splash at Thrive City in San Francisco. You and 14 friends could score your own private view lounge, the best seat in the house for game day energy, 2 full hours of draft time with complimentary Wi-Fi, power for your laptops, a loaded draft day food station with non-alcoholic drinks, plus a dedicated server, all a $1,500 value. And here's the kicker. Willard and Dibs will be broadcasting live that night, then hanging out with you and your guests after the show. Listen this week for your chance to win, and join us Tuesday, August 26th. Get details at 957thegame.com.
If you've started thinking about what to wear this fall, your timing is perfect because Macy's Fall Preview event has early deals on looks everyone will be wearing. Romantic dresses from BCBG and Avec Les Filles, Western-inspired boots and bags from Steve Madden, all 25% off. Plus, take 15 to 25% off fall beauty from Yves Saint Laurent, Estee Lauder, and Clinique. Don't wait. This fall preview won't be around for long, so come into Macy's tomorrow. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Before summer calls it quits, make memories in a Toyota built for adventure during Toyota's national sales event. Score big with fuel-efficient icons like the all-hybrid 51 MPG 2025 Camry or the versatile RAV4. Itching for a road trip? The all-new 4Runner's your passport to anywhere. So don't wait. Hurry to your local dealer for Toyota's national sales event, now through Labor Day. Toyota, let's go places. Event ends 9/2/25.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at Friedman'sAppliance.com.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or 2. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit AtcoPestControl.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, ATCOPestControl.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Texting terms at unlock.com/SMS. Privacy policy at unlock.com/privacy-policy. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com/legal after portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just go to their website.
Text EQUITY to 865-865 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Pay off debt, improve your home, add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Text EQUITY to 865-865. Text the word EQUITY to 865-865. Text EQUITY to 865-865 now.
Oh, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Oh, wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob! Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brad's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where batteries are as low as $89.99. Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Brad is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Fugazi, whatever you want to call it, it's a woozy, it's a wazi.
This is Big Pun from South City, and you know I'm tuned in to the Morning Roast with my guy, Joe Spadoni, and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Great to be on with the two Joes.
Thank you, John Bosa, father of Nick and Joey right there, and thank you to Big Pun, who I believe is on a European extravaganza, one of our loyal listeners, so shout out Big Pun. I'm sure he's listening via the Odyssey app. Or
Big
on YouTube.
Pun in Europe. That's a combo I would like to. That sounds like a movie from 2003.
Euro Trip, still a classic.
Oh,
Love
yeah.
that movie. I think it's on Netflix right now. By the way, it is National Radio Day, so happy National Radio Day.
Shout out the radio.
If you're still listening the old-fashioned way in the car right now, text in, call in, of course, do it.
Who's listening on like a boombox out there?
You just said boombox, and I'm sure the next generation...
Who knows what a boombox is? First
Exactly.
off, is that the YouTube poll? Do you know what a boombox is?
There you go, and you can hold it on your shoulder if you need to, right? 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And Sam Lubman, that's the voice you hear. He is filling in for Joe Shasky today. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And by the way, I mentioned it later on today in studio, 9:30, 9 o'clock hour. Katherine Breed is going to be joining us here. And you might be wondering, who's Katherine Breed? Who is that? I don't think I've heard of London Breed, former mayor of San Francisco. Who's Katherine Breed? Well, she swam collegiately at Cal Berkeley, so you know
Let's go
she's
Bears.
legit there, D1 product, all right? But she's
Cal Berkeley loves producing those swimmers.
She's also known for doing marathon swimming. And what's a marathon swimming? Well, it's not just doing like, the Michael Phelps, going like the butterflies, doing the little 50, 100, all this. No. This is miles after miles after miles, and not just in a pool. Like, she swam the English Channel. She swam Lake Tahoe end to end, north to south. She swam Monterey Bay, probably from Santa Cruz back to she's done it all. And you know what she's trying to do now?
That's really incredible.
No, it's insane. She's done a 28-mile journey just from San Francisco to Half Moon Bay alone.
See, that's just like, so like, I before you kind of get into more of this, obviously.
That's just the tease.
Yeah, that's the tease again. I'm thinking about just the swimming and stuff that she's done here. Like, I can swim. Like, I don't sink what I get in the water. That's but good. Like, yeah, I can go to the pool and back and whatnot. But like, I do the shows on Saturday with Dan Devone, who is a member of the Dolphin Club here in San Francisco, and they're big on swimming. And, he'll always do shows with me. I'm like, so Dan, what are you doing after the show? Oh, I'm going to go probably do a quick swim. And he does like a quick, 2-mile swim or whatever. That's quick for him. And I'm texting him about this. I'm like, yeah, what's the longest swim you've done? He's like, yeah, just about 3 miles. Just 3 miles is it. That's nothing, which of course, compared to what Katherine is doing is nothing. But like 3 miles is nuts to me. And so what she's doing is just beyond insane. and incredible and impressive. And Spadoni, again, I'm setting you up to explain what exactly she is doing.
Well, and it's going to be incredibly cold, too, because I don't know if you've been to the ocean right around here in these parts.
Especially here.
It's very chilly. But she's going to be participating in a 900-plus mile swim from
900.
Mexico.
900.
The coast of Mexico all the way to Oregon. Are you kidding me? 900 plus miles.
I think she's doing it the other way around. She's starting from north to south.
It's fine. Exactly. Yeah, because of the currents. We understand that. But it's what it's spanning from Oregon to Mexico.
I would say the direction she's going, she's starting at the north.
We'll ask her, Sam, all right? And she's going to tell us all about it in the 9 o'clock hour. And it's to raise awareness for the Sea Dreamers, a nonprofit that opens doors for women in ocean-based activities to accomplish big goals. Join a network of empowered individuals and educate on ocean conservation. So she's doing it for a good cause. We'll be talking to Katherine Breed in the 9 o'clock hour. We actually asked Brian Baldinger about this yesterday. Feats of strength like that you could do or you could call upon. And it could be anything, right? It could be a feat of strength or just a feat that you think is impressive because not everyone, is, Mr. Swimmer or Mr. Runner or Mrs. Runner in this case, Ms. Runner or Swimmer. Like some people are really good at, I don't know, playing poker. First thing Big Boss Man mentioned, he's like, I won a big bet. That's my feat of strength right there. I was like, okay, sure, each their own. But I do want to ask the people at 888-957-9570 things that would impress Sam Lubman, myself, or things that you're impressed by that you were able to accomplish at some point in your life. I would love to hear it, 888-957-9570, because Baldy went to 8th grade. Which is
impressive in its own right.
This is a guy that played offensive line in the NFL, and he's saying, no,
the most demanding positions in sports.
The most impressive thing that he felt he did, like in his life, was trying to play how many consecutive hours of basketball?
168 hours.
That's Baldy in 8th grade. That's what he goes to. So, that's what we're talking about here. It could be at any walk in your life, any span of it. 8th grade. You're 40, 50, 30, it doesn't matter. We would love to hear it. 888-957-9570. A guy that displayed some feats of strength, though, yesterday, Sam. I know you wanted to get to it before we dive back into the Niners.
Kind of buried the lead in the last segment.
Jung Hoo Lee, the floor is yours. Orange and Black weekend rap host Sam Lubman. He wants to talk about one player for the Giants in particular. I'm going to give him the floor here. Don't make it too long, Sam, but the floor is yours.
No, anytime Jung Hoo Lee hits a home run, which hasn't happened in, forever, we got to play the Jung Hoo Lee song.
It's a great song. It really is. We haven't heard it enough. I don't think they were playing it in San Diego, though.
No, probably not. Jung Hoo. Anyway, it's been so long since we've had a Jung Hoo Lee home run, and great to see that happen. And Jung Hoo Lee hitting 302 since the All-Star break, quietly figuring out at the plate, maybe, been the Giants' best hitter since the All-Star break.
Oh, I thought he was a scrub and he needed to be cut.
Listen, I don't know what Jung Hoo Lee is long-term. Clearly, this is his rookie year, 2.0, and it would have been great if he could have gone through all this last year. I don't know what he is. I like that he's in the leadoff spot. I want to keep him in the leadoff spot going forward just to see if he can handle it. But, as far as kind of what his long-term future is he going to be an all-star player, a role player, a solid player? I'm still not quite sure on what he is there. But glad to see that he's hitting well, and love to see the defense come around. Jung Hoo Lee, I like to call him Jung Hoo Knees because of that catch on Sunday.
Not bad. Yeah. That was pretty good.
Anyways, there's your Jung Hoo Lee update there.
Thank you. As Kipe called it, the catch of the decade for Jung Hoo Lee.
I can't think of one that's better.
It was very interesting. I'll put it that way. I don't know if it needed to be that difficult, but you know what? You get the style points for it. And he did that.
Call
and he got
it
the job done.
Lee-diculous.
It was. You know what's Lee-diculous right now is all these injuries for the 49ers, Sam. It's driving me insane.
Crushing the mood.
Because, but honestly, I would just like to talk about this team if they were healthy. Because I hate having that creep in the back of my mind. I hate being that fan or just being able to talk about a team and say, yeah, but the injuries. Because it does feel like such a weak excuse. But in reality,
it is reality.
But it's a reality for this team right now. So when I see guys like Dominic Pooney getting hurt in a preseason game and having a PCL injury, and he could be potentially missing week 1, that sucks for an O-line that, again, stop me if you've heard this before, has a lot of question marks around it outside of Trent Williams, who even in his own right has some question marks.
Is his own question mark.
Speaking of, and I teased it all throughout this morning, here is Kyle Shanahan speaking to the media yesterday on some updates around the injury front for the 49ers.
Mac Jones sprained his knee in the game. He'll miss this week. Dominic Pooney, just to update it, is a knee sprain. He's going to be out for a few weeks. And Patrick Taylor, who I think you guys saw going IR, but he needs surgery for his shoulder because he ended up having a fracture in there.
Oh, no. Brutal. Just absolutely brutal on all fronts right there. And that sucks for Patrick Taylor, a guy that, had he stayed healthy, you never know. Again, whoever's healthy at the running back position come week 1, is probably going to play. And Jeff Wilson Jr. is the number 2 right now. And he's like the only healthy guy outside of Christian McCaffrey, who they are keeping in a tight bubble wrap at the moment.
Do not risk it with him right now with how tenuous the running back situation is. Some good news, I guess, on the running back situation, and this is per the injury list that Matt Mayoko put out earlier this week, is that Isaac Guerrero is expected to be on track to return for week 1, so that will add a little bit of depth to that running back room. But yeah, it just feels so much like it's Christian McCaffrey or bust right now at the running back position. And Spadone, you mentioned the injuries there, and it's just this Niners roster, when you look at it healthy, because I like how you said it, I want to talk about this team as if they were healthy, because I do feel like if this team was fully healthy, which is, again, very hard to do in the NFL, this isn't a bold statement, you would feel so much better about what is possible this season for the 49ers. It's just starting with the offensive line, knowing how important Dominic Pooney is to that interior protection there for Brock Purdy, knowing how important Trent Williams is to keeping Brock Purdy upright. Those are your 2 best offensive linemen, and you're going into the season with massive question marks on both of them in terms of their availability. And this is, I believe Brock's extension officially kicks in next year, if I'm correct, right?
I believe so, yeah. So there's still technically the rookie. Yeah.
A lot of money committed to this guy, and your insurance policy, so to speak, which is your offensive line, is looking tenuous at the worst possible time. It sucks because this team, we should be talking about how good they can be, and the injuries are just completely cheapening that whole ability to do that, it feels like.
Here is Kyle Shanahan yesterday, again, speaking to the media, asked if there's any concern that Pooney won't be ready for week 1 in Seattle.
There's a concern, but I know he's got a chance to also.
Thanks. There's a concern, but there's also a chance. So, again, that's peak NFL. And, again, we'll have another Spadoni reason why I love football later on in the show today, because what are we now? It's Wednesday.
Dominic Pooney might play, but he also might not play.
Thank you. Tomorrow,
that really narrows it down, Coach.
But
Thanks.
he also might not. That's pretty good. That's a former host here at the station.
Shamari Block.
Thank you. The block is always hot.
I miss Shamari.
Tomorrow will mark officially 2 weeks away from the start of the regular season in the NFL, because Thursday Night Football. So what's the first game this year?
Eagles and Cowboys, I believe. Jerry has to watch the Eagles get their ring that he'll never get it.
Why the Cowboys?
Well, my assumption is while Jalen Hurts is getting a Super Bowl ring, there'll be a cut to Jerry Jones, and you'll see a tear go down his face. And I don't know if that should make you happy.
I mean, if you wanted to do the NFC East matchup that like the majority of people cared about, it would have probably would have been Washington, right? I'd much rather see Jaden Daniels versus Jalen Hurts week 1. Whatever. But wait, and then the Eagles play the Chiefs in the second week? Why didn't that just be the game 1? Just do the Super Bowl. What
Not America's team.
Oh, my God.
It's about America, Spadoni.
Just okay.
Can't be shortchanging America like that.
I mean, anyways, and I do need to see the Cowboys doc because apparently it's incredible. It's on Netflix. It just got released. I think it's like the Untold Stories or whatever it is.
What team doesn't have a doc these days? It seems like every team out there has some sort of documentary.
The Jacksonville Jaguars.
Okay, yeah. Is that it? Are they the one team?
Blake Bortles.
The Jaguars, they the one team that doesn't have a doc. It seems like the Giants, they don't have a doc right now.
The Columbus Blue Jackets.
Oh, still waiting on that Columbus Blue Jackets doc, I guess. But yeah, it's every team has. There's too many docs these days. I'm not going to watch them all. It's ridiculous.
Buffalo Sabres. I'm waiting on that one still. I'm just going to keep going. There's like six different Red Sox docs, but there's 0 Buffalo Sabres docs. Spadoni and Lubman. We're still waiting on that doc too. 888-957-9570.
Can't do it.
I think it's more of a short.
Still waiting on Mykel Williams too, huh, Shanahan?
Yeah, we were hoping this week. It was close, but just reported still some feelings yesterday, so we're still being safe with them. So we're still looking at them day to day, but definitely hoping for them by next week.
Again, that's one of the more brutal ones when you have a first-round draft pick invested in someone and you need to have... This is like Again, we're talking about why preseason matters for guys like this to get legit reps, to go up against other opponents, whether it's a second or third string, I don't care. I need to see Mykel Williams out there. If we're counting on this guy to be the number 2 alongside Nick Bosa, we're talking about Bosa being a DPOY. Part of being a DPOY, though, Sam, is getting help from other people on your defense. It's not all on you. I think we like to.
Well,
we like to real quick. We like to put this narrative that it's only TJ Watt, it's only Myles Garrett, it's only Max Crosby, it's only Micah Parsons. No, they have other people there that are helping them. They have other people on the other side or in the linebacking core helping these guys. And Bosa is going to need a Mykel Williams just as much as a Mykel Williams needs a Nick Bosa. They need someone else to step up here because, as we know, it's going to be a lot of chipping. It's going to be a lot of double teaming. They're going to be forcing the young players, the rooks, if you will, to beat them if you're the opposition on offense. If you're the Seattle Seahawks in week 1, if you're Mike McDonald and you're game planning, right, in the offensive, I know he's a defensive guy, but if he's in the offensive room and they're game planning with with who is it, Clint or Clay? I always get the brothers confused.
Kubiak.
It's a Kubiak, thank you. But they're game planning and they're saying, we are not letting Nick Bosa or Fred Warner beat us. I will let anyone else try to do that. The D winners of the world or the Mykel Williams of the world in this case. So they need him out there desperately. Desperately.
Yeah. Well, and this is kind of goes into what I was saying in the last segment about, why I do have question marks on Nick Bosa. By the way, I totally forgot Aiden Hutchinson should be on that list too of guys I would probably take over Nick Bosa right now. But no, a big part of the reason why they got Mykel Williams because they want to offset. They basically want to take away any risk of a double team from Nick Bosa on the other side because that's the thing. He always gets double teamed, and that kind of is what basically limits him on the edge here. And that is why I think myself and a lot of Niner fans get frustrated is because we do see guys like Max Crosby, guys like TJ Watt, guys like Trey Hendrickson who, they are still out all alone out there and they're able to split these double teams. And so, yeah, that just shows like the importance of Mykel Williams cannot be understated because you need Mykel Williams to basically put that pressure on the other side and take that protection that that other teams would save for Nick Bosa and have to deal with Mykel Williams. I've seen times again that CJ West in this preseason. He's impressed me at times. There's been other times where I'm just like, man, I don't know what you're going to get there. If you could just get one of these other D linemen to truly pop this year, that's going to go a long way for Nick Bosa, which again is part of why I have questions on Nick Bosa because he does need someone else on that D line to pop. If that doesn't happen, are we going to get another season like we had last year with Bosa where he had the lowest number of sacks since his rookie year? He's dealing with injuries. He's a health concern now. The Niners are very much a one thing leads to another team right now. And it's almost like a domino effect, so to speak, but in a positive way. But you don't have that first domino to fall, which is having that opposite side pass rusher on the other side of Bosa.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We're talking about 49ers right now, and just do they have the bodies to keep up this season? Players just keep going down and down and down. Every single position group, it does not matter. Hell, Mac Jones, of all people, just got hurt. Is Mac okay? Oh, I'm down, Carter. Pop me back up, please, if you can do that. One more time.
Yeah, we think he'll be back. Yeah, I think he should be fine for week 1. We just know he can't go this week, so.
Okay, that's good. And listen, Mac Jones.
It'd be really funny if he said, we think he's fine, but he also might not be.
Well, that's just the P coach speak again.
I want college, just every answer the rest of the year. It's like, yeah.
Reasons why I love the NFL
he might
and
be
football
hurt. He also might not.
Is coach speak. It's the greatest thing ever.
Kyle is unfortunately very good at it.
Well, and NFL and football coaches are so different too than NBA, managers in baseball because of the seasons that those guys have. They have to be a little bit more even keel throughout. Not to say that all coaches in the NFL are going to be rah-rah or overreacting constantly, but there is, 17 games only of these things. So when you have one loss, that's like a gut punch of 3 or 4 weeks for some of these other leagues and some of these other coaches.
Good point.
And they have to wear it.
You got to hold on to it a lot more.
And get over it very quickly. And Kyle Shanahan knows about some heartbreaking losses for sure. And
at least 1 or 2.
Real quick, Sam, because we had the question yesterday, and obviously preseason week 3 is going to be the Chargers in town, and there's a lot to be made about the relationship between some of these coaches and players on both of these sides. Jim Harbaugh being on the other side, Trey Lance being on the other side. What did you make of the conversation we were having yesterday when we had it with Baldwin? We asked him about rather having Harbaugh or Shanahan if you were starting up an NFL franchise. And I'm talking head coach here, Jim Harbaugh or Kyle Shanahan. What would you have taken? And who would you have said?
I mean, first off, let me ask the first question there, which is just the fact that everybody was taking Harbaugh over Shanahan. I think there's a mix of, again, I was in Miami during most of the Harbaugh years, so I wasn't, here in the Bay Area to experience it firsthand. But there was a level of just a level of fun during the Harbaugh years. There's just a tough, fun, blue-collar quality to those Niner teams that made getting behind them a very fun thing to do. And there was a toughness to those teams that I think made it very easy for 49er fans to embrace those teams. The feeling I got from, especially, being around a lot of other Niner fans, was like, it was almost like those Niner teams were bringing in shades of what those great Niner teams of the 80s and early 90s were like. And I think when people talk about how much they miss those Harbaugh years, it's that feeling that they got from their team that they miss. Whereas this current iteration of the 49ers under Kyle Shanahan, there's a lot of great guys to like on this team too. George Kittle, Fred Warner, very fun guys to root for. Brock Purdy, very fun guy to root for. Christian McCaffrey, a great guy to root for. But it just feels like with Harbaugh, it was like what's the best way? Like, well, the way they feel, it was like there's a lot of brute force there that just kind of stopped. Where this Niners team, I say finesse. I don't like that word, though, but I'm just going to say it, though, even though
I think they're blue-collar with Harbaugh. They're more white-collar with Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, I would say, they're more those were lunch pail teams, where this is more like office-setting team with this Niners team. And this is the whole, the rah-rah guy versus the X's and O's guy. There's more like a surgical football procedure with the Niners than you're looking at me like I'm weird.
I don't get why we hate Kyle Shanahan so much. I really don't understand
it's just kind of obvious that he's just not going to get there.
Why do we hate Kyle Shanahan?
Because it's just obvious he's not going to get there.
But why is that obvious? He's been to 2 Super Bowls.
And he's fallen apart both times.
Oh my God. So spoiled.
The reason we're
so spoiled. Like this guy, no, seriously, it's become in vogue to just crush coaches and I get it. I understand it's the thing we do as sports fans. I'm guilty of it. You're guilty of it. We love to crush coaching. But I almost kind of feel like Elliot Ramos in this case defending Kyle Shanahan. Those players love that guy.
SF Gates coming after you.
Thank you. Those players love that guy. They play hard for him.
Well, let me ask you.
We poo-poo Kyle Shanahan like he's some Scrabini out here, like he is Bob Melvin with the Giants, when in reality, he's been one of the most successful coaches in all of professional American sports.
Well, I think there comes a point where you want the guy to get over the hump. And when you get to a point where you feel like he can't get over the hump, you get this, what are we doing here feeling? You are an A's fan. You experienced the Bob Melvin years.
I'm an MLB fan. I used to be. I'm a Rob Lowe cap on. I'm a fan of Major League Baseball.
Well, there was once a time in your life, Joseph Spadoni, when you called yourself a green and gold bleeding A's fan, and for 9 years you watched Bob Melvin take your favorite baseball team to 6 playoff appearances. And yet at the end of it, A's fans were, there you go.
Choke.
There you go. You're making the choke noise. And then you were done with Bob Melvin. You're like, you know what? I've seen enough here. Let's pivot off this guy, bring in someone new. Is it crazy to say that there are a segment of Niner fans like TC and Sack who think just, you know what? I've seen the ceiling on Kyle Shanahan. The ceiling is not a Lombardi trophy. What is the goal in the NFL for all football teams, Joe Spadoni? Every year
it's to win the Lombardi, Sam.
Oh, but if you're not going to do that with Kyle Shanahan, then why?
The
what
Bob
are we doing
Melvin
here?
comparison falls on deaf ears because Bob Melvin never won a damn thing in the playoffs with the A's. Not a single series.
But it's the whole concept of
you're outside the COVID series.
You're having the success. Yeah. You're getting to the playoffs, which you want. You're getting to the places that you want, but you're not finishing the job. That is where the frustration of Kyle Shanahan comes in. There is a job that needs to be finished. It's not being finished. The blame is on Shanahan for not finishing the job since this is his whole team. And then when you keep falling short, eventually it's just like, you know what? This isn't working. That is why Niner fans get frustrated with Kyle Shanahan. And that is why I think that they gravitated towards Jim Harbaugh yesterday. And they only remember the good times. Right now, you're too angry with Kyle Shanahan for Niner fans to want to pick Harbaugh over to not want to pick Harbaugh over Shanahan.
If the stock is at an all-time low within the last 5-6 years on Kyle Shanahan, I'm buying all of it. Who else is buying stock in Kyle Shanahan? If I'm the only one, that's fine. I will die on this hill. I will take him outside of maybe 2 other coaches in the NFL. The amount of people that are taking Jim Harbaugh over Shanahan yesterday, are you kidding me? I'm not buying it. 888-957-9570. We'll continue this conversation on the other side. And that's what's coming up, brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Speeding is dangerous. To other drivers, to people walking or biking, speeding catches up with you. Tickets, crashes, or even worse, slow the fast down. Safe speeds save lives. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Labor Day is the last sale of the summer, but this one is our biggest sale of the year. Now through September 2nd, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. The Floor Store's Labor Day sale. Don't let the sun set on this one. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 10 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Now at Whole Foods Market, Prime members get 20% off New York strip steaks through August 26th. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. Pair with sautéed shrimp for a surf and turf dinner. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager at Stevens Creek Subaru. The Bay Area has much to offer, with some of the best natural landscape, cuisine, and entertainment in the world. Stevens Creek Subaru also has much to offer, like our good prices, great selection, truly exceptional service, and the Subaru A Lot to Love event going on now. If you're considering a new or pre-owned Subaru, parts or service for your Subaru, or want to visit the Subaristas at our Wilderness Cafe, Stevens Creek Subaru is your destination for all things Subaru.
This month, lease a 2025 Crosstrek 2.0i for just $269 per month for 36 months on approved credit, plus tax, license, and registration fees. No security deposit needed. $24.95 due at signing. Includes a $650 acquisition fee and an $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Must take delivery from retailer stock by 8/31/24. MSRP $27,816. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year. Offer expires end of month. VIN JF2GU ABC7SH275175. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
Visit us on Stevens Creek in San Jose, right next to Santana Row, or StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Oh, yeah! Roasters, what's happening? It's Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. I got you covered every afternoon from 3 to 7. And you know my boys Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Well, they got you all morning long right here on the Morning Roast. Take it away, Spadoni.
Yes, sir. Chewy. Let's go. And it's Sam Lubman across from me in for Joe Shasky today. And you might have heard Sam Lubman. You should have if you're not. Every Saturday, 9 to 12, Orange and Black Weekend Wrap. The best Giants talk in the Bay. Sam Lubman breaking it down every single Saturday, 9 to 12, right here on 95.7 The Game as the Giants fall yesterday to the San Diego Padres. But we are talking about the San Francisco 49ers. Why? Well, first and foremost, it's football, so that's why we're talking about it. And tomorrow, we're officially 2 weeks away from the start of the NFL regular season. Eagles, Cowboys kick it off. And again, too much Cowboys for me these days with the whole Micah thing, and it's on my TV right now, and it's everywhere. But I can never have too much San Francisco 49ers, Sam. And we're talking about the head coach right now, and the head coach the 49ers will be facing this weekend in Jim Harbaugh. We had a big conversation and talking point yesterday of if you're starting an NFL franchise from scratch, who would you rather have as your head coach? Was it Jim Harbaugh or was it Kyle Shanahan? And we're reacting to the amount of people yesterday, whether it was on the YouTube poll, and shout out our YouTube audience. You can find us on there, Twitch, Twitter, all of it. But the poll, overwhelmingly in favor of taking Jim Harbaugh. The callers, overwhelmingly taking Jim Harbaugh. The texters on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, overwhelmingly taking Jim Harbaugh. We had a handful of people sticking up for Kyle Shanahan. I do think we are a little prisoner of the moment in regards to, hey, look what Jim Harbaugh did with the Chargers last year. Wow, that was pretty incredible. He took that team to the playoffs. Kyle Shanahan, coming off a Super Bowl loss, couldn't even get his team to the playoffs. I do think that's a little bit too simplistic, but I understand, and I think this is where it gets to, and you were kind of touching on this, the personality of the coaches. People just gravitate more towards Jim Harbaugh. Yeah, they always do. Yeah. Whether it's the media, whether it's the fan base, whether it's the rah-rah speeches, that's not who Kyle Shanahan is. But that's okay. That's not who he is, but that's okay. If Kyle Shanahan started doing like rah-rah speeches, I'd be looking at him, I was like, this is a problem. I don't like this at all. This seems manufactured. Like, he is authentically himself. He's a lot like his dad, quite frankly. And if you don't know Mike Shanahan, my dad, Bob Spadoni, whenever we watched Denver Broncos games, he would be on the sideline and Mike Shanahan just be redder than a lobster. And that's who my dad called him, the lobster, because he'd just be red and fuming and angry. And as the years go on, Kyle is slowly morphing into his father a little bit, but just being a little bit more surly. And I do think that's off-putting to some fans. And they're looking at this guy just like, he's not approachable. He's not endearing himself like a Jim Harbaugh is. Is that too simplistic for me to say that fans just might like the person Jim Harbaugh more than Kyle Shanahan?
No, I think Jim Harbaugh was just more fun to watch on the sideline. He's more quirky. He's more animated. Yeah. There's more movement. There's more personality. It's one of the simplest things. It's who would you rather have a beer with? You know, I think there is that kind of simplistic nature to it. I think, and again, I also think those Niner teams under Harbaugh were coming in. Those Niner teams happened after a very long and frustrating drought for 49er football too. And that 2011 team was just such a fun, special, enjoyable, out of nowhere team. There was a magic to that team, and I say that word magic because they were also following up what the Giants did in 2010, another team that kind of came out of nowhere, ended a long drought, and won a championship. And so I think Harbaugh kind of had this, I'll say he brought this sort of magic touch to a Niner organization that was just devoid of any sort of success. And when you have a guy like that who just kind of out of nowhere uplifts a team like that, yeah, you're going to have special feelings about it. And then we also had Scott Ostler on yesterday, and he was kind of talking about how people forget how ugly it was at the end. I don't know if we want to play of some of what he said about Jim Harbaugh, because Scott Oster was a guy who he was in the trenches covering the Jim Harbaugh years. So yeah, he was pretty shocked that so many callers were in on Harbaugh instead of Shanahan.
Scott Ostler, San Francisco Chronicle columnist, knows all things Bay Area sports, was on with us yesterday, courtesy of River Islands, and we asked him, why does he think all these callers want Harbaugh back?
It is kind of, but we forget things, in the haze of looking back and everything. He was a phenomenal coach for about 3 years, and then he was a terrible coach, Then he was a terrible guy and a team wrecker and all that stuff. So he can be both. And with Shanahan, people kind of he hasn't got us a Super Bowl, so there's something wrong here. So I can see why people are shading with Harbaugh, because he got him, but he did the same thing. He got him a Super Bowl. He didn't get to win.
I like having these conversations because it also ties into what's going on with Bob Melvin right now. And I do think his lack of a rah-rah guy, a Dan Campbell kind of a personality, a Jim Harbaugh type of personality, that hurts him. And that's not fair to the person, because that's who he is. Like he's being genuine when he's being calm, cool, collected, and even keel. That's who he is. As a fan, I'm not telling you to be someone else, but at the same time, I'm also not going to fault a fan for gravitating more towards a Dan Campbell type or a Jim Harbaugh type and not a Kyle Shanahan type. But I'll just say this, Kyle Shanahan's gotten to 2 Super Bowls. Jim Harbaugh got to 1. And it blew up in his face. Do you think afterwards? And he was getting blown out in that game. If the power doesn't go out, maybe that's the dark stain on his career where he just got absolutely eviscerated against that Ravens squad and against his big brother.
I wonder if just the way and I'm not saying a fact one or the other here. I am kind of curious though, and I love some Niner fans to call in on this. 888-957-9570 is the number. But is it the fact that how the Niners lost the Super Bowls under Kyle Shanahan versus how they lost under Harbaugh? Under Harbaugh, they were down, and then they rallied back, and there's almost a sense of just the fact that they were able to get back into it became part of an accomplishment, and of course they lose in heartbreaking fashion there at the goal line, versus whereas Kyle Shanahan, twice you went into the fourth quarter with, I don't know how confident, I'm not going to speak for all Niner fans in terms of their confidence, but twice in the fourth quarter, you were basically in position to win it all with Shanahan, and then it all just went kaput after that. Does the fact that does just having it and losing it feel worse than you didn't have it and then you almost had it and then you fell short?
It's easier for fans.
It's two awful sides of the same coin, but I'm curious, which kind of feels better, I guess is the right, I don't know, which stings more, which resonates more of those two outcomes?
It's definitely harder I think to rationalize as a fan, Sam, in those big games, definitely in Super Bowls and the Shanahan losses, that you had the lead in the fourth quarter and then Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid took it from you. In that Ravens game, you had an opportunity to win at the end and feel like you can steal it. And that would have been different. That would have been like, wow, one of the greatest comebacks outside of, and it was, remember, this was before 28-3. This would have been, I think at the time, the biggest comeback. How'd they end up pulling that off?
It would be the greatest comeback ever achieved by a team in Bay Area sports history.
Well, yeah, and maybe even in the NFL history when it comes to just the Super Bowl, because this was a couple years, obviously, before 2016 and the 28-3 Falcons New England won. But to your point, how those games ended, I do think shifts how we view them and those coaches and those teams. And also, we love to do this as fans. The grass, was always greener. Hindsight was always 20/20.
Well, yeah, it's the old absence makes the heart grow fonder.
It's very similar, and I always liken Jim Harbaugh to this. It's very similar to how a lot of Raider fans felt about John Gruden for so long, because, we got this way with Gruden, and he was that guy, and if we didn't trade him in the Tuck rule, and yes, Shasky and Carter, if you're listening, it always comes back to the Tuck rule, but this is a very similar situation where you always looked back fondly and you had rose-colored goggles on when it came to talking about these guys, and you didn't want to remember what Scott Ostler is bringing up. It ended ugly. Now, fans, we're always going to defend the guys we want to. So we're going to defend Jim Harbaugh. We're going to put all that on Trent Baalke, on Jed York. They messed up. Now, I think we can all agree, all of them have some culpability in that. It wasn't just one of those guys, but we will lean on, Jed York and Trent Baalke and those guys messing it up, because I think Jed learned from his mistakes. And now we've realized that Trent Baalke, he's not that guy. He's not that dude. He was never going to be that guy, as he failed recently with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So it's just very interesting how we discuss both of these guys. And I want to ask the listeners, and you just referenced it too, but 888-957-9570, the type of coaches that gravitate you, the fan, more. Would you rather have a Dan Campbell, Jim Harbaugh type, just all things being equal, or a Pete Carroll type, another rah-rah guy, over the Kyle Shanahans, the Greg Popoviches of the world? But even Pop, I'll say this, he did show personality in his own way. He did get a little surly and a little grumpy, and maybe that act people didn't like, but he did have some sort of a personality. I do think it'd be more similar to how Kyle Shanahan talks, though, because he is a little bit more dismissive in that regard. But it's just, I don't know, man. It's interesting how we talk about Kyle over Harbaugh. But again, when we have sound bites like this from Julian Edelman on his podcast, when he was sitting down with our boy Lorenzo Neal, I get why fans love him, and I get why the players love him. This is Julian Edelman talking about Harbaugh trying to recruit him back when he was a Niners head coach.
I almost signed with the Niners.
Did you?
When I was a free agent.
Yeah.
And me and him sat for 45 minutes. And this is when there was like the beef between him and the GM at the Niners. And so he goes like, tell me, what do you want? You basically like handling the contract. And I knew like, I'm sitting there like, is this kosher? But we just sat and had a dip and talked football. Like, he's like, you want a dip? And he's just a football guy.
He is.
And there is something to be said about players themselves. Julian Edelman, who was playing for a guy, Bill Belichick, who was not Jim Harbaugh, by the way. He is probably the antithesis. And Shasky and I had this conversation last week about, and we asked Bill Romanowski about it and just how different coaches have been in those CEO types and those, military types of coaching and the different levels and how we've evolved from the Phil Jackson types or Greg Popovich. There's so many different ways to coach, but I always find it interesting how fans gravitate towards certain coaches, right? And, can you be too real sometimes? And I do think we're getting to a point where with Steve Kerr, I bring up, as we're talking about all coaches, it doesn't matter if it's basketball, football, or baseball. Steve Kerr, I think, has been doing a lot of talking lately on podcasts. And I don't know if fans love that. I don't know if they love that. I'm not saying it's a bad thing or it's right or wrong. There is something, though, about having too much of a good thing. And I do think we're getting to a point in media, by the way, happy National Radio Day, when we have podcast-itis and we're hearing so much that in an era in the early 2000s and 90s, Sam, before we had all this, it was good to just decompress in the offseason and not hearing all these guys all the time. And there is an element of me not listening to Kyle Shanahan all that much. That, maybe I am a little more jaded and I think of, you know what? Kyle doesn't bother me because I don't hear from him all that much.
There is something to be said about knowing when to go the heck away and kind of taking some time off. But you said something there. You mentioned, too much of something, too much of a good thing. And I do believe, and I think Osler kind of talked about this yesterday, and Tim Kawakami of The Standard, he wrote a thing about, his Jim Harbaugh memories yesterday as well. And what I remember was there was came to a point where there's almost too much Jim Harbaugh, because Jim Harbaugh does have a big, braggadocious personality. There's a lot of bravado there, and he could be a very intense person. I mean, this is the dude who, would show up to kids' recruiting trips and sleep over at their house with them. Like, this guy is extra. And
he's a guy that also gets popped for cheating. I'm just going to keep it a buck. He left Michigan and they're cooked. Well, now, they got fined millions and millions of dollars, and it's not good for, obviously, you need that for NIL purposes to get recruiting. Big boss man who's been in the background now, just holding it down, by the way. Matt Nahigian crushing it, running the board, taking the calls. Carter had to go out sick. So talking about feats of strength, Matt Nahigian, feat of strength today at 95.7 The Game, crushing it on National Radio Day. But he's a big Michigan guy. He'll tell you, he'll take the national title. I don't think he's happy about how it ended, though, after the fact. This is going to be a struggle bus.
Well, that kind of goes into the point I'm making here, which is that there is such thing as too much of something, and Harbaugh, he is kind of extra. There is a lot to handle there. There is a big personality, and I think that Scott Osler said it, Tim Kawakami kind of wrote about it. It just got to a point where Harbaugh rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. And there are still people down at 49er Way or whatever it's called there at Levi's who still don't like Jim Harbaugh. They're still kind of have a sour taste in his mouth within that organization. And so, yeah, he does kind of wear out his welcome, so to speak. And it seems like he wore out his welcome, so to speak, in his own way at Michigan. But this goes into why I think fans, especially Niner fans, still gravitate to Harbaugh, is the way it ended. It was owner versus coach. Jed York wanted this whole, he was going up saying, we want to win with class. And Jim Harbaugh had his way where, it was, oh, hey, Alden Smith, you got a DUI on Thursday. Hey, you could suit up on Sunday. And when you have a situation where, especially here in the Bay Area, where we have all of our, nonconformist fight the power history, when the owner is trying to squeeze the popular coach, fans are going to side with the owner here, especially here in the Bay Area. We're just siding with the billionaire owners is just not what we do here as Bay Area
siding
fans.
with Harbaugh. You misspoke there. Yeah. So siding with the head coach.
That's what I said. Yeah, they're going to side with the coach in this situation. So I feel like part of the reason why fans still look back at those Harbaugh days with fondness is because there's this thing of, well, Jed ruined it. It was the stink of Jed York. It was the I'm sorry tweet after Turkey on the 50.
I'm sorry.
That is just like, you know what, Jed? Shut up. We don't want to hear from you. We have a coach we like, and you and your stupid GM are ruining it. And I feel like, if you're blaming the owner for why things fell apart with Harbaugh, and again, Niner fans, I'd love to hear from you on this.
And we're going to
correct me if I'm wrong here, but when it's popular, likable head coach versus unpopular, rich owner, you're going to take the coach's side. And when there's this belief that the owner forced the popular coach out, there's this, well, we're always going to ride with Harbaugh because of what could have been. And, if it weren't for our, dorky owner.
Edelman said Harbaugh is a football guy. Do you think Kyle Shanahan, Niner fans, is a football guy? And what is a football guy? 888-957-9570. I want to get to Verducci in El Dorado Hills, who's been hanging on tight. That's the phone number, 888-957-9570. We would love for your participation talking about what we want in an NFL coach. Do we want a football guy like a Jim Harbaugh? Do you want more of a calm, cool, collected Kyle Shanahan? What's your coach type out there, 49er fan? Ducci, El Dorado Hills, what's up, buddy?
Fellas, good morning. And, for me, I loved Harbaugh. I love the fact that he empowered his players. There was an excitement. There was an energy on that sideline, and he backed it up, with taking us from, pretty much being in the pit. And the next thing you know, we're sitting here in the Super Bowl. Yeah, I didn't like how it ended, but you know what? He rallied his troops at, halftime and then, made it a game. We had a chance to win it. With Kyle, here are my problems with Kyle. There's an arrogance with him. And I think if you really see the 49ers, there's an arrogance with him with his inability to change his ways. He's so stuck in his ways, how he calls plays. I mean, we can talk about it all day. His first 20 plays look great. And then all of a sudden, his playbook gets very vanilla. And we've seen this. We saw it last year. It's like if everything doesn't line up perfect, he can't even use his own talent to be able to go ahead and create something. That's why I like Andy Reid, right? That's why Andy Reid has his numbers. When things get tough for him, he has the ability to draw something up, change his ways at halftime, and to be able to make it work. The other thing, too, is how many times have we talked about the offensive line? Invest in the offensive line because you're getting your quarterback killed like you did Purdy. And then on top of that, get a damn backup that can actually go ahead and back up your main quarterback in case he does get hurt. And how many times, because we want to look at Lynch, but it's not Lynch. It's Shanahan's making the calls. How many times has he dropped the ball on the top draft picks? How many wasted draft picks have we wasted within the first 3 rounds? I'd like to go through that, at some point, but these are the things, when I look at Shanahan, it's all about, for me, it's just the ability to be able to, when it comes time to it, to be able to make the calls and to be able to adjust and to be able to go ahead and actually empower your people to take it to the finish line. And I just don't see that with Shanahan. I think this year, if we go maybe 500, I think at this point Shanahan's got to be out and we got to find somebody else. So I'm hoping that Shanahan can change his ways, can learn from his mistakes, and let's move forward, baby. Go Niners, and have a happy rest of the week.
That's Verducci and EDH. Sounds like he's fed up with Kyle Shanahan right now, and I'm just curious why he mentioned a word that I keep hearing a lot when it comes to Kyle Shanahan. And again, 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We will get to all of you. I promise the phone lines are heating up. Arrogance. Why do we use that word when it comes to Kyle Shanahan? He's arrogant.
Jim Harbaugh is the epitome of humbleness, by the way.
He's definitely not.
I know.
Like, that's the thing.
I was saying that I didn't put my sarcastic tone there. I'm being very facetious when I say this. Ferducci did say one thing when it came to drafting with Kyle Shanahan. He's blown so many of his first-round picks. Yeah, sure. I mean, the first pick they ever had, Solomon Thomas, that was a whiff, especially when you consider, what was on the board. Reuben Foster, that was a whiff. He's had lots of first-round whiffs. Trey Lance coming into town. He's had some good successes, too. Nick Bosa, again, despite what I might have said about him 17 minutes ago, Bosa's still been a great
DPOY. That was a slam
He's
dunk.
still been a great first. Like that is very much a Kyle Shanahan success story in the first round. Brandon Ayuk, say what you will about him, he has been a Kyle Shanahan success story. We'll see what happens with Ricky Pearsall. I'm gonna be optimistic about Ricky. I'm gonna believe in him. I have no other reason other than I want to believe in him. If you are gonna take Shanahan over Harbaugh, though, I do think, Harbaugh, he's fun on Sundays. But one thing we never really talk about with Harbaugh that we have seen Kyle do over and over and now over again is his ability to stock talent up in the draft. And Kyle Shanahan, I will say this, as skeptical as I am with Kyle Shanahan, as much as I fully believe that he will not win a Super Bowl with the 49ers, sorry, Niner fans, I don't mean to depress you right now, I will give Kyle Shanahan this. He's damn good at the draft. Like, I do believe that he is very good at finding players in the draft, building up his own rosters in the image that he wants. Jim Harbaugh more or less inherited a team that was ready to win and just had poor coaching. And he turned around a veteran-laden team and took him to 3 very successful seasons. And they're in the midst of having I thought, good season in 2015 before it all kind of fell apart there at the end because of all the drama behind the scenes and what have you. But that Niner team in 2015, that core was hitting the end of its road. Like, that window was closing. And if Harbaugh had stuck around, he would have had to rebuild that roster. And I'm curious, Niner fans, if Jim Harbaugh had to build a 49er team up from scratch, like Kyle Shanahan had to do you think he turns it around as quickly as Kyle did, building it up through the draft? And my answer, I'd be curious what Niner fans have to say about this. My answer is no. Simple as that. Kyle Shanahan can build teams up. Jim Harbaugh can take a team and win with it. I will give Kyle credit. He can build teams up.
I mean, college, there's an argument here that he was able to bring in players. He built his whole program at Michigan. It's different. It's not the pros, but I hear you.
Yeah, that's it.
But there is something to be said about his ability to take what was given to him and maximize that. Now, Kyle Shanahan, he had the opportunity. He didn't inherit what Jim Harbaugh inherited back with the Niners, and I want to get into some of these calls here because there's a lot of people that want to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. Let's go out to Lisa in Fresno talking about Harbaugh and Kyle Shanahan and their differences and why fans gravitate or seem to gravitate more towards Jim Harbaugh. Lisa, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
I'm doing great. How's Fresno?
It's actually not that bad.
Oh, okay, great. That's a great selling point.
We're usually having a crazy heat wave, but it's been pretty low this year.
Only
we don't
98?
have that many triple-digit days this year.
That's
It's
good.
only 98.
Nice cold day. You got sweater weather.
Yeah, it is. In the morning, you step outside, you're like, where's my sweater? We have about like a 40-degree difference morning to day, so...
Ooh. All right,
Awesome.
well, what's the difference between Shanahan and Harbaugh in your mind?
Okay, I grew up watching Jim Harbaugh, so I loved those few years that we had, and the dark ages was really, really sad, and I didn't watch any football during that time because there was like no hope. But between the two, I love Kyle Shanahan, and I love the X's and O's of football. And Kyle Shanahan would have gotten 2 Super Bowls for us if our defense back then in 2019 played well. And then this last time when we went, it was all the X's and O's. If Christian McCaffrey didn't fumble the ball, or if Spencer Burford had gone to the right to block, what's his name, that D-line from Chiefs.
Chris
There's
Jones.
so many things that is not the coach. It's not Kyle Shanahan. The plays are there. It's up to the players to execute the plays, and they didn't. If Debo could create separation at all, then we would have probably gotten the Super Bowl. So, which is why I can really see what Kyle Shanahan wants out of Ricky Pearsall. He can separate, and he's fast. And when we drafted him, I knew he was replacing Debo, all because Debo can't separate. So, Kyle Shanahan over Jim Harbaugh any day, every day.
There you go. That's Lisa in Fresno. I'll take Lisa in Fresno all day, a day, right here on 95.7 The Game. And you can join the conversation as well. 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text. I'm just saying, Kyle Shanahan has been a better coach of the 49ers than Jim Harbaugh ever was. He got to 2 Super Bowls. The proof is in the pudding. You can't argue with that, people. So why do you want Harbaugh over Kyle Shanahan when Shanahan has been a better NFL head coach than Jim Harbaugh? It's a fact. It's not up for debate. One guy's been to 2 Super Bowls. One guy's been to 1. There you go.
Well, they've lost them both, though. So at the end of the day, they're...
Yeah, but he's been to 2, Sam. If we're going to do...
I think
Jim
losing
Harbaugh
2 Super Bowls,
never won 1.
Losing 2 versus losing 1 might as well be the same thing.
No,
you're still
I
a Super Bowl
completely
losing,
disagree.
You're still a Super Bowl losing head coach.
Kyle Shanahan's never been one and done in the playoffs like Jim Harbaugh was last year. Never. Never been one. Never got punked in a playoff game like Jim Harbaugh got punked with the Chargers last year against the Texans in quite frankly, a down year for the Texans, who eviscerated and made Justin Herbert, his boy, look pedestrian. He looked awful in that game. Awful. That's another conversation. The quarterbacks, hey, they came up short in the big games under Jim Harbaugh. All right? Let's just be honest, they did. Now, with Kyle Shanahan, he was able to maximize the last pick in the NFL draft and take him.
You don't think Harbaugh could win with Brock Purdy?
I got question marks.
I think Harbaugh could win.
I got major question marks.
Harbaugh won with Alex Smith. I'm pretty sure he could figure out a way to win.
Until he didn't. Alex Smith looked awful in that NFC Championship game.
Jim Harbaugh won lots of football games with Alex Smith as his quarterback. He won a national championship with J.J. McCarthy as his quarterback.
Alex Smith was a number 1 overall pick. Sam.
I feel
number 1 overall pick.
Yes, and he was a booty quarterback until Jim Harbaugh showed up. I think Jim Harbaugh could win football games with Brock Purdy.
He absolutely can win them. I don't know if he could do what Kyle Shanahan did with them. And I think we're all, we're having these rose-colored glasses again when it comes to what the offenses look like between Jim Harbaugh and Kyle Shanahan. Let's be honest here. We're going S tier, A tier. It's an S tier offense when it's at its best with Kyle Shanahan. When Jim Harbaugh has his offense and it's ground and pound at its best, let's be honest, it's B tier. It'll get the job done till it can't anymore. And it's fun, it's awesome, it's ground and pound. This is real football. And again, it goes back to this. Hold on, Sam. It always goes back to this when we talk about Jim Harbaugh and Kyle Shanahan. Jim Harbaugh plays real football. Kyle Shanahan, he's too nuanced. He's too arrogant. Damn it, people, you sound spoiled. You just do. 2 Super Bowls, and we just are waiting for this guy to fail. I think for Niner fans, the TCs and Sacramento's, I'm not saying it's everyone, but we are waiting for this guy to fail. 888-957-9570.
Is it waiting or expecting? Because I think Kyle Shanahan has shown in his 2 iterations of this team just how this is going to go down. He will get you to the doorstep, but then he's going to gack all over himself at the end and overthink it, and you're going to be in the same. Please name one thing that's happened over the last 8 years that makes you think that it's going to be any different with him.
Just because you lose to the greatest quarterback ever, potentially, and maybe the greatest head coach ever, doesn't mean you're a failure and you're a scrub. I think we need to actually remove ourselves from the situation. Maybe, just maybe, Sam, you run up against the GOAT and you lost. Sometimes you play Michael Jordan and you lose. Sorry, that's not Kyle Shanahan's fault. It's not. Brock Purdy is not on the same level as Patrick Mahomes. Sorry. And maybe Kyle Shanahan isn't on the same level as Andy Reid. There's no shame in that. That's
well, it is if you have no Super Bowl wins.
That's okay.
So we're at the end of it. It's like, when Kyle Shanahan's career is said and done, it's like, it's okay. He kept running into the people that were better than him. We'll give him, some Capri Suns for that. Like, I'm sorry, there's a higher expectation from this fan base right now. That's why there is a fed up feeling with 49er fans. You cannot, what is the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over again and expecting a result. There is a level of insanity that 49er fans are feeling right now where it's got to be the Kyle way. It's got to be, with my quarterback, with my way, with everything I say and do, blah, blah, blah. And becomes a point where you're just fed up with it. You're fed up with it because we've seen this happen. You're not going to get over the hump. You can't, you could say you're going up against the GOAT. Well, that's the reality. You have to get through that. If you can't get through that, well, then we got to find someone who can. That's where Niner fans are at. And with Jim Harbaugh, there's just this romantic feeling of just how much fun those teams were. And that is enough to drown out all of the ugliness of how it ended.
I'm telling you, the problem with our generation today, I'm going to get to all the calls, Mike, Jose, Mr. D, Dave. Problem in today's society, and I'm guilty of this, the millennial generation and all of us, we love some nostalgia. It is our favorite drug of choice, and we need to get over that, and we need to get over it badly because we keep having these horrible sequels. We have no creativity anymore. Nostalgia is what is killing this generation right now. Jose, Oakland, good morning. You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. Look, I'm Harbaugh all the way, okay? And I'm going to tell you why. Valkyrie managed to poison that building for Harbaugh big time. And the reason why Harbaugh was so mad at Valkyrie was because he kept drafting bad players. It seemed like in the first round he was always drafting a cornerback or a safety. And most of the time it was a safety or a cornerback. They had an ACL issue going on. Valkyrie wasn't, Valkyrie was an ACL team all the way. As far as, Super Bowls, okay, look, when the Niners went to the Super Bowl against Baltimore, the NFL wanted so bad for Ray Lewis to retire as a champion, okay? They kept grabbing and holding big time, and not even one time I saw the refs call, make a call on that one again, favoring the 49ers. It seems like they had it for the Niners to lose the game because they wanted Ray Lewis to win it. What was the final score? Okay, it was so close that I'm telling you, if they had called the game the way it was supposed to be called, we would have had
a... Real quick, the conspiracy theory of the NFL wanting the Baltimore Ravens to win a Super Bowl instead of the San Francisco 49ers.
Specifically Ray Lewis.
Really? Really? Jose, come on, man. There's conspiracy theories, but let's be honest. It wasn't because of the refs that the Niners lost that game. They lost that game because they dug themselves a deep hole, and then thank God the power went out at the Superdome to give them a chance to come back into the game. I'll let you finish.
Okay, give me a chance for this. Okay, would you say that Brock Purdy is a better quarterback than Colin Kaepernick?
I don't think his career. That's actually a great question. Because
just for the sake of argument, I'm going to say yes.
I might actually.
Yeah. Okay. So there you go. Harbaugh actually went to the Super Bowl with Colin Kaepernick of all quarterbacks. Okay. So that goes to show you that the guy knew how to coach. Okay, with Shanahan, he's my coach right now. I wouldn't change him over any other coach right now except Andy Reid or Mike Sirianni. Okay, but let me tell you something. Sadly, every time we go to to NFC Championship game or to the Super Bowl, somehow I'm just expecting him to win, to lose the game.
Thanks, Jose. And quite frankly, this is so funny that we talk about this because Jim Harbaugh is literally, before that Michigan title, can't win the big one. He got owned by Urban Meyer at Ohio State. He couldn't beat them for the longest time. And now because he won in Michigan in a college football setting, we're all going to forget that he was the Mr. Can't win the big one, but we're going to blame Kyle Shanahan like it's unique to him. Like, this is what we do. We want to pick and choose and I get it. This is what we do in arguments. This is what we do in debate settings. We're picking and choosing the narratives. And that was something we're going to get into hot water here with the Brock Purdy, Colin Kaepernick thing, because Colin Kaepernick did have more seasons and full seasons under his belt than Brock Purdy has had. And I'm going through the numbers right here, Sam. I do think at their peak, at their best seasons, Brock Purdy has had the best season of the two. But Brock has to, put through, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seasons. I think Kaepernick he's played in 2 full seasons.
Really?
Right
yeah, it was 2012 to 2013. It were his only truly good seasons. Correct. He was okay in 2014. The thing is, that's a very interesting question there, Brock or Colin. It's kind of an arbitrary question, but their styles were very different too in terms of how they played the game. I do believe that if you magically did put Brock Purdy on a Jim Harbaugh 49er team, you would still have a lot of success with those 49er teams. And I think if you magically put Colin Kaepernick on this Kyle Shanahan team or last year's Kyle Shanahan team, whatever, you would still have, a lot of success. Maybe I'm copping out here. I would kind of put them hand in hand in terms of just how good they can be. But it's just they're just so vastly different. I have a hard time really saying one will be better than the other.
It's the same thing. It's the nostalgia factor. We want to remember what we remember when it comes to Colin Kaepernick and Jim Harbaugh and the bicep kissing and all of it. It was really awesome. It was really fun. It was amazing. It was an awesome run. Very short-lived. Kyle Shanahan's been here for the long haul. He's done it with multiple quarterbacks. He's the one that's been here longer. He's accomplished more in the NFL than Jim Harbaugh has had at a head coaching level. That is a fact. Why do we want to get rid of Kyle Shanahan so badly in favor of this guy? It's nostalgia. It's always nostalgia. That's what we love. And by the way, we have full phone lines. We're fighting to get in here, people. So please join the conversation. 888-957-9570. We got the injury report coming up here in a couple minutes, so we want to rat-a-tat-tat some of these before we get to it. So 60 seconds or less. Let's start with Mr. D in San Francisco. What's up, Mr. D?
Hey, guys. I'll be brief, but listen. Sam Lubman almost made me hang up because he was all over it. Listen, when you got the opposing team saying that I'm so glad Shanahan stopped doing what he was doing in the first half so we could come back and win the game, that's a problem. And every time I see highlights, everybody's highlight reel, it's against the 49ers. That's embarrassing. And the last thing that I want to say is we give Kerr credit when it comes to Kaminga for sticking to his guns, going with what works. Shanahan doesn't do that. He didn't do that in Atlanta, and he didn't do that here. And so that's a problem for me. And that's why we expect him to lose. So don't be wishy-washy and arrogant at the same time. You can't do that. Thanks, guys. That's all I got.
I'm glad you didn't hang up there, Mr. D.
Thanks, Mr. D.
I think Mr. D brings up a good point here, and that is looking at from the fan perspective again, why 49er fans gravitate more to Harbaugh than to Kyle Shanahan. And that is, I think, as Mr. D said, the feeling of having it and losing it stings far worse than the feeling of just you didn't have it, you almost had it, and you fell short. I do think that at the end of the day, it is the simple emotional feeling of Harbaugh's Super Bowl loss didn't burn as harshly as the two Super Bowl losses that Kyle Shanahan has put this fan base through. And I think that's, again, this is the emotional aspect. This is not an X's and O's aspect. I think that's kind of what drives this split here amongst 49er fans.
You know what else drives split amongst 49ers fans? The injury report does that, Sammy. Yeah. Filmo, Mike and Fremont, so two different mics, Filmo, Mike, and then Mike and Fremont, and then Dave and Fresno. I promise we will get to all of you on the other side, plus all of your text. Phone lines are open. They are getting jam-packed here. Join the conversation, 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text. In the meantime, another day of injuries from the 49ers preseason. Yesterday, it was announced that backup quarterback Mac Jones suffered a knee sprain against the Raiders over the weekend and will not be available this Saturday for the preseason finale against the Chargers. The good news is that the sprain does not appear to be that severe. As Kyle Shanahan said, he expects Mac to be ready for week 1 in Seattle. That did not stop the 49ers, however, from signing Nate Sudfeld. All right, the injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Halfway home here on a hump day in the Bay. What's coming with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. It's Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky, Joe Spadoni here. We're comparing and contrasting Jim Harbaugh and Kyle Shanahan. If Kyle Shanahan has accomplished more than Jim Harbaugh as a head coach in the NFL, then why do Niner fans still want Harbaugh so damn badly? And by the way, we got a list here that Matt Nahigian, our program director, who's crushing it behind the glass, by the way, and shout out Evan Giddings for coming in early. We appreciate it. He has a list of what callers have said about Kyle Shanahan. It was a one-word answer, a one-line answer when it came to Kyle Shanahan. We have a list of that just to get a grasp of how fans are currently feeling about their head coach. We're going to reveal it on the other side. It's Spadoni, it's Lubman, it's the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob! When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
Bay Area, you know there's nothing better than watching a game with a cold, righteously brewed beer in hand. That's why I always roll with Laughing Monk Brewing.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the beer is fire. Why are you talking like that?
With locations in San Francisco, Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, you can always count on top-notch craft beer, next-level food, and the best game day atmosphere in the Bay.
Hold up, bro. Like, are you doing a commercial right now?
Glad you asked, Shasky, because you can find Laughing Monk at the best bars and restaurants in the Bay, or pick up a 4-pack at many fine retailers like Whole Foods, Gus's, and New Leaf Markets.
Dude, just pass the wings!
Los Angeles will head south down the 5 to visit their neighbors and division rivals, San Diego. The rivalry's been heated over the past few seasons as both teams have fought their way to the playoffs, and this season is no different. The two teams match up really well against each other, and they remain within a few games of each other for the lead in their division. Who will come out of the weekend series with a win? Get into the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event and get away with a deal so right it almost feels feels wrong, because right now you can get huge savings on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs, like the Hyundai Santa Fe and Santa Fe hybrid models. Or go all electric and choose from America's most awarded EV lineup, like the breakthrough Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 6. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a great deal, only during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Granger who does the same. Granger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise. Wake up! It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, we're halfway home here on a Wednesday in the Bay, and it's Sam Lubman filling in for Joe Shasky. Shout out Joe Shasky is taking the day off. That's okay. Doing his own thing. You know what? Our thoughts are with him. We'll leave it at that. Sam, we appreciate you coming in. We appreciate Matt Nahigian doing double duty back there because Carter had to go home sick. So we got a lot happening here. And we're talking about 49ers football as the Giants fall yesterday to the Padres. Hopefully they can win the series tonight. Yeah, but you got to mention it. You know, so we're paying the bills here. We got to mention all things Bay Area sports. Valkyries, tough L yesterday. And I'm hoping we're not talking about tough losses for the 49ers this season. But something we are talking about right now is the head coach. It is preseason week 3, final week of preseason football, and it's Chargers-Niners. And that head coach down there in Los Angeles is one Jim Harbaugh, right? And Niner fans, they just can't seem to quit that man. They just look back and say, God, if we had Harbaugh, things would be different. We can get back to 49er football. And I'd argue 49er football's been pretty freaking good since his leaving, since we went to Michigan, since he left and got into a rift with ownership, with Trent Baalke. Now, was it all on him? No, it was not all on him. But it didn't end well in San Francisco. And I do think where we're at as fans is a nostalgia era. And I'm going to get back into that. And Phil Mike, I see you. Mike in Fremont, I see you. Dave in Fresno, we will get to all of your calls. And I want to hear from the people, Sam. 888-957-9570. If Kyle Shanahan has accomplished more and has been a better head coach in the NFL, then why do Niner fans want Jim Harbaugh over him? If he has accomplished more and has done more and has shown that he can have different quarterbacks and reach that plateau different times, not win the big one, ultimately, and let's remind everyone, Jim Harbaugh didn't win the big one either. Why do Niner fans still want Harbaugh over Shanahan? 888-957-9570. Good morning, Sammy.
Yeah, good morning there, Spadoni. And I guess look at two potential reasons here as we try to peel this onion back layer by layer, much like an ogre.
Thank you, Shrek.
I think you mentioned that, yes, Kyle Shanahan has had more success. He's also had much more heartbreaking failures than Jim Harbaugh ever really had. And I think you talk about the nostalgia here. I do think there is an aspect of you remember the pain more than the good times when you don't have a championship in there to kind of mask all of the stench of that pain. And
real quick, I don't mean to cut you off. I'd argue that NFC Championship loss to the Seattle Seahawks, that's pretty good.
That's good.
Seahawks to Pete Carroll and Richard Sherman, and he's talking that smack the way he was. I'd put that right up there with some of those Super Bowl losses for the Kyle Shanahan.
Was that
NFC Championship loss to that hated Seahawks team, and that goes back to the rivalry with Pete Carroll and Jim Harbaugh. That I feel like is up there, and we forget that one. We just say, oh, it was a hell of a play.
And that makes me now want to ask a question here. This could be a depressing question. 888-957-9570. What is the more painful pair of losses? The Ravens and the Seahawks? I like that. Yeah. Or the Chiefs and the Chiefs?
Chiefs times two.
What is the more painful duo of losses? Because you could make an argument. Is a Super Bowl loss always going to hurt more than an NFC title game loss? Those are four probably the most painful losses in Bay Area sports history just in this century so far. But I do think when you've twice reached that big game, when twice you're at the altar and twice you fall flat on your face in embarrassing fashion, that's going to sting a lot more than the way things stung with Jim Harbaugh. And I do think that, again, the other part of the reason why Niner fans still gravitate to Jim Harbaugh, as I alluded to in the last segment, the way it ended in a way where, like I'll say, I think you can make the argument that there was a lot left on the table for Jim Harbaugh to potentially accomplish with the 49ers when that relationship with him and ownership started to devolve. Now, that team was starting to fade, and he would have had to rebuild it. If he failed to do that, we are in no way, shape, or form talking about Jim Harbaugh in the warm, cuddly way that we are right now. But if he did rebuild that team, and he did get the Niners back into the playoffs and back to a Super Bowl, yeah, he's probably still here, and he's probably still as popular as ever. It's almost like there's a level of what could have been with Jim Harbaugh that Niner fans have. If him and Jed York had just not squabbled with each other, if they had just drafted a little bit better, if they had just given Jim Harbaugh another couple of years to see what he could do. But there's always going to be that what-if factor. And when you play the what-if game, Spadoni, you can kind of do whatever you want in that game. Like, I always play with the Giants in 2016. What if they don't blow Game 4? I contend they go to the World Series because you really can't tell me otherwise. So you could say, what if Jed and Jim never had a falling out? Well, I think that Jim would have rebuilt this team. They would have won a Super Bowl. There's nothing stopping me from saying that potential what if there. So I think that kind of leaves it's that what could have been, you grasp onto that, and that makes things feel a little bit better than they maybe were in the process.
What if we go to the phone lines? Because I'd love to do that. 888-957-9570. Join in the conversation. Call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And we'll start with Mike in Fremont. What's up, Mike? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, guys. First of all, it's Harbaugh. It's Shanahan all the way. And the reason why is because Harbaugh sticks around for 5-6 years wherever he's gone. San Diego, Stanford, the Niners, now and then to Michigan. And each time when it gets hard, he left. Whether it had to be a rebuild, he doesn't want to rebuild. He had his choice of where to go in the NFL after Michigan, and he chose the Chargers. Why? Because they had a quarterback that was ready to go. He doesn't want to rebuild. When you look at coaches who are flashy and out there like the Dan Campbells, like the Harbaughs, they don't last because the message to the players gets old. The coaches that stick around for the long times are the ones who are cool, calm, and collected. You mentioned them, the Belichicks of the world, the Popoviches, the Andy Reids. They're not up in their face and yelling and screaming, and they're also not trying to be bigger than the game. They call the plays, players play. That's how it's done. So I'm with Shanahan all the way on this one. Harbaugh, see where he's at in another 5 years. I'm almost guaranteeing he's not in L.A. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. That's Mike in Fremont, 888-957-9570. By the way, we teased it earlier, and I'll tease it again right now. On the Morning Roast, a different iteration of it, we did ask the question. It was, when I say Kyle Shanahan, you say blank. And I have that list here and this was, I believe, at the end of last season, and it was everyone's thoughts about the head coach currently. And I got to tell you, it's all over the place. You'll be shocked with some of these answers, and we will tell you what they are in a matter of time. I promise you that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Filmo, BPA, Dave in Fresno. We'll get to you in a second. Sammy.
A murder's row of callers.
No, it really is. But that's a defender of Kyle Shanahan right there. And I am in an agreement with him in regards to personality matters to a point. And I get it. The rah-rah thing is nice for a second. And I got to be honest, I don't know how Dan Campbell is with ownership, with general managers, how he is talking to those guys and interacting with those people. By all accounts, it's great. And they're in lockstep. And that matters. Being able to have, creative tension is something that people like to hang their hat on sometimes. Creative tension could be a good thing. I felt like there was too much of that in Santa Clara when it came to Jim Harbaugh and when it came to Trent Baalke, when it came to Jed York. It was all those guys. It was their creative tension, and that tension eventually boiled up, spilled over, and turned into a mess, and they ended up pivoting to the Tom Sewells and Chip Kellys of the world, and it was horrible. What did they do after that? Realized their mistakes, that being Jed York, brought in the GM with the head coach in tandem, in lockstep, tried to have normalcy when it came to upper management and at the management level, and it's worked, and I think Jed has learned his lesson, and that's why he's rewarded Kyle Shanahan for what he's done, and he's tried to have a good relationship with those guys and step back and get out of the way more, and it's been refreshing to see. I am curious to see how it's going to look with Jim Harbaugh down in Los Angeles, and let's be honest, the ownership level with the Chargers, it's been...
Well, Dean Spanos, he's known for being one of the greatest owners ever, right?
I think it's all been quiet there. I don't think Dean calls the shots anymore. It's been his children. But again, it hasn't
even worse.
It hasn't been a bastion of success down there at the ownership level. That being said, the Chargers have had more playoff success, or have at least been to the playoffs down there in San Diego / LA. Since my lifetime when it comes to Phillip Rivers and whatnot. But I'm going to be curious to see how that unfolds down there with Jim Harbaugh. But I want to go back to the phone calls here. Sam, Filmo Mike wants to join the conversation.
Who's he going to impersonate today?
Well, we just heard his voice on the open, and we love some Filmo Mike. Filmo, good morning, ma'am.
Hey, good morning. What's poppin'? Someone should snitch to Guru, tell him that Shasky's out. And if I would have known that Nahegan was answering the phone lines, I would have asked Shasky how many PTO hours does he have left. But anyway.
Just the pocket watching here at 95.7 The Game. Let's all worry about our damn selves, all right? That's my PSA today. Worry about your own damn business.
I didn't even know that Shasky was out today.
There you go.
That's a good one, let me. Anyway, the coaching styles are similar, right? They both like smash mouth football. They both run more than pass. But Cal played college football. Then the slack at Texas. Harbaugh played in the league, so I think players, they kind of gravitate towards that. The question is great because both coaches are awesome. But let me remind folks two things. Kaepernick signed, similar situation for Purdy. Kaepernick took a team-friendly deal, and the team did not give him offensive weapons to help his situation. Also, let me remind folks that in that Super Bowl, we got down to the 2-yard line, and not one run play was called. 2-3 fades to Crabtree. Harbaugh did this on his watch. So I watched a lot of Niner football. I don't remember seeing a lot of fades being completed to Crabtree at that time. Maybe a couple, but not a lot during that time. Now, but I get a nod to Kyle because of this. His coaching tree. His disciples that are all around the league, and his scheme is used by half the league now? So based on those merits, I got to go with Kyle. But, man, Harbaugh is a hell of a coach. His dad was a hell of a coach. His brother was a hell of a coach. I wouldn't be mad to have either one, but I think Kyle in his schemes will go, and he's the guru of them. Shout out to Guru. He's the guru of what people are, running around the league. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you. That's Filmo Mike breaking it down right here on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking Harbaugh. We're talking Shanahan. And, I teased it earlier. I want to tell you this now. We asked this question on the morning roast at the end of last season, and we asked the callers and the texters and everyone out there at 888-957-9570, when I say Kyle Shanahan, you say blank. And here are some of the answers that were given right here on 95.7 The Game. When I say Kyle Shanahan, you say tortured genius. That's one of them. Tortured genius.
Tortured Genius Society.
Scheme master. Damn good coach, but entitled rich kid vibe.
Don't disagree with that.
Offensive genius, but underachiever. And here's a good one. Super Bowl choke. So it's funny how we discuss Kyle Shanahan, because literally, Philma brought this up, the guy that was the poster child prior to that Michigan championship, and he still has got to do it at the NFL level as far as I'm concerned, because that's all we're talking about. Mr. Can't win the big one was Jim Harbaugh for the longest time. And by the way, he's a little bit older than one Kyle Shanahan. I want to say he's 15 or 16 years older than him. He's 61. So it took Jim a long time to even break through there, and he couldn't get over the hump with Urban Meyer in Ohio State still. Ryan Day had to be the guy, right? Like, he couldn't beat Urban Meyer, if I'm not mistaken. That was his Pete Carroll, again, with the Seattle Seahawks games, but now back in college level. Like, he couldn't get over that hump. So as much as we want to go back to say Jim Harbaugh was that dude, no, he wasn't, quite frankly. He was the Mr. Can't win the big one. So we want to get on Kyle Shanahan for being the choke guy. Like, I get it. Until you win the big one, that's what you're going to be labeled with. That's the society we are in. But I got to keep going back to that nostalgia factor. We love to look back on the glory years, and we're going to be forgetting all the good stuff that took place. The Niners were just in the damn Super Bowl last year. Last February, they were literally in the Super Bowl, guys. And we're a year and a half later, and it's, if Kyle Shanahan doesn't get the playoffs, I think we should look at moving off of this guy. Stop.
Well, let me ask you, just as a fan, just who do you think is a more fun coach to just root for and have coach your team? Because, I could ask the YouTube chat, when I say Jim Harbaugh, what do you say? Shout out to YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Thank you.
First one I see is Chris B. Winner. Next, right after that, Pat McCaw Fan Club. He chats every now and then. Who's got it better than us? And that's what I think of when I think of Jim Harbaugh. It's the who's got it better than us. And that
got old real quick. Shaska was telling that yesterday. Got old real quick.
It was fun in the moment. 49er fans love saying, because it felt so inclusive, too, of the fan base. It's not just the team. It was everybody was involved. And there was, again, I say like family atmosphere around that team that made everyone want to be a part of it. That's what I think a lot of fans remember. And when we again, this whole conversation boils down to, why do fans want Harbaugh so much more than Shanahan? Am I out of line to say that Harbaugh is just a more fun coach to have on your team?
It literally comes back to vibes. That's literally the only argument people are having in regards to Jim Harbaugh, the vibe factor over Kyle Shanahan. They can't give me concrete details because they know they'll lose the argument if you're trying to argue Harbaugh over Shanahan. You're just going to lose on the resume alone. I'm sorry. You just are. Kyle Shanahan's been a better head coach in the NFL than Jim Harbaugh was. It's a fact. Deal with it, people. 888-957-9570. Dave is in Fresno, wants to join the conversation. What's up, Dave?
Joe Spo, my guy.
What's up,
let me help you. Let me educate you, bro. Hey,
please.
I think the disconnect for fans like myself from Shanahan, I think he makes it harder than it needs to be, bro, to be honest. That doesn't mean he's not a good coach. Who knows if he would, have better selection of QBs like Brian Hoyer, C.J. Beathard, Nick Mullins. Like, why are you employing these kind of QBs? And again, his offensive line philosophy. How many callers, pundits, people on the radio, we need to invest in the O-line. Like, he makes it harder than it needs to be. As it pertains to him compared to Harbaugh, I think the thing with Harbaugh, which I'll gravitate towards more, is that I knew what the game plan was going to every game. We're going to have a good, stout offensive line. We're going to try to run the ball. We're going to try to control the clock, limit the turnovers. I feel confident going into the game. With Shanahan, I'm nervous. Are we going to be up 10 and start airing the ball out? Is he going to get cute? Is he going to start not knowing the rules in the overtime? Is he going to forget he got Chris? Like, I don't know. He's so unpredictable. So it's not even that. You say it's their persona. That I don't care about coaches' attitude, if they nice or not. It's your approach, your philosophy to the game. Do I have confidence in your approach to the game? With Shanahan, there's a lot of questions. Can he scheme up the first 15 plays? Sure. But then we see what happens. You get behind with Shanahan, or they know they're onto your scheme and you got to flip the script and you got to coach. We see what happens. It gets ugly. And with Harbaugh, look, we compare them both. They're both the same. It's apples to apples. Neither one of them got them done. Got us over the hump. So they have a different approach. But I can look back at Harbaugh and be like, look, man, he didn't get it done, but I respect his philosophy, how he went about it. With Kyle, I can't. Like, you the only coach in the NFL that can't employ a first-round QB coach. Look around the NFL. Everybody's team has a first-round quarterback. You want to get C.J. Beathard? Like, why? Why?
I mean, in fairness, Dave, he was, a Mr. Irrelevant or a Jimmy Garoppolo away from, winning a Super Bowl over maybe the greatest quarterback ever in the conversation when it comes to Patrick Mahomes. I mean, there is something to be said about that. I'll listen. I'm not here to say that Shanahan doesn't have his faults. Let's not get it twisted.
Well, he's far from perfect.
He clearly does. I think both of these coaches, actually, Harbaugh and Shanahan, are more similar than we like to admit. They're very similar. I think they both love football. They go about it in different ways. And again, and it's funny how he's bringing up all the shortcomings with Shanahan game planning. Do we not forget the amount of times that the play clock was winding down in the Jim Harbaugh era, and we had to waste a timeout if I'm a Niner fan or if I'm the 49ers, just because they didn't know what they were doing, whether it was the first quarter, the second quarter. They just wasted timeouts all the time because they didn't know what they were doing offensively. Like, again, I hear you when it comes to the quarterback development, but I'd argue Kyle Shanahan's he was able to maximize Brock Purdy, who no one saw anything of, and Jimmy Garoppolo, quite frankly.
Yeah, but has Kyle Shanahan ever maximized the quarterback that
I think he's
wanted?
A better quarterback. I do think he's a better quarterback coach than Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh does not like his quarterbacks to make mistakes. He takes the ball out of their hands.
Well, I think Jim Harbaugh is just more of a ground and pound running game kind of coach, which honestly, are the Niners not a run-first team as well?
They absolutely are. Different styles.
Different
yes.
still. I mean,
running the ball
is running the ball at the end of the day. And
sure, but there's different ways to go about it. Yeah.
But I think, first off, the question regarding C.J. Beathard, the plan was Kirk Cousins at the time, so let's not forget that part of it there.
Kirk Clutchins.
I feel like with Kyle Shanahan, when it comes to the quarterback thing, Kyle Shanahan just feels like he's just constantly wandering the aisles, trying to figure out what kind of quarterback he wants. Like, Spinoni, when I was a kid, I go to Safeway and my mom said, all right, go pick out your box of cereal for the week. That was a tough decision because you're going up and down trying to figure out which one you want. Do I want this one today? Am I going to want this one tomorrow?
And she lets you pick. I just got Honey Nut Cheerios, or maybe sometimes plain Cheerios, and I had to sprinkle sugar on it.
Well, it's just one kid versus your army of siblings.
My mom always got the double box at Costco of the Honey Nut Cheerios.
Exactly, yeah.
It was great.
So I had a little bit more leeway there, but it was the entire time. It's just I don't know what to choose here. Do I want this? Am I going to want this today, but this tomorrow? What am I going to do here? That's what I feel like Kyle Shanahan is sometimes trying to pick a quarterback. He's me in the cereal aisle, not knowing what to go with, and then I just grab the Fruity Pebbles, and it ends up being the right move, and that's
the best choice.
Whereas Jim Harbaugh, he'll just take whatever quarterback he has, and he'll just run with it. He'll make it work. And that's kind of what he did. He just took Alex Smith. I'll make it work. I'll take Colin Kaepernick. I'll make it work. I'll take with all those quarterbacks he had at Michigan. It's different in college. Or then he comes to the NFL, and now he's got Justin Herbert, who is, a much more polished quarterback prospect. He's going to try and make it work with him. So it's that's right. Again, the quarterback questions around Shanahan are a very vexing thing for him. Now, it seems like he settled it with Brock Purdy. He didn't really have a choice, though. So did he accept Brock Purdy? Or did he decide to go with Brock Purdy? But I got a question for you, Spinoni. We can get into this on the other side. Just regarding where we're at with Kyle Shanahan, we're basing off of what he's done so far. But I think the frustration with 49ers fans comes from what they're expecting him to do next. And so if we were to turn Kyle Shanahan into stock, if you were to buy stock in Kyle Shanahan right now, forget what the value is. You're buying stock, obviously, because you want it to go up. Mm-hmm. So right now, if you had a chance to buy stock in Kyle Shanahan, are you buying it expecting it to go up? Or are you staying away from it because you're expecting that stock to go down?
You'd be shorting it then if you're expecting it to go down, right? If we're going the big short here, we're going Wall Street.
That's
Are you buying stock right now?
Simply put, are you buying stock in Kyle Shanahan right now based on what you think is going to happen going forward? I want to get into that on the other side. 888-957-9570.
Dylan, Cam, Brian, Tom, JC, we will get to all of you on the other side. I promise you, and that's what's coming up the game. It's going to be brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires, battery, and fluids. Before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate, visit BayAreaOilChange.com.
Your game day headquarters is here. Splash at Thrive City in the heart of San Francisco. They've got the largest LED screen in the Bay Area, immersive sound, and a private or semi-private spaces for your crew. Host your fantasy football draft or watch every NFL and college football game in style. With craft cocktails, elevated pub fare, and ice-cold beer on tap, not to mention golf simulators, pool, and shuffleboard. Fun for the whole family. College Saturdays kick off at 8:30, NFL at 9:30. Mention Willard and Dibs or 95.7 The Game to score an exclusive game day perk. Reserve your spot now at SplashSportsBar.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our Labor Day sale's on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Your dream kitchen starts at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. For a limited time, enjoy up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
The Good Guys 38th West Coast National, the crown jewel of hot rodding, happening all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Over 3,500 of the country's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. A huge swap meet, a vendor's midway. Check out the Pinstripers Brush Bash. Enjoy the free family fun zone, live music, and so much more. All this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby.
Our next caller is Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge. Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Dub Nation is Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Yay! What's up, Pods? He's going to be on today, I believe, with Willard and Dibs.
Valkyries insider, Brandon Pajemski?
That's right, Brandon Pajemski. He's going to be in his third year coming up here for the Golden State Warriors. Are they going to ask him about Jonathan Kaminga? No, you think?
I want to hear him about Veronica Burton, man. She's just been carrying the Valks the last few weeks.
2 straight losses, though, Sam, as they are clinging to the 7th seed in the Western Conference, currently 18-17 on the year. Valkyries,
nothing easy.
Nothing easy. Speaking of nothing easy, we got someone joining us in studio in the next hour, about an hour from now, actually. It's pretty incredible. Her name is Katherine Breed, former Team USA swimmer, NCAA champion, Cal legend, by the way.
Go Bears.
She is going to participate in a 900-plus mile swim from Oregon to Mexico. Are you kidding me? Why is she doing it? How is she doing it? These are all questions we're going to be asking her.
Oh, my God.
She's going to be joining us 9:30 in studio, courtesy of River Islands. Can't freaking wait to talk to Katherine about this because I find it fascinating. I grew up down, and she swam the entirety of the Monterey Bay. She swam Lake Tahoe. She's swam the English Channel, for God's sake. Those are all very cold. Like that's what I'm getting at first and foremost. Is like, how the hell do you deal with that temperature? Because it's not like you're in a pool where it's like, it's fine. The
you got to
have
the wetsuit at minimum, right?
No, she's definitely wearing a wetsuit. I'm saying that the wetsuit can only do so much, though. Like, I have a lot of questions, and we're going to ask her a lot of them.
A lot of wetsuit questions. So I'm looking at her the records and statistics that she's put up in her career. It's an impressive resume here. She has the records for the female length of Lake Tahoe, overall Monterey Bay, overall round trip around Angel Island. She got the record for swimming across Apache Lake, across Roosevelt Lake. She's got the North Channel Relay Team record. I assume that's somewhere up north. She's the first to do Golden Gate Bridge to Half Moon Bay. She's got the Pacific Masters record for ages 25 to 29. She's a 2-time NCAA champion winner, 2-time Pan American gold medalist. Like, that is an incredible swimming resume.
Rub it in my face, why don't you? I mean, God, incredible.
Well, don't worry, Spadoni. You'll get there too as a swimmer.
I'm trying my best. You're
a former water polo player.
I was a JV water polo player for a season in high school. So basically, we're the same person. I'm kidding. Brian in Palo Alto, Tom, JC, I see we will get to you. And I do wonder if we have asked Katherine Breed about Harbaugh v. Shanahan. I wonder what her answer will be. So,
Katherine, if you have one of these coaches on the boat behind you motivating you,
honestly,
who would you want?
Honestly, it's probably Jim Harbaugh. Like Jim Harbaugh.
You see Harbaugh doing like the slapping her wetsuit before she jumps in?
If you ask Harbaugh, he'll tell you he think he could do it. Like, that's the kind of person that Jim Harbaugh, but that's another reason why people like him, and I understand that. Like, he's a great coach, and we're talking about, and you asked the question before the break, Sam, about stock up or stock down on Kyle Shanahan, but if you're buying stock right now, would you buy it with Kyle Shanahan? 888-957-9570. We'll go to Brian in Palo Alto to kick things off. Brian, good morning.
Morning, guys.
Morning.
I think that I don't give Kyle a lot of credit for, quote, his system, considering that it's his dad's system, first off. And, all his, quote, proteges are all outperforming him now in the league. You look at, McVay or O'Connell or LaFleur, they're all outperforming Shanahan now. And Shanahan is a falling stock coming off a 6-11 season. And I'm not super confident they're going to be very good this year. I don't know about you guys, but I don't see a lot of data that suggests they're going to be very good other than having a bad schedule. But, and then, versus Harbaugh, it's not even close. Harbaugh's won 70% of his games in the NFL.
Shanahan's won 54% of his games in the NFL. That's a massive gap. They've both been to, 3 NFC title games? Obviously, Kyle to 2 Super Bowls, Jim to 1. But Jim was with the Niners for, 4 years?
Well, exactly. That's what I'm getting at here, though. But there is a longevity factor here, though, too, Brian, that skews it towards, we're going percentage-wise.
I think Harbaugh, the fact that he went to Michigan for a decade and then won a national championship, it's not close. Harbaugh's far, far more accomplished and obviously a much more, I think, in-demand stock at this point. I think Kyle would get another job for sure. But, at this point, Kyle's essentially coasting off kind of what he was. That's my take. Yeah, it's just not close. Massive gap. That's it.
There's
Have
a
good day, guys.
massive gap. I just disagree, Brian, and I appreciate you calling in. Massive gap between Jim Harbaugh and Kyle Shanahan.
I think it's closer. Well, first up, Brian says one thing. The win-loss record in the NFL is skewed by the first couple of years under Shanahan. Remember, they did go 6-10 and then 4-12.
That was catapulted by Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, let's have a little fun here again. We'll play some hypotheticals here. Just call me Matt Stein.
Sports aren't supposed to be fun, all right? This is serious stuff.
Okay, well, I'm going to go Steiny here. I'm going to throw some hypotheticals at you.
Thanks.
Let's go back in time. Imagine if Kyle Shanahan took over that 2011 Niner team. Do you think he has success with that team? Switch that with if Jim Harbaugh took over that 2017 Niner team. Do you think Jim Harbaugh builds it up as successfully as Kyle Shanahan was able to? Do you think Kyle Shanahan has more success than Jim Harbaugh did with those Harbaugh teams? If you were to...
Do I think Harbaugh's winning with Brian Hoyer? No, I do not.
Well, no, he's not. Kyle Shanahan didn't win with Brian Hoyer.
That's what I'm saying.
But no, Kyle Shanahan started off with a poo-poo platter and turned it into a juggernaut. Jim Harbaugh was more or less handed a ready-made team. He was given the keys to the Porsche and was able to drive it.
But we view it that way now. But at the time, they were a dumpster fire with Mike Singletary. They were not a good team.
But it was that
They had players. They had Patrick Willis. They had Frank Gore. They had... the Staley, they had these guys.
A big chunk of those teams, the core of those teams under Harbaugh came up under Singletary.
No, exactly. But I'm saying they weren't very good, is what I'm saying.
Well, no, then Harbaugh was the one who kind of took a roster that had the talent and directed them towards winning, whereas it's kind of like the Mark Jackson, Steve Kerr thing, so to speak, the caterpillar and the butterfly. Mike Singletary is just a way worse version of what Mark Jackson was with the Warriors, where it's the talent was there, you're just not maximizing it. And then Jim Harbaugh came along and maximized the talent that he inherited. Could Kyle Shanahan maximize talent that he inherited? I don't know if he could do that. I will say this. I don't think Jim Harbaugh builds up the 2017 Niners into what Kyle Shanahan turned them into. And that is where I give a massive edge to Kyle Shanahan over Jim Harbaugh. And it's why that I think it would be safe to buy stock in Kyle Shanahan, because if there's one thing I do trust Kyle Shanahan to do, it is to build up this roster. I think he could take a bad roster and then a couple years later have it be a good roster. Building up our hopes is not Kyle Shanahan's problem. He is very good at doing that.
I'll say this, and Brian in Palo Alto, BPA, our guy, he kind of mentioned this, but it was in a negative thing, but I actually think it's a positive for Kyle Shanahan. We're talking about the coaching tree and the coaching system and all of that, and it's widespread. It's the Mike Shanahan system, and he's right about that. Kevin O'Connell, Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, Mike McDaniel, all these coaches that are instituting said system. It goes back to Kyle's father. Now Kyle kind of, he felt like he perfected it maybe, and then there's different iterations. But just going back to the coaching tree in general, I do think it's favorable for Kyle Shanahan. I do think, Robert Saleh getting a job now, it's the New York bleeping Jets. I feel like he had an opportunity elsewhere. Maybe he'd succeed. And I do think Saleh is going to get another opportunity. This is a big season for him to prove that he could still be a head coach down the line, serving as DC now this season back with the 49ers. But DeMeco Ryans, 2 seasons, 2 playoff appearances. He's got his guy CJ Stroud. You look at Mike McDaniel. He's had a couple playoff appearances with the Dolphins.
I don't know what's going on down there.
I know it's not looking well now, but I don't think much of Tua. I know everyone's going to shoehorn their numbers at me. Oh, well, Tua is actually... I think Tua stinks. I don't think he's a very good quarterback. I think he comes up very small in that conference. That's just my opinion.
I think Mike McDaniel's getting fired after this season.
He might very well be, but I do think
he might be the Niners offensive coordinator next year.
Exactly. He might have another opportunity elsewhere. I just look at, DCs, OCs, outside of, the retreads that was Steve Wilkes and the Nick Sorensen being a failure. That was a bad look. But I do think the coaching tree and the coaching, branches of Kyle Shanahan look more favorably towards him than they do a guy like a Jim Harbaugh, who's Harbaugh had he's got the Greg Romans of the world. Okay, solid, but he phases out there. He had his cup of coffee with the Baltimore Ravens and he got phased out. Vic Fangio, okay. That was a Harbaugh guy, right? He had an opportunity. Didn't work out there in Denver. I do think we realize now he's more of a DC than an OC, and it's worked now winning the Super Bowl in Philadelphia when he just absolutely stymied Andy Reid in that Chiefs offense. David Shaw was his protege in Stanford, and there was a moment in time where David Shaw was the hot commodity after every year in Stanford. It's like, hey, is that going to be a guy that could take that leap? Everyone was always calling, hey, David, you're going to take that leap to the NFL. He was the hot shot.
Oh, he missed his window by sure.
He did, and now I don't even know what he's doing anymore. Maybe he's an analyst somewhere.
I think he still teaches at Stanford, doesn't he?
Good for him.
Which yeah.
No, he's a good guy though.
No, that's a great gig to hold on to.
Isn't Andrew Luck now like the GM of the Stanford?
Frank Reich is the interim head coach,
which is kind of cool.
Have an interim head coach going into the season.
Pretty amazing.
That is Stanford football, man. What have you become? Go Bears.
But that's what I'm getting at, too. I do think that if you're just going with the coaching tree and branches, I think it's more favorable towards Kyle Shanahan than it is Jim Harbaugh, which doesn't really speak to them at the level in general. It doesn't mean everything, but it's just a talking point there. Let's go to Tom on 580 wants to join the conversation. What's up, Tom? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, morning, guys. Appreciate everything the entire station does. You guys rock. I was going to talk about, I think there's a big game loss fatigue coming from Harbaugh to Shanahan. And as a slightly older fan, I got to see a chip when I was 11, and then it's been lost since then. With the New York Football Giants loss, which is Kyle Williams, that whole thing, and the Seahawks, which I really liked. You got to give Harbaugh a little bit more because we've had so many losses. And then with the terrible losses that Shanahan's had, I think maybe the older crowd might veer toward Harbaugh just because there's been so many tough losses in a row that really hurt. I'm a big Harbaugh guy, a big Michigan guy, but either way, I think 75% of the teams in this league would take either of these coaches in a heartbeat. So
yeah, that's great.
It's kind of a toss-up, but both great coaches. It's a toss-up. Either way you go, I think if you put either coach on both of those teams, we're probably in the same boat.
No, it's a great point, Tom. Yeah. And again, these are good problems to have when you're arguing about these two. But it is funny how we just view them because, Jim Harbaugh, I'm going to come back to this. He was Mr. Can't Win the Big One for the longest time. And then he finally did break through. He won at Michigan, and then he left, hit the pike, see you later. He joins, Los Angeles. And if he's able to win the big one there and bring that team its first ever Super Bowl championship, it would be massive. And it would sting if you're a Niners fan. And you would be filled with, man, what could have been? But at the same time, if we're just viewing it through the NFL lens, yeah, I think the shortcomings of a Jim Harbaugh far outweigh that of Kyle Shanahan and Kyle Shanahan's going to have a little bit more shortcomings because he's been here longer. He's been a longer tenured head coach in the NFL than Jim Harbaugh. So, yeah, if you go to the win-loss percentage like Brian and Palo Alto did, it's going to look more favorable towards Jim Harbaugh. But he was only here for a cup of coffee. It was a quick Band-Aid rip, and then he was gone. He was out of here. See you later. Now he's back. How long is he going to last with the Los Angeles Chargers? I'm not sure, but I'm very curious. In that division, too, which is going to be a tough one, which is he's in it with 3 other Super Bowl champions. Now, I think everyone's projecting the Raiders to finish last in that division because it's the Raiders, and that's just what they do when they're in Vegas outside of one playoff year. They just haven't been very good. But Pete Carroll, he does bring a semblance of respectability back to that organization. Tom Brady now being a part owner. But what does Pete have under his belt? He's been to 2 Super Bowls. He won one of them. What does Sean Payton have? He's got a Super Bowl championship. He's been to one, won one. What does Andy Reid have? Multiple Super Bowl championships. Been to a lot of them. Jim Harbaugh's the only one out of that division of head coaches that has not won one yet. So I'm very curious to see, that division in general. I do think that's kind of the more, tough ones too. As we talk about the NFC North, the NFC West is going to be loaded. And going back to the NFC West, that guy, Sean McVay, having the number of one Kyle Shanahan, kind of like how Pete Carroll did with the Seahawks back in Jim Harbaugh's days.
I don't know if Sean McVay has Kyle Shanahan's number in the same way.
Playoffs.
Whereas Pete Carroll's ownage of Jim Harbaugh was a little bit more pronounced in the regular season. Sean McVay, it's more or less he's got the one big win over Shanahan in the NFC title game, which obviously, there is a lot of weight that goes into that one, considering that McVay then won the Super Bowl right after that. But I don't know if
McVay 2-0 last year, by the way.
Shanahan.
McVay 2-0 last year against Kyle Shanahan.
Against a broken husk
don't
of
care
a 49ers
who it's against.
team.
If we're just going to be using the art, he beat him twice last year. So stock up on McVay over Shanahan when we're talking to that.
Yeah, I think stock up on McVay, but I'm not saying that McVay has the same ownage over Shanahan that Pete Carroll had over Jim Harbaugh.
Are you buying stock in Kyle Shanahan? If the stock is down on Kyle Shanahan right now, Niner fans, are you buying stock in him
in
the
dip?
future? 888-957-9570. We had Brian Baldinger on yesterday, Sam, courtesy of River Islands, our 95.7 The Game and Odyssey NFL Insider. And Baldy's going to be joining us every single Tuesday going forward until the end of the NFL season. So we got Baldy in our lives all the way through February, and I can't freaking wait. Every Tuesday at 7:30. This is what Baldy said about what makes Jim Harbaugh special.
There is something about the way that he connects with players, and his motivation never seems to get old. You never just hear it drown out over a period of time. It never stops. So, I don't know, Harbaugh would be hard to pass up if you had the opportunity to get him as a coach.
And that's totally fair. And that's a guy that knows infinitely more about football than me, you, anywhere else at the studio. Baldy played it. He lives it. He breathes it. He injects it into his veins every single day down in South Beach when he's swimming with the Sharkies. And I know Baldy's going to be locked in when we have Katherine Breed on in the next hour in studio, Cal swimmer and former NCAA champion, because Baldy would try to swim from Oregon to Mexico if given the opportunity, I believe, as well. But he would definitely get
distracted by shooting at sharks, though.
Well, yeah, but it's different, by the way, too. The waters of one South Beach, Miami, Florida, than here in the Pacific Northwest.
I can tell you from experience, it is definitely a smidge warmer at minimum.
Just a bit?
Just a bit, yeah.
Were you a Speedo guy down there when you were in Miami?
No, I was not. I missed that opportunity. No. If I could go back and redo my college experience, that is definitely not what I would redo, though.
Banana hammock? It's a great look.
No,
as I played water polo and
I
got to rock one. I got a great tan.
I did not have the physique back then to pull it off.
But now
shockingly
you do.
enough,
now you do.
Oh yeah, nowadays I would totally do it. But
you
know,
got
the window's
pack,
passed.
right? You got you're lifting these days.
Yeah, I'm working through it.
Okay, there you go. The Ozempic? No, not on that.
It's all natural, baby.
Oh, all natural. Okay, all right. If people are on the Ozempic, that's fine.
Just hard work and muscle milk.
JC, Sacramento. What's up, JC?
What's going on, fellas?
What's going on, man? Brother? Life.
Yeah. Man, if I have to just look at both of these coaches, apples to apples, like Harbaugh now, he's like 60-something, right? He's
61.
To the end, he has
61.
health problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he has his health problems. So if I had to choose both of these coaches in their prime, let's just say like Shanahan's around like 45, 46? So if I had to choose both of these coaches in their 40s, I'm choosing Jim Harbaugh. He has a better coaching history. San Diego State, with Josh Johnson is still in the league based off of what Jim Harbaugh taught him at San Diego State. Immediate success. Stanford, immediate success. Then you go to San Francisco, immediate success. Michigan, immediate success. San Diego, immediate success. They're really good coaches. They both have their faults. Absolutely. No coach is perfect. But when I just look at both of the coaches, like Jim Harbaugh went to San Francisco, nobody could fix Alex Smith. You say, could Kyle Shanahan have taught and won with the Niners and taught Alex Smith? I don't know that. He doesn't have a history of teaching quarterbacks and kind of raising them up and showing them how to win like Jim Harbaugh does.
I mean, hold on, JC, real quick. I'll let you finish. He won with Jimmy Garoppolo and he won with Brock Purdy. I mean, he literally lost two quarterbacks, a guy that they invested a first-round draft pick in, and then their starter, Jimmy Garoppolo, pivoted to Mr. Irrelevant, the last pick in the draft. They went all the way to the NFC Championship game, JC.
Yeah, that's true, but he went and got Jimmy Garoppolo after he was being taught by Belichick and Brady. Like, he didn't teach him up. And then,
we're acting real quick, JC. We're acting like Jimmy Garoppolo actually did anything of significance in New England. Let's pump the brakes here. About the Jimmy Garoppolo era.
He held that
New England.
He did a damn good job holding that clipboard. All right, so put some respect on Jimmy.
I mean, Jacoby Brissett was better than him.
All-star. I'm not saying he was an all-star, but when you're learning from that coaching staff and Tom Brady, and then you come to us, like, you know something. You've been taught by Hall of Famers first ballots. I'm not saying that he was no world beater, but he was getting great teaching from two Hall of Famers. And my last point, you say, yeah, they both lost a big game.
You know what I'm saying? Can't make excuse either way. But Andy Reid wasn't a Hall of Fame coach. Andy Reid had been to the same amount of Super Bowls as Kyle Shanahan. Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes have never really had a great Super Bowl. They both had mediocre Super Bowls. They just happened to pull them out in the end. Andy Reid was not winning the game in either game, and Kyle Shanahan one time didn't know the rules. Why would you give Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, no, you're tripping, JC. I appreciate your call because he absolutely was in his bag in that Philadelphia Eagles one. He's cherry picking the stats there when it comes to Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. And Patrick Mahomes was incredible. As much as I hate to say it, in that Eagles one, whether or not that ankle injury was real when he rolled it, he came back and absolutely dominated, and that had to do with Andy Reid, the offense. And they cooked that Eagles defense, and they were slipping and sliding because of the turf, obviously, too.
I do think he brings up a very good point regarding Andy Reid, who, again, we've compared Kyle Shanahan to Andy Reid a lot in terms of just how the long wait it takes for coaches to win. I'll always remember last year when we were down at a training camp down at the Hilton, and I'm late in the evening, we're chatting. It was me, Bonte, Guru, and Steiny, and we're talking about this.
Look at that group.
I know, seriously, the old BS and G days. And we were talking about just like the patience level with Shanahan, and Steiny was in his bag. He was raw and unfiltered, so I can't repeat anything he said. But he was just in his bag shouting out head coaches who took forever to win a Super Bowl. Some of them needing to do it at their second.
That's really important.
It was super important, Steiny. It's why a part of you will never die.
Lamar Jackson stinks.
It's last week, by the way. I'm just playing Steiny Drops. Continue.
I know. It's Steiny Drops always make me laugh.
I know. I'm sorry. They get you sidetracked. I'll continue. I apologize.
But no, I do think there is a lot of weight. And again, this is why if you want to buy stock in Kyle Shanahan long term, if you want to justify it, the justification sensation is the fact that Shanahan has so much coaching left in him that it's probably why it might not happen with the Niners. Like, I think the odds of him still scraping together a Super Bowl victory are still very, very high. Have I ever told you my Kyle Shanahan, worst case scenario for 49er fans theory?
What's the worst case scenario? That he doesn't win a Super Bowl?
No, my Kyle Shanahan doomsday theory. Niner fans, trigger warning on this one.
Please.
I have a prediction. It's a doomsday prediction. Let's call it that. Kyle Shanahan is going to get fired by the 49ers the same offseason that Andy Reid retires. And then I'll let you figure out how that kind of comes together from there.
Kyle Shanahan and KC? Yeah?
Is that crazy?
Kyle KC Shanahan?
Possibly.
Wow.
Getting to work with Mahomes through his 30s?
Be nice. Well, people would argue that
I'm not saying that's going to happen.
He can't maximize Mahomes. He's not good.
That's my Kyle Shanahan doomsday prediction, that at someday he's going to get fired the same offseason that Andy Reid retires, go to Kansas City, and then let's just keep being miserable.
If you had
the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
No, you're right. That would suck if that happened out here.
That's pretty good.
But
I love that curd drop.
Sorry I had to put that evil out there, Niner fans.
I just asked the question, if you had to bet on one of these guys, you had $100 to put down, on one of these coaches winning a Super Bowl, would you bet it to be Kyle Shanahan or Jim Harbaugh on winning a Super Bowl? And age is a factor here. Harbaugh's 61. He doesn't have as much time as Kyle Shanahan. Now, is Kyle Shanahan going to be, Niners and then done? Is he going to be a lifer? I don't know, but I think it's an interesting question. And this year, obviously, if you're just looking at both, I don't think the Chargers are a Super Bowl team. But if Justin Herbert has an MVP caliber season, can he even have that with Jim Harbaugh as his coach? I don't know. Did they throw the ball enough? We'll see. But I'm very curious where Niner fans are when it comes to their belief in Kyle Shanahan ever winning the big one. And we're talking about it right now. Our question is 888-957-9570. If we're all agreeing that the stock is down with Kyle Shanahan right now, are you buying stock in him this year and going forward, Niner fans? 888-957-9570. That leads us to Bobby in Los Altos. May or may not be at the McDonald's drive-thru. What's up, Bobby?
I'm not, unfortunately, in a McDonald's drive-thru. Thanks for reminding me. Look, thanks for taking my call. Look, I think Mahigian's working the board, and I know he's a suit, so he probably just can't work that drop board versus it being an artistic choice. But I got to say, at least for today, I do appreciate not hearing drops every 15 seconds. So good job, Mahigian. As it relates to the Shanahan.
That was pretty good. That was a good troll moment. Thank you.
That was me.
As it relates to the Harbaugh and Shanahan situation, I think from an immediate change standpoint with an existing roster, Harbaugh is your guy. So let's just talk about actual context, this year's team, where we are right now, we have a good roster, and Harbaugh creates immediate impact. So, of course, he overstays his welcome wherever he goes, but with this roster and this easy schedule, I do believe if Harbaugh was our coach for this year, he would do more than Shanahan is going to do this year. But so I would take Harbaugh as it relates, again, from an immediate change standpoint and the roster that we have in this year. But obviously that's all in theory. I would take Reed and I'd take Harbaugh over Shanahan. So I won't ever call for Shanahan's ouster until I see him lose the team. And it seems like the team never, plays hard for him. They never tune him out. And honestly, I don't have anyone in my mind that I could replace him with. You can't fire someone if you can't think of someone to replace him with. So I think he's got some good security. But here's the thing about the Harbaugh that I can't stand, Shanahan that I can't stand. First of all, he can't win from behind. So if we're down in the fourth by more than 3 points, it's a loss. So like if, you're Miss Breed, your swimmer, if she falls off pace in her swim, she ain't going to make up that time and get to her goal if Shanahan is managing that swim. You know what I'm saying? So, a side note, please ask her how she can handle the cold.
That's good. Bobby, literally, that's my first question, is the coldness factor, because she swam in some the English Channel doesn't get colder than that, right? It's pretty freaking cold. I don't think England is known for hot beaches and hot water.
Hot nothing up there.
I think, honestly, Monterey Bay and Lake Tahoe are probably colder than the North
Lake
Atlantic,
Tahoe, it's just all snow melt, so.
Yeah, and then how do you avoid sharks? But look, here's the thing. Shanahan, here's the thing that I can't stand about Shanahan. He can't win in the fourth quarter if he's losing. And then against Brady, he was up 28-3, but most unforgivable, and I'll never forgive him. That fool took the ball first in the Super Bowl OT. Even a loser like me knew the rules. And that is unforgivable. And he lost us the Super Bowl. Yes, him, not the players, him, because he's a bonehead and he didn't know the overtime rule.
There you go. That's the real Bobby towards the end there. Thanks, Bobby. And Los
that's
Altos.
an interesting forgiveness.
He was trying to tiptoe around. He's like, I'm still a Shanahan, and he hasn't lost locker room, but he's a bonehead and he's an idiot, and he costs us that.
Unforgivable. And I wonder, have 49er fans forgiven Harbaugh for that Super Bowl loss? It feels like there's more anger over the way Kyle Shanahan.
They'll never forgive him.
Well, maybe not forget, but like, you're always going to wear that pain, but like the way Bobby just talked about Kyle Shanahan right there, he's never going to forgive him for taking the ball first in overtime. Like, I don't know, I guess our 49er fans, does the fact that so many 49er fans want Harbaugh back, have we just forgiven him for not giving the ball to Frank Gore at the goal line?
Again, we pick and choose what we remember in certain eras, and that's the nostalgia factor of our lifetime, the millennial generation. Mm-hmm. We love our nostalgia. It is our drug of choice, and we remember the good times when we were in high school or we were in early college, and it was all awesome, and it was great, it was fun, it was Harbaugh, it was Crabtree, it was Kaepernick.
Do you think
came up short?
Do you think like 10 years from now, when insert name here is coaching the Niners, we'll be sitting here and be like, oh man, those Kyle Shanahan days, they were really something, man. He was so great. He had everyone so excited about the 49ers. Like, yeah, he lost 2 Super Bowls, but man, those were great teams. It's so much better than this guy who's only taken them to 3 Super Bowls and lost all 3 of them. I can't wait for that conversation 10 years from now.
Stock is down currently on Kyle Shanahan. Are you buying it, Niner fans? Are you buying stock in Kyle if the stock is down right now? 888-957-9570. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, which is, as you know, righteously brewed in San Francisco. We got Katherine Breed joining us in studio here in about 30 minutes. Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky. Katherine Breed, who is she? Who's that name? No, not London Breed, not the former mayor. Katherine Breed, former Team USA swimmer, NCAA champion, swam at Cal Berkeley, and she's doing something pretty amazing. So she's already swam the English Channel. I mean, like, whatever. She swam.
Just a casual Sunday.
She swam north and south, east, west of Lake Tahoe. She swam the length of Monterey Bay, all right? But she's now trying to swim the full length of the California coast from Oregon to Mexico. You know how many miles that is, ladies and gentlemen? It's 900 plus. 900 plus
That's
miles.
That's a lot of
it's
miles.
Incredible. And I'm with Bobby when he's like, how do you stay warm? How do you not get like hypothermia? You're going to be wearing a wetsuit, and obviously your body's going to keep going. But like the breaks, how does that work? Where do you swim inshore? Do you stay in a hotel? Like that's the line of demarcation where you come back here. A lot of questions, and obviously the biggest is why is she doing this? And she's going to explain the why behind it because I think it's an incredible cause. Katherine Breed is going to be joining us in studio in about 30 minutes.
A question I'm going to ask her as we tease all this is like, how do you know where you start, like the start and stop points every day? Because obviously you're not swimming. She's doing this over 3 to 4 months. So obviously it's each day it's wake up, jump in the water, swim. Okay, time to stop. Like, do you drop like a buoy at that spot so you know where you start the next day, or do you have to guesstimate it where you started? I'm curious how the starting and stopping points are going to be figured out as well. So yeah, it'll be very fun to chat with her in roughly 30-ish minutes.
And the shark factor as well is going to be very interesting because as you know, Sam, a lot of great white sharks here on the west coast of America.
They do dabble out here.
They do, absolutely. And we're not talking about the San Jose Sharks, by the way. Shout out Macklin Celebrini.
Beat me by 1 second.
Yeah, that's your boy. I know that. Kay Bueno's also your boy. He's in Oakland, wants to join the conversation.
Kay Bueno.
What's up, Kay Bueno? You're on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Lubman filling in for Shasky.
Good morning. Happy hump day, fellas. Let's see. Where do I start here? So, touching real fast here on the Harbaugh Super Bowl that we lost. Yeah, the replay of Crabtree just not getting those fades. Yeah, it's torture to us. But I feel like a lot of people give more flack to Greg Roman than the Harbaugh about that. Although Harbaugh, all runs through him, but I feel like Roman gets more of the flack than Harbaugh does. Just side note. But by long-term stock, I mean, I would think maybe Shanahan, just because the point you made earlier is that he does have more coaching ahead of him than Harbaugh, just based on age. And he's had a longer tenure with the Niners. But for me, I feel like maybe it's the nostalgia. I'm a Gen X kid, so maybe it's the nostalgia that still stick with Harbaugh a little bit, because I feel like the aura that Shanahan seems to have is that he's this genius offensive mind. He's an offensive guru. You seem to hear about that as he's just this mad scientist with his offensive schemes, right? Whereas Harbaugh, he's a leader of men. And so I'm putting, someone who's going to come in to be my coach. I want a leader of men, not just someone who's going to be narrowed to just offensive calls. I want someone who's just going to be a leader of men and get them to just run through a wall right now. And I think Harbaugh's got a little bit of the edge to just get everybody to be bought in and just go ball to the wall.
That's Kay Bueno in Oakland, and I appreciate your thoughts there. The leader of men aspect, I think we've used that. I kind of couple that in with vibes, if you will, but that's an important one.
I mean, Harbaugh is a good leader. I'll say this.
Kyle Shanahan.
Well, yeah, I will say this with Shanahan is the reason that Shanahan, I think, is a good leader for this team is that the leaders on this team, the guys on this team have bought in, all in on Kyle Shanahan. Fred Warner is a tried and true a Kyle Shanahan guy. George Kittle, all in on Kyle Shanahan. One of the reasons why Debo was here for so long is because of Shanahan and Debo's relationship until it got to the point where it just didn't work to have Debo on this team. Brock Purdy, very much in line behind Kyle Shanahan. Nick Bosa, very much in line behind Kyle Shanahan. So Kyle Shanahan has gotten the buy-in from his biggest names. And in that sense, yeah, that is what good leaders as head coaches do.
888-957-9570 is the number. We are a little more than 2 weeks away from the start of the NFL regular season when the Eagles take on the Cowboys. And we've been doing a little countdown, Sam, on the reasons why Joe Spadoni loves football. All right. And we've been doing a little countdown. We've been doing 30, 20, right? We've been doing a countdown. And it's going to start coming up here. We've already seen it with the Hall of Fame game. We have all this preseason action. But I truly know the NFL is back when I start hearing the jingles. Whether it's Monday Night Football, whether it's CBS, whether it's Fox, whether it's NBC. Amazon Prime's got to work on it, but I'll give them the benefit of the doubt there that they'll eventually fix it. Doesn't really do much for me now. But the instrumentals, Sam, is one of the reasons why I love football. And hell, you can go College Game Day if you want to.
Game Day in college got a great
CBS
one.
College. But that one,
NFL Prime Time.
NFL Prime Time. All the instrumentals that are football related Doesn't that just get you excited? Steven Risotto, I see the smile on his face.
I need to hear
Evan
Chris
Giddings,
Berman's.
his head's bopping back there.
I need to hear
He's
Chris
locked
Berman's
in.
voice right now.
It's great.
So much power to this one.
And I do think it matters if you grew up liking, an AFC team. It's CBS. If it's an NFC team, it's Fox, obviously. We have a lot more cross-pollination these days, but it's still pretty much, if you're an NFC guy, it's the Fox sound. If you were an AFC guy, it was the CBS sound. And then, obviously, there you go. The Sunday Night Football.
This one has definitely, you talk about stock up, stock down, the stock rising on the SNF, Sunday Night Football theme song, has been very much on an upward trajectory for a very long time. Because, this iteration of Sunday Night Football started in mid-2000s, I want to say.
Yeah, it was Al Michaels.
It was on ESPN for a while, I believe, Sunday Night Football. And the NBC, man, it does hit a little bit more each time. I'm more partial to if we can get the other weeknight football's theme song.
What's the other?
Not talking about Thursday night. If we can.
Tuesday night? What are you?
No, not Tuesday night. Not Wednesday night. I'm waiting. There it is.
Oh, Monday night.
This is my football song.
It's pretty iconic.
This is my football song that I like most of them all. On Monday night.
Did you just make that up?
I did.
Wow, look at that. Sam just out here spitting, I guess. They're spitting something. I don't know if it's facts or knowledge or whatever that is.
Is this Amazon? Yeah, you know what?
That sucks. I'm
not feeling it.
It sucks.
Makes me think Chris Award's making up quotes.
What is that?
Guys, this is the Netflix one?
Now, I don't know what is this?
I need some context. You got your mic on.
Red Zone, you're right. It's
wow, okay. See, I never wake at time to see the start of Red Zone.
I literally turn it on right when it starts, and it's Scott Hansen. It's just him, and it's his voice, and that's literally right when I turn it on. And I don't think they're starting up on ESPN this season, right? It's going to be like next year, the year after, so we won't fully see it for the new iteration of it, I guess.
And the good news is there's still going to be a lot of Scott Hansen on it, for what it sounds like. So all this consternation of, it's just going to be Stephen A. Smith jammed down our throats. No. I think Scott Hansen did a podcast appearance with Jimmy Traney of the SI Media podcast. He talked about it, and he's just like, I'm not going anywhere. Still going to be a lot of me. So don't need to worry about that.
So how are you ranking the intro songs of all the major networks right there for NFL football?
Well, Monday night's probably my number one.
Okay.
I'll probably go Fox number two.
All right. Yeah.
Probably going. I think I'll go Sunday night number three.
NBC, all right, CBS coming down the rear. Okay.
And see, it had actually, it does hit pretty hard.
No, they're all really good. There's no wrong answers here.
And then there's a gap between number 4 and Amazon Prime.
I guess that would be the wrong answer.
Does Netflix have one?
I don't know. It's just da-dun. Right, there you go. They could just do that if they wanted to. Let's wrap up this conversation in regards to Kyle Shanahan and Jim Harbaugh.
What do you rank them?
I mean, I like all of them.
No, you got to have that's not how this works.
I'm pulling a Steiny here. I like them all.
Yeah,
they're all great.
I'm gonna pull up everybody else here and hold your feet to the fire. I need a concrete ranking. This is
I'll go Sunday Night Football. I'll go Monday night. I'll go CBS, Fox, then Amazon Prime.
Awesome.
That's me.
All right,
that's me. I was an AFC guy, so that's.
Does NFL Network have one when they do it?
They did, but I don't think it's still. I guess if they're still having games this year, so I guess they still have one. Yeah, that one.
Well, the Bells
is pretty cool.
The Bells hit differently.
I would put that one over Amazon Prime if we're doing
yes.
That. Yeah.
Honestly, I'd probably put this over CBS.
You know what this one reminds me of? It reminds me of Christmas time because they always have those December games when they have a triple header on a Saturday, and NFL Network gets one. And
the Bells just hit really hard. Remember we did 4 Down Territory last year, and I had the little bells at the beginning.
Yeah.
Of it. The bells hit so hard.
It just sounds like Christmas too, quite frankly.
There's something about bells in football, man.
There's something about Frazier and Antioch that really gets me going because he wants to join in the conversation.
Great show.
It wasn't my favorite.
I didn't watch
What's up, Frazier?
Morning, guys. Here we go. So, with the Harbaugh versus Shanahan debate here, out of the coaches that were assistant coaches under Harbaugh, 10 of them became head coaches in the NFL, NCAA. Under Cal, we have 3, which we know very familiar with Robert Saleh, Mike McDaniel, and I believe DeMarco Ryans, leaders of men. If we have to pit offenses against offense, teams against team, each regime was different. Living in nostalgia, yes, Harbaugh, Super Bowl, bad call. Frank Gore didn't get the ball. That was just a bad call. Shanahan, both Super Bowls, one Super Bowl. The wide receiver steps out, they win. Next Super Bowl, offensive lineman come in, doesn't know the play, we lose. Either way, everyone's blaming coaches for plays that are getting put in to dictate the rise and fall of coaches. If I'm implementing a play and my team can't go and execute it, it's not even about overtime, knowing overtime rules or any of that stuff. I have the men and the horses that are out there that are supposed to be highly educated that are actually just failing us at every inopportune time. So at the moment, I would go with Shanahan instead of Harbaugh. Harbaugh had a team, and he did what he did with Alex until Alex got hurt. And what did we do? We put in Kaepernick. Vice versa. We drafted Trey Lance. He gets hurt, falls all the way off the roster, and we get Brock Purdy. He's there, and now we have our starter for the next 6-7 years. So if we just basing it on those two parameters, I would go with Shanahan.
Fair enough. That's Frazier and Antioch. We appreciate the input there. 888-957-9570. On the other side, we are going to be joined in studio by former Team USA swimmer and NCAA champion, swam at Cal Berkeley, Katherine Breed, joining us. And what's Katherine doing? Well, in 2026, she announced a Swim California. What is Swim California? Well, she's planning on swimming from Oregon to Mexico, the entirety of the California coast. And we're going to ask her all about it. On the other side, she's going to be joining us courtesy of River Islands. And by the way, this segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Join 95.7 The Game personalities at Harding Park September 5th for a day of golf with the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to support Autism Society's San Francisco Bay Area. Committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This event needs your help. Have your company co-sponsor, volunteer, or provide in-kind auction items like vacation homes or sports tickets. For details on how you can help, search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf, September 5th at Harding Park.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax, limited time only. Price.
The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni.
Listen to that guy driving the bus, man. Damn, Spadoni. Damn, you sound good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
Jonathan Kaminga.
Oh, no.
No, I don't even. There's no Kaminga crisis update right now. For the love of God, please.
Oh, heck yeah.
Quick, Steiny, I don't want to nitpick because Kaminga, oh, God, y'all got me.
Oh, God. When is that saga going to end? Do you think Jonathan Kaminga, you think he'd be down to swim the entirety of the West Coast of America?
If it keeps him from playing for the Warriors, maybe.
Oregon to Mexico. That's what Katherine Breed plans on doing. And she's going to be joining us in studio in about 11 minutes. Who's Katherine Breed? Oh, well, Cal Berkeley legend, swam there, former Team USA swimmer. So shout out USA, the red, white, and blue, the stars and stripes, baby. You know I'm all about that. World Cup coming up in about a year, Sammy. Actually, less than a year now at Levi Stadium. They'll be hosting one. So Team USA swimmer, NCAA champion, Katherine Breed.
Pride of Pleasanton.
Pride of Pleasanton, Bay Area native. She's going to be joining us in the studio in about 15 minutes to talk about Swim California. And again, as I mentioned, she plans on swimming the full length of the California coast from Oregon to Mexico. And she'll be the first known attempt and participant to do that attempt in the history of forever. Again, known. There might be people who have done it. I don't know about it. She's telling everyone about it. She's going to do it she's done, and we just talked to her off air. Great energy, great personality. I could see why she does this. She seems like a very headstrong person. She's done the English Channel. She's done Lake Tahoe. She's done Monterey Bay. All of those are very cold. Hell, Monterey Bay might be the coldest of all. I swear to God. I grew up there. Pacific Grove, shout out PG, the 831. The coldest water of my lifetime. It's so funny to see all the tourists, much like San Francisco here, that go to the coast, or like Pacifica, right? Shout out Steven Risotto on the board, the pride of P-Town. Like you go there, you get all these tourists. Oh, California, it's LA weather, right? Yeah. I got my Hollister shirts on. California, dude. Flip-flop
not
shorts.
that part of California.
No, you are freezing your ass off immediately when you get there. You have to wear a sweatshirt, and that's the same thing. And I don't know how she's going to handle the water, the elements. We'll ask her all about it in about 15 minutes. Katherine Breed joining us. Can't wait, Sammy.
I'm excited to chat with her too, because I'm looking at again her resume right now and all the accomplishments she's done, and I love when you look at her bio and she talked about how she found her post-college niche, which is cold water. Like, why cold water? I want to know that. You want to know how you stay warm? She just loves being in cold water.
They say that the cold water showers are better for you.
I'll take their word for that.
No, I'm just going to say no, they're not. I'm just lying. It's just, I don't care if facts. I'm not going to let them get in the way of a good time. And the hot water only for me.
Yeah. What's the coldest water you've ever jumped into?
Ooh, probably Tahoe. That's really cold. That's snow runoff. I've jumped off the pier in Tahoe City. And it's very cold.
For me, it's so in
got the polar bear badge, Boy Scouts.
Yeah, we got it. I got it in Cub Scouting. I didn't do it in Boy Scouts. I had my fill of that.
Okay.
But yeah, no, and we did in Cub Scouting. We had these camps we go to up in the mountains.
We do that too. Pico Blanco used to be called out in Big Sur. We would go.
We had Camp Limlad down in the Santa Cruz Mountains. And that one was simply, the stream was kind of shallow. All you had to do was just submerge yourself in the water at 6 a.m, which, that's doable. And then we got to the Boy Scout camp, which is up in the Sierra Nevadas, Camp Wolfboro. And that has the Stanislaus River go through it, which, much like Lake Tahoe, that is all snowmelt water.
Yeah.
And that is some of the coldest water I have ever been in. Never did the polar bear in that one because that water is freezing cold in the middle of a 90-degree day.
Hence the polar bear name.
Exactly. So at 6 a.m. up in the mountains, that's a hardcore no for me, dog.
Do they call him the polar bear, Pete Alonso, because he's ice cold at the plate? Like he's like a cold-blooded where he hits it and it's like, damn, he's so cold with that? Or because he doesn't really look like a polar bear. I guess he does. No,
I think it's because he looks like one.
He's big and hairy, I guess.
He doesn't really look like a polar bear to me. I guess like
as much as any human
panda looked like a panda.
Well,
Pablo Sandoval looked like a panda. That makes sense. The giraffe, I guess, the neck with Brandon.
Did Jack Nicklaus look like a bear?
Davis Mills more of a giraffe guy than I guess Brandon Belt. Who'd you say?
Well, Jack Nicklaus, we called him the bear, didn't we? Wasn't that one of his names?
Jack Nicklaus, yeah, he was the golden bear.
The golden bear,
I think because he had the blonde hair, so maybe that's why. So. Yeah, the more you know, either way.
But again, we were talking, as we're going to talk to Katherine soon.
Feats of strength.
The greatest athletic feats you've ever accomplished. And I love to hear some callers, maybe our YouTube chat. I don't know about our YouTube chat, but, getting outside and doing athletic feats. That's why I question the YouTube chat. I'd be kind of curious.
In the bedroom feats, I'm sure. That's what they'll try to do.
Well, there we go. So I want to hear some of those feats. No, I don't want to hear those feats. But yeah, I'm kind of curious, like the most impressive athletic feats that you've accomplished. Like for me, I'll start off, and we go beyond the world of traditional sports here. For me, I think the most impressive athletic thing I've done was, this is summer after 8th grade, so before freshman year of high school. I went to this Boy Scout camp down in New Mexico in the wilderness called Philmont. And we did a 90-mile, 10-day trek through northwest New Mexico. In the middle of summer, and that was a brutal one. And there is one day where we had to get up to this mountain. The big mountain in all of scouting, you're going to laugh at this, is called Mount Baldy, or Baldy Mountain, because, we have, Baldy on our show all the time.
Thank you. Crack.
There you go.
Crack.
Shout out Shark Week. In the hike to get up to that mountain, my goodness, I think we had to go up 4,000 feet that day. And it was almost like, it's not straight up because it's switchbacks. Oh my God, there had to be at least 10 switchbacks we had to go up that day. And you're at elevation too. You're going from like 3,000 feet to like 6,000, 7,000 feet to get up this bad boy, to get to the base camp of this mountain. oh my God, that might have been the most miserable day of hiking I've ever done. And I like hiking a lot. I'm a weirdo that way. But
I like hiking too. I don't like going for miles and miles and miles. Like if I go for like a couple miles, like I can do that. If I'm going like super high elevation, not really my bag. I could do like hiking though, which is like walking, like an incline. I can handle that, Sammy. It's when it starts getting to the running aspect of things, I'm out. Yeah. People that run for fun, question
those people are weird.
I don't think I'm friends with those people. I'm going to be honest.
No, keep that energy out of my life. But doing 90 miles in 10 days. And the reason it was 90, we got lost, and so that added some mileage onto it too.
How'd you get lost?
Took the wrong trail. Oh, I wasn't holding the map, so I can't take the blame for that.
Is this before like phones?
Well, I mean, there were flip phones. This is 2007. So,
so
some of us had phones.
MapQuest still? Is that what we're using?
Exactly. No, we were still using, it's Boy Scouting. You're not supposed to have your phone.
I do like gauging people when I just say MapQuest, and you either know it or you don't.
Steven, MapQuest?
Is that the same thing as geocaching?
And there you go. 22-year-old Steven Risotto doesn't know what MapQuest is.
You used to print out your map of your destination and have the exits and everything. So, like, you know how you have the step-by-step nav, like, as an option on your iPhones or Androids? That was the printable version, and you'd have to do that before your trip.
So I was way off.
It's okay. You tried.
No, yeah. So then you print the directions
That's all
out.
Jesus asks of you, Steven.
Your dad gives them to you, and then you panic and don't read off the direction correctly, and that's how that goes. But so yeah, my greatest athletic feat is being part of a 90-mile trek through the New Mexico wilderness at age 13.
I was once ranked top 10 in Street Fighter 3 when I was gaming online. Probably like this is circa 2006.
I wish you were just a top 10 Street Fighter.
This was on Xbox Live, by the way, so I don't know if that's like the world rankings, if it counts, but I was...
It only counts as on PlayStation.
I was like in the top 10, and I was using Akuma/Ryu was my go-to. Ken occasionally, and I also like to use Dudley as well, for those of you who are into Street Fighter 3.
Dudley Dursley?
There you go. No,
that's right. You say Dudley, I immediately go Dudley Dursley.
No, he was British, though. He was a boxer. That's the character in Street Fighter 3. It's great.
Okay.
No, that's my athletic skill.
I really would have hoped you just stopped at I was a top 10 Street Fighter.
But I was also really good in World of Warcraft as well. I was really deep into Burning Crusade, which was the first expansion, of course. And then you go to the Wrath of the Lich King, of course, Icecrown Citadel, 25-man heroic mode.
Dude.
I was a Blood Elf rogue at the time, very high into the DPS levels. I was very good there. And we defeated Arthas, the Lich King, as you know, Sam, and we captured the Icecrown Citadel at one point.
There you go. Well, that's what happens when you don't Leroy Jenkins it, right?
Yes, Leroy Jenkins of Vanilla. That was, I believe, was that Onyxia's Lair, if that was the raid that we were going down memory lane here? I know Steven
my
knows
memory's
what I'm
a little
talking about.
fuzzy on that, but it might potentially. Are you impressed with me that I know the Leroy Jenkins reference?
I am very impressed.
Yeah.
Most of the people associate either South Park or the Leroy Jenkins with World of Warcraft, and that's fine either way. I appreciate it.
You know
both
how I
of them.
learned about Leroy Jenkins?
How?
We have our caller who calls in all the time, Leroy in Oakland.
Oh, that's right. Leroy. Hi, everybody.
Yeah, he's one of our favorite callers.
He is one of the more jolly callers.
And he
I
always
just
puts
like
a smile
Leroy.
on my face. So years ago, he called in, and this is when our old friend Craig Valentino was on the board, and he pulled up the Leroy Jenkins drop, and when Leroy got off, we played the Leroy Jenkins, and that's how I learned about Leroy Jenkins was.
So we're having someone that's going to swim 900 miles. Katherine Breed joined us here in about 7 minutes.
Wait, you got nothing else besides a video game?
Well, that's my prowess. I mean, I played golf, I played water polo, I attempted to play them. It wasn't very good.
Okay.
I've walked many a miles. I've done things.
I mean, you are a dad. That's a pretty impressive physical feat, too.
I mean,
of 2 children.
I'd argue just getting up for this job Monday through Friday. I mean, having like 5 or 4 hours of sleep. Am I right?
Buddy.
Again, we're talking about people that actually have like hard labor jobs doing that every day. And I am saying this tongue-in-cheek, by the way. So it does put into perspective, like, legit athletic prowess, what Katherine's attempting to do. Like, I always put up there, when we have, like, the greatest athlete conversations, we always have, Bo Jackson, right? He's probably the poster child of basketball.
He's my pick.
Not basketball, football and baseball. Hell, he probably could have played basketball. Like, guys like Deion Sanders, baseball and football. We always go there, right? But I always go to the guys like the Jim Thorpes of the world that literally could do it all. Like play every single sport at a high level.
Well, it's like the decathlete. That was always kind of the Olympian that we don't celebrate them enough, but those are always the Olympians that impress me the most, where they may not be the best at any of the events, but they're the ones that could definitely excel at all of the events. So like those are, like, I always feel like those are your best athletes there in terms just overall athletes was those decathletes.
When you could go into the Olympics, into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, into the College Football Hall of Fame, talking about...
If you're in multiple halls of fames, then...
He was a head coach, Jim Thorpe, at one time, of the Cleveland Tigers of the National Football League. Yeah, the Cleveland Tigers at one point. There, exactly, right? Like, I'm just
I can't
going
believe
to...
they're called something other than the Browns.
Well, there were the Indians of the NFL, too, and we don't call them that anymore.
No, don't talk about
and
that.
speaking of which, he was Native American, too, and all that, which there's the irony in and of itself there. Jim Thorpe, one of the great, legit Native American athletes. Is that Jordan Hudson? There you go.
I wonder what her greatest athletic accomplishment is.
Well, it's getting together with Bill Belichick. There you go.
Steven Risotto, you're an athlete. What's your greatest athletic accomplishment? Interviews do not count.
Interviews do not count. Well, I played high school baseball 4 years, and I threw a shutout once. And other than that, earlier this year, I walked 21 miles from the San Mateo City Hall to San Francisco City Hall. I was covering an event. I was covering a protest.
Oh, a protest. Look at that.
What was the, can you share what the protest was?
It was something regarding today's policies.
Yes.
It was...
Hate the policies today.
I was dead at the end of it. So the only thing that kept me going was once we got to the Mission District in San Francisco, I got a street vendor that was selling hot dogs.
Yeah, hot dog. They were
so that kept me going.
The bacon wrapped hot dogs?
I've come around
Bacon wrapped hot dogs.
Shit. What do you mean come around? They've always been around. They've been crazy.
Well, no, honestly, I didn't trust him for a while, but, you know, I don't know. Street food, man, I
had Shasky yesterday trying to, like, shame me for, like, or trying to shame people that like fried catfish. I was just like, it's a dirty fish. It's disgusting. I was just like, great.
It's a dirty fish.
Any fish could be dirty. Any animal
Because, you know, salmon are known for cleaning themselves up.
Consider, like, and I get it. Like, there's certain fish, and that's why people, I don't like pigs. That's a disgusting animal, and they're dirty. Actually, pigs, quite frankly, are one of the cleanliest animals. They
taste delicious.
You know why they roll around in mud? It's to cool themselves down. Now, how you treat said animal in a farm setting or a farming of fish setting is going to tell you a lot about it. But again, as in all things, know where you're getting your food from. It's going to be okay. And I am not here for the fried catfish slander. I am just absolutely not here for that. Now, why are we talking about that? Because I guess, and as we're going to get sports related here in a second, I promise. Klay Thompson and Meg Thee Stallion, one of the power couples, recently here in the pop culture and sports landscape. I think we could all agree on that, correct? Power couple, Meg Thee Stallion, Klay Thompson.
I'm very much invested in that relationship.
I guess either on Clay's feed or on Meg Thee Stallion's feed, they posted a picture of Meg Thee Stallion and what she likes to cook for Klay Thompson. And apparently it was spaghetti with red sauce with fried catfish on the side.
Honestly,
and people were very offended by that notion.
They thought it was gross.
And as the resident Italian here, I'm here to tell you,
that's kosher.
Totally in on it. You know why? I liken it to a meal that I go to an Italian restaurant, and what do I eat, Steven? Before I get my pasta? Some fried calamari. There you go. I get some fried fish, some fried octopus, and I liken it to the same thing. So if I'm eating it right before some fried catfish, get a little lemon slice, squeeze it over there. I'll eat that. Then I can have my pasta after. Now, if you're combining the two, I don't really care. That's fine. People are getting offended by that notion. I'm here to tell you it's 100% okay. And I am not the fun police when it comes to eating in certain combinations. All right? So everyone just get off my back. I'm also the guy that says I could eat like a tuna fish sandwich right now at 9:30 in the morning. But that just is because I've been up for, 5+ hours now. So.
I mean, if Megan Thee Stallion's cooking me dinner, I'm just going to make it. I'm just going to eat
Thank you. That's the voice of reason, please. Like, what are we doing
But no,
here?
back when you were producing, you were having Doritos.
Yeah, I eat Doritos while he's hosting. Flaming Hot Cheetos at 5:45 a.m. I don't care. All right? I don't care how people judge me. Flaming Hot Cheetos, morning, afternoon, night, it does not matter, Steven, all right? 888-957-9570. We're talking feats of strength, by the way. Maybe that is a feat of strength, eating Doritos or Flaming Hot Cheetos at 5:45 a.m. But why are we talking about feats of strength? Well, we're joined right now in studio, courtesy of River Islands, by Katherine Breed. And you're wondering, who is Katherine Breed? Well, just former Team USA swimmer, NCAA champion. And she has announced a plan to swim California in 2026. And Katherine, good morning to you. I appreciate you coming down here. You're a Bay Area native. Tell us a little about yourself, what you plan on doing, and what Swim California is.
Yeah, good morning, Joe and Sam. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Absolutely.
Glad to have you.
Yeah. So I grew up in Pleasanton, grew up sailing, swimming in the Bay. That was where we spent our family weekends. And then I went to UC Berkeley, swam there for 4 years. So a little about me, I guess I would identify as an ultramarathon open water swimmer. It feels like a very niche thing, but I think of myself more as a water woman. I've been doing ultramarathon swimming for 9 years, and that was following graduation from Berkeley. That started with swimming the whole length of Lake Tahoe and breaking a 30-year-old record set by a man. So I was pretty stoked about that.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And then that just started this crazy journey. And I've been quietly thinking about, could I swim the whole coast of California? Like, I love this place. I love this water. And about 2 years ago, I voiced it out loud to a friend, and she was like, you can totally do this, but you need a team to help you. So 2 years ago, we created a team, and we've been planning all the like strategy and the impact we want to make and the storytelling and logistics and sponsorships and donation, all of that behind the scenes, and formally launched it May of this year. And Swim California is a 900-mile swim from Oregon to Mexico. It'll be staged, so I'll swim about 5 hours a day. Starting and stopping at the same location. We'll be sleeping on a boat. And the goal is to tell a story of the coastline, the people, places, and problems in our backyard, and just educate people on this coast and our backyard. And so it's a love letter to California, and the goal is to inspire, storytell, and create an impact after, which is a nonprofit I created, Sea Dreamers, to get more women and girls into ocean activities.
Oh, that's
So that was a lot.
No, that's
I like
incredible. It's an incredible breakdown. No,
Yeah.
it was an incredible breakdown. 900 plus miles, Katherine. 900 plus miles.
I know. I think if you think about it, it's like, for me,
I'm having trouble thinking about it.
No, okay. So I've been swimming since I was 4. So for me, swimming is kind of like walking. I actually went on a 7-mile hike the other day, and I was like, "Oh my god, I hate hiking." I don't actually hate hiking.
You and I are kind of the opposite, because I love hiking.
Okay, yeah.
I was just telling Spinner, like, my great athletic feat was a 90-mile hike over 10 days. I love hiking, so I feel like, I could walk along the side of the coast, and you could just swim along.
Okay, so if you can think about doing the PCT, like people do the PCT all the time, and that's
Pacific Coast Trail.
Yep, Pacific Coast Trail. That's Canada to Mexico. That takes 4 months. So I'm basically doing like a through hike in the water.
I think it's a little bit harder to swim it, though. Well, so I'm kind of curious. So in your bio, I love how you phrase this. You say that after college you fell into, and you just said it now, kind of a niche thing. You found your niche. But you describe it as, I want to make sure I'm phrasing it right here. I found my niche. Cold water is how you start off. Cold water, long distances, and a strong sense of community. But you start off with cold water. What is it with cold water that has you like... Because, Spinoni, he hates the cold. He can't fathom how you're going to deal with the cold.
I grew up down in Monterey Bay. If you've grown up in Northern California, all you know is Arctic runoff, and it is cold water here. And I just can't swim it. Yeah.
So, like for me, like I went to college in Miami. I got to be around warm water all the time. The concept of just being immersed in cold water all the time does not really resonate with me. So explain to me, for you, how is it you came to love being in the cold water so much?
Oh my gosh. It is interesting. I started with cold water. I don't know if I love it, but I feel very comfortable in it. And I think it's really cool. I'm not going to get into like the science behind it, but your body can adapt. And so it's really interesting how my body can adapt to swim in cold water because of the time I spend in it and the way I train. But yeah, cold is also relative. Like the bay is 60 right now. And to me, I'm like, 60 feels so warm. So yeah, I think I love the challenge. I love that I have the opportunity in these swims to see how tough I can be and keep going. But important note for Swim California, I will be wearing a wetsuit for the first part.
Yes.
Because
the first part. So at some point you'll do it without the wetsuit.
Yeah, I don't like wearing wetsuits, but
that's hardcore.
The North Coast is going to be way too cold for me.
Well, real quick, Sam, I want to get to, because we are Katherine Breed. Let's let the audience know, former Team USA swimmer, NCAA champion, right here, Cal's own, not a Cal's own, but Cal Berkeley's own. I know I can go for one right now. I'm so hungry. I'm starving. You're probably going to be starving when you're doing this, by the way. Yeah, calories you're burning and what you have to eat on the boat.
We're talking all about it.
Right, exactly. It's good. You have to have a nutritionist or a plan there, right? Like all of this. This is a really long thing. Just like if you're, because when you think of marathons, right, you don't go to swimming, you go to running and endurance and that trail, and that's awesome, and that gets all the love and the fame. And when you think swimming, who do you think first and foremost? I think most people think who? Michael Phelps. You think the butterfly. You think of just relays, Ledecky, exactly, all of that. So I do think this is going to be even more impressive than anything of those, and it's great, gold medals, all of that withstanding. But a 900 plus mile swim. If I was to say, Katherine, your biggest, and you're everyone's got fears of this stuff, right? I think of sharks. I'm going to be honest. I think of sharks immediately. Great white shark. Like, we have a lot of them around here. Yeah. Is that something to even be concerned about? I know surfers have to deal with. You're not going to be a surfer. Is that something, any fear factor for you? Sharks? Is it just the water itself? Like, some of the concerns when you do something like this.
Yeah, sharks are a very real fear that I have. I'm actually going to be swimming from the Farallon Islands to the Golden Gate Bridge next week. So I'll announce that on my social. But that's very sharky. I have seen 2 great whites while swimming and then one time surfing. The reality is I'm not shark food, and I don't look like a seal, and the way that they hunt, they're not looking at me and like, oh, that's easy prey when I'm next to a boat and a kayaker and have a shark shield. So it is scary, but I actually spoke with a woman who paddled the whole West Coast, and she said she shot 1 shark in her whole time. So they're out there, but that's not really the biggest concern. I think wind, waves, currents, the boat breaking, those are more realistic.
But. Yeah, so you mentioned the currents there, and I want to hear what a shark shield is as well, too. So it's going to be a 2-parter. Part 1 is describe the shark shield. Part 2 is you mentioned the currents there, and we have a host here at our station, Dan Devone. He's also a member of the Dolphin Club. I don't know if you guys have ever crossed paths. But he's a big time swimmer too. And I'm texting him. I'm like, Dan, like, we got Katherine coming on. Like, what's, she's a long distance swimmer. Do you know who she is? All that stuff. And he told me that, one of the hardest things for him when it comes to swimming is dealing with the currents. Mm-hmm. And so I want to ask you, how do you kind of plan out for the currents? Because he told me the story of a friend of his who swam the English Channel, which I believe, have you done? Yeah. So you know how it's done. Like, his friend got caught in a bad current, and over the course of an hour was only able to make it 200 yards. Oh my gosh. Had to get pulled out of the water. So when it comes to planning this trip, how do you factor in the currents here, and how much of a role do those play, along again with my aforementioned shark shield question? Yeah,
I'll start with the shark shields because that's an easy one. So there's 2 types of shark shields, one that's magnetic, one that's an electric current, and both of them essentially interfere with the shark's navigational systems. Some people might argue it attracts the sharks. I don't know. There's not a ton of data around it, but what it does is you can think of it as a strobe light or like bear spray.
Oh, I'm looking at it right now. Yeah. It's almost like it emits a pulse as you're saying that it, all right. So like a sonar thing almost. Okay.
So if the shark wanted to, like if a bear wanted to attack you with bear spray, it could, but it's enough to be like, there's probably easier food around. So that's what the shark shield is. Currents are absolutely something to think about. This past Saturday, swam from Rodeo Beach to Sausalito, Barbacci, and we had to plan it on when a flood is. So when water's coming in, the coast is going to have a really nice current from the border all the way to Monterey, and then things get funky. They'll get even weirder when we get to Point Conception. And so we'll have to make some decisions. Do we go way out to sea or do we hug the shore? Something that's good for me is I'm a very fast swimmer. And so I can swim through currents in ways that other people probably couldn't. Good. So that's helpful. Speed is helpful, especially when you're trying to work with Mother Nature.
Absolutely.
No, yeah, totally. And you're going to need support for the people for this, right? Like, this is a long journey that's going to take a long time. You're going, Mexico, Oregon, you're doing the entire West Coast.
Well, not Oregon and Washington.
Okay, exactly. You're right.
I'm a slacker.
Okay, well, that's true.
But only 900 miles.
Only 900 miles, excuse me. So it's California, Mexico?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. All right, now we don't need to go up to the Pacific Northwest anyways. They're dealing with their own crap. But you're going to need support for the people to make this happen, right?
Yeah.
Where do you go to donate and support you, Katherine Breed, in this journey?
Thank you so much for asking that. Yeah, I do want this to be something that California specifically can own, and anyone that's outdoors or inspired by this can be a part of it, and we need help. Like, that's the reality, is endeavors like this take resources in the form of like a boat or crew, volunteering, places to stay, but also money is always, cash is king. Mm-hmm. And so we are fundraising right now. You can go to either swimcalifornia.com or katherinebreed.com. They both link to the same place. And there's a little Joe Shasky shout out there, but you can donate. The donations are coming in through Sea Dreamers because this is going to be Sea Dreamers' first event. So it is a 501c3, and that's helpful to know. But yeah, we are looking for help. So anyone that's got like a 50-foot sailboat that wants to donate it for 3 to 4 months, Give me a call.
888-957-9570. If you got a 50-foot sailboat on hand, call in and let us know.
Yeah.
So obviously, again, you're said you're doing the Golden Gate Bridge to the Farallons. You've done some other swims, obviously, recently. I assume that's all part of the training process to get ready for this. Kind of walk us through, though, your whole process because you said 2 years ago you hatched this idea, right?
Yeah.
So what's been the training process been like for you since then to get ready for this? And then just out of curiosity, what is your previous high for most miles swam in one go?
Yeah, longest miles I've swam is around 27, 28 miles around Manhattan and Golden Gate Bridge to Half Moon Bay.
This is quite the jump.
Yeah. Well, yes and no. I'm only swimming 5 hours a day.
Okay.
So that gives me a lot of time to
Only,
rest.
Sam. Yeah, only 5 hours a day. Yeah.
But that's all I have to do.
Right.
And so I did just swim around Lake Tahoe, did 60 miles in 5 days. So it was a little mini sample of that, and I felt great. So it's a testament to like just lifelong training that I was able to maintain that. I forget the second question.
Well, it was, just more like, that
happens to me all the time.
Just your training process for how you build up your.
Yes.
Well, I guess so. You're at obviously 5 hours a day. Then how many miles then do you kind of expect to knock off each day? Obviously, knowing that currents and fatigue are going to
average is going to be 10 miles a day. And so how I'm going to train it, I've talked to people who've done 4-month-long events like this, and you really have to get your body through the first 2 weeks. So I'm going to be training not to do 4 months because that's too much to think about. I'm going to be training to do 2 weeks very successfully, and then my body will settle into this is our routine, this is the new normal. So just a lot of swimming, time in the water. Since Half Moon Bay, I weirdly got bamboozled into doing Ironman stuff, and so this year I'm back with swimming, and I did Tahoe, which went well, and then the Farallon Islands to Golden Gate Bridge next week.
Talking with Katherine Breed right here on the Morning Roast. Who is Katherine Breed? Oh, she's just attempting to swim the entire West Coast, California to Mexico, 900 plus miles. And you can go ahead and donate in her jersey here, KatherineBreed.com or swimcalifornia.com as well. Obviously, a Cal legend. I'm saying it on your behalf. You're a Cal legend at this point, NCAA champion and former Team USA swimmer as well. And have you, had any, encouragement from your former Team USA other swimmers or, some of your collegiate athlete friends over at Cal? Has Michael Phelps hit you up yet? We gotta get Michael Phelps out here supporting you.
Cal
yeah, come on.
Yeah. No, Natalie and I chat on Instagram. There's definitely support from the Cal community. There's a lot of former swimmers at the Olympic Club where I train. And on the team is my former roommate who rowed at Cal. So Cal is actually, I think every person on the Swim California team has a connection by either going to like grad school or undergrad at Cal. And I love it.
That's pretty cool.
Go Bears. Yeah.
Go Bears. Absolutely.
Keep that axe at home in Berkeley. That's what I always say. So when you're swimming out there, it's like you're going to be, for the most part, kind of on your own. Obviously, you're going to have a team of people around you to kind of keep you safe. But like, it's just going to be kind of you in the water out there. What are you going to be thinking about when you're going through the water there? Like when you're doing these long distance swims for 5 hours a day, what is going to be going through your head? Or are you just kind of like, keep swimming?
Yeah, it's not like
you can like Dory, just keep swimming.
Yeah, exactly.
Just keep swimming.
You can have the AirPods in, right? Because it's going to, so you can't listen to music or anything.
Do you have like
a
big
boom
speakers
box?
behind, like Mad Max where the guy's like playing the guitar?
Yeah, I should have that. No, that is the most commonly asked question I get is, what do you think about in sharks? What do I think about? Honestly, I go into this very cathartic state where I'm very present in the moment. And so I just focus on, one stroke at a time. What's my body feeling like? What do I need? And you kind of black out in a sense. Ultra endurance athletes will say that often. So I'm not thinking about much, truthfully.
So it's kind of like almost like a swimmer's high, so to speak.
Maybe, yeah.
Swimmer's
and
high.
also,
they say runner's high. Yeah, swimmer's high now.
Oh, yeah, she's swimming.
Yeah.
I know.
A lot of gratitude. The coast is beautiful, and I'm going to get to see stretches of it that people very rarely get to see. And so just being, grateful that I get to be out there and do this in my life is pretty cool.
I mean, it is the best coast, right? The West Coast is the best coast. We're putting this on a highlight. I know everyone likes their beaches out there, the Jersey Shore,
I
South
was
Beach,
just
Miami.
at the Jersey Shore. I got whistled at by a lifeguard every single day. I don't understand the green flag thing. I was in them or out of them? Like, what?
It's so different growing up on the beaches here on the West Coast and going out there. It's like a way of life over there almost, where everyone's just so nonchalant. It really is just two different worlds when you go to the beaches on both coasts. But this is pretty incredible.
Yeah, thank you.
Stick around because we got this little thing we call the Fast Five. It's our final thoughts of the show. We're going to hit an open, then we'll get our final thoughts. Steven, hit the open. All right, we got Katherine Breed in studio joining us right here, former Team USA swimmer, NCAA champion at Cal, and she is going to be swimming a 900-plus miles, and it's Sea Dreamers. That's where we're going to raise the awareness for. That's the name, correct?
Yes, Sea Dreamers is a nonprofit. Yeah.
Nonprofit opens the doors for women in ocean-based activities to accomplish big goals. Join a network of empowered individuals and educate on ocean conservation, which is a very big deal. We all grew up here on the coast. We love it. I could not imagine living away from the water. I'm sure you couldn't either.
Totally agree.
So this is a really awesome
It's weird
thing.
that people do that.
It is. No, well,
imagine living in a landlocked state. What an awful way to live.
I wouldn't even know west, north, east.
I had cousins that came over here from like Oklahoma, and they looked at like the seafood that we had and was like, I am not eating any of that. I
Too
can
much
eat the chicken.
catfish on
Like
the
we go to like a fancy like seafood restaurant. It's like all the chicken tendies and fries, which I'm not eating on. I'm right there with you. By the way, what are you going to be eating? During this whole trip,
God.
that's what I need to know.
I'm asking my mom to make me home cooked meals. Actually,
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. She has experience with like long sailing and stuff, so they're gonna prepackage some family meals. For
Are
me.
there like is there like a special diet that they want you to
a lot of food? A lot of food. Like if I could have a cheeseburger every single day.
So it doesn't
I would
really
do
matter
that.
what, as long as the calories get in you.
No, yeah, it doesn't.
It's
I'm
not like a carb buildup or anything?
No, I'm not like gluten free. No, like whatever. Just bring it. Yeah,
Just everything.
Everything.
So what you're saying is we need In-N-Out Burger to sponsor this immediately.
Oh my gosh.
And they need
That
to be
would
on the boat
Can you
feeding you
imagine
double doubles.
if they like zoomed out on a little boat? Right? Here's your In-N-Out order.
Has a little hat, the paper hat on too.
That would be.
They have like an In-N-Out drive-through they can like put out on the water for the boat to go through. So one thing I want to ask you here is obviously you need a team of people around you to help you. This is partly what you've been doing for the last 2 years. Describe to me what this team looks like. You know what it says? I'm putting together a team.
I know.
What is this team looking like for you right now? And are there more team members that you're still looking for right now?
If someone wants to do content creating for me, that'd be great. Social media is so hard for me. But right now we have.
Yeah, Steven
There
Rizzo,
we go.
his eyes picked up back there.
We have Lily Becker, who's acting like an attorney, lawyer, oversight. My friend Patrick Horn, brand sponsorships. We're just bringing on an agent. We haven't signed anything, so I don't want to say that out loud yet. Totally. We have 2 people working health and nutrition and just checking in with how I'm feeling. A PR person, a fundraising person, and then we'll have 2 paid crew on the boat to just help with things, plus the captain. It's a big crew. And there's a production team, too. So that's a whole nother like 4 people. Yeah.
And then who operates the Shark Shield?
Well, it's an on-off switch, so I think anyone
It's
can
an
do that.
I do want to ask this, and we're joined by Katherine Breed right now in studio. Your teams, you grew up here in the Bay. This is very important now. This is going to make or break
the hardest question we ask you.
This is going to make or break the entire. Yeah, this is going to make or break the entire interview right now, Katherine. Who are your teams? You grew up in Pleasanton now. All right, East Bay. Obviously, Cal's with Stanford, so anti-Stanford. We get that. That's fine.
No, one of my best friends is Stanford. Yeah, no, I actually like that rivalry. I think it's very friendly. I don't like USC. Boo.
No, we don't like. No one likes USC here. Well, we have our director of sports, our number 2 to Matt Higgins, from a graduate from USC, Lucas Alexander. Yeah. But who are your teams here? You Niners, Warriors? What do we like?
Oh my gosh, definitely Warriors for sure. That's hard with like A's or Giants. I think probably the Giants. Okay. And then football. I don't really watch football, but I've been to both games and I've honestly had a great time when Raiders were over in Oakland and 49ers. So pretty agnostic to that.
Okay, fair enough. You just touched all the bases right there and made no one angry. Yes. Very smart move, very political. I expect no less from Cal Berkeley, Sammy.
So there you go. So very excited. Is there a chance while you're doing that? Do you have the starting date set?
We'll be starting probably late June, early July next summer, but I want at least the first 2 days to be good.
Yeah.
We'll probably just look for a nice first 2 days in July. But
is there well, that's a good question because obviously we get the what we dub the Indian summer here in the Northern California where it's warmer like in October, September area. But is that like more current based when it comes to those months and what you're projecting?
Yeah, it's more of like when I want to finish because I definitely want to be done before November because that's when there's going to be more storms and big swells coming up.
Well, the big reason I asked is because at some point when you're on this journey next year, we got to get you to call in and give a status update.
Oh my gosh. I would love that.
Go to Katherine live from somewhere in the Pacific.
Right.
Parts unknown. I love that. Hey, Katherine, thank you so much. That was amazing. So much.
Thank you.
This whole thing is amazing. And what you're doing to raise awareness just to help, young women in swimming and also just the California coastline. We got to protect this. This is the most beautiful part of the entire globe.
I agree.
We need to do all we do to protect it. CatherineBreed.com. Swim California is the mission. She's going to crush it starting next year, but she needs all the help that she can get right now. So go to CatherineBreed.com or SwimCalifornia.com.
Where can we find you on Instagram, by the way?
Oh,
so we can follow your journey.
Yeah, Catherine.Breed.
There you go. Catherine.Breed. I can remember that.
There you go. And that was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. Evan and Guru next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Weekend Brunch just got a major upgrade. Splash at Thrive City in San Francisco. Starting this September, enjoy college football Saturdays at 8:30 a.m. and NFL Sundays at 9:30 a.m. Paired with craft cocktails, elevated pub fare, and ice-cold beer. Bring the crew, settle into our view lounges, and watch the action on giant screens with immersive sound. Mention Willard and Dibs or 95.7 The Game for an exclusive game day perk. And make your brunch reservations now at SplashSportsBar.com.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob! When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters Trust kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we've believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or 2. It's a full-blown shindig, but don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atcopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall, did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's Morning Lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Granger. Granger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, what's going on, everyone? Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Let's get nuts.
Rocking with you on a Wednesday on a special radio day, Goo. Happy National Radio Day.
Thank you, Evan, and back at you. Pasta, too. I saw your good article you wrote about Ramos. My man.
A lot of syllables.
What does radio mean to you, early?
Radio to me?
What does radio mean to Evan Giddings?
I think it's an open forum. I think it's one of the closest things we have to the genuine conversation, because you can only judge someone by their words.
Wow, Evan.
You don't get to see...
Except Ramos. My man.
He's done. No, it's... Now we have YouTube, we have Twitch, we have all these different video mediums, but for the most part, Goo, it's all about what you say, and that represents who you are. That's the way things used to be.
And what if I told you, because we're different, I don't know if you can tell, I'm a little older than you, but... you grew up in the era of social media, so you had like your playing field was with words and Facebook and Twitter and IG. Evan, that wasn't around when I was your age coming up, so all I had was to turn on the radio, and that was my territory in regard to it was always going to be there. If you liked who was on the air or not, it was my friend when I was in need, driving. And then you come across the sports talk, which wasn't around early, but it's incredible, man. National Radio Day, and here we are. And I miss our guy Steiny. He'll be back Monday, but I'm loving you. But, happy National Radio Day. I'm saying all that to say nothing.
Well, I think I'm one of the last generations to have a taste of both. Like the majority of my life, there's been social media and videos, and, YouTube and stuff like that. But social media came around and... the mid to late 2000s became popularized. So I still remember what it was like to not have to worry about what I was putting on, I don't know, Facebook or X or that kind of stuff.
Man.
But I was just a kid. You guys actually had to dive head into it as adults. And then with radio, for me, I kind of grew up just listening to games. I didn't listen to a ton of sports talk because my parents, they listened to rock, jazz, a bunch of different stations, soul, but they always listen to games. Like my dad would go on Sundays and just go in the back, and he'd make us garden after church, and he would always have a game on. So that's my connection to radio.
Dude, I love that. And that's why, Evan, I think you're on the cusp of being some team's play-by-play guy. But we'll give our Mount Rushmore play-by-play guys because we kind of talked about it in the green room. But I'm with you, and I'm on the air now, and we know I'm the byproduct of a contest. But, Evan, I had a delivery job, and it was just getting monotonous. I could tell you what songs we're going to play when I'm listening to KMEL or whatnot. So I got to be honest, I never picked up the phone to call the radio station for a job or think I had a career in it. It was just Pete Franklin's voice and me just wanting to do what I did in my living room with my fellas and my buddies all day long is just give my opinion and be heard. But amazing.
When did you have the urge to start calling in? Like, I've never called
right
into a radio
away
show.
when I heard the way
that you could do it.
Yeah, and the way that Pete Franklin conducted and gave his opinions, Evan, it was just, I need to combat that. And I'm on hold, even if it took an hour, and here we are. But that's what attracted me. I never had the vision, shocker, of, I can do this for a living. It was just, let me get my take off.
Yeah,
and he allowed me to do that.
But it took me a long time to get confidence on the mic. You had to just jump into it, not knowing if a guy, Pete Franklin, would flush you, if he would praise you, if he would rip you. Dude, that sounds kind of scary, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, and I guess it was fun at the same time, so maybe that superseded the fear because it was like, wasn't a job interview, I guess, but I was just calling and letting it go like I would do with my buddies. And I don't know, I know you got your friends and your brother, but we used to give our sports opinions like it was a rap battle.
Yeah.
So I just took those principles of.
You got 90 seconds to just let it rip.
Go, yeah.
Well, I think that's what's cool about what we do now is we get to hear from so many different kinds of people.
Man.
And even though we don't get to see the faces of some people in the chat, some people we've met in person and they're awesome. I think it's cool how I think radio is more communal than television or certainly more play-by-play because it's just a couple people. But radio, especially sports talk, to me is just a place where folks can, to your point, just get their takes off.
No doubt. And tell me what you think of this, Evan. I know you and Pasta won't grade me, and you can because I'm asking. But have you come across people in the medium now of sports to where their persona when they type words is not what they are? And I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
Everyone's like that, though.
But Evan, not me. I like you're not like that. Positive. Just give me 100% consistency. But I meet people, I'm like, I like the Twitter version of you, but they're not that
I don't like you in real life.
Right. Just a little bland. I don't know.
I do think people should represent themselves as they are, but anytime you can get behind a keyboard, there's no consequences. You can say whatever you want.
I guess.
You don't have to say it to someone's face, or you don't even have to call in and run the risk of getting flushed like you used to do sometimes.
And it's definitely easier to do it behind a keyboard as opposed to in person. And I'm just the whole, persona, the jokes, the wittiness. I just come across some people, I'm like, I wish you were more like your Twitter handle, I don't tell them, damn it.
Yeah, but the Twitter handle can also get you in trouble because you start to develop a voice that's not legitimately you.
Man.
And that's where I got to stay off of Twitter.
Look at you.
All right, Goo, where I want to start today is this. Kind of on the heels of we're talking about, some of the olden times and things that kind of pass that I guess, I don't know if they get glossed over a bit, but I'm always interested to learn what people think about history, specifically in Bay Area sports. And the Chargers are in town this week, or I should say they're playing the 49ers this weekend, last preseason game. And I think it's kind of a reunion of a sense of the 2021 draft class. Now, we found out Mac Jones is hurt, but we got Kyle Shanahan, Mac Jones, and then on the other sideline, a guy who's going to be playing because he's played very well for the Chargers and may win their backup spot, Trey Lance. When I say to you, Daryl the Guru Johnson, Trey Lance, I texted you these words last night. I say Trey Lance. What do you say to that? What comes to mind?
From a 49er perspective, failure. A debacle. And I'll just stop at failure. Do you have a problem with that? Because there's legs to this now to where the Niners come up roses because of the cologne, the deodorant, and the luck that went into what they did drafting Brock Purdy. So, Evan, they never felt the brunt of that colossal decision, which could have gotten coaches and GMs fired. But do you have a problem from a 49er standpoint when you say Trey Lance, I say failure?
There's nothing wrong with that. But the team didn't fail, though.
No, it did not.
Now, that pick was a failure. When I think of Trey Lance, I think of a few things. I think of missed opportunity. I think of inexperience. I think a little bit of arrogance on the side of the 49ers. And as we continue on, we can kind of go down the road as to why. But I don't want this to be about Trey Lance and the word failure in regards to him. To me, when we look back on it, it's about management. And it's about what the 49ers chose to do in 2021, trading up from, I believe, the 12th pick all the way up into
which was Micah
number
Parsons
3, which was Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
There's also a lot of other great players that were in that draft class. And they chose to trade 3 first-round picks to move up to number 3 to draft a 21-year-old from North Dakota State named Trey Lance. And from there, the franchise hasn't necessarily gone off course, but I think the last year or so, we're beginning to see some of the misses related to that draft impact the 49ers.
Yeah.
But again, on the other side, 888-957-9570. When I say Trey Lance and 49ers, what comes to mind? How do you remember, whether it's you want to call it an era, you want to call it a failure, as Guru's talking about?
And I got another word on the other side for you, if you allow me.
Absolutely. And we're also going to hear from Kyle Shanahan about this. This is what sort of sparked it. Kyle was asked about this yesterday and had to go down memory lane. And so we're going to do the same. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Gerald the Guru Johnson, and that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Trey Lance, bad luck, impatience, injury. What sort of words come to mind when you think of the highest drafted quarterback by the 49ers in recent memory? And it didn't really turn into anything poor because Brock Purdy came in and saved the day.
Man.
Is that something you give the Niners a pass for? Is it something that you look back on, I should say, with, regret in a sense? How do you look at it? That segment was brought to you by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference.
Bay Area, there's nothing better than watching a game with a cold, righteously brewed beer in hand. That's why I always roll with Laughing Monk Brewing.
Okay, yeah, the beer is fire. Why are you talking like that?
With locations in San Francisco, Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, you can always count on top-notch craft beer, next-level food, and the best game day atmosphere in the Bay.
Hold up, bro. Are you doing a commercial right now?
Glad you asked, Jasky, because you can find Laughing Monk at the best bars and restaurants in the Bay, or pick up a 4-pack at many fine retailers like Whole Foods, Gus's, and New Leaf Markets.
Dude, just pass the wings!
If you've started thinking about what to wear this fall, your timing is perfect because Macy's Fall Preview event has early deals on looks everyone will be wearing. Romantic dresses from BCBG and Avec Les Filles, Western-inspired boots and bags from Steve Madden, all 25% off. Plus, take 15 to 25% off fall beauty from Yves Saint Laurent, Estee Lauder, and Clinique. Don't wait. This fall preview won't be around for long, so come into Macy's tomorrow. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
Star One makes home loans simple. Dream big, start small. At Star One Credit Union, everything we do is in your best interest, which is why we offer low down payment options with flexible terms that put you first. Your dedicated Star One loan advisor will facilitate a fast approval for a quick close. We also offer special benefits for first-time home buyers and jumbo loans up to $5 million at the same competitive rate. Apply today. Star1.org. Star One Credit Union, in your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Step up to the plate and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Stanford Blood Center and San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Granger. Granger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
With the third pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance, quarterback, North Dakota State.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, a night that I think a lot of people don't relive often, not because it's bad, but so much happened on that one day.
Yeah.
Everyone thought it was going to be Mac Jones. People still think to this day that Kyle really wanted Mac.
Peter King, Schefter. Yeah.
I think it's been confirmed maybe by the fact he's now the backup quarterback. Yeah. And they go with Trey Lance at number 3. They trade up 9 spots and 3 first-round picks to select Trey Lance.
Who's the caller? The ghost of Trey Lance. That's one of the greatest drops.
Well, you don't have to worry about the ghost this weekend.
Yeah, but he was expensive, and I thought he was going to be the next Steve Young, Steve McNair. Didn't work out, but Evan, when you brought this up and people want to know why we're talking about it, Kyle, you're about to play Kyle's thoughts on it. But the bottom line, I'm not saying his career is done or he won't pan out, but the bottom line is nobody cares. What did the Niners benefit from it? And to their credit, man, they got the best Geico insurance ever with Brock Purdy, and they gave him that new contract. So can you really come down on him? But you do think about the 2021, 2022, 2023, for 3 first-round picks and a third in 2022. Like, what if you had that to enhance the team and you didn't use that to move up? You know, maybe the team has more sound players for the future now, if you look at it that way, because now a lot of it is dependent on these youngsters that you just drafted.
Yeah, the word bust is maybe a bit simplistic because he didn't really get an opportunity. And a big reason of that, he was hurt. Big reason for that is he just hadn't played a whole lot of football throughout his life. Like, I was reading an article when the Niners traded him 2 years later to the Dallas Cowboys for a 4th-round pick.
Yeah.
he had like 742 pass attempts since middle school or something like that. I mean, it was...
So James Wiseman, like an unknown, basically.
Kind of. And that's what the Niners traded up for. And we're talking about this today because Kyle Shanahan was asked at the podium yesterday, just when he looks back at the Trey Lance era, the decision, that state of the franchise for the San Francisco 49ers in 2021, how does he feel about it? Because they're going to be playing him this weekend against the Chargers.
I don't want to sit here and evaluate Trey too much. I think I've done that before, but when I revisit that, we knew where our team was at and we knew where it was going to be the next couple of years. And we were committed to getting a rookie quarterback. We weren't sure that it would be forever, but we thought that was important to contractually with where our team was at in order to keep a good team together. So we knew we were going for a rookie, especially after a veteran left earlier that year. That was an option. So that was more of a plan in that way. Now we can go back to what we thought and everything, which I have no problem doing anytime, but I don't want to sit here and evaluate Trey again. I'm pulling for Trey. I love Trey. One of the best people I've been around, and I really hope it works out for him.
I think we all hope that Trey Lance eventually pans out whatever he becomes.
Yeah, no hate. Yeah, no doubt.
Well, I think he's going to be the backup this year for the Chargers. Yeah. And Jim Harbaugh
just used him like a fullback.
Well, Jim Harbaugh is not running him 13 times.
Right. Up the middle.
Against the Chicago Bears.
Up the middle.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
But he was such a raw prospect. Like he was so inexperienced that when I hear that, and again, this show is not about bashing Trey Lance. This show is about, I think, trying to figure out like what was going on that led to that decision. And what do you think about when you think about Trey Lance and I would call it an experiment. Honestly, when I hear Kyle Shanahan talk about the thought process behind it, it has nothing to do with the player. It has only to do with the situation of the team. And that, to me, is almost the definition of an experiment because there was nothing, combined with the fact that it was around COVID, you didn't have a chance to really meet these people and examine them in real person, in real time. It was just an experiment. And the Niners threw a Hail Mary, and it was an incomplete pass.
Yeah, and Evan, I gotta keep it real and put it right on the table. Brought to you by Atco early on this Wild Wednesday, National Radio Day. He signals to me, Trey Lance, to an apology that I had to give Kyle Shanahan. Because I do remember when he was in D.C., the offensive coordinator and his daddy was running the show. In the same draft, out of Baylor, you drafted RG3, but in that same draft, you got Kirk Cousins. And all that signaled to me was, man, how in love can you be wasting another pick on, you're supposed to have your franchise guy. He got Rookie of the Year. But I thought it was odd, and I also thought this, Evan, why I bring this up. Kyle Shanahan, as brilliant as he is, the boy wonder, I call him, the guy genius, I got to give him that. I was always turned off and questioned why Patrick Mahomes was bypassed, why he wasn't Halle Berry or Beyonce to Kyle Shanahan. Deshaun Watson, when it was good Deshaun Watson, before Massagegate. And, there were days I had conversations with Bonte on the air. Evan, now what 100% going race? But I did think about why is that type of dual threat quarterback not attractive to Kyle? And you could say that was unfair, and some did. And then, bam, he goes up and shows the world, Guru, I do like dual threat quarterbacks. And that's what is limited or unknown as Trey was. That's what he represented to me. And that's why I double back. And I did it on these airways, Ev. I apologize to Kyle for even coming up with that mindset, thinking that's not his type of quarterback. And it didn't work out. But there was good times for me in regard to looking at Kyle and his brilliance of, okay, those type of quarterbacks are something that he covets. And they struck out because he never panned out here. But that type of quarterback that Trey Lance is supposed to be with his wheels, the arm, I call him the Steve Young, Steve McNair type. I kind of appreciated Kyle just basically showing, hey, I do the Halle Berry's and Beyonce's goo. They're attractive. And unfortunately, it didn't work out. But he did spend a whole hell of a lot to move mountains to go get him.
He did. They spent 3 first-round picks to move 9 spots from number 12 to number 3. 888-957-957. Kyle Shanahan was asked to look back at the Trey Lance era with him in town. The Chargers on the horizon for the Niners this week in Week 3. How do you look back on that era? This is from the 510, and I'm kind of with him on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line. Him or her, I should say. Had a ton of other needs outside of quarterback. Also for the 510. I think of COVID and the pandemic. That was a difficult draft for both the Warriors and the Niners. from the 6.51. Wrong, right place, wrong time. That's also a good way to look back at it. From the 4.08, team failure, not Trey's fault. I think failure is something that you can't not put at the doorstep of the Niners.
I appreciate that. Okay.
He played 8 games in 2 years.
No doubt.
And I know he got hurt, but they traded 3 first-round picks and ended up dealing away from a 4th.
And let's be honest, it wasn't pretty as he remained upright and healthy. I don't feel like the Trey Lance bus was headed in the right direction. And real quick, Evan, you talked about this. Why I won't compare it to Wiseman is, unfortunately for the Warriors, they didn't have a Brock Purdy to fall back on. Like you said it, they didn't skip a beat, even with the debacle, if you want to call it that, of Trey Lance, because now they got their future franchise quarterback in Brock Purdy, and he's got a contract.
Well, and that's who really ushered him out of the door. The Niners might have given him more time, but they quickly found the backup to the backup, and their QB3 ended up being in
Mr.
2022
Irrelevant.
their number 1 signal caller.
That's crazy.
But as far as guys that could have helped the Niners, that to me is, I guess, the parallel that I see between Wiseman and Lance. The reason why the Wiseman pick is often thrown back in the face of the Warriors.
Go ahead, E. It hurts just hearing you talk about it.
Well, it's been their biggest opportunity to get a game changer who could bring you into the next era. The Niners don't have to worry about that as much because they still have a lot of talent. But there was opportunities to select young players that could be helping you right now, that might have you in a better position.
Surtain was in that draft, right? The cornerback.
I'll tell you who was in that draft.
Help me
I got it right here.
I know Micah was in there.
So I'm just looking at pass number 12.
All right, gotcha.
Because there were some good players in the top 11. Micah Parsons was the 12th pick.
Man.
After that, the 10 picks. Kyle Pitts, Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle.
Wow.
Penei Sewell. J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain, Devontae Smith, Justin Fields, Rashawn Slater.
There's some talent in there, E. There's a bunch of it. 6
of those players are Pro Bowlers.
Okay, and there you go. I was just about to follow up with that. Man.
And I guess I'm thinking like, well, what if one of those players was an offensive lineman? Penei Sewell might be the next. He might be the heir apparent to Trent Williams.
Oh my gosh, Evan.
You also might have been able to get a lineman that could have blocked Chris Jones in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, right. Twice.
You might have been able to find a wide receiver that would have you in a better position now, or made it so that you didn't have to try and pay Brennan Ayuk. I don't know. I mean, you never know how it's going to work out.
Could you imagine?
Oh my God.
Yes, that's all.
You never know how it's going to work out. But to me, that's why when I think of Trey Lance, I think of missed opportunities, because they missed an opportunity to get more talent at other spots during a time in which they were still pretty damn competitive.
No doubt. And
even with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah. And would you have a problem now, Evan, with the state of the Niners and the dependency on, because there's no way around it, and it's exciting, but also risky. If I said those chickens are now coming home to roost in regard to, you're right, had you hit on those draft picks that you kept, but life doesn't work that way. In regular life sports, had they said, oh, we'll be okay, Mr. Irrelevant will be our next great franchise quarterback, then you think about, Micah and Jamar Chase and Sewell and all the guys you just mentioned. It's like it never works that way, but you kind of scratch your head as to what if, how further along this team would be in this roster if you had some of those guys.
Well, and I also don't think they were on the same timeline. I don't think that Kyle Shanahan and the Niners knew what they drafted when they took Trey Lance. Just like I don't think the Warriors knew what they had when they drafted James Wiseman.
Evan, that bothers me on both fronts, I guess.
They saw that the Warriors saw an athletic 7-foot center, and the Niners saw, to your point earlier, a dynamic dual-threat quarterback. But neither of those players at that stages of their careers were ready to be those things for those teams. Trey Lance was not ready out of college to quarterback a team that the following season made the NFC Championship game. He just wasn't.
And I do wonder what made Kyle, and maybe it was bravado or, hey, I'm Ben Obi-Wan Kenobi. I got the Jedi mind trick. I can get him up and ready. Evan, I guess I wonder what made, John even believe that Kyle and the Niners brass could get him up and running with him not going through his football puberty per se.
Well, and that's the other thing, too. It's like Kyle Shanahan has a specific set of requirements for his quarterbacks. And Trey Lance was not a good fit, just like James Wiseman was not a good fit. They drafted experiments, both the Niners and the Warriors that year, and COVID might have had something to do with it. But, thinking about now Trey Lance, like almost in 2025, I feel like we're just beginning to see what he could possibly be. And it might just be a backup quarterback. Yeah. That might be his ceiling.
But you're saying he needed time.
Time that the Niners, number one, weren't going to give him, and time that they didn't have because they were ready to compete. And I understand Kyle Shanahan, his thought process is that we got an expensive team. We got a really good team. So we need a guy who's on a rookie quarterback contract to help us stay competitive during that time period. But Trey Lance was never going to be able to do that because he hadn't played a lot of football. He played one full season of college at an FCS level, and very quickly you could see that his skill set is not what Kyle Shanahan was looking for.
Man, and that's why you already said it. You kind of started the show, Evan. You have no problem with me or anybody else for that matter just saying, what the truth is. It didn't work out.
Well, but you also threw it back in my face, which is, we were talking about it before the show, the reason why it's not thrown back in the Niners' face, and I guess this is the opportunity to do it, is because Brock Purdy came along.
No doubt about it. It's just uncanny and incredible that was your Geico. How many teams have that luxury, if you even want to call it that, or luck, Evan, for that debacle? You got to just wear that. And the Niners were able to be like, okay, we can wear it, but oh boy, look at this. Look at number 13. Let's go and get to a Super Bowl and a NFC championship on the fly. That year that he took over.
He saved their asses.
Man.
I mean, look.
Man, oh man.
The amount of, I don't know if it's head coaches or like decision makers who have a draft day gaffe like the one the Niners did in 2021.
Nice word, gaffe.
The amount of people that make those choices generally don't get to keep their jobs.
Man, no, you're right.
They found a way. I think like Trey Lance to me is not someone that I look back at necessarily with regret. And it's not even just about Brock Purdy. I just think it was a completely mismanaged situation for the 49ers. And I understand what they were trying to do. And when Kyle Shanahan explained it to the media yesterday, it even somehow makes sense. But watching it play out in real time, it just left me with so many questions about why they believe this particular player was going to be the next quarterback, the next franchise quarterback for the Niners.
Yeah,
it was a complete shot in the dark.
Yeah, I mean, a Hail Mary at this point. And I do wonder, like, I don't know Trey Lance, and I get the politics of everything. You played the sound of Kyle saying he's rooting for Trey, Evan. I believe Kyle's rooting for Trey. But if you were Trey Lance, would you look at Kyle and the Niners organization side-eyed? I know I would have some major resentment.
Trey Lance?
Yeah, if I look back, you guys gave up on me too early. You gave up, damn. And, if I'm Trey, I could look at the Niners and be like, you know what? Y'all didn't put me in the best possible position to win, and you gave up on me.
No,
And to his credit, he's not saying that or playing that tune. But, Evan, I would be feeling some type of way.
Well, I don't think Trey Lance holds resentment. I think at that point he was happy to be gone, right? He knew he was never going to start and wasn't going to be good enough to.
Well, he did start up until he got hurt.
Well, but then in 2023, when Brock came back as a starting quarterback, he lost the backup job to Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
I mean, he was going to be the third quarterback as the third overall pick. And that's a position that, to me, I would want to get out from underneath.
Yeah, and we talk about Kaminga. We got the Tims in Raleigh, and I get how you feel and what you believe about certain players. But I guess at that point, Evan, the fact that he was fighting for the backup job, that's where the resentment could have started, because I could make a case where they drafted him and what he cost the Niners. That should have gave him leeway to get healthy, come back, and almost just, hey, let me pick up right where I left off before you find out what's going on with Brock Purdy. But I believe they saw some red flags with him to where they're like, we missed.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that
he might not be it.
Well, he couldn't do what the Niners needed him to do.
Yeah.
I mean, he got beat up by Jimmy Garoppolo.
Remember, and they had Jets and kicked Jimmy to the curb. Remember, we went to training camp and Jimmy was behind the barn somewhere. Like it was all bad. Then he ended up being the dude, like by default.
I mean, do you think if he doesn't get hurt against Chicago that he's not still around, I'm saying, but like, do you think he keeps his job throughout that entire season?
Now, that's interesting, E. I'm not after. It's so hard to say no or yes to that, but I gotta believe the song would have lasted a bit long. It would have played a bit longer, and that might have been week 14, week 15 before they really snatched the rug out from underneath them. I think that injury, again, allowed Brock to come in, and Brock was great, but it also was like Brock was not going up against a ghost of greatness that Trey had left on the field, because I think Trey had left a lot of things to be desired, and it was almost easier for Kyle and the Niners to kind of move forward with what they saw behind door number 13 with Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I mean, I think Brock Purdy was allowed to play pressureless football because he's Mr. Irrelevant, and they also were down to their last quarterback. They literally had nobody else to go to. Trey Lance had all the pressure in the world. But the way that Kyle Shanahan used him,
he turned a lot of people off.
Well, but it's clear, like, he didn't trust him.
Man.
He trusted him less than Jimmy Garoppolo because he wouldn't let him throw the ball. And from all accounts, I understand why. I mean, Trey Lance was a player that he could hit a home run and sometimes not hit singles.
Had no touch on the ball. No off speed.
Well, not at that stage in his career.
Man.
And it's been encouraging to watch him during this preseason with the Chargers look like I would say.
Well, he did this in Dallas, and I was rooting for him. And I'm not saying Dallas got it right, and maybe Jim is the guy, but I was this excited about Trey last year, and then Dallas, for whatever reason, decided to move on. I'm not saying that was the wrong move or the right move. So I am interested to see if there's really some gravity and traction, and hopefully nothing happens to Herbert to where we find out. But you think he's in a good spot now, huh?
Trey Lance?
Yeah. And is that how much of that is because
$6 million this year?
His head coach. That's a big deal too.
I think Jim Harbaugh is somebody that he's got a track record of resurrect. I don't know if resurrection careers is the best way to put it, but certainly helping guys find themselves.
Saw what he did with Cap.
Saw what he did with Alex Smith.
No, good job.
Alex Smith was looking like he wasn't going to amount to much, and Jim Harbaugh helped turn around his career. Played 15 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think Trey Lance is in a good spot for him right now. The Niners are obviously in the position they are, but I do think about what it cost them.
Yeah, I'll give you that, because the cost is there, E. But if somebody could call us or text in, Risotto, if you even know, can you think of any other sport to where a team spent a top 5 pick in a draft, it was a bust, but somehow in that same year you got that Geico, and now the rest is history, I mean, Brock Purdy Evan, I believe some of this contract that he got, and I stand on it, he earned just from what he did performing. But, dude, you could make a case he saved some jobs.
Who?
Brock Purdy. With his ability on the fly to pick up this offense, keep this thing going in the right direction, get this team to multiple NFC championship games and a Super Bowl. Or if Kyle and John had to just sit in that residue and the team weren't winning or making the playoffs, what that would be like, and they didn't have to endure that because of Brock Purdy.
Well, but that's because he was good, and he was good immediately.
Who knew?
But he also, he was in a fantastic position, and his skill set was a perfect fit for the 49ers. Trey Lance's skill set was not fit for what Kyle Shanahan wanted to do, and that's why, to me, it's so puzzling, to try and just wrap my mind around why they would have drafted him in the first place.
Do you believe they wanted Mac Jones or somebody else? And the reason I posed that to you is I'll never forget, I think it was a Tuesday night before the draft, and the Mac Jones news, it was Schefter, one of the reports, said it was almost a lock that Mac Jones was going to be the pick, and there was Niner fans on Twitter everywhere. It was like a revolt. And I believe the owner saw that. This is just me, Evan, saw that and was like, oh, this is not good. And then maybe went to Kyle and kind of forced him to draft Lance?
I don't know if he forced him to. I don't know if Kyle knew who he wanted to pick.
But what does that mean, E?
That means that they traded up for the third best quarterback in the draft, not knowing who it was. And that, to me, is the mismanagement of the situation. The Niners did not know who they wanted to take. They knew they just wanted a quarterback. Like, you can't make decisions like that. That's how the Warriors ran into trouble with Wiseman, because they just wanted a center. They didn't draft the player. They drafted the position of need. And they had no clue of what they were getting into. And I know draft picks are lottery tickets in a sense, but it is so clear looking back on both decisions from both these franchises that they did not know what they were doing.
That's amazing, E. And I'll say this to that. And you say I threw it back in your face. We got to keep it real, right? If we're going to come down on them and you are correct, let's just go with what you said. They didn't know who they wanted. They couldn't decipher. It was just like the ultimate roll of the dice. Then how did they know to draft Mr. Irrelevant? Like,
he was the last pick.
I get it, but he could easily not been the last pick. There had to be, and I'm not saying this gets him off the hook, but the bottom line is the reality is he is their franchise quarterback. They had to see something in Brock, even if you want to call it a throwaway pick. They saw something, and boy, did it manifest into what it is now. So just for the people out there like you and kind of like me, we almost got to give them credit, too, for, I know it's the last pick, Evan, but boy, did they come up roses.
Well, if they knew what they had in Brock Purdy, they would have drafted him in the first round. They knew he was going to be. If they knew he was going to be their franchise quarterback, they also didn't draft him 6 times.
I mean, there really could be a 30 for 30 on this draft just from the Niners' standpoint, and all Justin Fields, all those quarterbacks, man.
Well, that's the difficult part is there wasn't.
Right now, there's not.
There wasn't a tangible domino effect from it because Brock Purdy came in and saved the day. He donned the cape.
Ultimate cologne.
I see you, Tom and Marin, but we got to hit a break here. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. That segment was brought to you by Frontier Ford. Mach-E lease specials are on, and Tesla owners score even more at Frontier Ford. Lease a 2025 Mach-E Select for just $239 a month plus tax. $1,999 at signing. $1 less than $2K. And save even more with your Tesla. Offer ends September 2nd at Frontier Ford in Santa Clara.
Ooh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
Take your fantasy football draft to the next level with 95.7 The Game and Splash at Thrive City in San Francisco. You and 14 friends could score your own private view lounge, the best seat in the house for game day energy, 2 full hours of draft time with complimentary Wi-Fi, power for your laptops, a loaded draft day food station with non-alcoholic drinks, plus a dedicated server, all a $1,500 value. And here's the kicker. Willard and Dibs will be broadcasting live that night, then hanging out with you and your guests after the show. Listen this week for your chance to win, and join us Tuesday, August 26th. Get details at 957thegame.com.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob!
Famous Footwear has the latest styles from all my favorite brands like Nike, Adidas, Crocs, Converse, New Balance, Birkenstock, and more. And with over 830 stores, Famous Footwear is always nearby with fit experts to make sure my new shoes fit my feet and mom's budget. She says the prices are like really good, so you don't have to overspend to make it famous. Right now, buy 1 pair of shoes, get 1 half off at your local Famous Footwear store. Some exclusions apply.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Labor Day is the last sale of the summer, but this one is our biggest sale of the year. Now through September 2nd, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. The Floor Store's Labor Day sale. Don't let the sun set on this one. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 10 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
He had a long weekend.
Who?
Evan.
How do you know?
Because he just walked past us like we were monkeys in a cage. You come in here and say, what's up to the big dogs? You don't just act, okay, they put you on in the afternoon. Now you don't know us.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I don't know if he heard that.
When was that?
When you filled in the afternoon a couple weeks ago.
One day.
Pastor, what you doing to me on National Radio Day, buddy?
Brand new man.
Damn, you okay, E?
Damn,
little
good.
drive-by there.
I know, I'm just walking by the glass.
You had this look one day, I said it on like, he don't even know his guys. But you were focused, I guess. Damn, Pasta.
Well, yeah. I don't know how you feel, but this is like it's like a gym locker room. People come in here all the time and just disrupt things and want to
discriminate versus anyone.
Yeah, exactly. Well, not anybody in particular.
Oh, boy.
But before the show, people are doing their post games, doing pre games.
I got
Folks
you.
are coming in during breaks, talking about whatever. We're trying to do a show here. So the one day that I'm not working on your show, I'm doing the afternoons, I want to give you guys your space.
Yeah, I was having
and you
a bad
think that
morning.
I'm turning my nose up at you.
I was having a bad morning. I needed somebody to take it out on. And damn, Pasta had the receipts. I'll tell you what, Evan, I told you this coming in, Confessions on National Radio Day.
Sure.
I'm watching the Giants Padre game. I'm in my 50s. I feel 35. Somebody ran on the field.
Oh, there was more than one.
And I wanted to see it. Show them, E. What does that say about my character and who I... Just show them. I know why, because then everybody would do it. But, E, I wanted to see it. Kite never laugh. Like, Evan, what does that say about my character that... Just show them.
I got a follow-up question. Do you rubberneck on the road?
I used to. I don't enjoy it, and I try not to now, but I do it to just remind myself and whoever I'm in the car with how dangerous it can be and stay off the phone.
Because that's sports rubbernecking is what it is.
But
you wanted to see someone get laid out by the Ray Lewis of the security team is rubbernecking.
Now, see that? No, the tackle's not what
Last night,
attracts me. I want to see
bent like a paperclip.
And there was a woman out there, too. I want to see how long they last, and do they zigzag, zig?
This is an 8-year-old. He just got snapped in two.
Do they take you to the tank, you get a ticket, misdemeanor, and keep moving?
I actually do think that there's a little kind of, I don't know if it's jail cell, but there's a holding spot at every stadium for drunkards.
But it ain't a felony, yeah.
No, but I think, you get in trouble for it. You get kicked out. I think there's a fat fine.
Show them. I got you.
Everybody wants to see the person run on the field, and I don't. Well, you can't encourage it. That's why they don't show it.
Have you met any? And you could say confessions. Do you know anybody that's ever done that? I can look you in the face and say I've never had a friend or family member that had the cojones to do that.
No, I've never known anybody that's done it, but I've seen someone prepare to go.
And what happened?
Well, no one stopped them, but you can see the person. All right, they're starting to take their shirt off.
Oh boy,
taking the last chug of a libation, and then they start to inch their way down towards the side of the wall, and then they leap, and then they start running on the field. Now, as long as the person isn't naked, I mean, I guess
there's got to be a. What word am I looking for, Evan, as you jump down to a rush? Shout out to the Niners. There's got to be a rush to do something that dumb, but
I cannot.
I just want to know how long you like. I picture myself like Evan. It'd take 2 minutes for them to get me. I'd be Walter Payton.
Well, you think you would, but then you get blindsided like Lawrence Taylor coming off the edge.
It's not exactly the guys chasing you aren't Bosa, so you could.
No, but there's like 8 of them. Right. They converge like hyenas. That's what they did last night. Both of those people. Can we just stop running on the field?
Yeah.
If you have run on the field, 888-957-9570. Please tell us why. Why would you do that?
You got to be impaired.
And what the holding cell is like.
Yeah, there you go.
4 stars.
And how long do they keep you? Probably overnight. To the end of the game.
I think they hold you longer than that. Yeah. I don't know if you have to make bail.
Yeah. Patrick Ortiz in the chat. Member Angel Pagan clotheslined somebody one time.
Oh, then that's my kind of player. That's my kind of guy. Usually the players just kind of sit there and chill.
Yeah.
They just let them. They kind of use them as like obstacles.
Hey, before we get back into this, Trey Lance, real quick, are you concerned about the injuries that just keep piling up for the Niners? A nothing burger, or is it a burger with cheese and injuries?
Well,
grilled.
They got guys coming back and guys going down. So this was the update from Kyle Shanahan yesterday on those injuries.
Mac Jones sprained his knee in the game. He'll miss this week. Dominic Pooney, just updated, is a knee sprain. He's going to be out for a few weeks. And Patrick Taylor, who I think you guys saw going IR, but he needs surgery for his shoulder because he ended up having a fracture in there.
And is there any concern Pooney won't be back for week 1?
There's a concern, but I know he's got a chance to also.
Yeah, Evan, and I'm no doctor, but I always say, just when guys come back from injuries, then the second part of that is, they're back, but is Evan 100%? You know what I mean? So it's twofold. But, man, it just seems like, and maybe we're just starving for something, or you can't ignore what is the injuries just happening for the Niners in camp and preseason.
Okay, but before we get into the Kyle Shanahan sound, no, we got someone on the line. It sounds like they have run on the field.
Oh, boy.
This is Raider Javier.
Talk to us.
Please, tell us why, what went down, and was it worth it?
Well, I was in my early 20s. It was Raiders-Dolphins, and it's something I'd always talked about doing with my buddies when we were, kicking back a few on the weekend. And the opportunity kind of poised itself where we had some seats in the end zone there. And I had a buddy of mine that ran high school track, and I said, hey, my goal is to hit the 50. I'm going to need a block to get out there. And I said, as soon as the clock hits, 3 minutes to go in the game here, we're going to go for it. And it was about a 5 to 6 foot drop from the end zone to the field. And we ran all the way down the numbers, ran right by, I believe, Officer Jackson there, and ran right on the numbers. I kept looking down at the numbers expecting to get hit, but we went end zone to end zone, actually dove into the end zone, and then got tackled by Oakland's finest there.
So how long? What was that process like after? Did they took you to the tank, right?
How was the holding cell?
Well, they took us under, and the game had just ended, and I believe it was either Grady Jackson. I remember seeing Harvey Williams down there as well. and we're cuffed up, and the officers were really upset that we had done that, and they were making fun of, I believe, Officer Jackson, who had the field, and they said, oh, these guys ran all over you. So they were taking us under the stadium, passed by the NBC reporters, and Grady goes, was it worth it? And I go, heck yeah. And then the officers, kind of were taking us down. And I believe the other officer says, no, you're supposed to take them this way. And there was like a station out in the parking lot where they cuff you to the tables and kind of just write you up, get you in the paddy wagon, and then you head down over to the holding tank. And we were there for the majority of the night before we got out of there.
Wow.
Damn,
man.
Raider.
Yeah. How many beers in you at that time?
17.
No, not that many, but
yeah, enough, huh? Yeah, I got you. All right.
Appreciate the call, Javier.
Yeah. And the honesty. Wow, we met somebody that did it.
That's a real on-the-field correspondent.
Grady Jackson, remember on D-line, was it worth it?
Said, where's he going? You're taking him to the wrong place. Oh, man. Well, yeah. And, of course, there was a couple of people last night at the Padres-Giants game who rushed the field. I don't even necessarily know why. It wasn't even that exciting of a game.
Well, maybe that was why. They wanted to add some excitement.
Wanted to get something going on the field.
If you're a Padre fan, you got to win.
And more steals than the Giants.
Yeah.
All right, Gil. So, no, I wouldn't. You wouldn't catch me running on the field. I don't have the guts.
We'd lose our job here, right? Wouldn't he can call me in and be like, hey, it's over.
Yes. Oh, I think so. Although... All right, there are different rules for different people.
Oh,
you know I believe this. I think I would get fired. I don't know if you would get fired.
Oh my, Evan, come on.
In fact,
dude,
it might be
you got it. You're
an opportunity for content.
And that's the world we're in. We talked about it yesterday. Attention is a drug.
The boss might get you a raise.
Man.
There's only one way to
Hey,
find
look,
out.
can you get on IG from there, from the tape?
We probably lose access to these
no
for
doubt.
media
Come
purposes.
on. Yeah, Evan, you're fired. We'd all be fired.
Well, we wouldn't all be fired. It's a couple of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, 650. Looked like a 12-year-old. Again, he got bent like a paperclip. All right. So this is what's going on today. We're talking about 2021, sort of looking back at what happened with Trey Lance, because Kyle Shanahan was asked about it yesterday. That's the relevant piece of this. When I say Trey Lance and the Trey Lance era, what do you think about? And Kyle Shanahan was asked that question at the podium. Here's how he responded.
I don't want to sit here and evaluate Trey too much. I think I've done that before, but when I revisit that, we knew where our team was at, and we knew where it was going to be the next couple of years, and we were committed to getting a rookie quarterback. We weren't sure that it would be forever, but we thought that was important to contractually with where our team was at in order to keep a good team together. So we knew we were going for a rookie, especially after a veteran left earlier that year. That was an option. So that was more of a plan in that way. Now we can go back to what we thought and everything, which I have no problem doing anytime, but I don't want to sit here and evaluate Trey again. I'm pulling for Trey. I love Trey. One of the best people I've been around, and I really hope it works out for him.
Why can't be mad at him?
Well, well, of course, because they've been successful since then, but is that the only reason that their feet aren't held to the fire about maybe the biggest draft day, again, gaffe in 49ers history?
Again, my answer to that is they had a safety net, and again, the fans, the team, didn't have to revel in that or anguish in that failure, because they got another diamond a different way nobody saw coming, and the train kept humming. So I do believe that's why it was just status quo. Let's keep going. And they kept going. NFC Championship game, then Super Bowl. Now you pay your quarterback. So, the bottom line is they got lucky as all outdoors because the team didn't feel the brunt of that colossal mistake.
But the Warriors didn't, right?
Yeah, because they had no Brock Purdy. It was Wiseman was come, he was out. They didn't have any player that, could make fans just forget. And I think Brock Purdy made fans forget about Trey Lance. But you'll never forget about the Capitol.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Well, this is what I find interesting, is we rarely ever discuss consequences, ramifications of the Niners' decision to trade 3 first-round picks for Trey Lance. But all the time, we bring up the Warriors' whiff on James Wiseman. Yeah. They're both busts. They're draft busts. Wiseman played one season, got hurt the rest. Trey Lance had played 8 regular season games. The Warriors won a championship. And I know that they don't have a whole lot of young talent in the way we look at Brock Purdy and some of those Niners that are on the team now, but I just find it fascinating that the excuse for why Trey Lance's draft bust doesn't matter to the Niners and to Kyle and to John, we don't give to the Warriors because they won a championship. If anything, they exceeded what the Niners did because the Niners have not won a championship.
No doubt.
And in fact, they did it the year after, or 2 years after, I should say.
But what if I told you, as we do now in Warrior World, shout out Sheed, we're moving down that road to where that Wiseman pick is finally going, we're going to feel the brunt of it. It's coming. It may be here now, and that's why I don't want Kaminga gone, because when you look at possibly guys or options that could be the next face of the franchise, you don't have much, and Kaminga's one of them to me. So I think we're about to endure or embark on that terrain here with the Warriors because there is no next. And if, the Warriors would have in that same draft got a second-round pick and he turned into an all-star, maybe the Wiseman failure doesn't feel like a big of a gaffe as it does now to me because it hurts the more I think about it. But as this Curry and Dre era and Kerr era wind down, Evan, I think that Wiseman will be brought up more and more because now this is when you were supposed to be dependent on him. And the Niners didn't have to stop and get gas because they had a ready-made guy that hit the ground running and the team kept getting to great heights and almost won it.
But I do think that the Niners are feeling some of the brunt of that decision. Like they're feeling the absence of players that could have been selected with those 3 picks. The Miami Dolphins selected Jalen Waddle in that draft. They used 1 pick to trade for Tyreek Hill, and they used another pick to trade for Bradley Chubb.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that the Niners, would have got players of those caliber, but you look at some of the guys that were drafted after the Niners' 12th spot. Some of those guys could really help you right now.
I got you.
And that's why I think we're looking at a team that I think they could be good, but there's still a lot of question marks. And my point is, I don't understand why we look at the Warriors as being in their predicament, even though they're still pretty competitive. They're in a predicament because they missed on James Wiseman. But the Niners just seem to get a pass for what has been arguably the worst draft pick of the last 5 years.
But Evan, I got you, and I hear you loud and clear. Very valid
because
points.
of what they traded to get.
Right. But also, too, tell me if maybe it's not 100 miles per hour from the fan base, or even 35 for that matter, is because they got their franchise quarterback. I think that's a big part of why we don't hear much about it in regard to Trey Lance. And the only reason we're talking about it today is the Chargers are in town. Former Niner coach is his head coach now. But I think that has a lot to do with it. They failed tremendously, but also there was some luck involved to where you got your franchise quarterback. And I'll say this to you. Wouldn't you rather have it gone this way and go to NFC championship games and the Super Bowl with your new prize quarterback that you lucked out on and say, we could have had Micah, we could have had Surtain, we could have had Pitts, as opposed to having one of those 3 guys and then just musical chairs, trust the process, and try to identify your franchise quarterback, which could we see teams take forever to try to find it.
Well, and this is another. It's this. What I was going to go to. There's another similarity between the 2 drafts, and this is, I think, an astute point from the 408 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Can't really blame the Warriors for drafting Wiseman. They needed a 5. It was COVID, and honestly, that draft had too many unknowns. Anybody saying they knew would be lying. That's from Gil. So thank you, Gil. I think that also applies to Lance because you look at the other quarterbacks in that draft class. The only one that's semi-panned out has been Lawrence, but they weren't going to be able to get him. Zach Wilson is on, I think, his 3rd team already.
Dibs and I were the biggest fans of his, and we can say right now that's a L.
The guy that they wanted in the first place, according to many, Mac Jones, is also on his 3rd team.
Took a team to the playoffs in his rookie year. I'll leave that there, but they'd said bye-bye to him.
He did. Yeah. Justin Fields, who you could have sat there and taken. He's on another team. Like there were no good picks in that draft. Same with James Wiseman, but there's so much more energy for the Wiseman pick. And I just feel like both misses, there has been consequences. but we often highlight the ones attributed to the Warriors. We really don't talk about the Niners that much. And maybe it's because they've been able to survive it, but the Warriors did too. I mean, they won a championship in 22. They made
under the
second
old
round
recipe.
last year.
Yeah, under the great old recipe, though, which still is here now and enhanced by Jimmy, but that was with the greatness of Steph and veterans.
But it doesn't matter because they still survived it.
Yeah, but now, again, and Steiny and I and yourself have fought. I'm sorry. I'm putting LaMelo Ball, who was an option, along with the superstar or star, wherever you have Halliburton, the Warriors could have had him. Now, what would it be? I don't know. But you can't tell me those two names don't give you the win in regard to this conversation as far as I don't think that's good enough for the Warriors to say, yeah, like we just did this exercise with the quarterbacks. And you're right. Nobody's really panned out. But I'm sorry, Halliburton or LaMelo Ball looking past his daddy. I mean, man, I would love to be sitting with two of those guys. No, either one of those guys.
I'm 100% with you. I just think that you can also apply that to the Niners situation, which is, you're right.
And I hear, because you're saying the Warriors still won.
Well, no.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is that the Warriors missed on LaMelo Ball. Why don't we say the Niners missed on Micah Parsons? He was literally the pick that they had at number 12 before they traded it. How come we don't say they missed on Jamar Chase or Penei Sewell or Patrick Surtain or any one of these Pro Bowlers that they could have had in addition to 2 extra first-round picks because they gave them up for a guy they had no clue about?
That's fair.
I think they're very similar situations. But I hear a lot of people always coming down the Warriors road. And when Kyle Shanahan is asked about Trey Lance yesterday, I'm just thinking, why don't we do the same thing? It's not about Lance. It's not about bashing the player. To me, it's not about bashing Wiseman. It's about trying to, I don't know if it's hold accountable these front offices, but just simply ask the same questions.
And no, you're on fire. But Evan, can I say, just taking a step back, they've been doing a whole hell of a lot of winning since the inception of Trey Lance and Brock Purdy. Like, has there really been time for a Niner fan to be crying in his beer to say, oh, we don't have this, we don't have that, when you had Greenlaw and you had the Eric Armsteads of the world and Hufanga and you made the trade for – it's been good times in Ninerville is what I'm saying, I guess. So like I feel like Niner fan hasn't had bad times to revisit that because they've been in Super Bowls and multiple championship games and playoff games they've been winning.
Well, the Warriors have done a lot of winning too. They literally won a title. And still everyone is saying, I can't believe they missed on James Wiseman. That's all I'm saying.
No, it's interesting, man.
Let's go to Dennis, who's in San Francisco. 888-957-9570 is the number. Kyle Shanahan was asked about Trey Lance. When you think back on that era, what do you remember? Kyle said it's not about the player. He doesn't want to go down that road, but we're doing it today. Dennis, what's up, man? How are you?
Good. How you guys doing?
Hey.
What you said earlier, Evan, about that they drafted for what they thought for need, the Niners with Lance and the Warriors with Wiseman. I agree with that. I don't understand, how they make those evaluations, and I don't know, especially the Niners. They seem to do terrible on the top end of the draft. You know what I mean? They just don't seem to be able to get it, and I don't understand. Like for me, this latest draft with the big question mark they're talking about now is Collins. Now, I read up on all this stuff. I look up all the mock drafts. I read up on the players. Alfred Collins was projected to be a mid to late third round pick, and they picked him with the 11th pick in the second round. Now, for me, you just signed your franchise quarterback. For me, I know they needed defensive help, but they need to protect that quarterback, and they do nothing with the offensive line. Purdy, I'm afraid of what might happen to him this year, with the offensive line he's got now.
Yeah.
And I'm really worried about it. Now, that for me, the defense should have waited a year. I mean, does anybody know what the Niners were doing in the offseason? What they did, releasing guys, letting go guys. made no sense to me because a lot of it was they were getting the cap hit anyway. So I got the idea that they're doing a reset and that they had to pay Purdy and whatever. I just couldn't figure out what they were doing. And, so, I mean, the one thing trading Jordan Mason, and now look at their running back room, and Jordan Mason wasn't getting that much money, and I don't understand why they didn't keep him, and he knew the system. But anyway, Shanahan drives me nuts. He's done well for somebody that hasn't done that well in the draft. And as far as the Warriors go, what surprised me was, I like Kaminga, but we all know he was raw when they drafted him. You drafted Wiseman the year before, and he was raw. He was a young guy. He was raw. I was hoping he was going to turn out. He didn't. And I'm hoping that Kaminga turns out, but that doesn't look like it's working out either. But why would they draft back-to-back these raw players? I'm the one that always called in and wanted to draft young talent because I saw so much of it in the league, But why didn't they draft Franz Wagner and Alperen Şengün? Those were two guys right in front of them. They didn't take either one of them. Anyway, I just hope things get better, but they both painted themselves in a corner, I think.
I got you, Dennis. Thanks for the call, man. Yeah, it's the current situations to me are directly tied to both the Warriors and the Niners' respective misses in the draft. And it just seems to me like the Niners always get the benefit of the doubt, and the Warriors are the ones that have to answer for their sins.
I love how you phrased that, but what if I did this, and we appreciate the call. Do the Warriors still need a big man, Evan? And what James Wiseman was supposed to be?
They might have found one.
And who?
Al Horford.
No, Evan, the guy said he can't play. You might as well sign me up, and I'm rooting for Al if he comes to town. Pops can dump. What about this? He'll be on with Willard Dibs today talking Valkyries.
Yes, he will.
Evan, what about if I told you the Warriors are still – why you hear more of it from the Warriors standpoint is they're still searching for that position, and the Niners, they rectified that position with however they looked, whatever you want to call it. Brock Purdy gave you what Lance was supposed to be.
He did.
Can you give me some of that?
I can.
I know we're up against it.
Well, no, we just got to hit a break here. But on the other side,
because Jordan Mason bothers me. Why is he not here? And I love Garendo, but damn, Evan.
He's a backup running back.
When he was the one, what did he do? 4 games, 5 games in, he was leading the league in rushing. I'm just saying, if Garendo can't stay healthy, what didn't you like in Mason to give him some
touchdowns
change?
Last year?
And I'm not talking about, look at you, I'm going, Steiny, he was just about to touchdown. Dude, you saw the yards? He was leading the league, man. He's a bruiser. Just saying.
All right.
Just saying.
I know. That segment was brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. I see your calls. 888-957-9570 is the number. Hang on through the break. We'll get to you on the other side. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires, battery, as well as fluids. Before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate, visit BarryOilChange.com. Gettings in for Steinmetz with Guru. Back after this.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
Lton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Cool cars, cool people, good times. It's the Good Guys 38th West Coast National, happening all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Check out over 3,500 classes, an earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest, tire-smoking burnout competition, Good Guys Autocross racing competition, plus an indoor car show celebrating 70 years of the Tri-5 Chevy and more. Happening all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
You still got it.
But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters Trust kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
Dreaming of the perfect kitchen? Make it a reality at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Explore Bosch appliances in live working vignettes and see the innovation in action. During the Buy More, Save More event, you can get up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. From refrigerators with the Farm Fresh system to keep your food fresher longer, to dishwashers with precision wash technology that wipes out 99.9% of bacteria. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at McGruffPSA.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Granger who does the same. Granger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Your cold is coming, your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/Gator XUV.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah.
He'll be back next week.
Yes, sir. He's having a ball. And your house sitting for him. How's that going?
It's going.
You cooking?
No, I'm always afraid to, like, when you house it in someone else's place, I'm always afraid to use things that aren't really for you. You know, like kitchenware, for example. I know it's all fair game, but like I don't know if I mess up his oven or mess with the stovetop and something happens.
I got you.
I just don't want to be responsible, so I'm doing a lot of takeout.
Yeah, I hear you.
How about that?
Mm-hmm. What you had last night?
Chinese.
Look at my man.
Taking care of the dog, taking care of the cat, taking care of myself. That's all that matters. Yes, sir.
Little chow mein.
Chow mein, fried rice.
Yeah.
Sweet and sour.
Look at my man.
Woo! Happy National Radio Day, everybody.
Who, real quick, you said play-by-play. That was what got you into the business.
Mm-hmm.
Who's on your Mount Rushmore of you growing up, Evan, to where you're like, man, that they're doing this like, this is perfection.
Well, the first voice that I really remember is probably Bill King.
He's on
radio.
my list. He's incredible.
Passed away, I think, 2005, but
did all three of them, baseball, football, and basketball.
He did. I only really heard him do baseball.
Okay.
Because by that time, the Raiders had Papa doing their radio games, and then the Warriors had Tim Roy. So Bill King, I only really heard do baseball, and that was kind of my introduction to play-by-play. So he was like the first one for me. And I obviously only heard him for the last couple of years of his life.
That's awesome, man.
What about you?
Greg Papa. Get better, but Papa. I mean, Evan, he did everything here in the Bay. Giants, A's, Raiders, Niners, Warriors. I can remember the calls when I was in high school, Warriors on the road in Indiana. So he's on my Mount Rushmore. Bill King. You remember Hank Greenwald? He used to be the play-by-play. Hey, welcome, everybody. That's what I would be sitting by my radio, and that was his thing. Welcome, everybody, and just listen to the games. But a guy that I want to put on my Mount Rushmore because it's a tie, Evan, a lot of people come down this road, and I know this is hashtag Random Wednesday for your boy, but Joe Buck, he gets so much heat. I think he's excellent, man. Am I doing too much with that one?
No, people don't like him because
tell me
he's kind of emotionless. His calls are very precise, but they're very generic.
That bothers me. Evan, did you watch the NFC Championship game in Seattle? One of the greatest football games I ever watched. Sherman got tipped cap ball interception.
Yeah.
That punk know who I am. Whatever he was saying there in Andrews. Him and Troy were incredible.
No, I really like Joe Buck because I think he knows how to feature his partner, and that's a part of the gig that I think gets unnoticed by a lot of people.
And who was that? Ishikawa, the home run here.
Mm-hmm.
That call gives me chills, man.
Well, again, he just gets out of the way. He calls the play, and then he gets out. I think Joe Buck's good. I think he is
Pasta,
good.
you like him?
Joe Buck's awesome.
I never man.
I understand the hate. It's because he's not a team broadcaster, and fans aren't used to that in the postseason.
Yeah, he calls it right down the middle, which is how I think he should. Anyway, he's not like Kevin Harlan. Kevin Harlan is over the top,
man.
Super
that dude is incredible
imaginative
too.
and creative. But I think that Kevin Harlan kind of does too much sometimes.
Evan, I'm hurting now. He's incredible.
The game's not about the broadcast.
Kobe Bryant went to the booth. I was like, he's Superman. He's incredible.
He is good, and that's his style. That's his style.
I got you.
Everybody's got their own ways.
Yeah.
Oh, he dropped the ball.
That's incredible.
He can take it to another level. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Let's go down to Palo Alto. Talk to Peter's been hanging on for a while. Pete, what do you got, man? How we doing?
Hey guys, doing well. Just to chime in real quick, Joe Buck is awesome and Kevin Harlan's awesome. They're both, obviously different in their own way, but they're both great. But I wanted to chime in on your other conversation. Guru is exactly right. I'm kind of surprised I find myself saying that, but 49ers have their quarterback. 49ers have their quarterback, and so they, no question. Brock bailed them out. Brock absolutely bailed them out. I do have an issue with your conversation about Wiseman, and my thing is the reason why is that the easy answer is there really wasn't an obvious choice right after. And don't give me LaMelo Ball. He's never going to win any. He's a flashier Jordan Poole. He's not going anywhere. They're not doing anything. I mean, that's the main reason. And don't say Tyrese Halliburton. Nobody knew that. Half the league missed on Tyrese. But so that's the thing is that's why they don't get killed on Wiseman, is because there wasn't like there were the next 5 picks were all great players or anything. And I think that's the main reason why the Warriors don't get killed on the Wiseman thing. It was a very, you go through that entire first round, it was such a weak draft. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah,
thanks Peter.
I guess.
Couple things there. Number one.
Oh my God, what was that?
Well, that was like you last segment when Pasta came back with that stray you threw at me from 2 weeks ago.
Dude, yeah, I still haven't recovered.
He's caught a bullet.
Yeah.
He said, I can't.
Dude,
can't believe I'm agreeing with Goo.
Man, go to the doctor. But I'll tell you what, the guy is drunk. Hey, and Steiny does this a lot, and this is how we just look at life differently. Evan, I don't care how many. I don't feel better because other teams missed out on Halliburton. Like, I just envision it. What if we would have had the wherewithal to know this kid was going to be what he was? Bam, he could be a Warrior. I guess I don't feel any better to the caller's point of, and we appreciate the call of, well, 11 other teams didn't know either, so we're good. I'm just thinking about what if they were sitting with him, and then I could hear Steiny right now, Evan, because he said it to me. Well, will he be Halliburton because he'd be here with Steph? But we would know he would be part of the future.
But that's the point. And the caller was saying, the Warriors don't get raked over the coals. Yes, they do. People come down.
Especially now, because we're getting to that point.
Lacob and Bob Myers and everybody who was a part of making that pick in 2020 to select James Wiseman, people come down their roads all the time. And that's kind of the comparison that to me doesn't really make sense. And, like Kyle Shannon's asked about Trey Lance. And I just think that maybe it's a double standard, but like people do not go after the 49ers for drafting Trey Lance, for trading up to get Trey Lance.
Right.
They don't. And it's because they found their quarterback, and Brock Purdy from the last pick came in and saved the day. But my thing is, I guess I wonder why we don't get more of that. Why aren't the 49ers held accountable the way the Warriors are for trading up for Trey Lance the way the Warriors are for selecting James Wiseman? Because the Warriors won a championship 2 years later. They still had success. They're still winning games. They're not doing it with young talent, but they're still winning in spite of that pick. The Niners obviously are winning or have continued to win in spite of that pick. But every time Trey Lance is brought up, in which he will this weekend when they play the Chargers, it's crickets. Meanwhile, people want to take a flamethrower out and burn Chase Center down for them taking James Wiseman at number 2.
Yeah, Evan, and I'm going to just say this to that. Now, I've kind of mentioned it before, but the bottom line is I still think that position that James Wiseman was supposed to fill, and we all got excited. I was one of them, the next great big in a Warrior uniform since Chris Webber. They're still looking for that, and I think that has something to do with it too. And the Niners, they got their franchise quarterback, and I think that just quiets the conversation or the despair, because, they're still having success, and you talked about it, the Warriors are too. But, Evan, what was Trey Lance supposed to be? A franchise quarterback? Yeah, it wasn't Trey, but, Evan, they got their franchise quarterback a different way. And I think that goes a long way to why it's kind of been quiet on the set in regard to why they're not getting raked over the coals.
And we got some people chiming in on it. I think a lot of people are mostly with you. This is from Stephen Candelaria of the.
Hopefully they're happy about it, Evan.
In the YouTube chat.
That caller.
Most people agree with you, Goo, not just once in a while, like our caller there. I would argue the opposite. The Trey pick was actually worse than the Wiseman pick, probably because they gave up draft picks. And then this is from Toyota Tundra. They traded up to take Brock Purdy in some people's minds, so they get a pass. I think that's the kind of mental math that a lot of people do. My point is that's not how it worked out in reality. Let's go to Marvin, who's in San Francisco, wants to talk about the difference between these two players and situations. Marvin, how you doing? What's going on?
I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for taking my call. There's a big difference between Wiseman and Trey Lance. The 49ers didn't have to get Trey Lance, particularly the way that they did it. And the proof of that is look who's the backup quarterback on the team now. But I mean, and when I took one look at Trey Lance's release, and that hitch in his throw, I said, this guy's never going to make it in the NFL. But anyway, that's another thing. The reason that James Wiseman is not like Trey Lance is because the Warriors and their coach simply refuse to play the rookies. He owed it to the Warriors to tell them, don't use these draft picks because I'm not going to play rookies who make mistakes. We got to use these picks, especially the second pick, to get veterans, and we can go for the championships. That's what Kerr owed the Warriors. When the Warriors did what the owner wanted to do, which is why he's backed Kaminga all this time, when the Warriors did that, Kerr said, I'll show them. I'm just not going to play these guys. And he didn't, no matter what they did. When Kaminga scores 20 points a game or whatever for a month and a half, he sat down as soon as they play a playoff game. And in fact, the reason the Warriors are in this pickle they're in now is because Steve Kerr devalued Kaminga. When you don't play a guy in the playoffs and you don't play a guy in those critical games down the stretch, how can you expect other teams to give up a lot for the guy? You don't think much of them. Why should they? Well, and the dichotomy is we see that Kaminga can score between 20 and 30 points a game every time you play in 30 minutes. It's different, but he does it. So here we are talking about why the 49ers made a mistake. Look at how many number one picks don't make it. Look at how many number one quarterback picks don't make it, including the guy who's their backup on the team now. So in football, it's very different than what happened with the Warriors. The Warriors just refused to develop their players. They owed it to those players to not draft them if they weren't going to play them. But then again, Steve Kerr has a reputation in the rings and all that. So, maybe we have to go with him, And that's how we've ended up here without a center. Now, just a little context, if I may, for another 30 seconds. The reason the Warriors drafted Wiseman is you go all the way back to Nate Thurman when they had a center who was as mobile and as skilled as that guy is. They could have gotten Wiseman back after letting someone else develop him because he's been in Indiana all this time. Think Indiana would have given him Wiseman for Kaminga? I think so. They would have gotten that 7-foot mobile center. But they've allowed these other teams to develop guys. Centers take 5 years to develop. The Warriors didn't give him 1 year to develop. That's the difference. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. And Steve Kerr, appreciate the call. Yeah, because I'm about to go there.
Okay.
I got to say this about Wiseman, and Steve Kerr doesn't need me to defend him, but in Kerr's defense, Wiseman started game one.
He played his entire full rookie season.
And there was his hands weren't ready, but the caller was saying he should have been stashed somewhere. But he went to Detroit, then back to Indiana. But Evan, had he been what the Warriors thought, he got the opportunity right out to shoot, and that's when we were like, uh-oh.
Well, and this is why I also think the comparisons are fair. He also got hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if he would have amounted to a ton, but he got hurt pretty early in his career. Trey Lance, a lot of people don't think was given a fair shake, but he also got hurt twice in 2 years, which really stunted his growth.
Dude,
and also, I mean, both of those players were drafted at teams that were in the midst of winning. The Warriors were coming off of a championship the year before. The only reason they got the Wiseman pick is because they stunk.
Yeah, with 15 wins and Curry broke his hand.
Exactly. And the Niners stunk because everyone got hurt. Yeah, but they'd gone to the Super Bowl in 2019.
High ankle sprain for Jimmy.
Both of these teams drafted players that were projects, the teams that were ready to win. That, to me, is the negligence that we don't really talk about a lot. Or, to me, I don't know if it's the arrogance to believe that those players are just going to, as experiments or projects, turn into something. But I do think the caller's on to something in regards to, like, the issue that I have with the picks is not, you needed a center, the Niners needed a quarterback. But you didn't have the runway ready for them to give them the necessary tutelage or development. Like he just said it. It takes 5 years to develop a center. Whether you think it's 5 or fewer, they didn't have 5 years.
And I believe that's why
they were trying to win.
Yeah, Iguodala and Curry were side-eyeing. Remember, at this time, Bradley Beal wasn't the bad Bradley Beal we saw in Phoenix, Evan, but they were saying parlay that pick into some ready-made NBA talent that could help this team right now. The microwave, don't take a project. And Iguodala's on a certain, kind of saying it subliminally or just outright, Evan, like, man, do you know what it takes to win? We got action, parlay that pick, and get some ready-made talent. But the reason you just brought up why I want to read this is you said the health. This from the 650. Damn it, Guru. Every time you flip-flop on Wiseman and the potential he had, what could have been makes me, and this is my line, want to throw the radio through my phone against the wall. James Wiseman could not stay healthy. You pointed that out.
Yeah, and he also wasn't very good when he did play. I mean, he averaged 12 and 8 on a terrible team. I don't know. I mean, as soon as he's resurfaced, he went to Detroit, and I think he was their third center. Yeah. And he's in Indiana, and unfortunately tore his Achilles, I believe. But opportunity was not stopping James Wiseman from becoming
the caller. He missed
the next Nate Thurman, to our caller's point.
And it's playing out right now. And I'm rooting for the kid.
Paul is in Oakland. Paul, what's up, man? How we doing?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon, or late good morning, rather. Regarding that last caller, a couple historical perspective things just to keep in the forefront. Nate Thurman was drafted when the Warriors still had Wilt Chamberlain, and he played power forward, actually, until the Warriors traded Wilt. And I love Nate Thurman. I mean, he's a Bay Area icon, but I think it's important to note that the Warriors did not win NBA championship until Dick Vertlieb came in as the general manager and pulled the trigger on the Thurman of the Chicago Bulls and bringing Clifford Ray to Oakland. I think that's one thing. And the caller also mentions the Warriors never invested in a center, from drafting Nate all the way through Wiseman. And I think we gotta bring up the name Joe Barely Carroll and recall that his years with the Warriors were marred by this guy being extremely skilled, but as skilled as he was equally soft and disinvested.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Appreciate the call.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate the call, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I mean, everybody's looking for
Chris Webber.
Well, the next big thing, everyone's looking for a quarterback, and the
Niners
49ers,
got one.
well, they stumbled into one.
They think they have one, and that's why this year I'm
They do
excited.
have one.
Yeah, no, they do, Evan, but, you want them to be in, I guess, that top 4 list that we kind of had fun with last week and this week. You want them to kind of get closer to that, or has he already shown Goo, that's not what it's about. I'm not trying to go up Evan Giddings' rankings in regard to top quarterbacks. I'm trying to win a Super Bowl, and I had a shot. You just wonder now if this roster has enough depth for him to get back and do that with him having to pull the tractor a little more than before when he had the luxury of kind of doing what Jimmy did,
Well, I think it's going to be hard for him to do that with this current cast. But again, if you had a couple of other first-round talents, which you sacrificed for a player that played 8 games in 2 years and then you shipped off for a 4th-round pick, he might be in a better position to succeed. I think that's, again, like you look at some teams and how they've been able to, use draft picks to recoup talent. It seemed like the Detroit Lions is a perfect example of a team that traded its quarterback, got a bunch of first-round picks, as well as, obviously, another quarterback, and they've used that to build a really talented offensive line and weaponry around that quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Brock Purdy he doesn't have as much around him.
And the Rams, I don't know where you come out on this, Evan, but that's kind of almost the definition of a trade, a good trade for both. The quarterback they traded went on to help his team get a Super Bowl. And then you got Jared Goff for umpteen years, injuries last year, but you were electric and got to the NFC Championship a couple years ago, here against the Niners.
And that's kind of the thing. It's like, they traded 3 first-round picks for Trey Lance. And again, while we're talking about this, is Kyle Shanahan was asked about Trey yesterday at the podium and said he's got nothing against Trey, has a lot of love for him, but explained that the whole reason behind drafting Trey Lance or trading 3 first-round picks was because they wanted a guy on a rookie contract so that they could keep the rest of the talent around him. Now they traded up for a project, and that's to me where I see a lot of comparisons between him and Wiseman. But to me, like, they swung so big at a position that they had been able to do and you bring this up all the time. Like, I don't really like Jimmy Garoppolo, but to your point, he was the quarterback for a team that made the Super Bowl.
Oh, my gosh.
And they swung so big at a position that they already saw could get them almost to the edge. But could get you a 10-point lead in the Super Bowl.
But let's be honest, Evan, real quick, not to interrupt you. Jimmy would always get hurt. And that year that, didn't go well during COVID, he had the high ankle sprain. And I know Kyle was just kind of tired of, man, when he's upright, we got action. But when he's not, we're done. And that's kind of what they were living. And I think that had something to do with him wanting to trade in Jimmy for something new or newer model.
Well, I think that's also one of the reasons why they took a flyer on Purdy. Yeah. It ended up being the best flyer that they've had in a decade, basically.
And what's funny about this conversation, Evan, is I don't think either team, because there's misses, and now there's going to be impact. And you could say or make a point that, the Warriors or the Niners are feeling that impact now as you get down the road. But I don't think the Niners, I know the Niners don't, and the Warriors don't regret moving on from both of those individuals. Like you said, Wiseman's not telling on himself.
Oh, no, of course
But he
not.
hadn't went off and blossomed to be an all-star. And Trey Lance, Dallas didn't want to keep him around. And I'm not saying he's a bum, but Evan, I don't think he was worth where they moved mountains to draft him. I think it's fair to say that.
415, Boxer and Gerson, work injury attorney's text line. Brock doesn't have a lot around him because he has to get paid. Yeah, he did have to get paid. There are also a lot of other quarterbacks that have been paid who have been surrounded with talent, and a lot of it is cheap. And a lot of it is from the first round, which the Niners sacrificed to get Trey Lance. All right, what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. We also got to get to some other stuff.
Yeah, we have it.
Well, do you want to tease it? I was about to get into this here, but
yeah, I'm stepping on you.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Well, Goo, there is some Warriors news that we're going to get to in a little bit. And also, too, along the lines of National Radio Day, if there's any moments from this show or other shows at the station that you remember, you just, I don't know, kind of fell in love with. I actually wrote a few down that are some of my favorite Steiny Guru moments. Or just how you got into radio. Like, how did you become aware of sports talk radio? Was there someone who really called to you that made you want to come back? And why do you still participate in this forum? At least the one that Guru and I love, and obviously has us employed. All right.
My man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Getting in for Steinmetz with Guru. We're back after this.
For 40 years, Cache Creek Casino Resort has redefined luxury. This summer, play for your chance to win a breathtaking 2025 Porsche. Luxury isn't just seen, it's felt. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
This is Larry Flick, owner of the Floor Store. Labor Day is the last sale of the summer, but this one is our biggest sale of the year. Now through September 2nd, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. The Floor Store's Labor Day sale. Don't let the sun set on this one. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 10 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Take your fantasy football draft to the next level with 95.7 The Game and Splash at Thrive City in San Francisco. You and 14 friends could score your own private view lounge, the best seat in the house for game day energy, 2 full hours of draft time with complimentary Wi-Fi, power for your laptops, a loaded draft day food station with non-alcoholic drinks, plus a dedicated server, all a $1,500 value. And here's the kicker. Willard and Dibs will be broadcasting live that night, then hanging out with you and your guests after the show. Listen this week for your chance to win and join us Tuesday, August 26th. Get details at 957thegame.com.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Wayne from Richmond. RNS is a great company. Have used their gate repair services over the years. Their technicians Juan and Eric are awesome. After installing new gates, parts, and sensors, they walked me through everything. Cannot recommend them enough. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
In Glen Park, 57 degrees and clear.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
I'm a journalist with words. I should be in a mental ward. I'm my own General Evan. That dude should return his muscles.
This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Wiseman.
I like the one where he called him Steiny.
Yeah.
Or maybe that was Jermichael Green. It's funny. So
this is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny. Okay. This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The big manny.
Big James. Yeah, get well soon. So the second cut that Pasta came back with, the mental ward one, that is, I don't know if that's on the Mount Rushmore goo, but it's on National Radio Day. That is one of your better rants.
I mean,
directed at Steiny.
Yeah, it wasn't fun, Blood pressure.
Why are you doing that?
No, it wasn't fun. It's like I'm stressing, and I just had to let it out. And he happened to be in the vicinity.
Drive
He's so
from
great.
Sacramento for 3 hours every day.
That beautiful face.
Not on that day.
Lummy got in my ear. He goes, Wiseman messed everything up. It's Steiny. We love you, James.
Do you have any favorite moments from your radio career?
Not mine, but as a listener, I do. So I used to, I don't even know if you listen, 12 to 4 every Saturday and Sunday. I had a partner, Zachariah. We do 4 hours of radio.
Yeah, on Sundays.
And before us, Steiny would do the NBA This Week show. So I'm driving in, and I'm just meeting Steiny for the first time. But, we'd conversate in passing. But they interviewed Tim Bontemps, who's on ESPN, and they were talking hoops, Evan. It was a summer day, I believe, past August, and I'm driving in thinking, okay, a little hoop discussion, and Bontemps, for whatever, was poking at Steiny's question, and then went off into like, I can't believe, Evan, you would, just nitpicking your question, and I could just feel Steiny, his head was able to fry an egg on it, with no words, and then he let loose on him, and they went back and forth, but Steiny was unplugged, and you talk about a rant. And then when I came in, before we went on, I just looked at him like, dude, you just went Tyson. And he smiled, but, he didn't like stuff like that, but he went off. So that's one of my biggest 95-7 the game on air, like, melees.
Oh, yeah.
Bontemps versus Steinmetz.
Bontemps versus Steinmetz.
How about you?
Garcia versus Guru.
The one time I got my question in.
Yeah, well, you got the final one. It was the only question that really mattered.
On me, man.
It was the only question that really mattered. Hey, Jeff, just be honest.
He goes, we got a game to play. I said, Steiny, still think they're playing. You're not playing, Jeff, but I get it.
He still thinks he's playing quarterback.
But we went to, they sent me out to an event a couple years ago at Dick's Sporting Goods.
I know.
And Jeff was there, and we squashed it.
Can I tell people a little bit behind the scenes about that?
Go ahead.
You were worried.
No doubt I was.
You were worried that he was going to remember.
Job.
Well, or that he was going to remember you were the guy that was a part of one of his lower moments.
Yeah, but I wasn't.
He was in the wrong, but
he totally was. And it's all over the Mina Kimes.
Yeah,
she had an opinion, and
made the New York Times.
Yeah,
I think also the moment where Steiny, it was like a couple of years ago, he challenged the greater Bay Area that he was more of a Bay Area native than they were because he's lived here for 30 years.
Yeah, that was an L he took.
That was really funny.
I'm from Oakland. Yeah.
You know who I am.
By way of Reading, PA, my friend.
Yeah.
We still love you.
Oakland, California. That one was pretty good.
Yeah. Now, have you got into it on air with any individual to where it was spicy?
Dibs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's my guy.
I think that's the closest one. I don't know, but usually it's just conversations like yesterday. Me and Willard agree to disagree on some stuff.
Yeah,
but no, I don't think I've had I've never yelled at anybody on the air. I don't really have that kind of gravitas yet. Yeah. You guys can do that.
No,
I can't do that.
You're young, Evan, and when you get hot, you get hot. You run hot. So it'll take a lot if that caller had time to get you there. But I see it a lot, and I love it when it comes out.
Well, we're a little different when
you think,
in more than one way. When you run hot, you get loud. When I get hot, I kind of get quiet. I don't like it. I just
I don't lie.
I just combust. I just self-destruct internally. And this is where I do wish I had a little more of you, because you just let it out.
Yeah, but
I think it's therapeutic.
It's uncomfortable and it's not fun. And sometimes, Evan, I don't know I'm getting loud. It just, dude, my kids will show me, hey, what? Oh my God, that's embarrassing. Yeah, that's your father?
Sometimes, like when who's the Cowboys fan you called a spy?
Oh, boy.
No. He called you out for being a Cowboys fan.
Julian or somebody, but
you called him a spy.
That was a plant. I believe you guys put him up to that.
That was one of the best.
I'm waiting for somebody to call and tell me what happened there.
Pasta, I'll have you work on this during the break. The 925 is making a request for Guru's call about the Pirates. I think that was from Mother's Day last year. Yeah. That one
not
is
this year,
good.
though, Evan. I'm good. I got it out my system.
I know you did.
I'm a Giant fan.
I was just going to go to him.
Yeah.
Now, Mark and Marin wanted to talk about his favorite radio moments. But in the meantime, let's go to Dre, who's in Lemoore.
Dre.
888-957-9570. Dre, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good, fellas. I got a little funny story. I didn't run on the field, but the last game ever at the Stick, the pick at the Stick, I had called your competition across the way and gave my little shtick and they liked it. They said, that's the call of the day. I went in there fired up. Basically what I said was the Rolling Stones helped the Niners win the 81 Super Bowl because that field was all jacked up, and like Kane from Atlanta and other running backs would come to town and they would slip on that mud, and the Niners definitely had a home field advantage. With that in mind, wild horses couldn't drive me away. So we got to the game, and I brought a Ziploc bag, a gallon Ziploc bag. I wanted to get some turf. Wow. The last game ever at the Stick. So the game's over, and I make my way down to the front, and we're on the visitor side. You know how they chain that little stairs going down there? You guys remember that?
Gotcha.
Okay. So there's security and police all around, and they're telling us we can't get on the field. And I'm thinking 81 when we won the NFC Championship game, you know, it's going to be a free-for-all, let us on the field. But they're telling us we can't do it, so I'm like 3 rows back, and I start chanting, "We want sod! We want sod!" I get everybody in our section. We're just chanting crazy. "We want sod! We want sod!" A few minutes go by, they quiet us down, they say, "It's time to go." So I start chanting, "Hell no, we won't go! Hell no, we won't go!" Next thing I know, I'm looking, and there's an officer, and you could tell like he's in charge, and he just looks like he ate a bowl of crap. He's got that look in his face, and he looks in the stands, and he looks directly at me, and he's got to be 50 yards away, and there's people all around me. He talks to 2 officers, they unchain it, and I go, "Nah, they ain't coming for me." Sure enough, they came and grabbed me. Walked me out. And said, "You want on the field? You're on the field." They walked me out of the stadium, cuffed me. I was telling a friend about it. I didn't go to jail. They were trying to egg me on. You know, like, "How old are you?" I told him, "You're kind of too old for this and that." But I was telling a buddy about it, and he, about 5 minutes later, he sends me a picture on Facebook, and it was the picture in the middle of the sports page of the back of me with cuffs on, about how many people got arrested at the game.
Oh, man. Did you get any sod?
No, I didn't get no sod. They had cuffs on me.
Oh,
but
man.
I wanted to put some sod in my front yard bad.
There you go. I believe you.
Next time, Dre.
Yeah, he tried.
Next time you got it, Dre. Thanks for the call.
Man, they won that game.
The guy is drunk.
Yeah,
Dude,
he's on the field.
Dre,
he's beating his chest.
Man.
No, my mom texted me a little bit ago. She was saying if she was a guy, she would run on the field. I don't know if I could do it.
That's on her bucket list, huh?
I don't know if I could do it.
Well, if you're willing to pay the price, you could do it. But
That's just not who I am.
What's the percentage of people that do that are sober? See, I got to believe 2%.
Well, last night at the Padres game, there was literally a 12-year-old kid.
So he probably was sober, doing it for the clicks.
I mean, I can't imagine that he was.
He better be.
He was off his rocker.
Yeah, no doubt.
He had his first beer and decided to rush the field.
Yeah, we used to do that back in the day, high school. Hey, can you buy us something? They would never do it.
Well, or you just go to the right corner store.
Yeah,
that's how they lose their licenses.
Have them get popped. Yeah,
yeah. That's their problem. They're selling us.
Yeah, Evan. I don't have the kahunas to do that, man.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Well, you also know, your place.
But now
your place is rushing the court.
Okay, Evan, you doing that? That was after a game winner. Zach Chan hit it on my son's team.
I'm just saying.
That's not stopping the game.
No,
And some of the players last night, Giants, Padres, and the announcers, they were amused a little bit, and that had me show them. But then I come in today, and we got to see it because somebody videotaped it or what have you. I got to see it.
Well, there was the one clip of, I think it was Jason Adam, the pitcher, who looked, and he just kind of grimaced. Like,
yeah,
ooh.
Man.
And that made everybody want to watch this kid get absolutely decked.
Because we've got to be honest, Evan, that's kind of died down, right? That used to be a thing in the 90s, 80s. That's died down running on the field.
But aren't there some people who, and this is from the 510 is bringing it up in the Super Bowl, are there people, because you can bet on anything in sports now.
Oh, don't
so in
tell
the Super Bowl, can you bet on someone rushing the field and then just go do it yourself?
That's how I know I don't have a problem, if that's available to you. Evan, what book offers that?
I didn't mean to give you any ideas.
No, please. Not even.
I'd go retire right now.
That is ridiculous.
Let's ask someone who has ran on the field once. Is it Reza? Reza is in San Francisco. What's going on? How we doing?
Hey, fellas. How are you? First things first, I just want to say thank you so much for the show that you guys do.
Hey,
whether
thanks,
it's
man.
a good day or a bad day, you guys make my day amazing. So thanks so much, and I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that feel the same.
Wow,
Thanks for all you
that.
guys do.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, for sure, man. Hey, so I know we're hearing a lot about baseball, football running out on the field. I want to share an international experience. Kind of ran out onto the field in a cricket game back in India. And things were a little different, actually. It was an India-Australia game. Not a playoff game, just an exhibition game. But what happened was, game was over. India had lost already. A buddy of mine and, we ran out onto the field. We met the player. We shook hands with the player that we really wanted to see. And, then got kind of blindsided and got taken out to the side. And what happens in India is that we got the little crap beat out of us. There was no drunk tank or anything like that. The police just kind of beat the crap out of us until they saw a U.S. passport, and then they're like, "Oh my God, we are so sorry, we screwed up." But I guess we deserve that.
Damn, Reza. So would you ever do it again, or you learned your lesson?
Oh, hell yeah, I'd do it again, man. I got to see one of my idols. This guy, like the Michael Jordan of cricket. We got to see him. We got to shake his hand, and people die without doing that. So hell yeah, I would do it again.
Damn.
Hey, what's his name? The Michael Jordan of cricket. So Evan and I could say we learned something today.
For sure. His name's Virat Kohli, Viratkohli.
Wow.
He's got more followers than LeBron James on Instagram. Check it out.
Dang. Dude. More like the RZA. He's a badass.
He's got more than...
Thanks
that
call.
Impressed me, the IG part of it.
Well, it also sounds like we're a little soft on the people who run on the field here in America.
That beating sounded like it lasted. That's when I hear beating, I was like, Evan, yikes.
Well, it's certainly stuck in his memory.
Man. But he said he would do it again.
Sounds like he's still got some whelps.
Yep.
I mean, good Lord.
And the Niners would not draft Trey Lance again, nor would the Warriors draft James Wiseman.
No, they wouldn't. Oh, man. Kyle Shanahan, he also got into some other stuff yesterday, too. But before we get to that, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. So, obviously, the Niners have had injuries.
A rash?
Not like the one that Reza got after rushing the cricket field. But the injuries have been about, guys coming back, guys coming in. Renardo Green was back yesterday at practice. Isaac Guerrero coming back.
Big.
Michael Williams looks like they're going to hold him out just to be safe for another week.
So his first game is going to be his first game.
You hope.
Wow.
You hope it's going to be week one of the regular season. Yeah. But there's another guy who has been dealing with a calf issue for some time. And his name is Jauan Jennings. And I want to play this piece of sound for you from Kyle Shanahan because I detected a different tone than the one that we heard the week before, and certainly the week before that when he ostensibly heard it the first time. Here's Kyle Shanahan on Jauan Jennings and if he'll be ready for week one.
I mean, any player, not just Jauan or anyone, but people need to practice. They need to get ready to get play in the NFL season, or you end up getting hurt. So hopefully he can get his health back so he can get out there and start practicing. Just running routes, doing things like that. Same thing for Upton. Not many people can get through that stuff without practicing. We had it a little with Bosa one year, a little bit with Trent, some different positions, but it's always a huge challenge.
I think that Kyle Shanahan is starting to get impatient with Jauan Jennings.
But again,
because
Evan,
he knows he's got to get out there. He has to practice.
So is he finessing the situation when you say he knows that calf is truly, it's okay. He could be practicing, or he's using the calf as, I'll need my chicken.
The latter. Yeah, no, Jauan Jennings is not stepping on the field until he gets a contract.
Evan.
Or maybe we might be close to him asking for that trade that he said that he would pull if he didn't get the contract he wanted. I think everybody thought that this was just going to blow over quickly and be much to do about nothing because he's Jauan Jennings and he's important, right?
Very important to this team.
But why do the Niners have to give him a raise, though?
Okay, I love that. You don't have to just get it fixed. Get some closure to it. Tell him no, trade him, or do what have you, Evan. I don't like you're days away from week one in Seattle. And I love what I saw, and it was a small sample size Saturday with Pearsall. I love what Risotto and everybody's written about, that rapport they got. I like that. but I'm football smart enough to know it's not going to just be Brock Purdy dropping back, throwing to Pearsall. You need all the other guys, and the OG on this Niner team that's done it in big situations, high leverage situations, has been Jennings. So, Evan, I guess it's not at you. I'm just like, okay, Kaz, that's how you feel. John Lynch, where are you? Get this rectified, and you could slap me right now and say, Goo, it'll be done before week 1. But then I can double back and say, okay, but he's got hardly any reps, if you believe this means something, with Purdy all off season.
Well, that's why I believe that Kyle Shanahan is becoming impatient, because
that matters.
He knows that Juwan has to practice before he can play. He's not going to if he signs a new contract or they come to some agreement, or maybe Juwan Jennings just gives in and shows up 3 days before week 1. I don't know if he can play. Because, to be fair, he's also been dealing with an injury. So he has to practice. And that's why I think the tone for Shanahan towards Juwan is changing. I also think that people in general on August 20th, with this thing basically unfinished, they're not turning on Juwan, but they're starting to wonder what the hell's going on. We thought that this was just going to be a calf injury, a contract in which you wanted a little raise. But we don't know anything about the numbers. We don't know how far sides are apart. We don't know anything. All I know is that Juwan Jennings is not practicing, and they got about, 2 weeks? 3 weeks until week 1? And nothing seems to be moving.
And whatever your win total, if you guys or gals have gotten to that number, I'm telling you, Evan, the Niners are not a better football team, not that big of a stretch without Juwan Jennings. So, again, it's kind of up in the air, and it does sound like you're saying you sense some irritation from Kyle in regard to pointing out that, you need to practice.
Well, I think that's also why we're hearing reports now from Diana Rossini of The Athletic that the Niners are making calls about wide receivers. They're teams that have guys who are either cut candidates or
Dobbs in Green Bay, right?
Yeah, Dobbs in Green Bay, but Terry McLaurin wants a new deal. But
he showed back up, but we'll see what goes on there.
Yeah, but I think the Niners are making calls about wide receivers. Number one, because they're thin at that position, but also I don't think they have any urgency to pay Juwan Jennings.
Evan, wow, man. Even though we get closer and closer to that week 1 opening day, huh? Like, could the master plan be, 4 days before it, or that weekend, or that Friday, all right, Juwan, we giving in. Like, I don't know what they've gained if they play it out to the fourth quarter to the 2-minute warning, and you still, technically, Evan, he ain't been in pads. You haven't had that rapport. Like, you still don't get past that, even if you fix it that close. And then maybe he's not that big of a game plan against Seattle. Like, that would stink.
No, it would. And I don't think we're there yet. I think Juwan Jennings is still, he's still on track to be there in active week 1. Mm-hmm. But Shanahan was also asked yesterday about the difference between like Ayuk's situation last year and Juwan's, because Brandon Ayuk signed on August 29th. So if Juwan Jennings, and he was obviously active week 1 last year. So if Juwan Jennings signs anytime around then, odds are he's probably going to play week 1 in Seattle. But the difference, according to Shanahan, was Ayuk was healthy. So that's why he started. He was good when he came back and was in decent shape. This is from Shanahan. He just had to knock off the rust. But each person's different. And it's all the issue. The less you practice football, the harder it is to play football.
And that's why Ayuk you could say whatever. He dropped a touchdown open week 1 against the Jets in the end zone. Evan, I don't think he did enough to get out there, but I can honestly say maybe that first 4 weeks was him getting the rust off because he hadn't.
Training camp
matters.
It might be, it might be really, mundane to some and just irritating to others, but it is important.
And especially now that your job description to me has changed when they're counting on you more now than ever. And, Evan, you can look at me like, the numbers don't matter. Pearsall's the one, but hell no. Jennings is the one. So this is not like in years past, there's Debo, Ayuk, ready to go, Kittle, and you get in where you fit in. This was going to be the year you were going to be the lead dog to start the season. And I'm not saying Ricky can't do it, but man, they got to work this out. Do I dare say quick, fast, and in a hurry?
Well, I don't know if they have to work it out quick, fast, and in a hurry. You'd like to have it done, but this is the only opportunity that Jennings is probably going to have leverage. That's why he's trying to strong-arm him. Right. But the Niners aren't in a position where they have to do anything because I don't know if the expectations around this season are, well, we have to keep this core together. I mean, they might think about, all right, well, next year, not this upcoming one, but like 2026, who are our wide receivers? Brandon Ayuk.
DeMarcus Robinson, you would think.
DeMarcus Robinson and Ricky Pearsall. Maybe they don't see a picture where Jauan Jennings fits, and if he doesn't play this season and they don't have him, they might be okay with that.
Man.
We're not there yet, but my point is that's why I don't think there's urgency or importance to pay him because his future might not be long in San Francisco anyways.
But it's kind of like me. I hear you, but it's me with the Kaminga situation. Evan, I know how to differentiate the future and the now. And that's why I want Kaminga, if it's that QO, 7.9 comeback so the Warriors and the fans, us, can enjoy you trying to help this team win. And on the flip side, I mean, Evan, this team I don't think is rich enough at the wide receiver position to not have any input or contributions from Jennings this year. Because you totally could be right. But then that's what you described as a stalemate because Jauan is probably like, I'm not stepping on the turf without new money.
No, and that's totally, I think it's smart. I mean, look at what happened with Rashawn Slater and the Chargers. He didn't step on the field till he got paid. And the moment he stepped on the field, he tore his knee.
That's just, so man.
You can't afford to do that before you get your contract.
Yeah.
But again, I'm just looking at their wide receivers. If I'm the Niners, I'm not paying Jauan Jennings. And if I'm Jennings, I don't want to step on the field. So that's why they're in this stalemate.
I wonder why it hasn't got messier if it's close to that, though, E. Wouldn't that creep out that, like, the gap is just insurmountable?
Well, to me, it's because the money isn't as big as someone like Ayuk. And also the status of Jauan Jennings is, I think he's seen in a positive light. Like, people really like Jauan.
Yeah, and I get it. And he's earned that on the field, off the field. So I'd say, Evan, if he's not asking for a king's ransom, break your brother off.
But why do I have to just break him off?
Because you want to win, and I think your passing game is not as good without it.
Well,
without
and also,
him.
Well, and your running game, too. He's important to that as well.
Purdy.
All I know is if Jauan Jennings' future in San Francisco is not going to be longer than this season,
wow.
they don't have to do anything.
So if you had to bet now, you got me almost, not that I'm asking you to convince me, you think nothing might pop like this?
I think it's going to continue to drag out. But again, the reason why I brought it up is because Kyle Shanahan, to me, is now sounding irritated. He's not just saying, oh, well, maybe he's got a calf and you got to ask him. It's like, no, guys got to practice. Like, you got to be on the field. Let's get this figured out. Maybe it's a shot to the front office, of which he's kind of a part of. Maybe it's also a shot at Jauan.
Yeah, I know we're up against it, E. Patrick McCaw fan club. Guru wants to pay everyone, LOL. Do I come across like that to you?
A little bit. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. That segment is brought to you by California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Speeding is dangerous. To other drivers, to people walking or biking, speeding catches up with you. Tickets, crashes, or even worse, slow the fast down. Safe speeds save lives. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Step up to the plate and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Stanford Blood Center and San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data 1H 2025.
Hey, it's Butcher Boy here for the one and only Ceremony Ford in Colma. And listen up, Tesla owners. It's time to make the switch. Right now, you can upgrade to a 20 25 Mustang Mach-E Select for just $239 a month, plus tax for 36 months, and it's only $19.99 due at signing. No trade-in required. And here's the kicker, 0% APR on every Mach-E in stock. We're talking over 100 to choose from. One of the largest inventories in Northern California. Plus, you get a $2,500 rebate, 2 years of complimentary maintenance, and the Ford Power Promise. That's a complimentary home charger with installation. Not a current EV owner? No problem. You still get the Ford Power Promise. But hurry, these offers end September 2nd. Don't wait. Don't overthink it. Ceremony Ford in Colma, your NorCal Mach-E headquarter. See dealer or ceremonyford.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Granger. Granger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Granger. Granger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Well, last night at the Padres game, there was literally a 12-year-old kid.
So he probably was sober.
We got the little crap beat out of us. That's.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, you mess with the bull, you get the horns, young man.
Somebody said I need to turn in my man card because I didn't know the Jordan of cricket. I'm going to ask Dibs when he comes in. You
mean Virat Kohli?
Did you know him before?
No.
Okay.
No, but it's funny. So at the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, you and I and Steiny were on Radio Row.
Oh, yeah.
And
Be careful, Evan.
Was it Andre Rison? No, Andre Reed, the Hall of Famer.
Yeah, no doubt.
So Andre Reed, hops on because he knows Lowe.
Yeah.
And you guys are talking about the Niners and, the Chiefs and all that good stuff. And then Andre Reed says, hey, you guys into cricket? And I remember this because I had not heard a former football player so passionate about the sport of cricket.
Man.
And he was saying he invests in a cricket team. And of course, we were chatting about it after, and he's like, no, you should really think about this. Like cricket has the biggest audience outside of, I think, soccer or European football in the world, because in India, it's the most popular sport and there's over 1 billion people. So cricket is massive. I didn't know who Virat Kohli was, I do have to admit, but
More
I do understand
followers on
how
IG
large,
than LeBron James.
Oh, I know how big cricket is. It's a massive sport.
Man.
And apparently you can get your ass beat if you run on that field.
No doubt.
All
So
right.
you know the inner workings of the game?
I played cricket before,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah, there's a PT.
Thank you.
I don't know if that's a drop. Apparently it's a pretty popular sport.
Like what position were you? Or do they have like forward, full, what?
Well, no, there's someone who throws it. You have to bounce the ball first.
Okay, got you. All
And you have basically this club that you're,
I seen it.
you're
I
trying
got
to hit
you.
the ball.
Yeah.
And it's every single part of the field is fair territory.
It's lightweight baseball.
It's
but I you know
a
what I
lot
mean.
different than
Yeah.
baseball.
Like I compare golf and baseball, there's a lot of similarities to me.
Yeah, I guess, you have the pitcher,
Yeah.
but there's different ways to hit the ball, and you obviously got to run and come back, and you're trying not to get struck out, basically.
Did you enjoy it?
It was a lot of fun.
Wow.
Yeah. One of my old PE teachers, he was from Britain, or England, whatever you want to call it, and he would let us play cricket. He would bring his cricket bat, and he would let us play cricket in middle school.
Wow.
It was great. All right, you ask and you shall receive, people. Happy National Radio Day to all. 888-957-957 if you want to get into the conversation. We're also talking about the 49ers and kind of what to do at the wide receiver position, because it sounds like Kyle Shanahan is getting perturbed by what's going on with Juwan Jennings as things stand in a stalemate on August 20th. But someone asked earlier on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, Goo, for this specific call.
Steiny.
On National Radio Day.
Steiny.
It's you. And it's, some might say, one of your finest moments.
I don't know what a hitting coach has to do to get fired before 50 games. But if you want to find out, watch the 2024 Pirates. They're playing their ass off. This is just me again, Dan. There is no accountability. And McCutcheon, you're in my Pirate Hall of Fame. But when it's time to play, you got to be serious. Quit smiling, joking all damn game, and then you get up there with 2 runners on, and you just have 3 of the worst swings I've ever seen. That's not leadership, and that's not veteran-like. This team needs a new coach. You can't get rid of all the players. And why we brought in Chapman, I have no idea. This thing is bad, and it's embarrassing, and I'm screaming on Mother's Day, and I hate it. Help me, Dan, please. I can't take it anymore.
I love you. I love you. Daryl?
Oh, my, I forgot. Like, that's embarrassing, Foster, but, like, that wasn't for that. Just was, I had to let it out.
But that's what radio's about. I'm screaming on Mother's Day, and I hate it.
Oh, my God. Like, why are you so mad they sting, dude?
Because you're a sports
fan. I need
fan.
a new life, man. Oh, my God. Pasta.
That one was pretty damn good.
And I'm thinking nobody would ever hear, and somehow somebody snitched on me. Anyway.
Dude, you went viral.
Well,
I think it was on one of the MLB
Talk to me when there's
Twitter
money
pages.
going viral.
Well,
You went viral as if, dude, when I can get some money, then talk to me viral.
but it wasn't like someone at the station sought it down. There was
You're right.
I want to say a Twitter page. Someone tweeted out
Baseball something. I
epic
saw,
rant
yeah.
from 93.7 The Fan on a post-game show after the Pirates
man.
get swept for the 7th series in a row.
Daryl, oh, man.
I love you.
Yeah.
I love you.
Oh, that's pretty good. Hey, you know what? I got to take time, and you tell me if you met this guy, because the only reason my fat self is up here talking to you, Evan.
You're not that big.
Is I know, but you didn't have to stop there, because now people. Anyway.
I wanted to,
I'm going through a midlife.
Try to compliment you.
I'm going through a midlife. All I need is a red sports car, training the caddy.
Now, you hope it's a midlife. Like, someone said that to me the other day.
Whoa.
Well, no, someone said that to me the other day.
You made me feel better.
Yeah, no, someone said that to me the other day. I'm just saying, man, you got a lot of years left. You hope.
You hope.
Someone said to me the other day, I'm going through a quarter-life crisis. I think it was actually someone in our office. She's like 25.
Quarter-life.
I said, well, you hope it's your quarter-life crisis.
Like, who are you to know how much time you got left?
I'm just saying.
Better. Dude.
A lot of people are guessing.
That shook me, Evan, for the better. Like, I'm on it now.
Yeah, you're good now.
I'll say this. Jason Barrett. Barrett Sports Media. He's left. He started the station at 95.7 The Game.
Yeah.
Came up with the idea of Lucky Break, and that's the reason I'm here. So I got to give him love, Evan, for a lot of people try to, have jokes about him, Steiny and Dibs or what have you. But he was good to me, and the only reason I'm here is that byproduct of the contest. So
thanks.
The Dibbers, I got to say what's up to Jason Barrett. And the boss knows him.
Oh, well, in that case, I mean, the boss is giving me a lot of opportunities.
There we go. You helped me with life, and you talk to the boss. Go ahead, say thank you.
Just trying to. You got to placate to him a little bit. I also came down his road yesterday because he wanted to be a football guy.
That still bothered me. I let it go.
What?
Like Pasta, he's a baseball guy. He's all of them.
No, he's not.
He was at the Valkyrie game last night. Speaking of which,
well, that was.
They're playing good teams, though, and they're no Tiffany Hayes. Like, I asked Evan this, and I know I'm all over #random. Bear with me, you guys. If they don't make the playoffs, and I'm not being negative, Risotto, is that a win in itself that I'm expecting them to in their inaugural campaign?
I mean, I think it's a sign that they're ahead of schedule.
Oh, my gosh.
But
they play so hard.
It wouldn't be a failure if they didn't make the playoffs.
Right, and I'm not using that.
Although Steiny would say so because
but disappointing.
There's 13
Risotto,
teams and 8 of them make the playoffs.
Disappointing means they set standards.
I mean, there's a standard now, but it wouldn't be disappointing for me.
Hold up.
They've already won.
Hold up.
Okay, all right, yeah, because I think we're so negative in this medium now that you're trying to paint me in a picture that I want heads to roll. No,
that's not what I'm saying.
But negative meaning I would be hurt.
What standard have they set? It's their first season.
That they're the best expansion team. They got the best record. To knock that out with their 21st win?
Yeah, they're 18-17 after losing last night.
But Evan, I just feel like they're a damn good team, man. And I could see them giving somebody a problem or a tussle in the offs. So I'm saying disappointed on the Guru computer from had they not had these injuries, woulda, coulda, shoulda, but they really got action to get into the playoffs, guys. That's what I'm saying, Risotto. So if they don't make it, Evan, and don't get in, I would be a little hurt, but that's a good thing.
Well, but they've also suffered a lot of injuries. Like Kayla Thornton was their lone all-star.
Yes.
Hurt herself is out for the year.
Their size is killing you right now.
Tiffany Hayes was out last night. He's one of their best players.
And they ball. Burden in the game. They are balling, and Natalie's coaching her tail off.
They play hard, but they haven't set a standard yet. You got to give them at least 1 year before we start judging them, I think.
You know what? Now I'm mad at you. But, Evan, no, it's a good disappointing if somehow they don't make it. That's why this season's been great.
Number one, they got 17 straight sellouts.
Wow.
As of last night. They are an above 500 team. They're in the thick of the postseason race.
They play hard as all
They play their
outdoors.
ass off every single night. And to me, that's all you can ask for from an expansion team. Like, for example, they've been talking about realignment in Major League Baseball.
Oh, God.
What? You don't like it?
What are we doing, Evan?
They're adding 2 more teams. Well, at some point.
Salt Lake? I
don't think they'd be in Salt Lake.
Like, there's action in Salt Lake, but it's not. Go ahead.
Well, they have a AAA team there.
Don't take the Giants and Dodgers out of the same division. You do that, I'm done.
To me, I would like to see the A's, the Giants, the Dodgers, and the Padres all in the same
How about the
division.
Angels?
The Angels are fine. They're not really anybody's rival.
But they're Cali. Throw them in there.
They're not really anybody's rival, though.
Oh, my God.
The Angels are just They're the wayward sons of SoCal.
So you really believe it's inevitable because Manfred said before he gets out of office he wants 32 teams.
Rob Manfred wants a lot of things, including people to like him, but it's not going to happen. Now they might get an expansion team, but it wouldn't be in Salt Lake City. It'd be like in Nashville. My point before I got lost.
I'm making you get long.
We do it
you
together.
You were supposed to say, no, you're not, Goop, but go ahead.
We do it together.
Yeah. All right.
If an expansion team in baseball is erected and in the first season, stop.
I did nothing on National Radio Day, but since this Diddy stuff has gone on, you guys laugh at me.
Oh, my God,
and I just heard that
it's
word, and I
verb.
looked at Foster like, oh, so, hey, don't come down my road. Go ahead.
Your mind is in the gutter. Jesus. I need to take
Shout
5.
out Bluetooth, but go ahead.
I need to take 5.
No, you did it.
You ever walk around the... Oh, my God.
You guys do that to me. It's sick. But I got to deal with it. I didn't do anything with looking
It means
pasta.
constructed or built.
Right.
Get your mind out of the gutter. Anyways, if a team, I won't use the same word because you're going to laugh like a 4-year-old.
I'm not.
You're going to laugh like a 12-year-old who got ripped at the Padres game yesterday and blindsided. If that team wins in its first season, I don't know, like 80 games, they haven't set a standard. You know, they need at least 1 year to let us figure out what they're going to be. That was the whole point.
No, you got me on the wordplay. You got me because that is strong. But what I'm saying to myself is, Evan, regardless of who this team is playing, I think they got action at winning the game. And size is becoming an issue. Obviously, these last 2 games, these 2 teams they lost, they're good teams. Phoenix, the Dream. So I'm just saying. I would be disappointed if somehow, guys, they don't get a playoff series. I would be disappointed.
People are coming down my road.
Yeah, and they should because you come down. And I love it. I'm just here on National Radio Day. But, oh, boy.
You ever walked – I don't know if I want to do this. Fine. Have you ever walked around, like, Golden Gate Park?
Yes, I have.
And, you know, they have those, like bridges that have been built a long time ago.
Love them.
It says erected 1841.
I got you.
That's a word that's appropriate.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's all I'm saying.
I got you.
Your mind is in the gutter.
And how are you so sure, real quick, Mr. Know-It-All, if Salt Lake ain't getting the team? You don't know.
Well, I don't know, but I
wouldn't want Salt Lake.
And that's why I don't think that it's going to go there, because no one would want to go to Salt Lake.
Well, I thought the A's had Vegas was the A's. I don't know. But I think Vegas will have a baseball team.
They will have a baseball. I don't know if it'll be the A's.
That is just
the A's might just get marooned in Sacramento.
And then you had another. Did you say Portland?
Portland and Nashville are 2 cities that I would like to see have a baseball team. But to me, the obvious choice would be to have a city that's already had a team, because you had one. Montreal.
Yeah, that was the one you said. That was great. The Expos.
It's also a big enough city. Yeah, I mean they ripped them out right from under them. But I get you don't want to put another team in Canada. I mean, to me, but you're right, though. They can't mess up the alignment of the divisions that badly. Like no West Coast team should be dislodged from its rival. Especially, like, one of the few rivalries that actually matters in baseball is the Giants and the Dodgers.
No doubt.
And you can't have them in separate divisions or separate leagues.
And you want take it one step further? Red Sox and Yankees. They won't dare mess that up.
Red Sox, Yankees?
Yeah, they're going to be in the same. Okay.
They take care of East Coast teams.
All right.
They don't really care about the West Coast. But, I don't know.
What about Oakland? Somebody, Andis Brown. I know. They could put a team back in Oakland, man.
I think if they were going to have a team in Oakland, the team wouldn't have left. That's just me, though.
Well, that's the owner, and we know what,
Who's soon? Maybe in the future. We got the Giants, though. That's the Bay Area baseball
team. I will
team.
not say what you want me to say after losing last night.
What do
the math is still there. Yeah, I'm going Willard. You got to be 500. Computer's off until you get to 5. Dude.
What side of the pillow did you wake up on?
Hit me.
Or the bed?
I had anyway. The good side, Evan.
I know.
Couldn't wait to get to you.
I just couldn't tell. Yesterday the math was there, and now you're on Willard's side.
No, in regard to, they went and lost a game, Evan, and a game in the standings.
The most exciting thing that happened yesterday was someone getting buried in right field by 6 different
No, it was Jung Hoo
guards.
Lee's leadoff homer. He crushed that. It's just like, where was that? And why can't you be the everyday leadoff hitter? That's how I watched the game last night. Like, damn.
Wasn't that his first home run since May?
And he's not the only one. Dudes have been, it's been a little dry spell.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right,
Pasta, anybody you want to thank? You and Grandy on National Radio Day?
Well, I haven't been in radio too long. It's almost been a year coming up in October, but I've enjoyed every second. You guys have been great. Grandy to my right's been great. Everybody here has been very welcoming.
Well, but
So
you've also worked in archaic industry before, newspapers.
Hey, if I could give you a tip, I'd say thank the boss.
Thank you to the boss.
His name!
Matt
Lucas?
Negan?
Yeah, that always... Grandy?
Lucas hired him.
Is Lucas doing...
Alexander, too.
Is he doing high? Oh, Lucas didn't move up.
Dude, you got to learn about the company, man.
Dude, I'm in and out.
Now I
Animal style, number 2, man.
Well, I do realize that every single time we have one of those all-staff meetings here in the office, we don't actually get to participate.
It really does bug me, man.
I know it does.
Maybe that's why I'm out, when it's over, Evan.
Wink, wink.
Yeah.
Grandy, you got one? Pasta.
Oh, there we go. National Radio Day? I mean, I don't know. Radio just feels like something that makes me feel comfortable. It makes me feel like I'm in the car driving to school with my dad as a kid growing up, listening to sports talk radio, listening to Giants games on the radio, doing yard work growing up. That's what I think of.
So you got
I would want to be in Grandy's spot. Right
look
now.
at you. So you got all three of you are too young to admit. So I could be wrong. Like Jim Rome on the radio wasn't your thing. Because to me, he was like also one of the first ones that I was like, every day I'm going to try to listen to Jim.
No, I'm trying to think. The national show that I probably listened to the most was Le Batard on ESPN Radio. But that was only for, I think, really like a full summer because I hated my job. And so every single day, the most joy that I got was the 20-minute drive between my apartment and the office building. And then I would sit in my car for 10 minutes and listen to Le Batard as to not think about the next several hours that I was going to dislike.
Wow.
You know,
I can relate, man.
Dude, there is nothing like going to a job that you hate, which I don't feel like
I've
at all.
I've lived it. You think about it the night before at
I think
dinner.
about it right now.
Wow.
Well,
and think of how blessed we all are.
Well, that's the whole point is, dude, like
seriously,
graveyard shifts. I will never do anything close to that in my like. I know how that feels, dreading waking up and going to sleep every single day, knowing that you got to do the same thing.
It's real. It follows you, man. It's
does.
like every day's a Sunday. You know, I got to go in, but man, even on a Monday, the boss, just the job itself. Evan, for people that are like, you don't got to go to. I'll say I got to cut it short. I got to go to work. They're like, dude, shut up. We got real jobs that we hate. You don't got to deal with that. And I'm like, man, I am blessed.
Well, that's why sometimes it's
Steiny, but I am blessed, you know. That's my man.
A mental ward.
Yeah.
Dude, so that's why I think a lot of times I understand some of the vitriol athletes have to deal with. I do think it is because of that, because a lot of people don't get to do what they love. A lot of people don't get to
That's wild, man.
Enjoy their work. They kind of just go through the motions. And we all have friends that do that. They talk about work being what unlocks the rest of life.
Man,
you know, the work-life balance is just work. And you do it simply to enjoy other aspects of life. Whereas the one thing that I kind of struggle with sometimes, Goo, not to get too real, but
I'm here. I
really like doing this. The outside stuff sometimes I struggle with because it's not as fun. I don't get to show up and I don't get to do life with Steiny Guru every single day. I get to do work with Steiny Guru from 10 to 2.
And what's amazing, and Evan, I'm feeling that is, like, I'm older than you guys. I've had numerous jobs that I did not like. Evan, just like I've dealt with that drag of where's my life going in regard to my work life and bringing it home with you. But the bottom line is, regardless of what I would be doing if I were not here, Evan, I'd be watching and talking sports the exact same. And that's the definition of love.
But the outlet it's liberating.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, if there's a big game on Sunday, in which 3 weeks there will be, because they all are big.
Nah, you preach it, man.
And on Monday, it's different when you got to wake up and you don't have a mic to talk into.
Wow. You got social media now, but I hear you.
That's true. 925 Boxer and Gerson working your attorney's text line. Steiny acts like talking about sports for 4 hours is like a 10-hour shift on a construction site.
That's my guy. I'm like, dude, he says I stole this. The toy department of life, man. This ain't real, Steiny.
And that's what life's about.
There it is.
Thank you, Cronin. It is really funny some days when you come in, and like we all have bad days, there's no doubt. but you'll come in some days and it's to be like,
man.
It's like, dude, this ain't the dentist, man.
No doubt about it.
You're not going to get your teeth pulled.
And no hard labor. I've had those jobs. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you might break a vertebrae.
Man. Anything, Evan.
I mean, you're right. We are blessed. We just are. All right, Goo.
Hopefully the listeners are on this show.
Sometimes. Oh, speaking of which, we got a couple minutes here. And on the other side, do you want to get into the Warriors and some of the news we got coming down the line? Yeah. So we'll do that on the other side. The phone number, by the way, is 888-957-9570. Also, the Boxer and Gerson working to attorney's text line. Godspeed to the youth. This is the first week in the San Francisco Unified School District of school in 2025.
Man.
25-26.
Summer is gone.
It is gone. And that means the kids, every single day this week, you know, it's fun. The first couple of days you go back and meet your guys or your gals, all your friends, and everyone's feeling good. You get, maybe a couple syllabus days to settle in. But at about Wednesday and Thursday and Friday, the end of the first week of school, you're like, damn. So I just want to say good luck to all the kids out there that are getting back into school and realizing that, yeah, you can't just play in the sun anymore.
Yeah, no doubt. And it's their job. It's a drag to them. And, Evan, I just wish I had a mechanism. I used to try to tell my kids, enjoy being a kid. Because when I was a kid, couldn't wait till I could move out or be an adult and drive. No, you have no bills, no responsibility. Just enjoy. But to them nowadays, with all this peer pressure and keeping up with the Joneses on social media, I think it's the hardest time to be a kid ever, because it was hard for me. We didn't have the word bullying. It was just, that was every day. You just got to take it, deal with it. Hey, how was your day, Daryl? Oh, it was fine. Yeah, guys had guns and knives at school. But, Evan, I'm telling you, man, enjoy where you're at, because it's not always greener on the other side. You'll naturally get there. But I do wonder how many kids and adults enjoy where they're at before real life kicks in and you got bills and mortgages and all that real pressure. Enjoy it.
Yeah, and I don't have all of that pressure yet, but I do. Every single year you get older and you do realize that it's true. Like, the youth is wasted on the young.
That's all, man.
But to your point, back in the day, even when I was younger, because, I was coming up when social media just started, but it wasn't really, like, you didn't have to be on it. In fact, I still have friends that never got on it.
Wow.
I'm jealous. But you have verbal and then physical fisticuffs that you had to deal with as a kid. But now you got to deal with technological fisticuffs. Like, you got people that are fighting online. And
Evan, man.
Ugh.
I'm serious, man.
Yeah, Godspeed to all the kids.
My real quick, my son got off Twitter. He's in college. I called him in the room, closed the door, and wanted to check his temperature. Like, dude, who's coming for you? He's like, what are you talking about? I go, why'd you get off IG? He goes, because I spent too much time on it, and I couldn't comprehend. He just wanted off. Evan, I'm thinking, something going on? Talk to me.
Well, the reels, you can get lost.
Yeah. I showed you one this morning.
It's like an Alice in Wonderland rabbit hole. All right, what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Football talk on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Getting in for Steinmetz with Guru, that segment brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing $5 deals for members. $5 for deli specials like Chicken Tenders Original or Nashville Hot, JoJo Potato Wedges, and more. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Ryan Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
The good guys, 30
38th West Coast National, the crown jewel of hot rodding. Happening all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Over 3,500 of the country's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. A huge swap meet, a vendor's midway. Check out the Pinstripers Brush Bash. Enjoy the free family fun zone, live music, and so much more. All this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge. Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Your game day headquarters is here. Splash at Thrive City in the heart of San Francisco. They've got the largest LED screen in the Bay Area, immersive sound, and a private or semi-private spaces for your crew. Host your fantasy football draft or watch every NFL and college football game in style. With craft cocktails, elevated pub fare, and ice-cold beer on tap, not to mention golf simulators, pool, and shuffleboard. Fun for the whole family. College Saturdays kick off at 8:30, NFL at 9:30. Mention Willard and Dibs or 95.7 The Game to score an exclusive game day perk. Reserve your spot now at splashsportsbar.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Things are coming into focus, Goo.
Yeah, depends on who you ask. I'm over here getting cyber bullied. 510 Guru, you definitely are, but and tell moms we'll get back to sports. you definitely are blessed. It certainly wasn't talent that got you the job.
Damn.
That risotto, man, come on.
Wow, dude.
Oh, come on, guys.
Man. Tell me how you really feel
That's
without telling me how you really feel.
That's a low blow.
I'm like, oh, somebody said, wow.
Well,
I'm going to be all right.
It's a subjective business.
Oh, who cares?
Well, he's a big dog in the radio game.
He is a big
Mad Dog Russo, who Risotto told us during the break had a big, imprint on him, loving sports talk.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, you never know when inspiration's gonna hit you, gonna slap you in the face. You know what? Slapping the Warriors in the face right now.
Tell me.
Running it back.
Well, it's running it back with Jimmy Butler, Evan. Talk about the good times it was the second half, man.
I know. But this is the latest from Brandon Scoop B. Johnson. Al Horford has made up his mind. He's going to sign with Golden State. Now, it obviously hasn't happened yet. Pen to paper, all the rest. We don't know the details.
All right.
And he also reported that it's going to be Horford's last season. And effectively, he chose Golden State over Boston because he believes that the Warriors have a better chance to contend for a title.
Hey, I get it. I'm not mad, and we kind of saw this coming, and we kind of know what's holding it up. Again, Al Horford in Boston was surrounded by shooters, and I just believe, the mindset of him launching threes was like, just get in where you fit in because we're going to shoot 60 of them a game. And I just envision him here in a situation where not he's Klay Thompson, the second best three-point shooter or one of them, but Evan, it's going to be different, and I'm just worried about this team losing Looney. Yeah, I said it, and our size and athleticism, and again, this could be a tall tale or, I don't know how true it is, but they were talking about Al not playing back-to-backs, and he's got 15 or 14 of those. But I'm like, man, he's an older version of himself, so hopefully he can help Evan, and this offseason to me has been the one of what could have been had Curry not got hurt. But now it's a question of, since that happened, I got PTSD, and how much do you save Curry and these OGs from themselves in the regular season trying to get that positioning to where that doesn't happen in the postseason? And Evan, only the basketball gods know if that's going to happen. But you look at the minutes played from Steph and Dre, they still haven't come down from when they were 25 and 28. It's still up there, man.
Well, in the postseason it was, but in the regular season, their minutes were lower. I don't think Draymond cracked 30 per game this year. I think Steph was around 32.
Games played. Like they showed.
Well, Steph played a lot of games this year.
No doubt.
Draymond played the most games he's played since, I think, his contract year. But if you were to replace Looney with somebody, I feel like Al Horford kind of the closest kind of guy? Not literally as a player, but I'm saying he's a veteran. He's someone that can be a positive voice in your locker room. And he's also somebody that's going to be impactful on the court, which Looney kind of wasn't.
And he stretches the floor out. Obviously, he does that. But I'll say this to that, Evan, as much as I'm saying that's a concern. I cannot sleep on a guy whose job it was. He was the starting job, TJD. He has shown us he can block shots. He can rebound. Now, the finishing can improve, but that wasn't Looney's best, attribute of his game. But I am looking forward to seeing the watching TJD evolve into that, because he's going to get a shot, Horford or not.
What about Post?
Yeah, Post is a different type of center, though. Evan, you're going to need – I don't think he bangs, and he could be working on it now. I think when we talked to him, he kind of said that's what he was doing in the lab, getting stronger. But TJD has that girth, and if he takes it up a level or two, he can give us that Looney type of production, I believe. So it won't just be Post and Horford is what I'm saying.
Well, but do you think that Trace Jackson-Davis is going to back up Horford instead of – I mean, to me, TJD is your third center, which he sort of was – well, he and Looney were, equal. Yeah. But I think Trace Jackson-Davis is still your third center.
Yeah, and it'll be a matchup based, too, on who you're playing and who you're asking them to stop or try and stop, things like that. So, right, you're right. They got three centers if Horford's here, and you may have it in that order. But, again, it's all dependent on how that nightly game is going, how you're getting beat if you're getting beat, and how they're beating you down low. Maybe you see more TJD than you see Post on a certain night, and Horford for that matter.
Well, Horford,
it'll be interesting.
Horford to me is an upgrade over whatever you had last year, certainly. And he's the best option at center since Kevon Looney was able to give you big minutes in the playoffs. Really since, I'd say, 2023, there's been nobody that they've thrown out there that I've felt confident in. Even Looney, just because of his diminished abilities. And not that Horford is somebody who's going to put up a bunch of points, but he's just someone who's been on the floor, Goo. I get the feeling that he's going to know what he's doing. And they've had Post, who's he can shoot the lights out. Trace Jackson Davis had a flash in the pan in his rookie season. But you don't know what you're going to get from those guys, right?
Yeah, and you got to, like Evan, I don't think the book is written on TJD. So I guess what I'm saying is he's definitely going to, and we hadn't even talked about injuries, and that could happen, and, he's featured more than he normally would be. But I guess, I use the word evolve. I just want to see what that looks like with all the centers, QP3 as well. But, man, Evan, on a good day, my boy's a lob option, TJD, more so than Horford and QP3. But he does some goonish type of things that on a good night, can help you win. He kind of had his hands on the job, let it go, and then was a DMP for a lot of games. So I say all that to say is I am fascinated. It's too strong. I'm interested to see how this 3-center lineup, assuming Horford is here, is going to work out.
Well, I think Trace he's going to have to play this year because Horford's not going to be available for back-to-backs, and you hope that he doesn't get injured regardless. But again, this is from Brandon Scoop B. Robinson that Al Horford is going to sign with Golden State. And it's kind of something that, wink, wink, under the table has just been waiting to happen. It technically is not in pen yet, but I think for me, like it's an upgrade to me over Looney, where he is at in his career, where he was last season, but it doesn't make you that much different outside of giving you more shooting. Like they're still gonna. The Warriors, I think, at some point in this upcoming season, are going to run into the realization that they are just not an athletic team. Even some of the younger players outside of Kaminga, they're not an athletic team.
And you know what, Evan? It's funny you said that because I'm like, man, I want to fight back, but I can't. And again, this was before Jimmy got hurt. He looked his age at times. It still was sufficient, but, I was thinking, Jimmy Butler at 28 or Jimmy Butler in the bubble is what we're going to get. And maybe we see that this year. He's got a full offseason as a Golden State Warrior, but it became apparent to me like, no, Jimmy's still gifted and he's a dog. But, Evan, you're right. That youthful athleticism that I'm seeking, that I think Kaminga offers, even if he does come back, you need more of it. And you're right. And it was apparent to get at times against the Rockets that, forget the scoreboard. You can tell the OGs versus a lot of what the NBA represents now that OKC has and Minnesota, even though, they beat you and Curry got hurt. Like it's just, and I know you can't have it all. And I'm a guy that wants to ride out the big three, and I'm here. But you are right. It's becoming abundantly clear. Like we're lacking some Thundercats. Yeah, I had to do that.
There go the Thundercats,
dude. That thing all night on Twitter. If it's just Thundercats, all right. I don't know what it does to people, but Evan, that's my word, man.
I think the way that you feel about this, the way I feel about Thundercats is the way you feel about Football Guy. Like it's kind of
okay. I got it.
It's a little taboo at this point.
I'm gonna retire it, then.
Well.
All right.
Well, sorry. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. Well, the other part about the piece from Brandon Scoop B. Robinson is this. Effectively just a reunion or a re-up on the marriage between the Warriors.
This is good news to your boy Goo.
And Gary Payton II. See, I guess you and I had different reactions to this, but here's the quote. I'm told Curry has been in direct contact with Gary Payton II, pushing for the Warriors to bring the defensive ace, being GP2, back on a 2-year deal. He also added, Draymond Green, I'm told, has already given his blessing, aligning for Curry's push for Payton II's return.
And you know what, with that, Evan, thank you for reading that. I got to be honest. I think I may have overreacted on the Looney departure to New Orleans just because it came off. We got it at the same time, like GP2's future as a Warrior might be in doubt. And all I was telling you and telling Warrior fans, Evan, oh my gosh, it's not Jimmy. The best on-ball defender on the Warriors is Gary Payton II. So who are you to say sayonara to that guy? So that's what shocked me. So that is good news. And Steph going Bob Myers or getting his Mike Dion, staying in contact with GP2. Because, again, I know injuries happen. But, my gosh, Evan, on the greatest of days and nights for the Warriors, I mean, Gary Payton II is a great defender, and he causes problems. So I just could not fathom how you got to that. Oh, we don't need Gary Payton II. So when I hear that, it almost makes me calm down on Looney.
Well, no, it's
and
not
I'm
that,
assuming he's coming back.
Not that
but
I
gotta
don't
be
think
careful.
they don't need GP2, but it's just the same thing again. Like Gary Payton II is a quality player. He's a bench player. Your best defensive player or perimeter defender plays 15 minutes a game. So is he going to finish games? No. So he can't be on the court.
Sometimes he has, Evan.
Well, when there's been injuries and when he's been needed, like he started 11 games last year, but not because at full strength he's going to do that. You know, especially with Jimmy, he's not going to find a ton of time on the court. I just think that for me it wasn't nothing, but it just was kind of like a sigh and not a relief. It was just like this is what they've been kind of resigned to. You know, Gary Payton II, and maybe if Melton is healthy, he helps on your on the perimeter too. But like that's kind of just what they have to do. You know, that's where they're at, where they can't let Gary Payton II go. And as much as I'm happy to see, I like Gary. He's a great dude, and I think he's a good Warrior for sure. He's a champion, but it doesn't excite me.
That's interesting, and I love the honesty. And Evan, there is a saying in life: you don't know what you have until it's gone. So if Gary were to dip and not be a Warrior, and I said Melton coming off the injury and the situation he went through last year, he's never spent a whole season in a Warrior uniform. I would just like, how are you going to? Okay, let's say you're right, and you go now. If you're telling me you're going to get a better, younger version of Gary Payton II, then I'm in. But I just want to be very careful of a guy that can make his layups on a good day, and he's cutting, and he's playing the Warrior way, hitting the corner threes. Like, I just don't want to take that for granted, especially now when it feels like your cracks at how you're currently constructed at getting possibly number 5 or just going on a run. I think Gary Payton II is a part of that to me.
A part of what?
That roster and having that dog to go out there and cause Trey Young or any other great ball handler bringing Anthony Edwards the ball up. Not that you're going to stop him, but his hand game is second to none, his instincts. So I still like him on this team. But I hear what you're saying in regard to the wow factor.
Well, it's not a wow factor. I just thought that we were moving on from some of these guys.
But I would say to you, I guess I did a bad job, Evan. But what if you got something replaced and it was a name, but it wasn't as effective? Then where are you at defensively for 15? Because sometimes, Evan, he can play 12 to 20, 22 minutes a game if things are going well.
Yeah, but Steiny,
I can hear him saying, he's going to get hurt, Goo.
Well, he might. I mean, last year he played 67 games. That's a good season for GP2, considering he hasn't been able to stay healthy for much of his career. But
yeah,
I think, well, the thing that I guess kind of bugged me more was the quote where he said Draymond Green gave his blessing.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what is that worth?
Obviously something, because let's put it right on the table on National Radio Day, brought to you by Atco. And I've said this, I don't want to pat in the back. What if I told you one Warrior has never gotten that cosign?
Who?
Kaminga from Steph and Dre.
Well, Draymond let him start for him last year.
Well, when you say let, it's a bit strong.
He started in front of Draymond Green for 5 games, I think. No?
No, it happened, but I'm just like, it wasn't something that was going to be official. And I don't think you know what I mean? I feel like if Steph and Dre went to management right now, this being pro Kaminga, and I could be wrong, Evan, I feel like something would have been done weeks ago. They have that much.
Really?
They have that much gravity and say so. I believe.
I don't think they do. In fact, I think that's a big issue sometimes during the year is that Steph he's not forceful at all about roster choices or who the Warriors should go after. People come down his road for not using enough of his power, or when he does, it's he's giving heaping praise to Gary Payton II, which is someone the Warriors might want to bring back anyways because he's going to be cheap. And from the report, it sounds like a 2-year deal.
See, I feel
at least that's what they're looking at.
Yeah, I feel sold, and I'm gonna go lip service because at different junctures, and I've mentioned this to you and Steiny, Evan. You tell me what you think. Different junctures, 3 different times last year, Draymond went out of his way to sing the praises of Kaminga. We got to give him the keys. Kerr did it early on, and Steph did it. This was pre-Jimmy. And now we're at a standstill to where we don't know the future of Jonathan Kaminga. But, Evan, I believe we're at this juncture right now only because those 2 guys, or 3 guys, including the coach, have not been pro-Kaminga vocally behind closed doors. And I think just with the 2, Dre and Steph, he would be wrapped up, sealed, and delivered. So in my mind, I really believe Joe Lacob is fighting, like an owner can, in regard to trying to convince everybody else that this dude can be a part of the team, and that's why this thing is where it's at now.
I mean, I don't see them fighting for him, but I also don't know how many players really do that. It's I mean, shoot, Curry said
I'm interrupted. Are we seeing it with G? I know it's a smaller, lesser expensive guy, but are we seeing it with, that could easily happen with Kaminga if they felt it?
I mean, I guess that's a fair point. So you're waiting for the article to come out when it's been reported that Curry and Draymond have given their blessings to Kaminga rejoining the team?
Not saying that's how the deal would get done, but Evan, I think if they were on board and pro JK and saying we need him, that would have come out. You know what I mean? And the fact that it hasn't, I believe, tells me, or it's an indicator, they don't hate Jonathan Kaminga, but the players are telling you, hey, this ship can move in the same direction with or without him. Well, that's disheartening as a Warrior
I do
fan.
agree that I think they're indifferent.
Okay, all right, indifferent.
But it's also because he didn't really play a lot down the stretch last year.
And I don't know if that was the right decision, you got to just, we're not arguing, but Evan, what he did without Steph, which is not reality, because you got to do it with Steph. And that's why Pods is maximizing what he's doing with this team. But, Evan, that was just not a nothing burger. I don't care if they lost. The dude can play in this league. And Minnesota had length everywhere, and when he was moving and cooking, he was doing his thing. And I'm not telling you he's Dr. J. I'm not telling you he's Kawhi Leonard, but he's a guy that this older team needs. And if it's off the bench, make it happen. And I'm talking to Kaminga too, because he, like you said the other day, you yelled at me. You don't know you didn't. He's not getting 7 rebounds. I gave some fictitious.
No, what if he averages 18 and 8?
Right. Evan, you snapped on your boy, but I do wonder if Kaminga knows now, okay, that's what I got to focus on too, because I feel like he could do it in his damn sleep.
Then why haven't we seen it? Then why haven't we seen it? All right, let's go to Ryan, who's on the Dumbarton Bridge.
All right.
Well, people starting to come for you, Gil.
Oh, boy. On what? This has been a bad day for me.
I'm just messing with you. What's up, Ryan?
How you guys doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Guru. All right. Thank you all for taking my call. And I don't know. We don't need no shock and awe, flash and splash. We need dudes that are right in the head that will go for a championship here, not mess up the locker room. Whatever Kaminga's got going on, he's playing games. He should be getting bored. He's not getting bored. We don't need those people. We need people that are going to play, up to their ability, no matter what the contract situation is, what the Steve Kerr is. I think he's damaged his reputation in the league by what's going on here with Kaminga, and their trade. It's not very good. They might be able to trade him because of what he's done here or not done here. But Gary Payton II, as far as I know, he's on board. That dude's solid.
Yeah.
He does get hurt, but when he plays, there's no ego. He balls out for the team. I think he's on board with Steph Curry. There's no jealousy, ego issues going on. Kaminga's got beef, right? Obviously, he's got beef. So
that's fair.
Move on.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah,
thank
your
you guys.
thoughts, Evan?
Love your show. I don't know where Steiny is, but love Steiny too. Thank you all.
Yeah, he's golfing.
Yeah, he's up in Oregon on vacation.
What do you call it? The dunes?
Bandon Dunes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on the Oregon coast. It's freaking beautiful. It's like this kind of exclusive golf community. Not to put him on blast.
Hey, Nevin, I got you. It's not exciting, but he's a perfect fit. And he ain't fat. And he ain't out of shape. You bring that back, man.
No, I mean, I think he works with the Warriors, and the Warriors work for him. It's a mutually beneficial decision if and when it happens, and it would allow the Warriors to fill out their roster. You bring in GP2 again. Al Horford is expected to sign with Golden State, and maybe even DeAnthony Melton or perhaps Malcolm Brogdon, who's another player they've been in discussions with. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for in for Steinmetz. Jesus. He's rubbing off on me. Let's go to Jake in Oakland. Jake, save me. What's up, man?
Hey, fellas, you guys are doing good. It's all about having the right backup guard for Jonathan Kaminga, because when Kaminga's in there with Steph, it's going to go a certain way. But when Steph sits down, now it's Kaminga's time. And he needs a guard. He needs a guard like LaMelo Ball. He should have been here anyway since James Wiseman. Had LaMelo Ball been here, he's the perfect backup for Steph, because Steph could take some minutes off and let my man play a little bit. And then when Steph sits down, it's Kaminga and LaMelo coming down the court. LaMelo been doing that since he was 13 years old, throwing lobs for everybody else to get the dunk in, firing off threes. He's been state championship, starting varsity at 13 years old. This guy's a phenom. It breaks my heart we could have had him. We should have had him. James Wiseman, LaMelo Ball. We could have drafted him over James Wiseman. When we took Wiseman number 2 and nothing worked. And Steph could have, he could have cultured this kid and taught him everything he knows. And this kid would have been the next Steph. You know what I mean? And he's in his prime, and he just doing his thing. And, we don't have him, and we need him, because that's exactly what Kaminga needs, a pass-first guard that can shoot threes and scores but at any time, at any place on the floor. LaMelo can drive and dish. It's exactly what Kaminga we needed here. And, and then you can add on, because then you got like GP3. That's Scottie Pippen on the left. So he's just telling everybody, don't worry about it. I got these guys on the break. It's all good. And what does Steph always say? Your best offense is the offensive rebound, because then you're on the break and you can do all that, incredible athletic stuff that these guys get paid all the money to do. And you know what? I went to high school with Jason Kidd, so I watched the best since a very young age. I also got to see J.R. Ryder play against Calvin Bird.
I played against both those guys at Logan, baby. Yeah, Instanel.
I'm telling you, Guru. That's why I like dropping names of Guru, because Guru knows.
Yeah.
And then remember Gerald Matkins from Merced when he went to UCLA, and Adonis Jordan at a Cleveland Reseda? I mean, those are the kind of guys that would be perfect on the Warriors now, because they are guys that can score and guys that can pass. Have a great day, guys.
Thanks, Jake. Appreciate the call.
And for this how I know we're up against this is how I know I'm not a hater. That LaMelo Ball averaged 25, 5, and 7 last year.
Can we please keep LaMelo Ball's name off these airwaves?
Evan, just
for
real
the
quick,
rest of the show.
If I asked you his career in 4 years, his shooting percentage from deep, what would you say?
LaMelo Ball? I don't care.
But just guess for me. On National Radio Day.
52.
No, from 3.
42.
Oh, who cares?
36?
Yeah.
That's
I thought it would be 29 or 31.
Well, it's still below league average.
And to get the toolage from Dre and Steph. And
oh, my.
I'm just saying,
and
25.
If was a fit, I would be that 12-year-old on the field last night in San Diego getting bent like a paperclip by 7 security guards. All right, that segment was brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil, check your tires, battery, and fluids. You got to stop, Goo. Before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate, visit BarrioOilChange.com. I'm going to try and get it together during the break. Just take us out.
I like that call.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line. Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, none other than Steph Curry.
River Islands in Lathrop combines new home neighborhoods with lakes, parks, and trails. All new charter schools, a waterfront restaurant, and all the elements to make the good life your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Bay Area. You know there's nothing better than watching a game with a cold, righteously brewed beer in hand. That's why I always roll with Laughing Monk Brewing.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the beer is fire. Why are you talking like that?
With locations in San Francisco, Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, you can always count on top-notch craft beer, next-level food, and the best game day atmosphere in the Bay.
Hold up, bro. Like, are you doing a commercial right now?
Glad you asked, Jasky, because you can find Laughing Monk at the best bars and restaurants in the Bay, or pick up a 4-pack at many fine retailers like Whole Foods, Gus's, and New Leaf Markets.
Dude, just pass the wings.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Rick in Burlingame. I run a storage facility and had a door that would not work. I called RNS and they had 2 guys here within a couple hours. They got the door operational, professionally, and quickly. Very good experience all around. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight. A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Save on your favorite brands at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off Stonyfield Organic Select Yogurts with Prime through August 26th. Make back-to-school season a breeze with grab-and-go breakfasts. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You know, sometimes in sports, Goo, there's delusions of grandeur.
That's the best part of it. And in life, there's delusion of grandeur. I'm going to get her to marry me, you think. But sometimes you get her. You know, it happens.
Yeah, but that's why it's delusions. It's unobtainable.
Pimping ain't easy.
Dude.
Who was that?
I love that.
Jeff Garcia.
Jeff is that's my guy too.
That's your
quarterback. He was a damn good quarterback. Tough as nails.
That's your quarterback.
Okay, Will. All quarterbacks are tough, right? They get popped. I got mad at Derek Carr after he broke his leg, and I think that's when he started getting happy feet in the pocket. But if you're a quarterback on the pro level, Evan, these dudes are getting decked. And all we see is, Evan got the ball, he's running. But we don't even look at the carcass that is, or the years knocked off a guy's life on some of these hits they take.
I think
Purdy
they
too.
used to be a lot tougher. Like, you had to be tough when guys were coming off the blind side, or you got even, 10 years ago.
I'm going to give you that. And the rules were like, hey, get up, Roger Staubach, get up, Joe. They used to get popped.
Yeah,
you are right.
Vontaze Burfict used to be acceptable in football.
I'm going to say this about him. I believe he started AB's down. That spiral mentally was from that hit that he put on him.
And CTE,
it's real, man. That's why I look at Lowe like, dude, you're blessed.
Well, yeah, and it was his job to hit people with his head. You know that Vontaze Burfict is a defensive analyst at UNLV?
Evan, come on. I did not know that. I don't know why I'm acting shocked. I'm looking at the great R.C. Davis as he walks by. I don't know why I'm shocked.
I think Raymond Ritter's here, too. Are we in trouble?
Is Raymond here?
Were they listening to the last segment?
I'm
I
hurt
think they're
he
coming
didn't come
for you,
in.
Gil.
If Raymond's here, I'm hurt he didn't come in. National Radio Day.
Well, they literally just got here. I saw him when I was coming out of the boys' room.
Well, R.C. Davis was here like at 10.
And he said, what's up to you, right?
Well, I went to him. He waved, though.
That's the great R.C. Davis to you. Yeah, Kincaid's in the building. Do we need to be concerned?
Dude, hey, wow, man.
They brought the three horsemen. All right, let's get out to the phone lines at 888-957-9570. Giddings in for Steinmetz with Guru. Pat is in Foster City. Pat, what's up, my man? How we doing?
Hey, good. Thanks for taking the call. You guys got me all excited about the Warriors again.
Let's go.
About that. I like it. Yeah.
Give it time.
Yeah. So, a question for you. You know, thinking about this, especially with the Holford deal, he's still a really good shooter, and obviously Steph is one of the best all time. So I'm wondering, do you think any of our guys, I mean, we had a 6'7" two guard for years, right? And one of the best ever to play the game. We got three other guys that are 6'7" on our team, Butler, Green, and Kaminga. Could any of those guys play any minutes at the two, do you think? Or would that be just out of the question?
Well,
I'm thinking the lineup, if they had their shooting with Curry and Holford and maybe even Post in there, I don't know. It just seems like they're Butler and Green are certainly really good distributors.
I'll say this to that, and
Thanks,
I
Pat.
love the question, and Steiny didn't even blast me on it, but I know when I talk about some of the misfortunes, that's too strong, or some of the areas of improvement of Kaminga's game, and I've been disappointed, is his handle. But I'm like, he's got enough to where he could get away playing too because he's so damn athletic and explosive. And then Jimmy Butler could do it in his sleep. But, Evan, that's just not how it's been from Coach Kerr. And I'm just telling the caller, I've had those thoughts. But you're looking at me now like Kaminga ain't no two.
You can't be a shooting guard when you shoot 30% from three.
That's what he is.
Unless your name's DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah.
And even he, I think, actually shot it decent enough from three-point range last year. But no, that's and that's another thing about the Warriors too, is they have to figure out how they're not going to be athletic, and they have to figure out how they can be a better three-point shooting team than last year. I think that's one of the main reasons why the news coming out, I think it was yesterday, about Horford is positive, because Horford, he's old. I don't know how much he has left defensively, but he can shoot.
I hate he's old. Like you said that, I'm like,
he's
damn.
the oldest guy on the team,
Dude,
or he will be.
That's saying a lot. We got to be the oldest team up there now. He didn't crack that thing all the way. Evan, come on, man.
I think last year was Milwaukee. I don't know if the Warriors, well, they're trying to jump him. Yeah, I'll say that. And
get rid of Kaminga at 22. Maybe that's why I'm holding on to him.
Well, that's like when they traded Jordan Poole for Chris Paul. He traded a 22-year-old for a 38-year-old.
Evan, talking about things that didn't work out or worked out, can we all admit now that didn't work?
Well, it actually did. It saved him a lot of money. Saved him a lot of money. That's the whole point of why they did it.
You eventually got Jordan Poole for nothing, though, when it was all said and done. Gave away Jordan Poole for nothing.
Well, technically, you ended up kind of using that money to acquire Jimmy Butler. It's neither here nor there. Right. Will in Pleasanton is next up. Will, what's going on, man? How we doing?
I'm doing well, guys. I'm tired of people calling in and telling me what Kaminga, or telling us what Kaminga needs. We had Chris Paul 2 years ago, and that was supposed to be the second team, and Kaminga was going to be out on the floor, and Chris Paul was going to get him the ball. Last year, Jimmy Butler comes in. He's going to learn how to be a dog. What he needs to do, as Guru says, get in the lab, learn how to rebound, learn how to play team defense. He needs to get traded.
Wow. And I can't lie, I wanted him in the lab. I don't know if he was in the wrong lab. But damn, Evan, this is just not on Kaminga. I know for the umpteenth time, this is a neighborhood. I don't want to say failure yet, because he's still possibly here and coming back with a new contract. But I'm frustrated, man. It hasn't been able to just take off.
But where we started today was with, looking back at Lance and Wiseman and like this. But
was the seventh pick in the draft?
Yeah, there's a lot of seventh picks in the draft, but that wasn't the situation. It wasn't like, they've mismanaged some things. They've messed up. To me, if they did anything wrong and not playing him down the stretch of last year is because it's going to make him harder to trade now. But they made their choice, and now they got to lay in the bed.
Yeah, and I'll say this about that, Evan, and if I had $1 for every time I brought this up to you and anybody else that would listen here in studio, outside at the cafeteria, if it were up to me, what that young man did in Jonathan Kaminga in the playoffs, and I'm going to give you a sewing term, would have altered what I thought I was going to do, Evan. And I appreciate it. But, Evan, seriously, man.
Altered?
Yes, man. Like, and it hadn't gotten so raggedy to where we just knew the dude was a bum. No, he got hurt. But, Evan, and I would tell Kaminga, you could just knock the sixth man of, like, if you wanted to master that role.
But he doesn't. He doesn't.
So you're saying that's where the problem is?
He doesn't. He doesn't want to be a sixth man.
It's begging you to just, dude, Curry and Draymond don't got 8 years left. Just master this role. And who's to say you wouldn't be finishing games if you kind of tapped into that role and blossomed and did everything they want you to do? You probably could finish games.
Well, the coaches told you that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen with Jimmy Butler on this team. That's the biggest difference, is Jimmy Butler is on the Warriors.
Well, that was lip service when Jimmy, during the playoffs, no step. Me and him, y'all know, I hear people say we can't play together, but we can.
Well, they might be able to, but the coach doesn't think so, and that's really all that matters.
Man.
Let's go to Steve, who's in the Bay. Steve, what's up? How are you?
How you guys doing?
Hey.
Good, man. How are you?
Good. Guru, I've listened to you, what you have to say about Jonathan Kaminga. I applaud you for that, but his body of work is nasty.
Wow.
Granted, he had an okay playoffs with Minnesota, but he's done nothing ever since, and that's what bothers me about him. He lacks basic skills. He doesn't have any fundamentals at all. So that's my gripe with him.
No, I can't argue that, and I think you were you didn't give them all the love for the playoff this last one, but I know I got you, man. And I'm not sitting up here, Evan. That's why when I take heat and bullets for this, it's not just me, I'm a Kaminga lover. No, I'm just the idea of what Kaminga could be at the age of 22. And they've invested a lot mentally. This has been 4 years. You really want to just throw them away? Like, there's got to be some greater good going on here to where something can happen, Evan, to where, the team maximizes, and Jonathan Kaminga has to be a part of it too. So I'm not taking the onus off him, but I'm just like, be careful of what we think we want.
And Steve, if you're still there, by the way, what would you like them to do right now?
I'm so irritated with him. I've watched him for 4 years, and nothing has flourished about him. Trade him for somebody decent. What he's asking for, I don't think he's worth. He's not worth $30 million.
I got you, Steve. Yeah. Well, appreciate the call. No, look, it might get to that point. I still don't think that he's coming back.
Okay.
Maybe he does.
And let me read this from Uncle Looney on the chat real quick, Evan, to get your thoughts, because we kind of talked about it last block. Goo, do you think Curry and Jimmy want to play with JK? My answer is no, Evan, and I think Lacob wants that answer to be yes, and that's what has this thing all funky right now.
What if I told you I don't think they care? Like, if he's on the team next year, I think that Curry...
Look at Ritter. Yeah, Ray Ritter.
There's Raymond. Tell him don't come in. Don't come in. We're talking Kaminga.
Valkyries.
JK, yeah.
There we go. Valkyries.
Don't worry.
We got him.
Trade him tomorrow.
Yeah, no doubt. They're the best.
The Warriors are in the house.
Yeah, they're deep. I love it. Let's go.
I don't want this to be our last day together, Go.
This, never. Why would you? You got to be positive.
Well, we have 2 more days.
Yeah, no doubt.
Where's I going with that? Yeah, I don't think they care.
Okay.
Like if
they don't care.
No, but that also means that if he's on the team next year, I think that Butler and Curry will do their best.
Okay. All right.
To play with him and try to win games. But if he's not on the team, they're not losing sleep over it.
And that's what I would tell the chef and Day. Just be careful if you think that way, though, Evan. That's what what he brings on a good day is not currently on this roster. And I love Paz. I love Moody, Santos. But what he has, we do not have a surplus at all of it.
But that's the Warriors' fault. Digging in because you have failed to acquire a particular type of player's skill set and clinging to your last possible hope for one. It's like a strategy surrounding revolving on hope. Like you're just hoping that Kaminga turns into something that we haven't seen yet outside of a few times.
Interesting you say that. So, to that point, okay, because I know you're not saying JK's a bum and he doesn't mean anything to this team in the 4 years he's been here. But, Evan, let's just say he's gone. Then how do you replace what he was at least giving you?
Well, he didn't play in the playoffs until he had to. So you're not actually replacing anything.
Wow.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. Like, I know you're not mad, but like that's lightweight offensive. You're right, and nobody saw that headed into the playoffs. That game in Portland didn't help towards the end. But Evan, before he got hurt, he was a big part, and that's why I keep reciting what Dre doing last year, pre-Jimmy, what Dre, Steph, and Coach Kerr said about him. Like he was going to be a part. We got to play through him.
One, I think he will be a part if he's on the team next year. He's not going to have a choice. Let's go to Samuel, who's in Oakland. Samuel, good afternoon. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for having me. Guru, what's up, man? I met you a long, long time ago at the Pepper Tree before you were on the radio. So
don't lie.
You haven't changed, man. I met you at the Pepper Tree.
Hey, that's the biggest compliment. I'm a nobody, but the fact you said I hadn't changed, Evan, that made my day. What's up, baby?
I wanted to touch on JK, and I think we all, as Warrior fans, right, we all see the talent. We all see the athletic ability. But the Warriors, they've asked them to rebound. They asked them to play defense, play good team defense. And for whatever reason, whether it's a choice or an inability to do so, he hasn't been able to make those adjustments. So, therefore, you're not going to start. You're not going to get playing time with Steph and Draymond and Jimmy Butler and the rest of the team. So it's exactly what you were saying earlier about being really good in your role. And maybe right now you need to be a sixth man and come off the bench and score. And then maybe over time you can prove that you're a legit starter, a legit number one scorer. But I want to ask you guys something. I've been going back to the Rolodex of my mind. I don't really remember a game beginning to end where JK absolutely just dominated. I recall quarters, I recall stretches, I recall halves, but I don't really have a memory of a full game or a stretch of games that he just went on a heater and was dominant. So to me, I think he needs a change of scenery. The Warriors need different players to accommodate Steph and the rest of the team because the window is very small. Time is limited with Jimmy Butler, Steph, and Draymond. It is a veteran team. We don't have time to go back and forth and figure out what JK is. And for the other young guys like Pods and Moody, they have been asked to do certain things in their game. And from what my eyeballs tell me, they're doing that. They're trying to fit into the roles that the Warriors have asked. That's all I got.
Good stuff.
Really appreciate you guys. Great show, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And Evan, I'll say this. I appreciate the call. He told us how he felt, but you tell me what you think through the Evan computer. That game on the road on TNT last season, Thursday night, against the Lakers in their first time against Luka, I thought Jonathan Kaminga, that was his best game of the season.
Yeah, but he scored 18.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's kind of his point is, like, he dominated. He was good for a half.
And he was rebounding. Remember, soaring through the air?
He had 18 and 9. I'm looking at the box score right now. No, he was impactful in his role, but he didn't take over the game. Like, to me, the closest example to that would be when Steph and Draymond missed a home game against the Rockets early in the season, and he had 33 points,
right,
and they won the game.
Houston the business.
Yeah, and they played through him down the stretch. But that's one game. Quentin Grimes lit up the Warriors for one game.
Yeah.
You know, it's different between doing it once or twice or, you know, a little bit like taking over a game once, seeing it once or a few times. He hasn't shown an ability to do it consistently. And I think he's a good player and could develop into something, but to the caller's point, they don't have a lot of time. And I think that's why I feel like eventually they're going to have to depart. All right, let's go to Doug, who's in Berkeley. Wrap this thing up. What's up, Dougie?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. And I apologize if my enunciation is not so good. I just got out of the dentist chair.
I know the feeling.
God bless you.
So, three things. Number one, I'm coming down the previous caller's road. You're on a team with Steph Curry and now Jimmy Butler, and I want you to dominate 8 straight games. Stop it. Okay? Stop it. Number two, I put half the blame on Kyle Shanahan for running Trey Lance through the tackles like he doesn't know the difference between a quarterback who can run and a running quarterback. Number three, Wiseman is not Kobe Bryant. Wiseman is not LeBron James. Kerr should know better. He started him, this kid who played 3 games in college. He started him. He should have put him in the G League for 1 to 2 years and let him blossom and develop his skills. Nobody is giving the coaches any blame. They deserve half the blame. In the latter 2 cases I'm talking about, I think that they had a major negative impact on these young men's careers. Okay? Running Trey Lance through the tackles, I'm baffled. So I'm hard on the coaches about that. And you want Jonathan Kaminga to dominate. Put somebody on team with Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, and I want you to dominate. Stop it. Thanks for taking my call.
No,
Thanks, Doug.
Yeah, and Evan, I took that Doug coming from the dentist. I took that last caller before Doug. I took his, he gave me some love out of context because what he was saying was, I was just saying he had a good game playing his role, but no, that caller was talking about when has he been the lead? And that's why you said, he was good in stretches in that game against the Lakers, but he's never, and to this call, Doug's point, with Curry and the rest of the gang out there, that's not there for him.
Well, that's exactly this. He's had flashes when he's been allowed to be featured, or when he has been featured. He's not getting featured on this team. And look, in a perfect world, if you're saying he could come back and be a sixth man,
oh man,
and
I know
just embrace his role and help this team as a scorer off the bench, I think it would be a
the
great
contract would
partnership.
already be. You know what? Maybe, but he doesn't want that.
No, I don't think he wants to come back to this team because he's not going to be featured. He just isn't.
And I know, Evan, we don't got a lot of time, but just back to his Kyle point. The only time I came down Kyle's road in regard to, he should be out of here, is coaches treat their quarterbacks like fine china. And the way that my boy was being used like Jim Brown or John Riggins, a fullback, I came down Kyle's road like, dude, tell me you don't care about your quarterback getting hurt without telling me you don't care about your quarterback getting hurt, running him up the middle, and then he breaks his ankle. But I'll leave that there. That's old stuff.
Yeah, but also, too...
Doug remembered.
Yeah, but remember why he had to run him 13 times. Because he couldn't hit layups.
My man said layup.
Well, he couldn't complete passes enough to not demand Kyle to run him. And I think you're asking for trouble when you're running your quarterback between the tackles 13 times. And, by the way, your quarterback has admitted that he didn't learn how to slide.
Oh, that hurt me.
Until college.
Yeah.
And really showed no propensity for, agility.
Yeah.
So
avoiding those collisions. You're right, E.
Yeah, that's just like you're asking for trouble. That's on Kyle and it's on Trey for not being ready.
Maybe we could table this for tomorrow, E, but just real quick here. If I asked you what Bay Area team would you want to be right now, who would it be? And we can expand. They probably will steal this, but we could save it for tomorrow.
I think we should. I think we can.
Right. Don't even answer then.
No.
But I ruined it already.
Well, I think I know who you're going to pick.
No, I don't like that. You don't know.
I know you. Well you did. I don't know why I said it like that.
Yeah,
yeah I think I know you pretty well.
And now I'm mad that I want to tell you you're wrong because you don't know who I'm guessing, but it's okay.
But you also know me too.
Bonte, yeah.
And so you know that I haven't made up my mind yet because I take a long time to ponder these things.
The smart man.
No, it just means I'm indecisive. Like hesitance is not a sign of intelligence all the time.
Bob Myers told us on this station, these airwaves, this show, guys, you don't got to make a decision until you have to.
Yeah, and sometimes that gets you in trouble.
Yeah.
Just like the situation with Kaminga.
You could be onto something.
I mean, I don't know. They probably should have traded him a while ago. Who knows? Might be back this season. We can ask Raymond Ritter. He's right outside.
Yeah. Is he still there?
Probably.
All right.
Raymond, what do you got, man? RC knows?
Looks like there's some sandwiches floating around. Not that I want any.
You're something else. Well, we're going to have to wait until after the crossover.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah,
National Radio Day. We can eat on air. Yeah.
Now, actually, this is a good subject for the crossover because Willard and Dibs and yourself, you guys got, 65, 70 years of radio?
Watch your mouth.
No, well, Dibs brags all the time about how he's got 30. I think Willard's got 30. You got 10. No, you've been in the business for a long time. I'm not making it worse, but
I got you.
I'm just saying, man.
I'm here for
you guys got a lot of cool stories to tell.
Yeah, and obviously those two more than me because they've been in it. Willard was in a whole nother market.
Yes, he was.
Remember that time I posted the picture with Steph I ran into and he took the selfie, got off the phone?
It's still on your Twitter.
But why did Willard one-up me and send me a picture of him and Curry from 2002? Like, well, just let mine marinate. You don't got to one-up me. Remember that? And I was like, did you have...
I'm not going to lie.
It wasn't post your picture with Steph Day. It was, I got one with the chef and here comes Willard.
I thought that was really weird.
We got to bring it up.
By Willard. I couldn't tell if it was
gotta bring it up.
Insecurity.
Why are you doing me? Will, you taking shine from my flick with the chef, man.
Yeah, it ain't your birthday. You don't have to come in and make the day about
you. He's the best, man. No doubt.
There's an eye in Willard. I'm just messing with him.
No, that's a 4.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's listening.
Hit me.
Yeah. No.
That's pretty good.
On the other side, though, crossover coming up next. On the Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Getting in for Steinmetz with Guru. That segment brought to you by Sir Money Ford.
Butcher Boy here. Hey, Tesla owners, it's time to trade in the hoodie for a jersey. Get into a Mustang Mach-E at Ceremony Ford Colma for $239 a month, plus $2,500 rebate, 0% APR, and a free home charger installer. Over 100 in stock. Offer ends September 2nd. CeremonyFord.com.
The road to Santa Clara starts now.
Let's go Niners!
The red and gold are back.
Purdy spins out of the pocket. Throwing back of the end zone. It's caught! And the toe tap by George Kittle!
Your station for everything 49ers.
The Bay Area's football station. 95.7 The Game.
Take your fantasy football draft to the next level with 95.7 The Game and Splash at Thrive City in San Francisco. You and 14 friends could score your own private view lounge, the best seat in the house for game day energy, 2 full hours of draft time with complimentary Wi-Fi, power for your laptops, a loaded draft day food station with non-alcoholic drinks, plus a dedicated server, all a $1,500 value. And here's the kicker. Willard and Dibs will be broadcasting live that night, then hanging out with you and your guests after the show. Listen this week for your chance to win and join us Tuesday, August 26th. Get details at 957thegame.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at Friedman'sAppliance.com.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters Trust kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob!
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this is the crossover. Giddings, Guru, Willard, Dibs. Happy Radio Day,
National
fellas.
Radio Day.
National Radio Day.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
local, National Radio Day.
Yep.
I feel like on National Radio Day, we should clear some space out for,
Look at
cheers.
you. Now,
Cheers.
what
Let's
is
talk it
that
out.
beverage? I meant to ask.
Oh, it is a, let's see, it's about
seltzer.
I'm having withdrawals.
It's about 50 proof.
Still?
No, dude. It's a
50 proof.
I was like, oh, Will.
It's
on there.
It is a cranberry clementine.
Oh, good for your liver.
Sparkling water.
Yep. Cranberry's
That's
good
what
for
it
you,
is.
Dibs.
Yeah, this is me getting it on over here.
Attaboy.
All right?
Getting after it over there.
Yep.
Well,
Damn
so
right.
earlier I was sort of guesstimating the amount of combined years in radio in this room right now, of which I can contribute very few.
Oh, God.
You took it as a slight, and that's
No,
that's gonna happen.
there's something I got a problem with my age. It's all good. I'm working it out, dude.
I'm just saying,
but
you got
I
like
mean-
60 years in the room. There's a lot of stories to tell.
I'm more than 60 because
That's what I said.
Guru quietly has a sneaky 13.
Look at my man.
We can talk about
Brock Purdy.
we can talk about the 2012 lucky break, which
Jason Barrett.
our previous
I shouted him
PD,
out.
Jason Barrett, came up with
That's
this
my
great
guy.
idea. We held 4 regional tryouts with 8 qualifiers each, and you emerged. And what's interesting is that Joe Shasky actually qualified out of the regionals, but he was too busy to actually go through with the bit, which was too bad because he was really good.
And he
Spoiler
told
alert,
me that.
he still is really good.
No doubt.
And Daryl the Guru Johnson emerged, and we were at the old Pedro's.
Oh, I'll never forget it. I
down there
drive
on
by
King
and think
Street,
about it.
and we did live shows. And
You had hair like all over your head, then.
I had hair.
I got
had hair,
pictures.
Guru.
Mad Bum when he was before he was Mad Bum. David Lee dropping by. Eric Davis, the DB for the Niners.
Yeah, and you were like, you were kind of like, not quite like NC State because you weren't that much of an underdog, but it was survive and advance, and you did. And you advanced, and then you got, the bit was you got a 1-year contract to do weekends. And he did it with some guy whose name escapes me.
Zachariah.
Whatever, it was the bit
My
Guru,
man,
but yes, I can't stand him.
We
but-
got weekend show of the year. We had,
How many were there?
Yeah, the only weekend show.
About 30.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey,
Yeah.
I still had a plaque.
But he went from weekend show to, fill in to now
Townie.
mainstay.
Yeah,
so
no
now
doubt.
you're quietly 13 years in.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at year 27.
Was the question, is there 60 years in the room? Because I think you and I could do that by ourselves.
Close. Yeah,
I'm 30 in.
Oh, wow.
A clean 30.
Oh, yeah.
You're counting Boise?
No, I'm counting like by sophomore, junior year in college, I was doing high school football games on the radio and hosting
Come on, Will.
Sunday morning the next day or Saturday morning the next day after the high school games.
Okay.
The town events, hour-long
Sure.
radio show where people would call in and sell things to each other in Paso Robles, California.
All right, if we're counting that, then I'm I'm
It's
37 years in.
It's radio.
Because I was
Why wouldn't we count it?
I was working for our news station called KCSN, and I was anchoring the news and doing play-by-play. And
Yes, it
then
counts.
one night, Rodney King got pulled over.
God, yep.
And he got an absolute savage beating.
Yeah.
And so for the next year and a half or 2 years, we covered that story because we were Northridge and the trial was Simi Valley.
Oh,
so
man.
if we're going back to college radio, which is fair, I'm not discounting it.
On the air.
I'm at 37, bro.
So, Will, you cover Shaq and Kobe down there, huh?
Every night.
Like, right, you had to talk to them.
I was closer than I'm sitting to you right now. Shaq was the hardest human being to interview in the history of mankind and creation because
I kind of wish you'd back up a little bit.
There'd be 20 people, and he mumbles.
Yeah.
And he is larger than a T-Rex. And so trying to reach to get the microphone, like there would be tussles, media tussles to try to you're like boxing people out like I'm trying to get a rebound so that people could get their arm in the right spot to get the microphone close enough to that what Shaq so that could actually be audible on the air the next day. But yeah, I covered that locker room. I was in there every single night.
Well, in that case, North Dakota State counts.
Count the bucket.
Trey Lance.
Let's go.
We might be
covered
at
Trey
100.
Lance when he was a true freshman in North Dakota State. From small, no-name town in Minnesota. Was a very nice young man and actually had a ton of access to him because, shocker, there's not a lot of media in Fargo. And we would...
What were you doing in Fargo?
I was the sports director.
Listen to that.
So you go from Willamette and you graduate, and your baseball career is not meteoric, but it was a nice little run for you. And
not even close.
You're thinking, how do I get a gig? And Fargo pops up, and you're like, you know what? We go to Fargo.
Oh, we popped around. There was 7 states in 7 years. So we went from Oregon to Minnesota to North Dakota to Pennsylvania to North Carolina to Texas back to California.
Oh, sorry, that's man.
Howard Dean.
Every 6 months.
Howard Dean.
My man.
Oh, yeah. Well, then in that case...
Some people got that joke.
That's a 5 for old people.
I got it.
Hey, go ahead.
Yeah, now that was really local radio day. There was no national involvement whatsoever.
And that's how
you had to do
Evan.
it. That's how you had to do it.
Because you're from the Bay. Who was like, his era is social media. Like, people... Their talk shows are in print. Like,
you just go to Amazon and buy a microphone and turn it on.
No, I'm saying
That's
for
how it is
you,
now.
Dibs and I, Pete Franklin was my guy. We had it was AM. Who was your guy? Did you have one where? Hank Greenwald doing the Giants. Welcome everybody.
Yeah, because I mean that's probably the best call in terms of like what kind of clicked with me. Because as a kid, that was the thought. I was going to be the voice of the Giants.
Oh wow! See,
I was going to be the voice of the Giants. That's like I used to sit in front of the TV and call the Giants games. And I read Hank Greenwald's book and all of that stuff.
He was great, man.
Yeah, Transistor Radio Under the Pillow, which of course I found out later. Like everybody, once you become a parent, you realize that your parents knew everything.
No doubt.
All the things that you thought you were pulling over on them, you pulled nothing over on them. So that was what I used to do when they made me go to bed when the Giants were still in the 6th inning. Is I had a little radio that's stuck under the pillow. And I put it at a volume level that I thought was low enough so that I could hear it and no one else would know. And they knew. They knew every single time.
Yeah, there was 2 for me. One was in the late 70s when disco became a thing. Dr. Don Rose had a show on KFRC, 6:10 a.m. And my older siblings were like classic rock, and it was Zeppelin and Floyd and all the rest of it. And I just wasn't into it. I was into the Bee Gees. And so in 78, post Saturday Night Fever, Dr. Don Rose had a morning show, and he had this crazy voice, San Raquel, and he did all these funny bits, and then he would play the hits, and I love the hits. And the other one, you'll love this, Evan, was Bill King.
Oh, yeah.
Who was doing Warriors, A's, and Raiders. And at the time, growing up in Marin, I was, a Giants fan, but not as much as my siblings. And being the youngest, I was kind of looking to branch out away from them. But the Warriors was the one team in our household that everybody loved. And so, Bill King doing those games in the late 70s, early 80s, and the, the Holy Toledo and all the rest of it. Bill King, to me, was the absolute apex of play-by-play. I got to meet him a couple of times late in his career, sitting there with his biker shorts on or his jogger, his dolphin shorts.
We both had him on our Mount Rushmore.
Yeah. So that for me is when it was like, man, radio. And, yeah, you wanted to be Hank Greenwald. I wanted to be Bill King. I wanted to do all three sports. And at the time, I was like, yeah, I'm going to get there.
Easy.
I mean, what's the holdup, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was probably
Dave Fleming still wants to know why you didn't. He's doing about 8 sports.
Yes.
Anyway, sorry.
I mean,
he's so great.
He's one of one.
Yeah, college football.
Or one of
great.
about 12, you know?
Football, baseball,
anything that's on
basketball,
with him, I'm in.
golf. Golf. Yeah, I mean, he'd probably do other stuff if he wanted to, if he had any time. I think that was like the first guy that I remember really being on the radio, but it also brings back memories of just doing copious amounts of work in the yard. Like we had this big old magnolia tree in the back, and the one thing about magnolia leaves is they don't degrade. They just sit there. And so every single Sunday, you get the broom out and you just brush leaves or rake leaves. And Bill King was probably the only person or voice that I can remember being like, all right, well, this is fine. And this 30 minutes every single week is going to be okay because, well, at least his voice is on. I don't know about you. I mean, for you, Goo, who was it?
Oh, man.
Kind of like the first person you remember getting you into radio.
It was Pete Franklin.
Yep.
And I had a delivery courier job around the Bay Area. And just, I could tell you when Michael Jackson was going to be played, it got monotonous, and I almost hated music because I was in the minivan so long. But when I heard that guy's pipes, it never was the vision of that's something I want to do. It was, I got to give my opinion. Pull over! And, then you realize how many people you thought you were being secretive because there was nothing in it for me but just to share my opinion. And 50 of my friends, whenever I see them, anybody, parents of my friend, I heard you on the...
Yep.
And I'm like, that's a powerful vessel.
It is.
And then that kind of, the addiction started that way. But it was always just to get my takes off.
Anybody else ever call a radio show before you worked in the business? Did you ever call, Dibs?
Never.
I don't
You've never called?
so.
Never.
I did.
Who did you call?
I did it twice. I called one time, and I wasn't that young. I was probably in my early 20s. And I called Rod Brooks and Fitz.
Oh, man.
And I was weighing in. The Giants were going to go to the playoffs, and I was weighing in on what the rotation should be, game 1, game 2, game 3. And
look at you.
Yeah, and Rod was like, hold on a second, like in that order. And then I was like, no, I'm going to adjust the order a little bit. And then Radnich one time, Gary was doing a contest.
Yeah.
He did a contest where you had to, try to sound like an NFL Films voice. And I regret it because I can do it, but I
choked?
I didn't do well.
Oh,
I didn't do well. I did
We're
not
so
do well.
good at that.
Yeah, I didn't do well. It's hard when you're sitting there on a phone or whatever, but I was in my living room right next to my dad's stereo, and I was trying to sound like John Facenda and do an NFL Films bit, and I did not win. I did not win.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studio as well. Would you like to try again?
Yeah, that's Evan. That's phenomenal.
Well, we had a
you
bit
can do it.
early on the show together.
Do it.
We had a bit called Harry Callish because there's an old school guy from Philly named Harry Callis.
Yeah,
and he does a great Harry Callis,
and he kind of took over for John Facenda after Facenda got too
Willard,
old.
that's a 9,
dude.
man.
It's at
that's
least
him.
great.
That is him.
So, Gary, if you're listening, give me another shot.
Dude, totally.
I want another shot.
Was there a big prize or you can't remember?
I don't even remember what the hell was on the line. Yeah, he probably, bleacher seats to a Giants game or
Who
something.
knows,
I
right?
don't know. Whatever.
That's what the freebies are all about. I don't calling in, I think I was just too chicken to ever do it. But I always had a lot of respect for people who do. Same nowadays, literally waiting on a phone for... Because everyone here does, hits on other stations and stuff. And so it's always interesting. You don't know really where you're going to start, but you're just waiting for 5 minutes, maybe 6 minutes, sometimes longer. And then you just got to go. But I can't imagine being a caller, not really knowing where the hosts are steering a conversation. And then you got to jump in, give your take in 90 seconds, sound like you know what you're talking about so as not to get ripped or flushed, which happened from time to time.
Oh, yeah.
And...
Oh, wow,
then
man.
be on your way and just ride that adrenaline high.
Oh, it's interesting. And Like you said, I mean, you got the Lakers and the Bay under, and Dibs, you've done everything. Like, how many shows have you actually been on with partners?
Go back to The Adventures of Amy and Larry, Christian Radio, 1999 to 2000. Jesus Loves You on 280.
Dude.
That gave me into Bob Coburn on The Bone, rest in peace. And we got replaced by Lamont and Tonelli. And I was furious, and then they ended up having a 22-year run, and so I wasn't as mad.
Yeah.
And then I was on with what used to be Murph and Mac, and then Gary Radnich, and then came over here with the Rise Guys, and that lasted as long as it lasted, and I was kindly asked to take the elevator down. And then a year later, I came back and grinded it out and got Jolo and Dibs, Steiny Guru and Dibs, and now Willard and Dibs. So I lost count, but I've got stories and memories of all of it.
You got book worth of stuff, both of you.
Utility guy.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, right? I mean, I went from fourth outfielder to, playing a real position, and then they're like, nah, you're going back to AAA. And then you get called back up, and, you're, again, the fifth outfielder, and then you get a shot, and you're like, okay, I'm the left fielder.
Campaneris.
Yeah. And don't forget your L.A. real quick, your L.A. where you said you went to try out
I'll never
for a
forget
show.
that.
Oh, yeah. we both tried out for this station.
Come on.
Yeah.
980 The Beast.
Yeah, 980 The Beast.
Oh, I've heard of this.
Your tryout was on air, though, right?
Oh, 3 days.
Yeah, Dibs made 3 days on air. I just got one trip to a hotel room with Yogi Roth and George Reister, that old tight end.
Oh,
that was all I got.
So how did that go? Did you get on air?
Obviously not very well.
My agent at the time
Don't
is
call
like,
us, we'll call you.
My agent's like, I think I got a shot for you. You're going to fly to L.A. It's going to be Jeannie Zelasco, Marcus Johnson, and you.
The former Buck.
Correct.
Yes.
So I go in there, and it's been Jeannie and Marcus forever. And so I come in, and Jeannie's looking at me like, dude, this motherfather, what are you doing here? And Marcus is giving me side eye like, okay, I'm willing to try it. Day one goes, and it's awkward, and I'm trying my stuff.
You're from the Bay.
By day two, I got Marcus doing voices, and we're doing material, and it's back and forth, and Jeannie's like talk blocking me.
Yeah, furious.
7 ways to Sunday. By day three, she's like all about like, I'm about to leave this show. And Marcus and I are, doing our thing.
Let's
We're having
go.
a great time.
Yes.
So the 3 days go by, and I call my agent, and he's like, yeah, I think it went well. Let's see how it goes. 5 weeks later, the station is shuttered. Gone.
Oh, so it wasn't even like you didn't make the show. Like the station was just kaput.
And you would have moved, though. Dibs would have been in L.A.
I mean, I probably would have, considering the status of my then marriage.
I remember that phone call. You called me about that.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yeah, and you and I would talk maybe twice a year.
Maybe once or twice a year.
This is back then? You were
We've
Come
known each
on.
other
When
for
did
a
you
long
guys
time.
meet again?
Probably 2007.
What year was it?
Come on.
Final Four in Atlanta when Florida, like the Joe Kim Noah, Al Horford, Florida teams.
God.
Right?
Yeah, when Al Horford was
that's
in
a while
college.
back.
Yeah.
Y'all go
Probably
back.
07. And what's funny about Mark and I is that every 6 months or so, he'd either call me and say, hey, what's going on with the Bay? Or I'd call him and say, dude, Southern California, is there any action? And so we'd have these moments. And then I'll never forget, I bumped into you at Silverado back in like 20.
Yes. That was right when I got here.
Exactly.
That was right when I got here.
And I was like, dude, you're here. And
I
you're like,
know.
oh my God, you're still here. And we were like, whisper behind closed doors, like, wouldn't it be great if someday we could, ABC and DEF? And he's like, yeah, absolutely. And I was like, I'm with a guy who can't stand me. And,
Dude, this is great.
Shout out to
I didn't know y'all went back there.
I'm with no guy at all.
Yeah,
I'm just me at midnight in my basement, just talking to a wall.
Did you see the end coming in L.A. for you? Did that end on good terms? I'm going back north.
I had to force my way out of a contract. It wasn't coming to like the professional side of my life wasn't coming to a close. Let's put it that way. But no, like I had always wanted to get back here. Okay. This is home.
All right.
And so yes, Dibs not wrong. Like I was constantly building relationships with what was going on up here. And part of it was like when I mentioned some of these jobs that I had, Tony Bruno years ago and whatnot, you know who one of the bosses was of that network?
Beautiful.
This guy by the name of Matt Nahagian. So I've known Matt for even longer than I've known Dibs. And so that was once he kind of came up here.
Come on.
Right. So I'm like,
Facts.
I keep building relationships with what's going on up in the Bay. And then, yes, it was KMBR who finally, like, one time, the station down south never knew this. They sent me up here for a San Diego State-Stanford football game. And they're like, would you go up there? And I told them right away, I go, you're damn right I would, because what was going through my mind is not be there for the game.
I got some stops
I need to meet with Jeremiah Crow and Matt Nahigian. And so coffee dates, bang. And I sat there with Jeremiah, and he's like, I think I got something.
JC.
I think I got something. And that was, so then I had to go to my station, which was actually in San Diego, and I'm like, boss,
I'm out.
This is what I've been waiting for forever. Yeah. But they had me for another 2 years.
So how did that, they were cool?
He was very cool. Okay. It's like working your way out.
Because it could have got funky if they were like,
you got to work your way out of a straitjacket a little bit. Yeah. So it takes months.
Damn,
but
guys.
We did it.
Yeah. And look now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look now. And it speaks to like relationships in general, because he and I do go back 18 or so years, and it was always like, hey, this guy's cool. I like you too. And like, okay, stay tuned.
So never burn bridges.
You never burn bridges. Yeah.
Amen.
Even when I got fired from
Evan knows that already.
Just a quick story about radio, and I hate to bore everyone with my stories, but
National Radio Day.
I get fired from the Bone in January of 2003, and I've got an 18-month-old and a baby on the way, and I'm furious. So I go into the studio, and I'm going to rob them blind.
Oh, look at this.
So I pull out 50 or 60
Michael
CDs.
Porter Jr., don't say that.
I pull out all these CDs. Back when CDs were a thing.
I got you.
I stack about 60 CDs, Led Zeppelin live, Cheap Trick live at Budokan. I got it all. And I walk to the door, and I'm about to open the door, and I go, and I stop.
Put them back.
I turned around, and I put everyone back in order, labels up, put all of them back, walked into my studio. I get my box full of my S. I walk to the elevator. As I'm getting in the elevator, I hear in the distance, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, Lamont and Tonelli. Rah!
Oh, that's
elevators closed.
My replacement.
And
Night.
There it is.
But I was I was gonna rob them blind. I was gonna steal $300 worth of now useless, by the way, music CDs.
Yeah.
But I had that moment at the door. I was like,
oh, a morality clause.
Dude,
look at you.
That was a long time ago.
He didn't violate.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was 34.
He learned his lesson.
You were 34. I was 40 when I bought my first ream of paper. Let's put it that way.
Oh.
And that wasn't even from companies that had fired
I'm
me.
having
That's
a ream of
just
paper.
like,
Yeah, I think I'm nice here.
I'm like,
Help
if you're
us
going to
out.
make me work at midnight, then I'm going to just take a ream of paper on my way home.
What's a
I'm out
ream
of
of?
paper. Like, one
of those packs of paper.
A pack of printer paper.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure. She's on second.
I'm out at home.
Oh, boy. That's great stuff.
Anyway,
Oh, my God.
I didn't know you and
Radio
Nahigian
Day.
had that history.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep.
Couple local boys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right on back.
Yep.
Pods today, huh?
And he didn't like me that time either.
Now, what do you mean he didn't like you?
Well, let's just.
He's a football guy. He doesn't. He doesn't like football.
No, not Pods. Nahigian. Yeah.
Pods.
I mean, you go through stuff with your boss. There are days that he doesn't like me now. 6 days a week he does.
Who knows about that? Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, my. Oh, sorry.
My boy been snitching this week.
You just never know.
He threw me a couple strays earlier.
The aforementioned Jason Barrett hired me twice and fired me once. So,
and I'll say this about him.
And you're up
Willard,
2-1.
and I told Evan, how can I say any bad word about that man that came up with the concept for me to even get in the game of radio? So I'm going to defend him to the end.
I love that you said that earlier, and I loved it.
Like,
I loved
that's
it.
my guy, man.
Because I think there's too many times in our professional worlds, maybe our private ones too, where we get to a spot where our ego starts driving the whole thing. And you forget the opportunities that people provide you. So I love that you thought about it that way.
That's awesome. And I'll never forget my come up, which was at the Barry Bonds federal trial here in San Francisco, the federal courthouse. I was working with Radnich at the time, and I did a live hit.
Boots on the ground.
And the whole bit was like, remember back when reporters would shout things at people as they're coming out of the courthouse? And my whole thing was, Barry, are you going to Oakland, Barry? Barry, are you going to be an A? Barry, did you do it? And we're doing it live on the air, and Radnich thought it was the funniest thing he ever heard. And in that moment, I went from update guy to this guy's got a real future.
Oh, man.
That's all it takes.
That's all it takes.
And that's when Tony Bruno and they start doing their hits.
Yeah.
And you were a part of
and
that.
at the time, he was actually working, Mark Willard was working with Tony Bruno.
in L.A.
I was Bruno's partner.
Right.
And so I would get on, like once a month, I would like get on that segment for 4 words or whatever. Biggest thrill of my life.
So real quick, one of my favorite shows of all time, the Best Damn Sports Show. Yeah. Were you down there doing that?
Oh yeah,
because he would do hits on. Nighttime.
Fox TV, Fox Sports Radio are actually not the same company,
okay.
so there's blend, there's overlap. But
the John Sallies, you done met all of them.
I mean, hearing some of them, but I wasn't that close to the TV
John
stuff.
Sally,
the radio stuff. Thank you,
Marcellus Wiley. You've met
Wiley. I used to do shows with all the time. That's why, like, if you want to play, we should play the partner game because you probably had more shows,
right?
But I also did either as a fill-in or the weekend stuff at Fox. If you make it count where I've had that partner for a day or two, I mean, I'm probably closing in on 100 different people.
No doubt.
Like, it's that many people.
Damn, man.
Yeah, and Marcellus is definitely one.
That's great stuff.
Yeah, we did a lot.
Right on. Well, 85 years and counting of radio coming up next.
No
you can stay if you want.
I can listen.
Get out of there.
All right.
Yeah.
Willard Dibs coming up next.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And them white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, National Radio Day. And I'll just make a promise right here. Like, we're not going to make the entire show about us.
Fine.
Or maybe we will. I don't know.
There are stories.
It's fun. It's fun to go down memory lane, man.
Right.
It's fun.
I mean, and the people who've been rocking with us for all 14 years here at 95.7 The Game. I mean, I've got stories about the various shows I've been a part of, and you certainly have a lot of whoop you can drop on people you've done shows with, like who you've loved and who you haven't loved. So we'll sprinkle them throughout the show, and maybe we can even get into like favorite callers and favorite caller moments and all the rest of it, because radio is not just me looking at you and you looking at me. It's all of us. Radio is a community, and that's what I love the most about it.
No doubt. And actually, when we get asked this question, I don't know how you answer it, and we do want to, like, there's a Jawan Jennings thing that I want to get to, so we're going to get to that here in just a sec. But I was thinking about this a lot today by listening to all the other shows, and everybody's talking about their National Radio Day kind of experiences. And yes, there's this like thought out, I know you hear this a lot. Oh, radio's dying. And it's like, that's the silliest thing ever. First of all, we got data for days about how many people this still reaches, number one. Number two, the function will never change. I don't know 50 years from now where your dial is versus where your phone is versus where your podcast is, where your YouTube is. It's all the same thing. It's people in front of a microphone. And the beauty of all of this is it's one of the only places where there's this much time and space. So this is kind of how I would liken it. Because you've done TV. We've all done some TV here and there. TV is kind of like if you live in a high-rise apartment right in the middle of downtown San Francisco, right? You are paying thousands a month, and your room is 4x4. That's the amount of space you have. That's the amount of creativity that you have. It's very planned. Somebody literally, sometimes yourself, has written down much of what you're going to say. It might be on a teleprompter. I'm not saying everything is completely scripted in TV, but there just isn't time. There isn't room for all of this. And in fact, I've watched TV guys do this. You get TV guy in town who the boss will say, hey, let's get that guy to come fill in. And they'll come fill in. And then they'll start a segment. And 2 minutes later, they're looking at the clock and they're like, what do we do now?
We got any B-roll?
Segments are over in 2 minutes. And we're like, no. There's 23 more minutes. Or as you and I do at 5 o'clock, there's 45 more minutes, actually, still to go here.
And that's what made Gary Radnich so great, is that he was a TV guy, but he was like born from long takes and radio takes, and that's why he was able to transcend the medium.
Radio is when you retire and you buy a farm. And you have
pretty good.
Acres and acres of space, and you just get to wake up and walk out on the front porch and look around and go, what do we want to do here? And then, like anything in life, you can plan it all you want, and then that's not the way it's going to go. That's not the way it's going to go. This isn't how we were going to start our show today.
No.
But here we are.
Yep.
And that's my favorite question that I ever get from anyone who asks me about something in radio, when they say, who tells you what to say? Who tells us what to say? Nobody tells us what to say. Well, where's your script? We don't have one. Do you have a little screen where they're telling you what's going on? No, we're just sitting here and we hit a button and it turns red, and then we're us. And that's it.
Yep.
And to me, that's the beauty of it. That's what I love the most.
Completely, because we have a blueprint, and a lot of times you'll lay out the blueprint, and it's like, cool, great blueprint. And I had a blueprint last Friday on my birthday that did not involve my check engine light coming on. So it's my birthday, and I'm thinking, cool, Mark's got donuts. I knew you had my back on that, and I packed a light lunch knowing I was going to have a donut or two, and everything is laid out. I'm turning 57, and then boom, check engine light goes on. Okay. Blueprint out the window. And it's kind of like radio, where you and I were not planning on a 30-minute like National Radio Day thing, but that was awesome. And so unlike the check engine light coming on, which is less awesome, that was fun. And so the blueprint sometimes gets crumpled up.
Do you know one time I bought a car and the check engine light came on the way home?
No chance.
That's a true story as well.
That's a lemon.
Yeah, that's a whoopsie daisy. Well, it wasn't a brand new car. So anyway, that all got figured out. This is fun, by the way. Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. 408, Willard, my favorite segment of all time was Radnich and Bruno. Can you share some behind-the-scenes stories? Dibs, I'm sure you could, too. The interesting thing is, from the majority of those days, and it wasn't a perfect overlap, but you would be in the room with Gary, and I would be in the room with Tony.
Yep.
So we were both sitting there, but not in the same room. Sometimes we did take trips up here, and we got to do it in person together. Still remember it being, at the time, and maybe still, I mean, one of my favorite professional moments of all time, when we got to come up here, do shows in this studio, Gary and Tony in the same room, all of that. But largely, we were where we were and you were where you were. The only story I'll tell, because we could do this all day, but the first thing that comes to mind when someone asks me that, I know Tony a lot better than I know Gary. You know Gary a lot better than you know Tony.
Facts.
But, so I can't speak so much for Gary. Tony is a complicated guy. And Tony has been through a lot in his life. And Tony was very prone to the emotional roller coaster of life. And so you would know when we woke up and I got to the office, Tony is the type that when the door opened, give me 2 seconds and I can tell you if this is going to be a good day or a bad day. Everything was on the sleeve and everything was, boom, right there for you to see. The joy that Tony would feel when that segment would start was one of the most palpable things that would ever happen between me and him on radio. And I don't say that with a jealous bone in my body.
Right.
These were titans. They were absolute greatness. And he looked forward to it during our show. And the joy that he had when the two of them got together, and as he would always call it, stream of consciousness radio.
Yep.
And by the way, I will very, very much tell you that those segments are the inspiration for what we do here at 145.
Absolutely.
1,000%. When I was coming to 95.7 The Game, is one of the first things I said to Matt. I said, your shows need to get in the sandbox and mess around with each other when they blend in. And we've done that. Some shows, other shows, yes, no, whatever, time slots change. But that's part of where this came from, was when I was coming up, that's what I watched. And it was the most fun part of his day professionally, and it's the most fun part of our day professionally now.
And I'm so glad you brought that all the way full circle, because that was the most fun part of Gary's day, where 9 to noon, and his whole thing was, 9 to noon, don't talk to me at 12:01. And it was actually pretty much true. Yep. If you happened to walk out with him, there wasn't a lot of, hey, good show, and back. It was 9 to noon. You got me 9 to noon, and then after that, I'm going to go home with my wife and my kids and whatever I'm going to do, and TV later and whatnot. But when 10 o'clock would hit, and they'd play the don't hand me no lies and keep your hands to yourself. Here he is, the fabulous one, Tony Bruno. Yeah. And, the fabulous one would come on, and so many memories. But one of my favorites is when it would be Derby week or the day before the Derby, because Tony would give out his stone cold Derby superfecta locks. Wow. And it was just such nonsense. And we'd play the sound behind each pick, and Gary would be like, you're so full of it. And Tony's like, I got the third horse for you. And just the nonsense. It was all nonsense, but done in the right way of the jocularity, the back and forth. And they both were stream of consciousness. And at that point, they were each 30 plus years into it. And so the mutual joy of just the nonsense and the hilarity of the bit, it is infectious. And so we hope that the crossover is that in some way, shape, and form.
Well, and very similar to the crossover, I'll let all of you know right now. Do you want to know how much preparation went into the Gary Radnich, Tony Bruno segment? None.
Yeah, zero.
None. They didn't speak to each other before that thing happened. They were, like I said, almost never in the same room, and it was just click, hi, that's it.
Yep.
And off you go. So all of that was completely off the cuff, at all times, every single day. That's what it was.
Yeah, and for me to be, and I was in a different room then. I was actually 2 rooms removed, because there's the studio where we are, and then there's the board op producer room, and then beyond that was an update room, my own room. So I'm 2 rooms removed, and the fact that not only Gary but Tony both invited me to chime in at times. And I had to learn my place and not overstep, but also not be shy to get in when I could. And that to me was where I really cut my teeth in the business.
There used to be a thing, and now we're going really way back. This was when I was a little kid, but I've read about it and heard about it since then. But for those of you who are old enough to remember Johnny Carson, who's the titan of late night comedy and late night TV, there used to be a thing for any stand-up comic that was on that show. You would do your bit, and then you'd either be, well, thank you, that was funny, that was great, that was it, or you'd get invited over to sit down on the couch. And that was Johnny's way of saying, I liked what you just did. I'm going to invite you to come over here and sit on the couch.
Wow.
And it's always been in my head 2 times in my career, and one of them was in those Bruno Radnich conversations. And that's how it felt to me whenever I would get invited in to that conversation. It felt like getting invited over to Johnny Carson's couch. And I've then, even much more recently, felt the exact same way when I did get a chance to come back home and start doing the night stuff at KMBR. And when the Giants weren't playing, the show would start at 6 o'clock. And again, similar to the crossover, what started happening was that actually at about 5:50, Tolbert and whoever might be, it was a lot of Rod and Larry, but whatever was going on, Tolbert was the guy that was driving the bus. And when I got invited in and we started doing 25 minutes of 5:50 and they would stay till 6:15, that's what it felt like to me, like getting invited over to the couch by the people that I've grown up listening to or watching or whatever. And that's how I took it. It was an honor.
Yeah.
It was an honor.
And that's a great way to put it. And, for me, it was certainly an honor, but it was also kind of a cutting of the teeth and a rite of passage. And the fact that both of them were willing to let me kind of grow into it, it's where I am today is thanks to both of them.
888-957-9570. We'll sprinkle in some of this stuff throughout the day. It's National Radio Day. You can certainly weigh in. We'd love to hear from you. There is something Juwan Jennings related that I would like to get into. Just a little nugget that came out earlier today. Also, 95.7 The Game and Splash at Thrive City, the great bar, sports, restaurant, giving you a chance to host your fantasy draft party in a private room for you and up to 14 friends. Plus, they're going to load you up with draft day food stations, a dedicated server, and Wi-Fi to make your draft party a total hit. It's all happening next Tuesday. And so we'll have another code word again later today, 3 o'clock hour, that you'll text to 20357. And oh, by the way, Willie and Dibby will be there as well. Lovely Christy, too, by the way, will absolutely be there. I don't know if she'll make fun of your picks, but I will. So anyway, another chance today with another code word coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water, and it's Willard and Dibs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area flooring authority. Selection, expertise, price, guaranteed installation. Visit floorstores.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more. Welcome to Jack in the Box. Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Save on best of season produce at Whole Foods Market. Get organic yellow peaches or nectarines for $2.99 per pound with Prime through August 26th. Enjoy the sweetest and juiciest fruit of the summer. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
We have great energy.
That's a saccaroni, baby.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Okay. 888-957-9570 is the number. And it's going to be one of those kind of days. I can just tell.
Yeah.
Pods is going to be here in 45 minutes.
Can't wait.
He'll be on YouTube as well. Going to be breaking,
Zemski.
Yeah, he's going to be breaking down the Valkyries. Pods is our super fan correspondent.
Pajowski.
That's right. And so that's going to happen at 3:15. And then you know what's going to happen at 4:15? Dibs gets smashed by Greg Cosell.
Wait.
Yeah.
Greg Cosell?
Let's start the season now, Greg Cosell.
How am I supposed to ask him about what he's seeing on the film when we're talking about preseason football?
You better recognize.
I feel like you're putting me in a spot to fail. So, Greg, the four-string receiver for the Niners, what'd you think about his ability to beat press man?
I mean, but it's Greg, so you actually can ask him about the third-string offensive lineman and ask him if that guy is ready to step in. If Dominic Pooney is not ready for week one, what are we doing, Greg? You can ask him that.
What do you see from a pace and tempo style which would favor either team?
Yeah, that's a great question because I think that, it's a great question and a hard question to answer.
That might be my high point on this very show.
Is that in your National Radio Day Wall of Fame?
It is, and if I could have that for my my LinkedIn, just in case I need to find another gig. Like, I got 2 greats and a hard. That's elite.
Yeah.
And you're the great question asker. You're on a nice little run. So
it's been
good. August has been good.
It's been good. I feel like
You've
I've been
like
cheating.
Rafi Devers in August.
It's like some of these feel like broken bat home runs, but they're home runs nonetheless.
Sure.
Sometimes I almost want to ask the person. The next question is, why did you just tell me that was a great question? My question was, how you doing, or something like that. But anyway, it doesn't matter.
You even got a noise on one of yours. That's a great question. That's a great question.
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question.
And a woo.
Yeah, you keep focusing on the tapping. I'm focused on the ooh. Yeah, I mean,
You got 3 mouth clicks and an ooh.
I got a falsetto.
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question.
I mean, that's tough to beat.
Grant, that a baby. And that's from a Burlingame Panther to a San Mateo Bearcat.
Well, you're all the same. Peninsula love.
We're not.
It's all the same.
We hate each other.
Sure.
We are at one another's throats. We do not. You can't put the two of us in a room together and come out without blood. No way.
It's like Terra Nova and Half Moon Bay. I mean, what are we talking about? You guys are bantamweights.
It's like rivalry week when the Rockies play the Mariners. They're like,
totally.
You guys play. Just play. And
the Sounders against the Timbers. Throw the records out. What?
All right. Here, listen to Jonathan real quick because I want to do this wide receiver thing. But Jonathan wants to say something about all the National Radio Day stuff. Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. Thank you for calling as always.
Hey, guys. I just want to say happy National Radio Day. Thank you. 95.7 The Game. I mean, I'm so happy to finally get a sports talk radio on the FM dial because I used to listen to the other station and the white noise just drive me crazy.
Right.
And I would like to thank you, the station, the beautiful men and women of 95.7 The Game. You guys are all cool. All the shows are super fun. I've been listening since Welcome All My Friends and Question for Kreidler. And I'm addicted to you guys. I listen from morning all the way to late afternoons, at least 5-6 days a week. And keep it coming, guys. More power to you all.
Jonathan, I don't know what we would do without people like you. So thank you.
Well said.
Thank you for being there around the clock. And, I was about to say something that I'm not allowed to say yet. Thank you, Jonathan. I was going to say, see you at and you fill in the blank.
It will get there.
I'm still not allowed to, right? Am I still not allowed to?
I mean, maybe, but.
What are we doing? Will you just tell me what we're doing? How can something be that close and we can't say it yet?
We haven't confirmed that we can connect from there and be on the air from there.
Well, there's an explanation. Okay.
It's a little bit like the Niners last year in the red zone, where you're so close, but you can't yet cash in the touchdown.
Can we just push this thing over the goal line, please?
Be nice. If only you could, run the ball. But what Jonathan said is what I want to echo in the other direction, and it's a thank you to all of the Jonathans, Curtin Hayward Hills, and
all of you
people at the dog park, and Brian in Palo Alto,
Gene
and Priest, you're too old, and Philmo, Mike, and even some of the listeners I can't stand. Thank you for being a part of it and listening to us.
We can't stand any of you, but thank you. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, we love you all, but that's what we're here to do is kind of disagree with each other, bat stuff around.
And guys, I'm at the dog park.
Dude, you just reminded me, pushing something over the goal line, you just reminded me of what is one of my favorite television scenes of all time. So quick aside, did you ever watch a show called The League? This is a perfect time to bring this up.
Fun show.
Oh, completely. Grandy Lucas, were you aware of this show? Okay,
yeah,
thumbs
I've watched
up.
it. Seen every episode.
All right, thank you. And it's a perfect time to bring this up because The League is about a group of guys who have a fantasy league together. And obviously that's what a lot of us are doing over the next couple of weekends. The greatest segment ever on The League is when Marshawn Lynch did a cameo for an episode. And this was following the Super Bowl where the Seahawks had the ball at the 1, and instead of giving the ball to Beast Mode, Pete Carroll decided to throw the ball. And yes, he chewed gum, he threw the ball, Russell Wilson threw an interception, the Patriots won the Super Bowl. So if you've never seen this scene, I want you to Google it and YouTube it because it will give you a literal belly laugh because what they did was they reenacted the Super Bowl simply when all of their guys are sitting on the beach barbecuing. They're barbecuing. That's it. Marshawn Lynch is in a lounge chair, and he is sitting there, and the guy who's flipping burgers, he wants another beer. So he calls over to the guys who are right next to the cooler, and he says, hey, would you toss me another beer? And one of the guys reaches into the cooler to throw the beer. And Lynch is sitting right there, and he goes, no, don't throw it. I'm right here. Just hand me the just hand me the beer and let me walk it over to him. I'm right here. It's 2 steps. Just give me the beer, and I'll walk it right over to him and hand it to him. And the guy goes, no, I'll just toss it to him. And Lynch is like, that's silly. I'm right here. Just hand me the beer, and I'll walk it right over to him. And the guy goes, you know what? You're probably right. I should just hand you the beer and let you walk it over to him. He's like, exactly. Let's do that. And then the guy looks at Marshawn and goes, nah. I'm going to throw it. And he hucks it at the guy, and he misses it, and it lands in the barbecue, and the whole place explodes. The food is gone. There's fire everywhere. Everyone needs to run away from the beach. It is one of the greatest scenes I have ever seen for sports fans on TV.
And Marshawn's just sitting there like, oh my God, this again?
Dude, you should have just handed it to me.
That's all, 1 yard, right? Instead, Malcolm Smith jumps the route because they knew it was coming because they did their homework.
I loved The League, man. That
Very funny.
Great show. All right, couple of tweets to tell you about. One of them is actually, it could be from any of the Niner reporters. Jacob Cowing out of practice again today. Injury at this point, severity unknown. Apparently it happened yesterday. Don't know what happened. I'm assuming at some point soon we will get word on what the situation is with Jacob Cowing and if there is a timetable or a problem or what have you. But then want to go back to early this morning when great NFL reporter Diana Rossini sent this tweet. And I want to know how y'all translate this, because to me, this has Juwan Jennings written all over it. Here's the tweet. The Jets are among several teams monitoring the trade market for potential wide receiver additions per sources. The 49ers and Vikings are also making calls. All right. The reason my head immediately goes to Juwan Jennings is the fact that even though there's all these Jordan Watkins, and now here we go again with Jacob Cowing, and we know that Ayuk is out and all of this stuff, there is still Russell Gage and Robbie Chosen and all of this. There's still enough to handle week one. Unless Juwan Jennings is not here.
Yeah.
And then I get it if you're like, look, we might want someone really good, or at minimum, we're going to need somebody to be WR4 and WR5 that week. When you combine it with Kyle Shanahan's comments yesterday that, yeah, even if Juwan's healthy in 2 weeks, you're not going to play football if you don't have camp, because all you're going to do then, even if you're healthy, is you are going to get hurt again. And we've watched that happen. I translate this to mean things are not going well with Juwan Jennings. And I don't believe that's fully about health. I believe that something is going on contractually here. The Niners are trying to move this thing to the finish line ASAP because there is a game in 2.5 weeks, and they are preparing themselves for it to not happen.
And also, it could be injury, it could be cash, it could be calf, whatever it is, but it's not moving toward the spot where they want it to. And I do think what you said about Shanahan's comments yesterday is what I highlighted this morning, where you got to practice to be ready to play, especially with a calf. And if he's got a calf, and Kyle said that he does, and they saw it on the imaging, allegedly, a few weeks back, so even if the contract was all settled, you still would need him to get a little bit of a ramp up to test the calf and show if he's ready or not. And this also tells me that they're getting signals that the Demarcus Robinson suspension that is coming, that likely will come before week one.
Yep.
So if you start to pick through what you have, Pearsall, man, he looks great. Jennings, no calf, no contract. Robinson likely suspended, Cowing hurt again, and then Watkins is hurt, and Robbie Chosen, you got to be kidding me. He might be a practice squad guy. You pulled him in. Russell Gage, sure, he could be a guy, but right now you don't have more than, currently you have one wide receiver that you can look at and go, yep, I believe in him, and that's Ricky Pearsall. One. Not 3, not 4, not 5. You got one.
Right.
So, yeah, you're damn right they're out there shopping for a receiver. They better be.
Well, I wouldn't if Juwan Jennings was going to play, and I'm sure that they know right now a lot more than we do with regard to where this is going and whether or not it has to do with cash, calf, or both. We're getting close to where they're going to have an idea of how this is going, and we have still not heard anything about a timeline. And the longer we go with no timeline, the more I believe that this is about cash, not calf. Because the cash is the one where you're like, well, we can't put a timeline on it. We don't know when either side is going to budge in this leverage game. But the calf, dude, you got to have some sort of a clue about what's going on. If it hasn't gotten any better in the last 3 weeks, then I would outwardly say right now, well, yeah, it probably isn't going to get better within the next 2.5 weeks. There has to have been some movement with the calf. We still don't get an update. Why? You're giving an update about everybody else. So I am very much starting to push to the side of the fence that I believe this is much more about cash than it is about calf. And I think that therefore the 49ers will start to play their leverage game, which is to say, all right, dude,
yep,
if you're not going to come practice, then we're going to go start acquiring other wide receivers. And I don't think it'll be top of the market stuff. I don't think it's going to be Terry McLaurin or anything like that. Gabe Davis is out there having meetings with the Steelers and the Bills now. And so I don't know how that one feels. I know people want Amari Cooper, but we're getting to that spot where teams are maybe going to make a surprise cut or two. And so on the cheap, you can get a veteran wide receiver who can come in, learn something fast, and catch some passes for you at least for a few weeks. That's kind of how I see what's going on right now.
I agree with you about the read on Jennings, because if it was the calf, you'd get more of a sense of, how close he is to returning. Is he working out on the side? What is the timetable? But you're not getting that because I think the contract is at a spot where they're probably fairly far apart, because Juwan wants more guaranteed money, and the Niners are thinking, we've already got $30 million a year into Ayuk, and Pearsall is going to come up here in a couple more years, and so we're going to have to pay him if we like him, and we actually do. And so, yeah, what do you want, Juwan? You want a little bit more, or do you want a lot more? And if you want a lot more, that's going to be a no, because next year the Brock Purdy contract really hits.
Yep.
That's when the big kaboom actually hits on your salary cap. So for this year, you're still trying to preserve your cap room going into next year, and you still have Ayuk, and he'll be back at some point. But in the meantime, can you get by with Robinson and Gage and Tariq Owens?
Well, not Robinson, because he won't. Again,
exactly, none of them.
I love the Niner receiving core week 8. I love it.
Robinson, Ayuk, Jennings, Pearsall.
Yes.
In theory. It's good.
And then whatever rookies and young guys, Cowing and Watkins, whatever you get, fine, all good. And apparently they really like Gage. So I don't know. Maybe he's going to be on the Niners this year for a while.
Well, he will be to start.
Yeah, for sure.
And when Ayuk goes to the pup and you keep Gage and Robinson, I don't know if there's a list for when you're suspended, if it doesn't count on your 53, but he'll probably be on that list when he gets suspended. And then Jennings is the interesting one, where we're down now to 18 days until kick. You've got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then 2 weeks from there, 18 days until you need to have Juwan Jennings on the field.
I read this as Kyle Shanahan saying if Juwan's going to be ready for week 1, he probably needs to be at practice Monday.
Yep, that's fair. I think that's right.
You probably need to be at practice Monday. And if you're not at practice Monday, we're going to go ahead and start making plans for you to not be there.
Because you got practice today, which is already over.
It's already over.
And then a walkthrough Friday, and then a game Saturday, and then Monday.
Right.
Like Monday we start week 1.
We're getting ready for the Seahawks.
Right. And I think the cut down is Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. That's where the cut down day is.
That sound right? Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
When you get to that day, you need to know whether or not you need to keep Gage, or you need to keep Robbie Chosen, or who do we need to keep in order to cover our bases with Juwan being where he is?
Well, and to sort of borrow a point that you made yesterday, when we're going into this last weekend of games, I think there are very few jobs that are still kind of up for grabs. I think these teams know largely who they're going to keep. So this is the week to call those teams and be like, hey, who do we think that you're keeping that you're not? Who are you about to get rid of? And maybe instead of just cutting that person and putting them on the open market, you can go ahead and throw that team a bone, and a trade can get pulled off right now. And, whatever, a 7th-round pick swap, or do something to pull that player your direction. This is the week to do it, because these teams, the personnel people, I think, largely know what's going on. Look at Washington and Brian Robinson. All of a sudden there's trade talks. Why? Well, because Washington was going to cut him. They're going to cut him. And if there's no good trade, they will cut him. That's what I believe, at least. So anyway, let's go to Guru in San Jose. If you want to talk about the Juwan thing and maybe which side you would like to blink, if you read it that way, I do. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls right now. Guru in San Jose. Hi, Guru. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
So, Mark, my mind went the exact same way after reading that tweet. I think, I think adding the 49ers as sort of a sub-tweet to the tweet, so to speak, is sort of trying to get leverage in this Juwan Jennings situation, because he sees all the injuries happening on the wide receiver side, and he's basically like, I'm clearly the number one, and you guys should pay me like a number one, right? And I think sort of Juwan wants to have his cake and eat it too, in the sense that I think he wants the big 1-year deal, but he still wants to hit free agency next year. And I think that's something the Niners are not willing to do. I think the Niners do want to sign. I mean, if they want to sign Jauan Jennings, they want to prevent him from reaching free agency next year and have him a year more under team control. So I think, the combination of what Kyle Shanahan said yesterday about Jauan Jennings and what you hear today is sort of trying to gain some sort of type of leverage in the situation. But it's very fascinating. I think the contract talks are very much at an impasse right now.
Guru, thanks. Yeah, listen. I don't want to try to guess what Jauan is asking for. This is not like there isn't all mystery with this. We've already seen the report out there from a couple of months ago that he wasn't going to show up to camp and he wanted to trade if he didn't get a new deal. To translate that as Jauan wants to get paid like a number one simply because last year he was the 49ers number one, I don't want to go that far. I think it's crazy talk to think that Jauan is out there being like, you need to get me up to $27 million a year, when right now I'm at $7 million a year. Like, that's a hard no. I can only imagine that what Jauan is trying to do is leverage a few million more. And maybe there are some guarantees and how that goes into next year, and is he a free agent and is he not? I have no idea, no sense whatsoever who's asking for what. I just know that there have been moments where John Lynch made it sound like, yeah, I think we can, we can see him. We can see him. We can make him feel seen and heard. We can do a little something. But we're still looking at a player who's not practicing and has no timeline. So maybe Jauan does want a little bit more than a, hey, how you doing? And if he does, the Niners are going to say no. Because as much as I've learned this through the years, as much as there are certain players where in the moment we're like, we can't lose that guy. He's super important. I don't think they see him that way.
Right, and think about Mooney Ward last year.
Yep.
Mooney went in and said, hey, we went to the Super Bowl and you value me and I'm good. How about I get a little something? They said, no, we're not actually going to do that. We're going to do other things. And the other piece is the Niners have always said you draft an A-list guy and you keep your A-list guys. He's not an A-list guy. He's probably off of last year a B-plus guy, but he's not Bosa, Warner, Kittle, Purdy. He's not that guy. And the third piece that I want to share is Drew Rosenhaus. That's his agent.
Oh, crap.
Drew Rosenhaus.
Yeah.
And you know that Drew Rosenhaus is a guy who will hold everyone's feet to the fire to try to get every last dollar, and he'll do everything he can.
Yeah.
And I think that right now, knowing the situation with the Niners where, the rookie receiver is out and Ayuk is out and Cowing can't stay healthy and Robinson's facing a suspension, I'm sure Drew is sitting back in his recliner thinking, oh, yeah, we got these guys over a barrel.
He does have some leverage.
He does.
He doesn't have a ton. He does have some. I told you guys earlier, I think that this is one of those rare cases where I really see both sides. I understand where both sides are coming from right here. It's just a matter of whether or not they can or cannot meet in the middle. I love Jauan Jennings. I think he's a wonderful player. I love the way he plays, and I love what he stands for. But he's not irreplaceable. I hate saying that, but he's not.
Well, he might be for weeks 1, 2, 3, and possibly 4.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think the NFL wide receivers, you're important-ish.
Number 1 last year, according to PFF, in blocking wide receivers. And you need blocking wide receivers.
Love him.
So I do think that he's more irreplaceable than the average person would think.
How can I get away with he's hard to replace, but he's not irreplaceable?
That's fine.
He's not irreplaceable. So, all right, we can keep talking this out, and Pod's is going to join us in 20 minutes. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change this Labor Day weekend. Be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires. Battery and fluids as well. Before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate, visit BayAreaOilChange.com. It's Willard and Dibs.
Take your fantasy football draft to the next level with 95.7 The Game and Splash at Thrive City in San Francisco. You and 14 friends could score your own private view lounge, the best seat in the house for game day energy, 2 full hours of draft time with complimentary Wi-Fi, power for your laptops, a loaded draft day food station with non-alcoholic drinks, plus a dedicated server, all a $1,500 value. And here's the kicker. Willard and Dibs will be broadcasting live that night, then hanging out with you and your guests after the show. Listen this week for your chance to win and join us Tuesday, August 26th. Get details at 957thegame.com.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Monica from Delano. A big shout out to Israel and Angel N at RNS for coming out to Caliber Collision in Delano and repairing our shop doors. These guys were so kind, friendly, and very professional. I definitely recommend these guys.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
A strong heart. A steady stride. A life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you, with expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
For full details, including terms and conditions, visit unlock.com/legal. Call 1-888-780-6854 to speak with a representative today. Actor portrayal. Terms and conditions apply.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just give him a call or go to unlock.com.
Call 1-888-780-6854 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Use the money for home improvements, to pay off debt, or to add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com. Or call 1-888-780-6854 now to get started.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Granger who does the same. Granger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Your cold is coming! Your cold is coming! When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Cars, cool people, good times. It's the Good Guys 38th West Coast National. Happening all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Check out over 3,500 classes. An earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest. Tire-smoking burnout competition. Good Guys autocross racing competition. Plus an indoor car show celebrating 70 years of the Tri-5 Chevy and more. Happening all this at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Really?
Right.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I want to get to this. This is a more general statement, not so much about Juwan, but it's a lot of fans that whenever this subject comes up, and I get it, I really do, they kind of do the whole like, dude, you signed a contract, show up. Sign a contract.
Yeah, that's usually where I land.
We can talk it out.
Yep.
We can talk it out. By the way, we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. It's National Radio Day. We've had some stories. We will have more. Pods is our superfan Valkyries correspondent, joins us in 13 minutes. And he will, YouTube again? Yeah, he'll be on YouTube. So get over to YouTube now so you can see Pods' hair. That's coming up real soon. And then also, speaking about what's coming up, I want to take a minute on this because it will be this hour. You get a chance every day this week to text in and qualify for the fantasy draft at Splash at Thrive City. 95.7 The Game and Splash at Thrive City have gotten together on this. Your draft party in a private room for you and 14 of your friends with loaded food stations, a dedicated server, the Wi-Fi that you'll need to make it happen. And it's going to happen next Tuesday night. We'll do our show down there. We'll be there. We'll hang out with you a little bit after the show while your party is starting to ramp up. Once you get to round 14, you're probably on your own. But we're going to be there for a little while. And we'll help if you want. We won't if you don't. Whatever. You're not going to stop us from commenting. But anyway, all of this is happening next Tuesday. And definitely within the next 30 minutes. Within the next 30 minutes, we're going to give you today's code word. You'll text it to 20357, and then you'll be qualified for today. You could do it once a day. So you could try again tomorrow, try again Friday. And then we're going to have our winner, and then we will see you next Tuesday at Splash at Thrive City. And thank you to Splash at Thrive City for the awesome prize. We are very much looking forward to all things fantasy football, including this, as we really get ramped up over the next couple of weeks.
No doubt. I mean, fantasy football drafts are flying all over, and if you have yours, then why not do it with Willie and Dibby, Willard and Dibs at Splash, and get some of your particulars taken care of. Bring your friends, come on out to Splash, draft it up, have some fun, and get heckled.
Yeah.
All in the house.
That's
right?
On the house heckling, for sure. For sure. So anyway, that's what's happening there. Pods in about 10 minutes or so. All right, so yeah, let me read a couple of these on the Boxer and Gersten work injury attorneys text line. 650, I feel like JJ misplayed his hand. 925, I'm tired of dudes who sign a contract for a certain amount of years, and then a year later they demand more money. I get it when it's time for a new contract, how guys want to get as much as possible. What I don't get is the demand for more money when the contract that you signed isn't even over. Okay, let's dive into that. I fully understand the idea. There are times where I agree, but not always. The NFL, to me, opens the door, quite frankly, for the idea that guys will not show up for contracts they signed. And the quickest way for me to answer why is teams don't show up for contracts that they've signed. Like, you've signed a contract. What's on the left side at the very, very bottom? Your signature.
Yeah.
What's on the right side at the very bottom? Their signature. But football teams are allowed to cut you and not pay the entirety of that contract.
Well, the majority of us who sign contracts, it's the exact same way, where the company can cut me, and based on the contract, either it's fully guaranteed or partially or not at all. And so that's life. And football, unfortunately, you're not baseball, you're not basketball. You should be, but you're not.
That's not just life, because you compared it basically to our contracts, which are not ideal, let's be real. I know many, many companies in the world are now doing this, and it is fully, quote, because they can.
Right.
That doesn't make it right.
It just makes it life.
And we also have more maneuverability out of said contract than a football player does. Like I've even told you, and again, this takes conversation and whatnot, but I've had a contract and I just wiggled right out of it and came here. You can't do that in football. Juwan can't be like, so the Eagles called, they want me, what do you think?
And there's no other football league.
Right.
So there is that.
There is that. So that's all I'm saying. And their careers are different than our careers because while we're doing this show, no one's chasing us. No one is trying to physically harm us. No one is trying to take our larynx while we're doing this. And so to me, it's just different. I get the frustration, but there has to be some room for a player who signs a deal, then completely outplays that deal. There's got to be some room for them to be like, look, you got to meet me halfway, because if I break my leg on the next play, you can cut me and you do not have to pay everything that's on my contract. So I'm in a spot right now where I think I'm in a position to ask for a little bit more. I'd like you to give it to me. They don't have to say yes. But by the way, sometimes they do. And that tells you there is room for that. Christian McCaffrey just did this.
He's not Christian McCaffrey.
No, he's not.
He's not George Kittle.
But he's Juwan Jennings, which is not nothing.
It's not nothing, but you got 8.4 guaranteed, and you got that money, and you've already gotten that money. So now you had a good year, and that's great, and now you want more. And it's in the team's right to say, well, we already gave you a 2-year deal. We gave you 8.4 guaranteed, and the ability to replace Juwan Jennings is easier than Nick Bosa, George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams.
Of course.
He's not that player.
He's not asking for that money either.
We don't know what he's asking for.
He's not asking for that money.
Correct.
Not,
but what is he asking for?
I don't know.
Whatever he's asking for, I think that the team is unwilling to pay, knowing full well what faces them next year when Brock Purdy's number goes from $9 million to $53 million, and all these other players who are A-listers who maybe are going to want their money in advance.
I think your read on the situation is correct. I'm just saying that I get where Juwan's coming from, and I'm not going to brand him as, dude, you signed it, show up, because it's not guaranteed. And if he snaps his leg in half in the first play, what's going to happen for Juwan?
But he already got the guaranteed money is my point.
Right, but that makes this year now non-guaranteed money, and he probably wants it guaranteed on some level.
Right, but
I understand that.
I mean, he signed a contract, and he got the guaranteed money. He got a signing bonus, and he got guaranteed money. So the team, before they knew that he was going to be a near 1,000-yard guy,
exactly,
they didn't know that Ayuk would be hurt in week 5. They didn't know that Debo would have a down year. They gave him a deal. He took a deal. He got guaranteed money, and he outperformed it. Okay.
Right.
Well, good on both. Good on the Niners and good on him.
Yeah, but there's new information.
Right. And it doesn't mean that the team is beholden to that fact and say, well, Juwan, you outperformed it, so we want to make sure we give you an extra $7 million.
I am not saying that the 49ers are beholden to anything. I am saying I don't think it's correct to criticize Juwan for doing this, because there's massive precedent. This is how it works. It's been done many, many times before him. He's not wrong with the point that he's making. It might not work. The Niners might not blink, but he's not wrong for the point that he's making, which is last year I ended up showing everybody that I am actually worth more than that contract, and contracts are very fluid in the NFL, so I'd like to at least attempt to try to get more money. You're right, it may not work. The Niners are not under some sort of lock and key here. They don't have to do it, but I'm not going to criticize Juwan for trying to do this, because NFL careers are so damn short, and this sport is so damn physical, and I think that sometimes we get a little dismissive about, let's say, $2 million. We get a little dismissive. Oh, Juwan, just show up and play. $2 million is $2 freaking million.
Sure.
And with careers as short as they are, and knowing that every player thinks this way. We got to make as many dollars as possible, because even if this goes perfectly, I'm done at 35, and then I've got a whole life to live, and I got to sock money away, and I might not be able to walk really well when I'm 55. Like, that's how they think. And so I just get it. That's all. I understand what he's trying to do.
No one's blaming him for doing what he's doing, and he's hurt.
A lot of people are. Well, you may not be, but a lot of people are.
If he's not hurt, then it's a different calculus for me, but ultimately, you're in a spot as the 49ers where the reason why you outperformed your contract on a 6-11 team, let's be fair about that. Sure, you almost had 1,000 yards, but what was it worth? It wasn't worth a damn thing.
That
because
wasn't his fault.
But it wasn't to their benefit. You went 6-11.
You signed Brock Purdy to 53 a year.
You had 975 yards.
He was 6-11.
You went 6-11.
Wasn't Brock Purdy 6-11?
He sure was.
And they gave him a bunch of money.
Because a quarterback is a lot harder to find than a receiver who happened to get 975 yards, and you've got other receivers that you've drafted.
He ain't asking for 53.
Cheaper guys. Well, what's he asking for?
I don't know.
We don't know.
But he's not asking for big dollars. You know
but
that.
But he's already been given 8.4 guaranteed, and you had one good year, and now you're going to come back to us with your handout?
Yes, that's what you do.
Yeah, it's what you do, but it doesn't mean that the team has to capitulate.
It does not.
And I don't think that they will. And so as we get closer to the start of the year, he's got a choice to make. Either, oh, my calf, it still hurts, and it could still hurt, or you come in and play football.
Yeah, Grandy, what do you got? What's going on?
We have an update from Kyle Shanahan. 49ers wide receiver Demarcus Robinson has been suspended 3 games for violating the NFL substance abuse policy. The Niners can appeal, and they have not made that decision yet, at least not according to Shanahan.
Okay. I mean,
good luck appealing, because 3 is the boilerplate. So.
Right. Like based on the sort of hypothetical we were talking about yesterday was the appeal process to knock it down from 4. I don't know, but this is what everybody who I've talked to has been expecting all along.
Right.
So yeah, I'm with you. Like that, they're probably just gonna have to eat that.
Well, the only wrinkle would be you appeal and he plays while Jawan holds out and Ayuk is not available.
Would it take that long? I don't know. I don't know. You might appeal this week.
You might appeal in 10 days. I don't know what the appeal process is, but if I'm the Niners, I tell them to appeal because we need you now. We may not need you in October.
We can talk about that more coming up, but Pods is right around the corner. Valkyries superfan correspondent. We're sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort. It's Willard and Dibs.
Celebrating 40 years of extraordinary rewards. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Well, we did it, y'all. We finally got the McDonald's snack wrap back on the menu. We broke the internet with our pleas, and now this iconic snack has returned for just $2.99. No, you're not imagining this. I'll repeat, the snack wrap is back at McDonald's for $2.99. $2.99. Enjoy the taste of victory while you sink your teeth in the crispy chicken wrapped in a soft tortilla, because you deserve it. We fought. McDonald's listened. Now it's our move. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Attention, small business owners. Do you need funding for your business? At lendseek.com, we provide revenue-based working capital programs from $20,000 to $1 million. So whether it's funding for inventory, equipment, expansion, payroll, or other needs, seek no more. All it takes is just one simple application to access over 100 funding products that are powered through our breakthrough AI-enabled lending platform to get you the best options in today's marketplace. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of at least $50,000, you could receive the business funding you need when it matters most, regardless of your personal credit score. Funds in your account in just 24 hours with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. There's no obligation and zero out-of-pocket costs. So apply for the business funding you need today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Hey, it's Butcher Boy here for the one and only Ceremony Ford in Colma. And listen up, Tesla owners. It's time to make the switch. Right now, you can upgrade to a 2025 Mustang Mach-E Select for just $239 a month, plus tax for 36 months, and it's only $19.99 due at signing. No trade-in required. And here's the kicker, 0% APR on every Mach-E in stock. We're talking over 100 to choose from. One of the largest inventories in Northern California. Plus, you get a $2,500 rebate, 2 years of complimentary maintenance, and the Ford Power Promise. That's a complimentary home charger with installation. Not a current EV owner? No problem. You still get the Ford Power Promise. But hurry, these offers end September 2nd. Don't wait. Don't overthink it. Ceremony Ford in Colma, your NorCal Mach-E headquarter. See dealer or ceremonyford.com for details.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance and at friedmansappliance.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Granger. Granger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We need this.
Badly.
It's need time. It feels like it's getting, it feels like it's getting a little wobbly here coming down the stretch. Got some tough games. The injuries are piling up.
I'd say
at the wrong time.
I'd say it's getting chippy, but really it's getting trippy. And I want to ask Brandon about that because the Mercury's out there doing some nefarious S to our Valks.
That is a very fair take. It's Willard and Dibs, and it's about that time. Every Wednesday in the neighborhood of 3 o'clock, we're going to be talking to Brandon Pajemski. You may know him as a Warrior guard, not us. We know him as a Valkyries superfan correspondent. And yes, we will do the one big Warriors question at the end. But let's talk some Valks. After a tough night, missing a lot of players, it looked like they were going to run away from Phoenix, but they got him in the end. And now the Valks are just a game over 500. Joining us here on the River Islands guest line, it is Brandon Pajemski. Hey, Pods, what's going on?
What's up, guys? How we doing?
We're doing good, but not as good as we were doing at halftime last night when the Valks were up by 12. Man, I thought they were going to have that one.
Yeah, it looked promising to start. Like you said, only 8 players last night with a bunch of our scorers out. So it was really cool to see us score the ball pretty well in the first half without everybody.
What's it like when you get to this point in the season? We call it the dog days, and the NBA, 82 of them, WNBA, 44 of them. You get down to the last 4th or 5th of the year. How hard is it as a professional basketball player to dig deep in these times?
I mean, in my situation, I've only been in the league 2 years, and both years I've been here, we just been fighting for a playoff spot, and so you really don't have time to look at it like that. You got to really just dig in and try to fight through it and, get that playoff spot.
Can we talk about Veronica Burton for a second? I mean, what a bright spot on a tough night. This stat line is absolutely ridiculous. 24 points, 14 assists, no turnovers. Nobody's ever done that, essentially, in WNBA history. She's in the running for most improved player. What are your thoughts on the season that Veronica's having?
I mean, she's amazing. Definitely my vote for most improved player. I'll actually tell you guys a funny story. Ohema, the GM, back in January, February during our season, we were in the meal room, and she had came up to me and was like, hey, like the expansion draft's coming up. Is there anybody that, you've had your eye on that you think we should grab? And I told her Veronica. And she was like, oh, why? And I was like, I think there's a lot of similarities between, how I play and how she plays and the things we bring to the table. And, obviously now she's having a great season. And so now me and I have my joke about it all the time. But she's great. I mean, she does all the little things. Like you said, 14 assists, no turnovers with, 25 points last night or 24. She just been steady, consistent. I think she started and played all the games that we've had. So she's consistent. She shows up every night, which is really cool to see.
You might call that a funny story. I call that a flex, Brandon. Basically, you had a hand in bringing Veronica to the team?
I mean, you could put it like that, but I give it all credit to the Valkyries, their staff, their organization, finding her. But, I just like the way she played ever since she was in Dallas, when she was with Connecticut. And it's really cool to see her opportunity and role be elevated and her play, follow suit.
Yeah, baby Dunleavy over here, like pulling strings and like fact-finding missions and the whole thing. So you're watching last night and you see that she's on a heater and she's playing amazing, and then she gets basically leg whooped by Akoa Makani. What went through your competitive juices when you saw one of the Valks players just get tripped in kind of a dirty fashion?
I think it just elevates the intensity. And like we had mentioned last week, just the intensity, the physicalness of the WNBA in whole, I think is elevated, which is really cool to see, especially, from my perspective and people that watch. But, she got tripped up and just kind of went right back at it. And it was nothing more, nothing less than that, which is what you like to see as a competitor.
I wonder what your thoughts are about the physicality in the WNBA. For anybody listening who hasn't watched it, it's quite a thing what all year long they've sort of let everybody get away with. And I know Natalie Nakase was talking about this after the game last night. I've heard a lot of press conferences where coaches are expressing, people are getting away with a little bit too much. Do you agree with that?
I mean, yes and no. It's really hard for me to say from the Valkyries' perspective, just because we don't have like a well-known star player from around the league, and you know how it is. Same with the NBA, they get the benefit of the doubt with a lot of the calls, and so we don't really have that to go off of. Even Phoenix last night had Alyssa Thomas, who was going to get the benefit of the doubt with a lot of things, but we don't really have that. So I enjoy the physicalness of it. because I'm not a guy who gets a lot of, free throws as it is or gets the foul call. So I enjoy it.
Is that something that irks you when you're out there? And I know you've got one of the greatest players in the history on your side, but when you're going up against another star, LeBron or KD or Jokic, whoever it is, and you get involved with maybe a ticky-tack contact and the foul goes against you, is that something that you kind of file away, and is it something that kind of bothers you?
I mean, it bothers you, but you understand it. If you look at it from the perspective of they're already great as it is, and now they're getting a whistle for them, it makes it even harder. But you also can look at it from they've earned that right. They've earned that respect throughout the league and from the officials. They've been doing it for so long. You just got to, give it to them when it's owed. And so you understand both sides of it. It could be frustrating, in the moment. But when you look back at it, it's, LeBron, it's KD. It's those guys that have earned that right.
We're talking with Brandon Pajemski here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. He is our Valkyries superfan correspondent. We're going to do this every single Wednesday in the 3 o'clock hour and enjoying talking to BP. Pods, first of all, how are you feeling about their playoff chances right now?
I'm liking it. I hear a bunch of the announcers on the telecast saying stay away from that 8 spot and the 4 and 5 spot because nobody obviously wants to play Minnesota. So I think we're sitting at 7 right now, right behind the Fever at 6. So obviously 2 plays 7, and then the next round it's 3 and 6. The winner plays each other. So I think right where we're at is fine. I think whoever we get is not really wanting to play us as the lower seed, but I think we're going to shock some people.
Well, and the other side to that is because, look, they do it. They got a tough schedule coming down the stretch. We know the injuries. But if they are able to make it in year one as an expansion team, what's your takeaway there? Like, what would that say about this organization?
It just tells us that we have unlimited potential. With the pieces that we brought in from the expansion draft, and just to think about the pieces that I know the staff and the front office are going to bring in the future. As a Valkyries fan, you got nothing but excitement and to look forward to. And so for me as a fan, I'm excited to see, how it looks come playoff time and how it looks come next year.
What's your next Valkyries game, Brandon? Because I know you've been out there putting in your work in Orlando, and you're trying to get back here to catch a couple before you get ready for Golden State Warriors season. What's the Brandon Pajemski travel plan and the next game you might get to?
I think trying to get to one of the last ones in September before they hit the road for the last couple games. But if not, I know most definitely I'll be there for Game 3 of the playoffs if it goes that far.
I was just thinking about that. Brandon, are you going to be able to handle that? Like truly? How do you, if there's a Valkyrie playoff game at Chase, how do you keep yourself off of center court? Be real with me here.
It's going to be hard. Every game I'm at, it's hard not to already, whether it's, the best team in the league or the worst team in the league, just the energy and the environment that's created in Chase Center is something different. Like I said last week, it's different. It's different than our games. So it's going to be really hard, especially on playoff time. And if it's a Game 3, it means winning the home time. So I'm just excited for that.
The passion is unbelievable, and you inspire so many of us to be equally passionate. I'm just curious, when you're going to a Valks game, how do you decide between your jerseys which one to wear? Because jerseys are like kids. You like them all the same, but you vary them so well. How do you decide going into a game who you're going to rock?
Yeah, I mean, just from the beginning, I've tried to, get everyone's jersey that I could get from the team. So, and I just try to rep all of them equally. Everybody deserves their time and their spotlight. And so I try to wear everybody's at least once. If there's special occasions or something like that, I'll duplicate and wear the same one twice. But I just try to wear everybody's and show off, their jersey and their name and brand. And so, if a little kid sees me wearing whomever's jersey, they might want to get it. And it just, comes back to just helping the organization as a whole.
Brandon Pajemski is with us here on Willard and Dibs. He is our Valkyries superfan correspondent. We'll do it every week, and this is largely going to be about everything going on with the Valks. We do plan each time toward the end on asking one big Warriors question.
This is big.
Yeah, here it is for today. It is all about Jonathan Kaminga. I'm just kidding. It's actually, Brandon, you made reference to this recently, and now the schedule is out. So I want to know if you have done the homework you said you were going to do. Have you memorized the schedule yet?
I think I'm pretty close. Haven't really looked past January just because, like I said, the first thing I look at when the schedule comes out is, do we play on Christmas and when do we play in Milwaukee? And those two things both happen in October and obviously during Christmas. And so I really just key on that and kind of go from there. I'm still working on, February, which is a shorter month, and then March and April. But I'm excited for the schedule. I think it turned out beautifully, at least from what I saw and how the NBA, just designed our travel. It's not as bad as it was last year, I think. Obviously, you got some stretches there, but I know in the month of April, we're in California the whole month, which is nice just to be at home. And then the beginning of January, we got that stretch. We're home from the 1st all the way through the 21st, I believe. So it was a great schedule put together by the NBA.
I just can't avoid the desire to test you on this. So if you've memorized December, don't look. Obviously Dallas is here for Christmas. What city do you go to next?
That would be Toronto and Brooklyn back-to-back, and then we'll finish the year in Charlotte.
I mean, this guy, Rain Man Pajemski.
Boom, and I'm looking at you on YouTube so I can tell you didn't just open up your phone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got those cities memorized. We all love Toronto. Everybody in the NBA loves Toronto, and then my best friend is from Brooklyn, so I knew that one off the top of the head.
Very impressive, and you were right about January. You do have one little quick trip to L.A., but beyond that, 21 straight days at home. And I wonder if you've actually eyeballed the NBA Cup games and just about the NBA Cup. Is that something that you and the other Warriors get excited about, or is it something that the league and maybe fans get more hyped up about than you?
I mean, you can never pass up free money. I mean, that's a summer vacation right there that's paid for by the NBA essentially. So, we get hyped for it. I think another thing on the schedule that I'm super happy we get to do is in San Antonio in November. We get to stay there twice and play back-to-back. And then January 24th and 26th in Minnesota, we get to play back-to-back. So we get to take care of two birds with one stone in the same city, which we have never had before. So I like those additions too.
There it is.
Pods.
Yeah, pods.
As advertised.
And I know that this is somewhat near to your home, but most people don't look forward to Minnesota in January, but feel free to do that if you want. I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, I love getting the two out the way if we can do it at the same time.
Pods, great to have you, and we'll talk to you next week, man.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. See you next week.
Okay.
Right on, Pods.
There it is. That's Brandon Pajemski. He's our Valkyries crazy person.
And he said that he was going to memorize the schedule when it came out, and he's through January. And I can't believe you quizzed him.
Dude, I rocked him.
You held his feet to the fire.
And he nailed it.
Yep.
He didn't even hesitate. I asked him what city he went to, and he named the next three.
Yeah, Toronto, Brooklyn, and then Charlotte.
Then we go to Charlotte on New Year's Eve. Yeah,
and then we come home, and it's,
What else you got?
Seriously, how dare you? I mean, Toronto, everybody loves Toronto, and then my best friend's in Brooklyn, and then, Steph Curry in Charlotte. And that's kind of a fun one for Steph because it is New Year's Eve morning. By the time you whoop up on the Hornets and you get on a plane, you get home, you still have time to get on down to your house and celebrate New Year's Eve with the family.
I wonder if that's how they'll do it. Yeah, they got Oklahoma City Friday, January 2nd. Will they, because that game, let's say, will end around 12:30 our time, lunchtime on New Year's Eve. Do you just hang out in Charlotte and rock New Year's Eve there and then fly on the 1st, or do you hustle over to the airport and let's say take off at about 3 o'clock our time, cross-country trip, whatever, you're back. Yeah, dude, you're 9 o'clock. You're ready to party.
Easy.
That's a long day, dude.
But you come on home.
That's a long day.
If it was New Year's Eve in New York, New Year's Eve, I mean, Boston's a little different because, I mean, Draymond probably wouldn't want to go out and like, hey, everybody, I'm Draymond Green. Right. Let's celebrate. But if it was New York, it's a little bit of a different calculus. No disrespect to Charlotte. And maybe Steph Curry brings the family out and they stay behind with family and celebrate New Year's there. But if you're anybody else, yeah, get me back to the Bay in time for a New Year in San Francisco.
Okay, Splash at Thrive City. Fantasy draft next Tuesday. That can be yours. Private room, food, a dedicated server, Wi-Fi, and Willard and Dibs.
I love the Wi-Fi cell.
Wi-Fi. So listen, here, like within the next 5 minutes, stay right where you are. The keyword is coming within the next 5 minutes. Pods on 95.7 The Game. Greg Cosell joins us in about 40 minutes. And we were talking out Juwan Jennings and the situation surrounding him, and wide receiver news broke right as we were having the conversation. Demarcus Robinson, it's official. It's a 3-game suspension, so he's out the first 3 games of the year. Jacob Cowing missed practice today. We know that Jordan Watkins is out. Obviously, there's Brandon Ayuk. You're staring right down the barrel of a wide receiver core week 1 that's Ricky Pearsall, and then throw-ins, Russell Gage and Robbie Chosen and people like that, and the Niners are reported to be a team that is scouring the wide receiver trade market. The longer we go, the more I feel this is not about an injury, but it is about cash, and we're having a discussion over whether or not Juwan should kind of have a right to do that. Yes, he signed a contract, but this is, in my opinion, these are NFL non-guaranteed deals, and so when you're in a leveraged position, you've got to at least attempt to push that button. Not saying it's going to work, not saying the Niners will blink, but this is one of those situations where I sort of get both positions. I get why Juwan's doing this. I don't hold it against him. I get why the 49ers are hesitant to do anything. They also, I know they're looking forward to their cap situation. They also don't want to be that team where every time someone has a good year and says, okay, more money, and then they go, okay, oh, okay, Christian.
Right.
Okay, Trent. Okay, Juwan. Like they don't want to do that. And so I get that might be one of their concerns too.
Certainly. And if I'm in that locker room and I know that Demarcus Robinson now has been suspended for 3 games pending appeal, I don't know when the appeal would be heard and whether or not that could be pushed out. But if you are on the Niners and you're thinking about your offense right now, and the guy who had the best year among receivers last year, he is either holding out or injured or both because he wants more money, and you got to be a little bit frustrated. It's almost like deja vu because last year got derailed for a number of reasons, but part of it was off-season contract stuff, and now you've got a guy who is not necessarily happy with his contract in a spot where you desperately need him.
Jason in San Jose wants to weigh in. Hi, Jason. Thanks for the call.
Hey guys, thanks for having me on. Love the show.
Thanks.
This isn't a dig at Juwan himself, but this is really more about. I've called you guys in the past and talked about these contracts across the sports: basketball, baseball, football, and this is what I want to ask. I want to ask both you guys a couple of questions. How many years did you have to work before you made your first $8 million? How many years did you have to add up of going to work every day to make $8 million?
I mean, we could answer that. I would
still
have to
trying to get there.
Yeah, I would have to pull
Are
out.
you still working on it?
Still working on it, there, kid.
Probably, but Jason,
Okay.
I know where you're going with this, and it's like, why would that's not that he's an NFL player and he's a really good one. Like that's what they make. You know what I mean? I don't want to hold that against them.
Mark, and I hear you. You guys are always talking about you've got no problem with them grabbing the bag when they earn it, and I get that. But this is my point. You're talking about a guy that accepted a deal. He took a check, and again, this isn't him. This is all of them that do this. He accepted a deal and he cashed that check for almost $8.5 million.
Right.
You can live on the interest alone without ever touching that principal fatter than I ever lived my life. Just on the interest alone. So like, when is the bag big enough?
I don't agree with
that. Hey, this is what I agreed to.
Jason,
this is what I agreed to,
Jason,
and I'm going to do what I agreed to.
You can't live your entire life on interest on $8 million. Like this is why I'll never do a comp over what they're doing and what we're doing. their career is over when they cross 30 years old. And that money does, in many cases, have to last for a lifetime. Like, I'm not going to come down a guy's road for trying to make much, much more, especially, and does ego come into this? You're damn right it does. Like, how would you feel at your job, Jason, if you felt like you were the best on your team at what you do? Or even if you just thought you were the second best, and everybody around you is making 4 times what you're making. You're just going to be like, and I'm cool with it. Like, you wouldn't be, Jason. We got to put ourselves in their shoes.
When this contract is over, you can demand 4 times what you just got.
If this contract ends and his legs are still attached to his body, Jason.
Well, he's allowed to go work in another field. It's not like his professional career is over.
Come on.
The guy's making $8 million. He can go out and be a school teacher if you want that job security.
This just reeks of jealousy.
It's not jealousy. It reeks of a guy who signs a contract, honoring his contract. That's what Jason's saying, and I am in large part in agreement with him.
But the other side of the contract does not need to honor it.
The other side of the contract was, we gave you guaranteed money, a signing bonus. That's what they gave you.
We can cut you tomorrow.
Right, but they already gave him $8 million.
Great.
So that's what they gave him. They agreed to give him that, and the contract, much like 95% of us, your contract is not guaranteed. So you can have a contract, but
guaranteed.
Your company can cut you tomorrow. And that's the way that goes.
Not all of them. You keep making it sound like our contracts in radio are the same.
My wife is a teacher, and it's almost impossible to remove a teacher. She has no contract, but she has tenure, so everything's different.
We're talking Jawan Jennings on 95.7 The Game, and it's presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Greg Cosell in a half hour. We'll keep talking this out. And, oh, by the way, with the Golden State Warriors, was it a report or was it not a report? That is coming up a little bit later on in the show as well. Oh, no, I promised the keyword. And I don't want to do that. We'll play it out a little further, but the keyword is draft. Text draft to 20357. Boy, Steiny would have had my
Steiny would be so mad.
The keyword is draft, but more on that. Draft to 20357. More on that in a second on Willard Dibs.
He sees things others don't see.
Purdy just executes what he's asked to execute at a really high level.
He spends hours and hours in the film room to find the nuggets.
He has way better mobility than people might think, and we've seen that a number of times, but he just knows how to play the position innately.
He's Greg Cosell from NFL Films, and he's on every Wednesday with Willard and Dibs.
Greg freaking Cosell right there.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
If you've started thinking about what to wear this fall, your timing is perfect because Macy's Fall Preview event has early deals on looks everyone will be wearing. Romantic dresses from BCBG and Avec Les Filles, Western-inspired boots and bags from Steve Madden, all 25% off. Plus, take 15 to 25% off fall beauty from Yves Saint Laurent, Estee Lauder, and Clinique. Don't wait. This fall preview won't be around for long, so come into Macy's tomorrow. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob!
Famous Footwear has the latest styles from all my favorite brands like Nike, Adidas, Crocs, Converse, New Balance, Birkenstock, and more. And with over 830 stores, Famous Footwear is always nearby with fit experts to make sure my new shoes fit my feet and mom's budget. She says the prices are like really good, so you don't have to overspend to make it famous. Right now, buy one pair of shoes, get one half off at your local Famous Footwear store. Some exclusions apply.
Be sure to tune in to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, following every Golden State Valkyries game, when Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky name the strongest player of the game from the night before. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
O'Reilly!
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Pozemski.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay. Let me say all of this, and then we can go back to what we're doing. Plus, I just saw something on TV that might have been one of the sweetest things I've ever seen in my life.
All right.
And I want to tell everybody about it because everybody needs a palate cleanser sometimes.
Yeah.
But
especially after that Jawan fight.
Oh,
you were wrong.
It ain't over.
It's my Steiny. You were wrong.
You want a little tease on that? Thank you to everyone who just did the math on interest on $8 million as if Jawan, when he got $8 million, just got $8 million. There was no taxes. There was no agent fee. There were no expenses.
Right. Drew Rosenhaus.
He has absolutely he doesn't buy food. He doesn't have a house. $8 million, just like all of your paychecks, right? They all go directly without taxes into your account. You don't need to use them for anything. They're just there straight into savings so that you can just reap the benefits, all of the interest, because all of you have 5% on your savings accounts in 2025. All of that is just flowing into your... What are you talking about? That's not life. Well, that's not how it works.
You get a CD at Fremont Bank, and you get 4.5%. And when you're 29, you can get another job.
Yeah, yes, you can.
But do the damn contest.
Is that really what we're doing? We want Jawan to get a different job. We want him to sell cars or something.
I'll see him in the aisles, which is a union job, and he can make $28 an hour fetching carts.
The man has a specialized skill. Stop with all of the comps to our jobs.
Then do your skill. Your specialized skill is not having Drew Rosenhaus fight your battles.
Well, actually, it is.
Whatever.
Okay. 95.7 The Game and Splash at Thrive City are giving you, all of you lovely listeners, the chance to host your fantasy draft party in a private room for you and up to 14 of your friends. Plus, it's not just you and the room. The room is filled with food and a dedicated server and Wi-Fi and Willard and Dibs. Willards and Dibs.
That's right.
Oh, I'm bringing her.
Couple of Willards.
This is all next Tuesday. And the keyword of the day is draft. So text the word draft to 20357. You're automatically entered in the contest, and we're doing this every day this week. So there are 3 keywords that have been unveiled, 2 more to come. You can text in once per day. Texting more than once a day does nothing, so just do it once and trust that we've got you. Text draft to 20357. Good luck. Thank you to Splash at Thrive City for this incredible prize and experience. We can't wait. We'll do our show out there next Tuesday. And one of you and all of your friends, we will get to meet. And we really look forward to that. And yes, Willie and Dibby get to eat off of that food that's there for you.
That's just the way that goes.
I'm going to eat some of that.
No doubt.
I'm going to eat it.
If there's food, you're going to eat it.
Yeah. Don't worry. They'll make sure there's enough for everyone. But me and Dibby are part of everyone.
Of all the sustenances in the world, you would probably, if you had to do a draft, with the first pick, you would take food over air. If you didn't have to have air to breathe, if you could just breathe without air.
Well, you need food too.
Right, but you would rather eat food. Like I said yesterday, if I could just give you a tiny capsule and that would be your food for the day and you'd have all the nutrition and you'd have all of the food you would need.
That's going to be a no from me, dog.
Similarly, if I gave you a capsule right when you woke up that would give you all of the oxygen and the breathing you needed, you wouldn't have to worry about breathing.
I would do that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't give up food.
No.
So that's my point. Food would be your number one pick off the board.
Have you ever had a nacho from Splash at Thrive City?
Delicious.
I'm not giving up the experience of that going down. I'm not giving that up.
You're yelling timber. It's going down.
It's going down.
You're gathering nacho cheese somehow?
They played that song at my good buddy's his daughter's bat mitzvah was last weekend.
Kesha. It's going down. I'm gathering timber.
You want to see a bunch of 50-year-olds act 11. Just play it. It was ridiculous. We were all wearing pink. She wanted us to wear pink, and then we did what we do, which is just completely take the direction and go, oh, you want us to wear pink?
Oh, you want pink?
Oh, watch this.
Like pink on pink on pink?
Everywhere pink. Coordinated Amazon purchases of pink, Oh, God,
Pink.
look at those 5 guys who just walked into the room. You can't miss them. Hey, guys, are you sort of potentially taking attention away from the guest of honor? Yeah, maybe. Willing to risk it. Out of control. Pink. Yeah, it's going down.
And when they played Pink, and you're out there in your pink, I'm sure the 5 of you were way off the reservation.
We were...
they sell booze at these mitzvahs?
Noticeable. No, they don't sell them. They just give it to you.
I gotcha.
Yeah, they just hand it to you.
All right.
They gave they had a drink called the Late Bloomer, and I was like, it sounds like I'm in. What do we get? It was basically an old-fashioned with a splash of something else.
We call it the Mike Yastrzemski. Yeah. We call it the Yaz, the Late Bloomer.
Yeah, by the 6th one, I was like, hey, give me another Yaz. I didn't have 6.
Of course.
But I had more than one. Anyway.
Draft is the code word.
To 203-57. 888-957-9570. Before we start arguing again about Yuan, can I just... the Little League World Series is on.
Yep, it's an elimination sensation.
Right, and they're in the bottom of the 5th inning. Okay?
Japan against Aruba.
Cha-ching! Once made famous by the Beach Boys. It's the first nation that comes up in that Kokomo song. Kokomo, a fake location. Aruba.
It's a city.
I know, but that's not what he's talking about. It's a
Most
city.
Likely. I don't know if you go
Honey,
from
do you want to go to
the
Aruba
middle of Indiana.
Right. They're the same.
Right.
Anyway, this kid from Aruba, which also, by the way, is what Harry Carey called Hideki Arabu.
Wow.
He did. Don't you remember that? It's
Here's
Aruba. He couldn't say Arabu. I don't know why. Anyway, point is, there's a kid on Aruba, comes up in the bottom of the 5th. The bottom of the 5th is late. That's like, right? This is only 6 innings. And the score is tied, 0-0. Runner at first, couple outs. Big kid, strapping youngster. Swinging a drive. It is out of here.
Adios, Aruba.
2 things happened that just warm your pneumococcals.
Thank you.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. First of all, clearly it's his dad in the stands, holding the phone up, filming the whole thing, weeping like a baby. Like, oh my God, how great is this? But you know what I caught? The kid his arms are up. You just said it. This is an elimination game.
Yep.
He is pumping his fist. He's rounding first. He is gyrating. He's rounding second. And as he approaches third, the third baseman for Japan holds his hand up.
Yep.
And gives him a high five.
That's right.
I was like, yes. Yes, yes, yes. I want the Giants to do it. Matt Chapman needs to high five Tatis every time he homers as he's coming around third. I'm kidding, but at the Little League level,
right.
I was like, that's awesome. That is awesome. That's the way that kid reacted. You hated it, didn't you?
No.
Okay.
No.
You look like
I got something for you.
You look like you're boiling up and you're ready to burst.
Not boiling up, but who's to say the third baseman didn't have Aruba on the money line? Thank you. Cuckoosh. Swinging a drive. And the third baseman's
I read the third baseman's lips. He's like, I had your over on Prize Picks. That's what he said as the kid rounded third.
He said, I'm the nephew of Ippei Mizuhara. We banged Aruba to the over.
Oh, my God.
Feel free to hit another one.
There's 2 outs in the 6th, and Aruba is 1 out away from moving on. I thought that was a really warm moment.
It's awesome. And
it's great.
I'm obviously making light of the controversy about gambling, but if you watch a lot of the Little League World Series, there's a lot of that goes on. Pitcher hits batter, and pitcher goes to first and shakes the batter's hand.
For sure. For sure.
Guy hits a home run, and maybe not the pitcher's like, hey, good hit, but somebody on the team's like, yeah, that's awesome. The thing about this tournament, not to get too deep in the weeds, but they all stay in 2 dormitories, so by the time you get to this point, which is now week 2, you've gotten to know each other pretty well.
They've all been at the hotel bar together a few times.
Exactly. Yeah. I saw you with my wife last night. That's cool. We're all family. No, but they play like table tennis and foosball.
You know how these club tournaments go.
Dude, no doubt.
The hotel bar is on one at night, dude.
You get to like day
9:30?
Yeah.
Come on.
Mi casa es su casa. We're all friends here.
Exactly.
But they do get to know each other. But, yeah, that was a warm moment. It was great.
Oh, God.
I could use a couple more runs myself, but don't let that bother you.
All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, HD1, San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And also, by the way, it is, ladies and gentlemen, it is National Radio Day. And so starting at the crossover, we had some fun with this, and maybe a little bit later on, some more stories for you. And yes, it was. I wouldn't know you if not for radio, and you wouldn't know me. And that was fun, kind of going down memory lane earlier. Maybe we'll do it again a little bit later on in the show. But Jim in Oakland wants to weigh in on the Juwan Jennings situation. Hi, Jim. What are you doing? Thanks for calling.
Hey, fellas, how you doing? I'm just driving home from work, and I never thought I'd say this, but I had to call in and agree with you, Mr. Willard. 110%. Yes, indeed. You're 100% on point with the fact that you need to realize that you're going to get your ass cut after you sign a contract if you get hurt, number one. Number two, everybody's got to get over the fact that these NFL players make what they make. And if you want to look at a relative comp that would actually kind of put things in perspective, think of Brandon Ayuk. If he listened to all you guys, reported, blew out his knee last year, where do you think he would be this year trying to get a contract? That's it.
It's a great point. Yeah, Jim, thanks. And I hate to sort of like jump in that boat because I have all kinds of opinions about the Ayuk situation and
you
how
hated it.
Well, the Niners misplayed it. Yeah, they absolutely misplayed the whole thing, and I hate the way that all went down. But it is a wonderful, wonderful comp. Do you remember how many people called this radio station and said, "Damn it, Brandon, why don't you just play on the final year of your deal? Why don't you bet on yourself?" How many of you Kaminga followers right now are doing that? Just bet on yourself, dude. It's going to work out. And what would Brandon have made this offseason if he had gone out there and leg explodes week 6? He would have lost, millions upon millions upon millions of dollars. Now, I know that's not a perfect comp because we're talking about someone who has already re-signed a contract in Juwan Jennings.
There it is.
As opposed to Brandon Ayuk. But no, that doesn't really change the fact that when you're in the NFL, your contracts are not guaranteed. You can be cut, and you're coming up on the final year of your deal. This is not an unprecedented thing. We're acting like...
Of course it's not unprecedented.
This is all over the league right now.
Yeah.
Is Trey Hendrickson
exactly.
Is he supposed to show up? Hey, you signed a deal, dude. You signed a deal. So let's go. Get your butt into camp.
Yeah.
Start banging helmets. Let's go. Is he supposed to?
Have to. It's not about supposed to, and it's not about what you are contractually obligated to do. And, Juwan Jennings is injured. He's got a calf that is that's what they're telling us. Kyle Shanahan has said
in a week.
Shanahan has said that he saw it and he saw the calf, and so he said that based on the imaging, however long ago that was, that there was an injury. And you're right. Brandon Ayuk, Juwan Jennings, Trey Hendrickson, none of these guys, quote unquote, has to show up. Just because you're under contract and just because you've already been paid out some $6 million in a signing bonus, when you got that $6 million signing bonus, you were all happy to sign that and show up and get your money, and that's great. And then you had a wonderful year that was circumstantial, and the circumstances were you threw it more than normal. You didn't have other receivers who were good. You put up good numbers, and your team wasn't very good. So now, after that, now I want to get more money because I had a good year. So you're allowed to go there and do it, and the team's allowed to say, no, you signed a contract. We gave you $6 million in a signing bonus, so now you're going to come back to us? I'm not denying him his right to do whatever he wants, and you have a contract, so do I. I can decide tomorrow I'm off tomorrow, but Monday I can decide, you know what? I'm not happy with my contract. I'm not coming back until they do right by me.
Well, that's not gonna
and
go
this
well
company
for you,
can say, "Oh, okay."
No, I know.
Turns out Mark Grandy's really good.
I know you're explaining what each side has a right to do. I guess that, like, I understand that. I'm just saying that I hear a lot of people criticizing Juwan for this, and I don't think it's fair. This is it is an odd dynamic that exists in sports media, and sports fandom, which is that we get mad at the player when these disagreements happen, but we never get mad at the owner. And then we'll say things about the player like $8 million is not enough for you.
What's to get mad at the owner right now in this situation?
Okay, well, it's not just this situation. We're bringing up Trey Hendrickson, Micah Parsons, for example. What's to get mad at the owner for? You are not taking care of players who have played well for you and deserve something. Now, if you don't think that applies to Juwan, that's fine. I'm not saying you have a crazy opinion, but Juwan is not the one or the only one who deserves to be criticized here. So many of you are lined up to say you signed a deal, now be there, and none of you are there to say that when a player who's got Brian Robinson's back right now? He's got a contract, right? But the Commanders are going to cut him. Why is that okay? Why is that okay? And it's not okay for the player to say, listen, I think that this deal is a little out of alignment right now, and I'd like it to be reviewed. That's really all he's saying. So if you don't agree and you don't think the Niners should do anything, good on you. That's cool, but I don't think Juwan's done anything that deserves criticism. I really don't. I don't know if it's necessarily criticism, but if I'm the 49ers, you're not Trey Hendrickson, you're not Micah Parsons, you're not Brandon Ayuk, you're not Nick Bosa, you're Juwan Jennings. You had a good year. You had a good year for a bad team. Had more than a good year.
Well, you can use whatever word you want.
He's been a very good player.
He's been good.
Yes.
He's been a good player.
7th round draft pick.
Doesn't matter where you were drafted.
No, it doesn't.
That ship has sailed.
But he's a very good player.
He's a good player.
Who proved last year that he's better than we thought he was.
Okay, great. So when your contract is up and you have that year in a contract year, we will reward you, or you can go out there in the open market. Just because you had a good year on a bad team, we went 6-11 with your good year. Does that mean we got to give you $17 million a year?
It does not, but I think you're dismissing the physicality of this sport.
I'm not at all.
Well, yeah, you are, because people are saying, like, you're not a free agent. So you have to wait till you're a free agent. Well, you know what? One of my feet might be turned the other way by then. So I got to ask now. Like that, I think that's totally fair. And none of us can walk in those shoes. You've talked to these people. I've talked to these people. We've hosted with these people. Call Lowe and ask what he thinks. This is freaking unbelievably excruciating pain. Every week, every year. They dread showing up to camp because they know how much it hurts. And I'm not playing a violin for them. They signed up for it. But the nature of the physicality of the sport is why owners are allowed to cut you before your deal's up, because no one wants to guarantee 5 years like they do in the NBA or MLB, because they know damn well there's a high likelihood you ain't going to make it to the end of that.
Exactly.
So it's got to go the other way then, too. You cannot tell someone you signed your deal even though it's out of whack. You have to show up and put your body through that again. Sorry, too bad. Tough nuts. Like that's a
he doesn't have to show up and do that.
Well, but then he doesn't get any money at all.
Well, there you go. So what do you want, Juwan?
I want a middle ground.
Right. Well, the middle ground
I just want Juwan to not be criticized. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know if it's criticism, and I'm not necessarily criticizing him. I'm just saying that when you sign a contract and you agree to a 2-year deal and you get a boatload of money up front in a signing bonus, we have to also remember that the team broke you off a nice, handsome signing bonus for you to be here for 2 years. And year one, yeah, you were well beyond what your annual salary was. So good for both of us. Good for you, because you're 1 year away from being a free agent. And if you do it again, then you're going to get the massive money you want. And in the meantime, we get, well, I mean, what are you supposed to do about Brock Purdy? And I know contractually you couldn't give him money before the time that you did, but Brian Robinson's an interesting one where...
I mean, meet in the middle is all I'm saying. Like, if you keep bringing up this, like, because he probably would. If you were on the open market right now, he might command $15 to $17 million. I don't think the Niners can or should do that. But, like, is there something? Can you, hey, how you doing, dude? Like, great year?
Right.
Like,
so
is
then
there
the next
something?
guy who has a good year, then it's like, hey, you did it for all these other guys. Can you do it for me?
And they all do that. There's no NFL
and the Niners
player.
don't always give them the money, which is why Mooney Ward is gone.
Like, this is such an under-the-covers thing because no one even really remembers it. Do you remember when Raheem Mostert did this? And Raheem Mostert is not as good as Jawan Jennings, but they used him a lot, and he had a massive game in the NFC title game, and he came back, and I think he was making about $1.5 million. And they were like, dude, Raheem Mostert is requesting a trade. And it was on Twitter, and people were laughing at the agent. They're like, Raheem Mostert is requesting a trade? Fine, we'll use Jeff Wilson. Whatever, dude. Matt Breed is here. What are you talking about? But you know what the Niners did? Something. They didn't do nothing. And I don't even know exactly what the number was. They guaranteed something. They lopped another $1 million on there or something. Just let, like reward the guy. And again, I'm not saying the Niners are doing anything wrong. I've said a number of times in this conversation, I see both sides. I just do not like the concept of fans lining up to be like, I hate it when guys won't honor their contract, when nobody ever says boo when the owners don't honor the contract. They don't.
Well, they don't have to.
Right.
And that's the nature of the Players Association and the league, and that's where the players kind of screwed up to where they don't have the leverage. And in football, you're not going to have the leverage. And if you want to go across the league and talk about how many players can actually hold their team's feet to the fire, the number is about, percentage-wise, about 2%.
A lot of guys
or
do
3%.
Did Ayuk not do it?
Right. And I don't know if he actually was that player, but he got the Niners to blink. He got the Niners to blink. They overpaid him. He got hurt. They dealt Debo. And now where are we? Niners?
Yeah.
You screwed it up.
Well, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And I think that's the point. Like,
and the Brian Robinson one's a great case because he is set to make about $3 million this year. And they have a guy that they drafted, and they have Austin Eckler on the team. And so, like, whatever, B-Rob, go ahead and fold your arms and pout in the corner, and we're going to be all right.
No, I think they think someone else is better. That's kind of the point. So they're like, let's get rid of him now before he asks for a raise in a year. I get it, but he's got a contract, and Washington is about to tear it in half. So we're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. This Labor Day weekend, be road trip ready with Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No appointment needed. Stay in your car while they change your oil and check your tires, battery, and fluids before you head down the coast or over the Golden Gate. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com. Okay, 888-957-9570. We will keep taking calls. It is National Radio Day. We'll have some fun. But coming up next, boy, isn't this the key question that I think should be asked right now? How important is Jawan Jennings to what the 49ers do? Let's ask Greg Cosell. NFL Films. The Czar is next on Willie and Dibby.
Your dream kitchen starts at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. For a limited time, enjoy up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager at Stevens Creek Subaru. The Bay Area has much to offer, with some of the best natural landscape, cuisine, and entertainment in the world. Stevens Creek Subaru also has much to offer, like our good prices, great selection, truly exceptional service, and the Subaru A Lot to Love event going on now. If you're considering a new or pre-owned Subaru, parts or service for your Subaru, or want to visit the Subaristas at our Wilderness Cafe, Stevens Creek Subaru is your destination for all things Subaru.
This month, lease a 2025 Crosstrek 2.0i for just $269 per month for 36 months on approved credit, plus tax, license, and registration fees. No security deposit needed. $24.95 due at signing. Includes a $650 acquisition fee and an $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Must take delivery from retailer stock by 8/31/24. MSRP $27,816. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year. Offer expires end of month. VIN JF2GU ABC7SH27575. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
Visit us on Stevens Creek in San Jose, right next to Santana Row, or StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
If you've started thinking about what to wear this fall, your timing is perfect because Macy's Fall Preview event has early deals on looks everyone will be wearing. Romantic dresses from BCBG and Avec Les Filles. Western-inspired boots and bags from Steve Madden, all 25% off. Plus, take 15 to 25% off fall beauty from Yves Saint Laurent, Estee Lauder, and Clinique. Don't wait. This fall preview won't be around for long, so come into Macy's tomorrow. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Well, we did it, y'all. We finally got the McDonald's snack wrap back on the menu. We broke the internet with our pleas, and now this iconic snack has returned for just $2.99. No, you're not imagining this. I'll repeat, the snack wrap is back at McDonald's for $2.99. Enjoy the taste of victory while you sink your teeth in the crispy chicken wrapped in a soft tortilla, because you deserve it. We fought. McDonald's listened. Now, it's our move. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our Labor Day sale's on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 2 years, and we pay your sales tax. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Granger who does the same. Granger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
San Francisco, San Jose, both warmer and sunny tomorrow.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's a big moment.
Huge.
It's a really big moment.
Why do I get nervous every time?
Because you get smashed.
Untrue.
You got PTSD over there.
I thought we went toe-to-toe quite nicely last year.
You didn't take all L's, just most of them.
I feel like I got a couple W's.
That's what I said.
A couple TKOs, though.
I'm so excited that we get to do this again next year.
Yeah, me
or
too.
This year, I should say. And what we're all talking about here on Willard and Dibs is during the football season, talking to our guy. He is the man in charge over there at NFL Films and has been for years, and nobody breaks down tape any better, and that is the great, on the River Islands guest line, Greg Cosell, back for another season. Greg, how you been?
Did you guys miss me?
So much.
Terribly.
Well, that's good to hear, So I'm back. We'll do this every week.
You're back. What do you do in the off season? Do you still break down tape?
Of course. I've probably seen about 90 to 100 guys already who'll be in next year's draft. And then I started going back and watching NFL tape from last year about 3 weeks ago because I can do it differently in the off season. I don't have the deadlines that I do during the weeks of an NFL season. So, I do this all year round. I pretty much watch tape every day.
When you look at the Niners tape from last year, is it a tragicomedy or a horror film?
It's you guys.
Welcome back, Greg.
It's funny. I watched a lot of Brock Purdy. I've actually mostly focused on Purdy. I did because I knew he'd be a big story, because of the contract situation. I did watch all of Jauan Jennings' targets, but that's what I mostly watched from last year. Plus, I rewatched some specific sides of a ball. Like I watched, I'm trying to remember now. Let's see. I watched the 49ers offense versus the Seahawks defense from week 11 because they opened the season against the Seahawks. So I also watched them against the Rams because I think they play them early in the season as well. So, I go back and do those things because then I see it with a different eye when I watch it, 6, 7, 8 months later.
Greg, I'm so glad that you looked at all of Jauan Jennings' targets because, as you're probably aware, he has not performed at all in this training camp. And there is a debate or some curiosity in terms of how much this is about a nagging calf injury and how much this is about a contract rework that he would like. And we still don't really have the answer to that question. But as we get closer to the season, I think this might be more about cash. And so it begs the question, how vital is he to what they do?
Well, he is vital to what they do, but what it begs the question, and you're seeing it, for instance, in Washington with Terry McLaurin, who's obviously got a bigger track record than Jennings, but the question is, how important is a receiver to his team versus where does he stand in the group of receivers in the league? Jennings, to me, is very important to the Niners, but I don't think anybody's going to say that he's a top 5 receiver in the league. When I watched all his targets, and I took a lot of notes, obviously. I didn't know that, I was going to be doing you guys, so, my notes were not about that. But I have a lot of notes on him. And, I ended up by saying a couple of things. It's the perfect mix of receiver traits and pass game scheme. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. There's a lot of reduced splits in the 49ers offense where the receivers line up closer to the formation. They're not split wide. So he worked from the slot quite a bit. He had 114 targets. 53 of those came from the slot. So that's almost half came from the slot. So he had a lot of what we call free access where he was not pressed. Now, he works between the numbers, which is the foundation of the 49ers pass game, extremely well. He's got size, he's got physicality, he's got competitive toughness. He's physical as a route runner. He can work through contact when necessary. He gets hard yards, run after catch. He's a good receiver. And I don't know what he's asking for. I don't follow those kinds of things closely, guys. But, you're not going to say he's in the category of Jefferson or Chase or Brown or CeeDee Lamb or, you're not going to say he's that guy. But to the Niners, he's very, very important. So I don't know what that means when it comes to salary.
Does he remain as important without Debo, where now he either has to be the boundary X or he has to play the Z, and he'll have fewer snaps in the slot position?
Well, the question is, can he be a boundary X? Because one thing you did not see much of on his tape a year ago was him working one-on-one on the outside versus press man. So can he expand his game to be that guy? And I think there'd be a question about that, a legitimate football question. I'm not sure we know the answer to that. But, if you're going to pay a receiver big money, then you expect him to be able to line up at boundary X. And I'll give you an example of that. I had a great conversation with Steve Spagnuolo this summer. I've known Steve for years, and he was talking about the Eagles, who they obviously lost to in the Super Bowl, and he said that A.J. Brown might be the most important player on their offense because he can line up at boundary X and win one-on-one against anybody. So those receivers, there's not a ton of those guys. So whether Jennings can be that guy, that would remain to be seen. And normally, there's few exceptions. There's always exceptions to every rule. But normally, you're not paying a receiver, in your mind, a team's mind, that kind of money, that big money, unless he can fill that role.
Yeah, and so then the next question might be, for example, can Ricky Pearsall fill that role? Would love to know what you think about what you're seeing so far from him in this preseason.
Well, I like Ricky Pearsall. You guys know that, and I think that he's a good receiver as well. I'm not sure either one is a true boundary X, the single receiver to the short side of the field that can line up and, consistently win one-on-one against the higher quality corners in the league. But the other thing to keep in mind is we know that Kyle Shanahan's offense is versatile in terms of formations and motions. And, I don't know exactly how Kyle thinks about all this, but, my guess is that he may not see that true boundary X as important as some other teams do, just because of all that formation variation and the shifts and the motions, because they're among the league leaders in terms of percentage of plays that have shifts and motions. So, I don't think either one would, Jennings or Pearsall, would be ultimately considered, a true boundary X. So, we'll see. Look, I doubt Jennings is going to sit out the season, so at some point he's going to be there. The question is he going to be ready to play week 1?
Well, and then all that said, and how it might not be as important in a Kyle Shanahan offense, what if we asked it a different way? Like, do you think that Ricky Pearsall in this offense has the goods to kind of put up what their wide receiver 1 usually does?
Yeah, I think he does. And see, that's the thing. We live in a league now, and again, people can say, well, a year ago, there was a lot more running in the league, and we don't know where that's going. It's tough to predict the future. But, you live primarily in a league where passing is important, so there's a lot of receivers who make a lot of catches and put up yards. That doesn't mean they're big-time number ones, because that's the nature of the game. Is guys catch a lot of balls, so we'll see. But I think that Pearsall can be a guy that is a volume target, if that's what you're asking me. Again, that doesn't make him Justin Jefferson, but I think in the context of the offense, can he be a volume target? Probably so.
Yeah, and the team that runs almost more 21 personnel, 2 running backs, 1 tight end than anyone in football. So your need for 3 receivers is somewhat diminished. I want to ask you, Greg, about the defensive line, and in particular, a couple of the rookies, and what you saw on tape last year from the Niner run defense that led them to be so soft against the run, especially in those A and B gaps.
Well, that's why they drafted who they drafted. I think they told us how they felt about their run defense. I don't think we had a guess about that. So obviously they drafted Collins in the 2nd round from Texas, who's kind of a physical freak. But I've watched all his snaps in the preseason, and I think he's got some work to do in terms of his hand usage, in terms of how to play off blocks. He struggled at times with double teams, which did not surprise me. See, I think people, number one, need to understand that with few exceptions, this stuff doesn't happen overnight. There's a learning process. College football, well, I don't care if it's the SEC, it's still college football. It's different in the NFL. But I think he's a guy that has traits, a ton of traits. I mean, he's 6'6", he's 330. If I remember correctly from doing my draft work, I think his arms are over 35 inches. So there's a lot there to like. And he showed some flashes in I think he played 44 snaps through the first 2 games. I've seen them all. And then they drafted C.J. West, I believe, was that 4th round? He's another, and he's another guy. He's a different kind of player. But I think down the road, he does have the ability to develop into a 3 technique, meaning that he's a penetrating type player. He's got some good quickness to him. I think that he's got the athleticism in his body to do that. But this takes time. So we'll see how it all plays out. But obviously, they believe that they did not stop the run, which they didn't very well a year ago. And, sometimes they're a 4-down defensive line. They're not a defensive line that does a ton of different alignments. I mean, obviously, there's always tweaks, and that depends on opponent as well. And every defensive line coach and D coordinator does have some different looks. But for the most part, they're a 4-down D line in normal down and distance situations. And, guys sometimes have to get off blocks. That's the nature of the position. they've got to learn how to do that in the NFL. C.J. West came from Indiana, but he played at Kent State before that. So, this is a step up, and, it'll probably take a little time.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films, with us, as he will be every week throughout the NFL season here on Willard and Dibs. While you're talking about those two guys, I think that we hear a lot along those same lines, where Alfred Collins, higher draft pick, but maybe might take a little bit more time. Do you see it that way? Like, will C.J. West maybe contribute? Is he ready to contribute earlier?
It's possible, and I'll tell you why. Normally tall guys, and I think Collins has to fight this. A lot of tall defensive tackles do. The tendency to play too upright off the snap, because what that does is it negatively impacts both your short stroke strength and your initial quickness. And you really have to fight that when you're 6'5", 6'6", as a defensive tackle. And sometimes that can be hard to deal with. And that's something that he'll have to. I'm sure they're working with him on it, because as soon as you stand up straight, it doesn't matter how strong you are, how powerful you are, you're going to get moved.
How were DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead thus able to be as productive as they've been, being 6'6" and 6'7", respectively?
Well, Buckner is a little bit of a freak. I mean, he's we know he's been a great player. He's a little different in that regard. Armstead, I think on occasion has that problem, but not enough where it derailed his career. Big guys do have a tendency to do that. Sometimes it's hard, not to do that just because of your size and length. But Buckner, he's just, he's had a great career. I mean, he's probably not going to be a Hall of Famer, but he certainly had a great career. And Armstead has had a really solid career as well. So, some guys can do it better than others, but tall guys do have that tendency.
Greg, while we're on the 49er defense, going from Nick Sorensen to Robert Saleh, how do you see that as changing the 49er defense this year?
That's hard to know right now, because Robert Saleh's been in the league now a bit. I'm sure he's made adjustments. Look, he made adjustments when he was the 49er D coordinator previously, because don't forget, he came from the Seattle background with cover 3, and then he started playing a lot more too high. So he made adjustments when he was previously the coordinator because the league demanded it. So that's a hard question to answer. The preseason games don't tell you much about that, simply because they're not game planning. They're not even playing necessarily their starters. Although I got to tell you, the kid Siegel, I really liked his college tape. He was one of my guys that I really, really liked on his tape, and I'm curious to see how it plays out when the season starts. But that's hard to know right now. What the difference. There's still going to be a 4 down front. There'll still be a base 4-3 when they play base defense. There'll still be a 4-2-5 nickel. I don't know how much dime they'll play. My guess is not a ton. So I think in terms of personnel, they won't change dramatically. The question is from a coverage standpoint, and then you get into the blitz percentage. And I don't think we know the answer to that right now.
Yeah, it was pretty low last year, and one of the fewest blitzing teams in football. I'm curious about your thoughts on Siegel a little bit more, because the Niners safeties of late have been downhill, hard-hitting, run stoppers. Are these attributes that Siegel brings with him from college?
Well, he can play both on the back end and he can play in the box. He played some slot in college. He's a versatile player, and that's the way he was deployed in college. So, I found him to be a really intriguing player. It's funny, guys like that always get lost in the draft because their physical and athletic traits are not quote unquote special. He's not an explosive athlete. I can't even remember what round he was drafted in.
In the 5th, yeah.
In the 5th, okay. But I really liked his tape. I liked the way he played. I thought he showed up on tape all the time. And as I said, he played multiple spots in the context of, was it Kansas State? I'm trying to remember. Was he Kansas State?
Yes.
I watched so many guys. I forgot where he went to college, but I remember liking him a lot, and I thought he could be a really good pro. See, very often with defensive players, and I learned this really early on when I started out watching college players, and this goes back years and years and years. I used to think in terms of, well, he's either great or he can't play, and it took me a while to learn that a lot of guys play defense, play on the defensive side of the ball in the league. Not everybody's an all-star, not everybody's an all-pro. So what you do is you try to find out what guys do well, and then you put them in those positions. That's how you deploy them within the context of your defense. And he's a guy that does a lot of things well. You wouldn't say he's a star, like, oh my God, look at this guy on tape, he just blows you away. But he's versatile positionally and does a lot of things well.
Greg Cosell with us, NFL Films, here on 95.7 The Game. Greg, what have you seen from D. Winters so far in his career, and how do you feel about his opportunity to kind of take over the Dre Greenlaw role next to Fred Warner?
Well, I thought he played well last year down the stretch. I mean, I thought he showed up on tape. I think he's a good athlete. I think he moves well. I think he's theoretically kind of a similar player in the fact that, not overly big, but more athletic than powerful. So in some ways, you have the same kind of player. Now, again, much of this depends on how Robert Saleh, who's probably going to do some different things than Nick Sorensen, how he's going to put all this together. I can tell you right now, guys, and I know fans, for the most part, only get to see the games on TV. The games are the least important part of training camp. The least important part. I've been fortunate in my career to be able to go to a lot of training camps and have a lot of access and see a lot of things. And I can tell you for a fact that the games are the least important part. So, I can't answer exactly what happens on a day-to-day basis. These guys get in at 6:30 in the morning. They have meetings. They practice. They have meetings. This is an all-day affair, and that's where really the work is done. The games are, especially when guys don't play that many snaps, the games are, like I said, the least important part of it.
You looked at the tape from Brock Purdy thoroughly last year.
Thoroughly, yeah.
Super thoroughly, actually. I didn't want to undersell just how thoroughly your deep dive was, but when you reflect on his year last year, what are some of the takeaways that you have in areas where he needs to be a little bit better to get back to where he was 2 years ago?
It's funny you say that. I during the season, I can't watch, 250 dropbacks in a row of a quarterback. I have to each week watch games, as many as I can. But in the off season, I can watch 250 dropbacks over a 2 or 3 day period. And I got to tell you, I came away thinking that Purdy's really good. Now, I thought there were times he left the pocket too soon, and I thought that was one of the things that at times, he struggled with last year. But overall, to me, as a post-snap operator, in other words, when the ball snapped and it's in his hands, I think he's an outstanding post-snap operator. He sees the field intuitively. I think he's an elite processor. I think he creates timing and anticipation throws based on his immediate understanding of what he sees, and that allows him to throw with precise timing. I came away after watching everything about him that he's a really, really good quarterback who truly understands how to play the position at the NFL level.
And you came away with that after watching the 6-11 season.
Yeah, because I'm not, there's a lot of reasons why teams win and lose games, guys. It's just everybody, that. Everybody thinks it's the quarterback or the coach is an idiot. You know how fans think about that stuff.
No, Greg, I kind of asked it that way because I want to hear you say it again so that it can marinate for a lot of our audience and even some of the national media personalities who are using that 6-11 to victory lap, that their points about Brock Purdy not being that good were right, even though they are categorically incorrect.
There's a lot of different elements to playing quarterback, okay? Some guys play quarterback, like I can tell you right now, here, I'll tell you this. I'm not going to tell you who told me, but a defensive coordinator in the league told me this, who's very highly respected. And he said, Patrick Mahomes is not a very good progression reader. Now, okay, that's a coordinator that's played against him. So people listening to that might go, you're crazy. It's Patrick Mahomes. People have different strengths. Is Brock Purdy going to do what Josh Allen can do? Is Brock Purdy going to put a team on his back and win a Super Bowl, quote unquote, by himself? Of course, no one does it by yourself, no matter who you are. But you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
Is he that kind of player? No. So some people might think then he's not in the top 5. That makes him in the top 10 or 12 or 15, whatever list they want to choose. But when it comes to the subtleties and the nuances and the understanding of how to play the position, Brock Purdy is high level. Does he have a rocket arm? No. Is he the most athletic quarterback in the league? No. But he understands intuitively and innately how to play the quarterback position. Look, you guys, I'm sure, have talked ad nauseum going back to last year and probably through the summer about why the Niners were 6-11. And there's many reasons for that. And it's not just Brock Purdy. In fact, he'd probably be one of the least important reasons.
It sounds like you've been listening to our show, Greg, and we appreciate that.
Well, I haven't been, guys. I'm sorry. I actually don't,
I mean, I
actually work, And, it's funny. I don't have a long ride to the office, and I'm just, this is not personal to you guys or anybody else, but, I don't really listen to people talking to me in my car. I listen to music.
Oh, what kind of music?
I'm a classic rocker.
Yeah,
okay. Give me 3 bands.
Well, Led Zeppelin's my favorite band of all time. I love Southern rock. Like, I love the Allmans, I love Skynyrd. But other, sort of blues rock bands, I was a big Deep Purple fan, Bad Company, that kind of stuff. I was a big Tull fan.
Nice.
Oh, man.
Little Tull.
Yeah.
Throw in some Tull and watch 250 snaps of Purdy.
The man loves Skynyrd and Purdy. I mean, Greg, that's how you get a weekly spot on this show.
I was a big Eagles fan, too, the band.
Not Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Greg, we'll be talking to you soon. Thank you.
Hey, I can check out anytime I want, but I can never leave.
There it is.
Yes.
Greg flipping Cosell for the win.
Greg, we'll do it again soon. We're already looking forward to it.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks.
There it is. Greg Cosell. And we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And,
post-snap operator. He's a smooth operator.
How y'all like them apples from a non-49er fan, objective, NFL films, tape diver? How you like all them apples?
Yeah.
Huh?
Uh-huh. 6-11 wasn't his fault, Mark. And I don't mean Greg, I mean Brock.
How come Colin Cowherd doesn't have Greg Cosell on the show?
How about that, Nick Wrong?
Why don't we have some people that actually, I don't know, watch, maybe come on the show?
Call your people and get them in control.
Not my people. Used to be my people. Not anymore. Anyway, okay. Coming up next, a few things to get to. Was it or was it not an actual report about the Golden State Warriors? There's that. It's National Radio Day. We have some things to do there. And also, we want to reintroduce today's code word that you will text to 20357 so that you can try to have your fantasy draft with us at Splash at Thrive City next Tuesday night. All of that is ahead on Willard and Dibs.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
Your game day headquarters is here. Splash at Thrive City in the heart of San Francisco. They've got the largest LED screen in the Bay Area, immersive sound, and a private or semi-private spaces for your crew. Host your fantasy football draft or watch every NFL and college football game in style. With craft cocktails, elevated pub fare, and ice-cold beer on tap, not to mention golf simulators, pool, and shuffleboard. Fun for the whole family. College Saturdays kick off at 8:30, NFL at 9:30. Mention Willard and Dibs or 95.7 The Game to score an exclusive game day perk. Reserve your spot now at SplashSportsBar.com.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, MyOutDesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, MyOutDesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at MyOutDesk.com. That's MyOutDesk.com, where momentum meets results.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
The Good Guys 38th West Coast National, the crown jewel of hot rodding, having it all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Over 3,500 of the country's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. A huge swap meet, a vendors midway. Check out the Pinstripers Brush Bash. Enjoy the free family fun zone, live music, and so much more. All this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Mira, Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend. Oh, my Bob!
When it comes to the subtleties and the nuances and the understanding of how to play the position, Brock Purdy is high level. Does he have a rocket arm? No. Is he the most athletic quarterback in the league? No. But he understands intuitively and innately how to play the quarterback position. Look, you guys, I'm sure, have talked ad nauseum going back to last year and probably through the summer about why the Niners were 6-11. And there's many reasons for that. And it's not just Brock Purdy. In fact, he'd probably be one of the least important reasons.
I'm not insulting Brock Purdy, but
now back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I got 99 problems, and Brock ain't one.
I somehow knew you were going to go right there.
I was going to go there.
Because he wasn't the one.
I just look.
Yeah, Greg did say, and he was right to say it, that there were times, especially early in the year, that he got out of the pocket too soon.
I agree. And I thought that was largely a result of, we saw the analytics. The 49er receivers were not separating. And so you have a young quarterback who, when he's just like, you drop back and nobody's open and you take off. And actually, I would argue that is a characteristic of almost every young quarterback who runs well, even the ones who run really well, right? I mean, they said that about Lamar Jackson in his first few years.
Yep.
And then Lamar has turned into someone who I find when I watch him play, whatever. He has his faults in the postseason or whatever, but he's refined. Like, I love his decision-making and kind of where he puts a defense. But anyway, everybody's opinion gets to still be their opinion. But I'm going to take that one with me.
You should.
I'm going to keep it. I'm going to put it in the fridge. We're going to keep it cold, and we're going to use it all year long.
Yeah, he looked at 250 snaps in a row of Brock because he can do that in the offseason, and he does, and he continues to be impressed by what he sees from Brock. The other piece of the conversation, which I found really fascinating, not to get too deep in the weeds of X's and O's, but the idea of a boundary X. Yeah. And the boundary X is the receiver who lines up opposite side of the tight end, which means you're going to be one-on-one with their best defender most of the time. Can Jawan Jennings be that guy? Well, last year he was in the slot a lot, which is the Z receiver. Can Pearsall be that guy? That becomes the $64 million question, because if it's not those two, who's going to be your guy who can be opposite Kittle and can get off of a 5-yard jam, get open and make a play?
Right.
Exactly.
It might be Kaminga. That might be who it is. I don't know.
All roads lead back.
No, but he also added that maybe that idea is not as important for the 49ers as it might be for other teams, as he talked about A.J. Brown's ability to do that in Philadelphia. And those are the kinds of football points that none of us tend to either know or care about, because they don't, and this is what he was saying, like, they don't lead to fantasy numbers. In fact, sometimes they lead to A.J. Brown reading books on the sidelines.
Right.
Like, he's ticked off about this idea, but the point is can he handle that number one defender and make the rest of the defense react to him? It does not always mean that he'll be the one that gets the ball, but can he sort of command their attention? And can Ricky be that? Maybe, maybe not, but that doesn't necessarily mean that all things are equal. Might not be as important for the 49ers. He did add that he thinks Ricky, like, if you're asking, can Ricky put up volume numbers? He thought yes.
A.J. Brown last year, 37th in the league in catches, one catch behind his teammate, who was 36th, and they won the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. So all teams are not created equally, and A.J. was their boundary X, and he wasn't out there getting Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase numbers.
But he could if he were on the Bengals.
Right, and he could if he was on a team that didn't have the best running back in decades and a quarterback who can also run and a phenomenal defense.
Yeah. I get that completely. So 888-957-9570, 95.7 The Game, and Splash at Thrive City, giving you a chance to host your fantasy draft party in a private room for you and up to 14 guests. The thing's going to be loaded with food, a dedicated server, and get this, Wi-Fi. All of that is going to happen next Tuesday night. We'll be there. We'll host our show there. We'll come make fun of your picks. This is all on the table all week long. All you have to do is text the code word to 20357. You can do it once a day for all 5 days this week. And today's word is draft. So if you text draft to 20357, you are in for today. You can try again tomorrow and Friday, and then at the end of the week on Friday afternoon, we will announce a winner, and then we will see you there next Tuesday evening. It is going to be a ton of fun.
Super fun. And if you're smart, then you keep it locked to Willard and Dibs and you get in 5 different times, and that would make sure that you have 5 entries. So when we randomly choose, you're in the hopper as much as you possibly can be.
Exactly right. It's National Radio Day. We're celebrating. We've got some more things to discuss and stories to tell. But want to keep going with you. Candlestick Rick is in San Bruno next up. Hi, Rick. What are you doing?
Oh, my guys, you guys are on fire this afternoon. I'm loving it, my man. I'm over here chilling, doing my thing right now, but I got you guys locked in. I got you yacked in.
Yeah,
right
nice.
Now.
Nice.
On the River Island guest line. It's your boy, Candlestick. Let's get this money real quick. Hold on. So, the Howard Cosell interview, absolutely excellent. You guys killed it. You guys always come with a deep dive. Led Zeppelin? Are you kidding me? From Howard Cosell? Oh, my Lord. Yes, sir. I'm loving it.
It is and Greg Cosell. If it were Howard Cosell, it really would have been the most incredible interview of all time because he's no longer with us. But yes, Rick, we get your point and we thank you. That's very nice of you to say.
Okay. A couple last things before I send it off. Purdy is going to be on his redemption tour this year, hands down. I know he's ready. He's ready. He's locked in. He's yacked in, matter of fact. And he's I think he's a little PO'd about last year. So he's coming. It's a lock. Purdy for 30 TDs this year and 11 wins for the 49ers. Let's lock it in. Let's lock it in. Give me the lock.
Boom.
Let's get it.
Let's go,
Thank
Rick.
You, Candlestick Rick.
Rick is on one today.
He's ready.
Yeah.
He is yacked in.
Day.
It's getting ready for the season. And
it's been fun today.
Howard Cosell, I believe, is Greg's uncle, if I'm not mistaken. Same family, but
yes.
Not his father. I do believe it's his uncle. He sounds a little bit like Howard used to sound, and he's got a similar look to him. And, he's got incredible knowledge, more knowledge than his uncle did. His uncle was a journalist and brilliant and a man who had his oars in many different sports, waters, and Greg is just the film. Don't ask him what he thinks. Don't ask him for a prediction. What do you see, Greg? Mm-hmm. What do you see on that film?
No, if you want to take Greg off, it's easy. All you got to do is be like, we could have done this.
I was gonna at the end.
Dude, what do you
who do you like winning the West?
Parsons or Jerry Jones? Who's wrong? Just do that, and Greg will be like an AI bot that starts shaking with smoke coming out of his ears. I don't know what to do with that.
What's your Super Bowl prediction, Greg? Guys, I don't do predictions.
I don't do that. Yeah. He is. What was the old Belushi thing? Just the facts, ma'am.
Blues Brothers.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, just the facts. That's it. We're not doing opinion.
Right. And that's why
except for that Brock Purdy's awesome.
Well, and that's based on him seeing 250 snaps while not listening to our show.
It's also because it's a fact.
Well, it's his expert opinion based on what he's seen on the film.
Correct.
And yours is based on being the president of Brockistan.
It's based on the fact that I bought a T-shirt with Brock's face on it, and I like to wear it.
Yeah.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
You see it? This comes courtesy of Adam Schefter. The 49ers are trading for Chiefs wide receiver Sky Moore. Sky Moore, a former second-round pick 3 years ago, hasn't had much success, if any, in Kansas City.
Okay.
Sky Moore,
I can remember, was it last year or the year before, he was like a sexy sleeper fantasy pick that people thought was going to pop, and he didn't. So there you go. The 49ers trade for a receiver right here as we've been discussing this all afternoon. Sky Moore is 24 years old. He's been with the Chiefs his entire career, and Grandy's not wrong. This is somebody who has 43 career receptions, over a period of 3 full seasons in Kansas City, though last year he only played 6 games, was targeted 3 times, and never caught a ball. But the 2 years before that, he was a part-time receiver over a full season for both years, and so he would get in there and, get a few catches here and there. He had about 20, 21, 22 catches. So he's kind of a guy that averages about a catch and a half per football game for a couple seasons, and then last year did not do much. So he was somebody who was thought to be a bit of a prospect, not a big guy. He's 5'10", a little bit less than 200 pounds, but the 49ers bolster the receiver room. And again, my read on this is that it does have something to do with not just, but somewhat to do with Jawan Jennings. Like, again, you've got injuries all over the place. Cowan goes down yesterday, still don't know the severity. Watkins is out. The Brandon Ayuk situation, we've now got clarity on Demarcus Robinson. It's a 3-game suspension. That was announced today. And Jawan still hasn't started practicing. So what does all that mean? Well, yeah, it means you need more receivers. But they don't just sign someone off the street. They trade for someone, which suggests that they're planning on him being around for a little while.
Yeah, and I just saw from Rap Sheet Ian Rappaport that the compensation is a 6th-round, 7th-round swap. I would assume the Niners give up a 6th and get a 7th back along with Sky Moore.
That's correct.
You go ahead and move on back. The other thing about Sky Moore, just looking at his numbers, in his rookie year, he returned 14 punts.
Interesting.
And he's returned 5 kickoffs in his career. Last year, he was limited due to a core muscle injury. So that's what kept him out of a lot of games. And when he did return, you mentioned he wasn't targeted a lot. And, Kansas City wasn't really in that much of a need of an additional wide receiver. So Sky Moore was just kind of there and reading the tea leaves. You come into this camp and he's healthy, and they're willing to part with him for just a late-round swap, tells me that he may not have even made their team, or he would have been buried again on the chart.
Right. By the way, I was just looking at this. Is there anybody on the San Francisco 49ers roster currently who can battle Sky Moore in terms of Super Bowl rings? Anybody on the roster currently who can battle Sky Moore on the subject of Super Bowl rings? Sky has 2.
Does anyone on the Niners have 1? Would be the follow-up question.
Anyone?
I'd have to look deep. Was Demarcus Robinson a Rams when they won it back in 21?
I don't think so, but I'm not 100% sure.
That's the first one I thought of as somebody who might have found his way into one.
And there's John Lynch.
Right, but that doesn't count. He's, in the front office.
Yeah.
DeMarcus Robinson does have a ring.
Oh, look at me.
All right. Look at that.
And Kyle Shanahan won one in that. Oh, wait. I'm being told that they didn't hold that 28-3 lead.
Why did you,
Because it's comedy, and it's comedy aimed toward a certain audience. Yeah, Dibs, they blew that lead. Freaking idiot. Yes, I know, which is why I stopped the joke.
By the way, I think you're victory lapping your Demarcus Robinson Super Bowl ring in the wrong Super Bowl.
I'm just going with what Grandy said. And
He didn't win it with the Rams, did he? He won it with the Chiefs.
All I said was he has a ring.
Yeah, I think he was on the Chiefs team that beat Garoppolo.
I believe I said Demarcus Robinson as an answer.
You said, was he on the Rams?
Yeah, he was. Those are 2 different things.
You're right. He was on the Chiefs team.
It was on the Chiefs.
I just saw Super Bowl champion and didn't even do any
I just want to throw that out there. Yeah, he was only with the Rams.
You said, can anyone rival his 2? I said, has anyone even won 1? And
Correct.
you said, And I said, my first guess would be Demarcus Robinson.
That's not
Wasn't
what you
he
said.
on the Rams?
Yeah, there you go. So there's an insinuation. I'm not trying to take your win from you. It's a win.
Are. This is what you do.
No, I'm not.
This is what you do, and then Grandy hits the buzzer, and I get pissed off.
Hit the buzzer. You said
I didn't hit a buzzer.
Wasn't he on the Rams?
And he was.
Not for the Super Bowl.
But he was on the Rams.
That's not what you were saying.
That's not what I wasn't saying.
So inauthentic.
He was also on Baltimore. I didn't mention that.
They didn't win the Super Bowl.
Exactly right. Neither did the Rams. He was on the Rams.
He was on the Raiders, too. And we know they didn't win a Super Bowl.
Was he?
Yeah.
I don't see that in his game log.
Well, and no, I didn't say he played a game. I said he was on the Raiders.
It's interesting you say that because Lorenzo Neal, thus, was also on the Raiders. Even though he never played for the Raiders and he never made it out of camp with the Raiders.
He spent an offseason with the Raiders before being released in August.
There you go.
Then he wasn't on the Raiders.
He was on the Raiders.
He was in camp with the Raiders.
Did he ever get a check from the Raiders?
Doesn't mean you're on the Raiders.
Yeah, then you were on the Raiders.
It doesn't mean that you're on the Raiders if you just get a check from the Raiders.
He caught 4 passes in 2 preseason games as a Raider.
He was on the Raiders. That was making money right there.
Chris Kasarik gets a check from the Niners. Is he on the Niners?
Well, no, that's after the fact.
I rest my case.
No, that's after the fact. He got checks while he... Why are we doing this?
Anyway, Sky Moore.
Just give the buzzer to Willard.
Hang on. Well, I didn't say anything incorrect.
Sky Moore, great signing.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game.
Ooh.
KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station and the home of Sky Moore and the Golden State Warriors and the Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Okay. I don't know. This kind of, I feel like maybe let's stick with this for a second. There's some
Sky
other
Moore.
things. Yeah, I mean, look, it's not some sort of earth-shattering, sexy thing, but I don't know about you. This was a trade, not a signing. Like, that's different to me. This, again, it feels like this person is going to stay on the 49ers, and if this person's going to stay on the 49ers, that shakes the whole thing up. That changes this. Like, who did you think was going to be in the 49er wide receiver room this year? And
Week 1?
How many receivers? No, on the roster. How many do they usually keep? 6?
I think that's about right. Looking at Matt Mayoko's 53-man final cut down guesstimation sensation. I think he had 6 on there.
Okay, and I would have very clearly, if you had asked me at any point this month, who do you think eventually, I get that there are going to be people who have to wait and everything, but eventually, what's the Niners wide receiver room? It's Pearsall, it's Jennings. Cowing was going to make the team. Jordan Watkins was going to make the team. Demarcus Robinson is going to make the team. Brandon Ayuk is going to make the team. Now, Ayuk and Robinson, you push them to the side a little bit because it's going to take a minute for them to get there. And then you throw in names like Russell Gage. I think he was going to make the team. And then everybody else was going to be a question mark. You know, whether it's Robbie Chosen or Tariq Owens or whatever else you wanted to throw in there as a possibility. Well, now, I mean, Sky Moore is probably going to be in the back end of this room, I would guess, for the whole year, and he might be in the middle of the room come week 1 or week 2. That's kind of how I would read it. So somebody else gets knocked out of there. And I think for the Robbie Chosens of the world, this is not good news. And then I think for Jawan Jennings fans, this is not good news that those talks or that leg, those things don't seem to be going very well. That's my read on it.
Agreed, and I don't think that your read is wrong. And I'm just looking at the Matt Mayoko piece from NBC Sports Bay Area. He had 4 receivers making the team, but he also had Brandon Ayuk on PUP, which doesn't count, and Demarcus Robinson as a possible suspension. We know now that he has been suspended, and so that doesn't count either. He had Jennings, Pearsall, Watkins, and Cowing. So just playing off that, Jennings has a calf and issues with his cash. Pearsall, boom, he's there, he's rock solid. Jordan Watkins with a high ankle, he's out maybe until week 1, maybe a little bit longer. And Jacob Cowing got hurt again? Is that what I'm to understand?
He missed practice today.
Right. So
something happened yesterday. Did we get any clarification on that after practice today?
No, Shanahan
didn't talk
today.
So of the 6 that Matt Mayoko, who is as tapped in as any human being in the media, of his 6 listed, you've got hurt feelings contract, no. Pearsall solid. Watkins out. Cowing out. Ayuk out. Robinson suspended. Right. So what are we doing here? Well, he also has Russell Gage on the outside looking in. Robbie Chosen, same. Isaiah Hodgins. So, yeah, you needed a receiver. So can Sky Moore come in and be there for 4, 6, 8 weeks? I don't know if he'll be there all year, but
I don't know.
Can you be there now?
Like, if you want someone who's not going to be there all year, why would you trade? Like, I know people will be like, oh, whatever, but, like, you moved down around for this. You didn't need to do that.
Well,
if you want somebody who's just going to be there for 4 weeks, then that's what Russell Gage and Robbie Chosen and blah, blah, blah are for. Or you also could just go out on the street and do a Gabe Davis or a Amari Cooper or any other receiver. There's tons of them out there this time of year.
That's more expensive.
You could have waited for people who are about to get cut and just grab someone. To use draft capital suggests to me that they like this kid and that they're planning on him playing for the Niners this year.
Agreed. I mean, they're planning on him playing for the Niners for now, and he's making 1.5, so it's not that much of a
rookie
hardship if he's unrestricted at the end of this year, so it would be a one-year thing no matter what. So I look at this as a beginning of the season move because after 3 weeks, here comes Robinson. Hopefully sooner than that, here comes Jawan.
Yep.
Week 8, let's just guess, here comes Brandon Ayuk. So at that point, you might have Sky Moore be wide receiver 5, and at that point, maybe he gets released. And it's like, you know what, Sky? Thank you for the first 2 months. We needed you. You needed us. You did great, and go catch on with another team.
Well, I think also, when young guys miss camp, that's worse than when old guys miss camp. So in other words, whatever plans they had for Jacob Cowing and especially Jordan Watkins this year have really gotten ruined. They've really gotten ruined.
Yeah.
You cannot replace camp when you're a young wide receiver in Kyle Shanahan's system. So the amount of time that Cowing has missed, I think that they wanted a role for him this year. That's now a question mark. Jordan Watkins, I know they envisioned a role for him this year. Maybe that'll come, but a high ankle sprain pushes him into the season, and then it becomes much harder to sort of get him up to speed. So I'm not saying those guys are going to be off the roster by any stretch, but I don't know what you're going to get from them this year. And for those of you who love draft stock, for whatever reason, I don't know, I can't remember as we're getting this, if any of us said this out loud, Sky Moore was a second-round pick. This is the 54th pick in the draft just 3 years ago. So this was a prospect, and he has not kind of clicked or hit. Part of it was because of injury. Who knows what else? The Chiefs are a well-oiled machine. Sky Moore maybe was very similar to a victim of what we've seen with the Golden State Warriors, where everyone's like, why won't you develop the young guys? It's like, well, we're trying to win a ring. And Sky's first 2 years, they did. So maybe they had a hard time relying on a young receiver. And then in his third year, if he's supposed to take a leap, then he gets hurt. I don't know. I'm not an expert on Sky Moore, but I do think it's interesting. This was a prospect now a few years ago. This was somebody used second-round draft capital on.
And a team that's been very successful, so it's not one of these bum franchises that blew the pick on a second rounder or the Niners who took Jalen Hurd in the third round. This is a guy who was widely regarded by a team that's won a couple of Super Bowls. And the more I look at Sky Moore relative to what the Niners have, I see him as a kick return, punt return specialist.
Maybe.
If you go out there and show us you can return punts, because right now your main punt returner would be Jacob Cowing, and now he's hurt. And Cowing returned 28 punts last year, and he did okay, about 9 yards a return. Not terrible, but that was going to be the main role, I think, for Cowing this year, pending him emerging as a receiver. And if he's not healthy enough to even play, and you're 17 days away from football, you need somebody to be able to return the punt.
Maybe something bad happened to him yesterday.
Maybe.
We do not know anything about Cowing's injury. We just know that they saw him kind of leave the field yesterday, and he did not practice today. And maybe they saw something that was like, oh gosh, he's not going to be ready for the start of the season either. So you may be very well right that has a piece of this puzzle. Him back there returning kicks. I know sometimes they flirt with the idea of Ricky Pearsall back there returning kicks. Allow me to raise my hand on this and say that's going to be a no for me, dog. I would not do that all year long. I don't even care what we get to. Like they used to moonlight with Debo back there sometimes. I wouldn't do it. I think Ricky is way, way too important to stick him back there returning kicks. So maybe it is just about that. Those are questions for Kyle Shanahan at a future date. But I also, this has to in some way have a trickle-down effect, and it has to have something to do with Juwan also.
And also Cowing, and I'm looking at this from NBCSports.com, that Shanahan confirmed, yes, it is the hamstring, the same hamstring that he had hurt earlier. He felt it yesterday, quote unquote, so we had to hold him back today. He heard it on August 11th, and then actually he heard it the first day of camp. He returned August 11th, and here we are 8 days later, and he heard it again. And you know these hamstrings and these groins.
They're tricky.
They're tricky, and the only thing you can do is shut it down. So if he's got a re-injury of the hammy, and we're now 17 days away from the opener, you can't rightly think that, like you were saying, young players, they need reps, and Purdy needs comfort with him out there, and he needs to be 100% healthy. So if he's re-injuring the hammy now, you need to find a kick returner, and if Sky Moore's the guy, then bring him in.
Yep, and he may be more than a kick returner.
Right now, for sure, right?
Absolutely. I mean, right now, really, is there any receiver other than Ricky where you're like, I know that they're going to be healthy week one, and I know that they're on the team.
And not suspended?
Right.
Let me think.
Anybody?
No. No. And if you're Juwan, before you even pick up the phone to call his agent, Drew Rosenhaus, Drew already called him and said, hey, you see the Sky Moore news? I'm going to call him. We want $17 million. We don't want 15.
Stop it. They're not asking.
Drew Rosenhaus?
They're not asking.
You tell me Drew Rosenhaus isn't trying to stick it to him? It's what he does.
They're not trying to double his salary. That would be absurd.
17 over 2 years, maybe. Tear up this year and give us $15 million guaranteed.
Yeah, I don't know.
Whatever the ask is, it just went up.
Why? Because Cowing's out, but they just traded for somebody.
Right, but they traded for a guy who is 5'10", who's largely going to be a slot receiver. You're not going to have him out there in a two-receiver set trying to block.
I guess what my question is, why did this change it? Why would this give Juwan more leverage?
I think because the Niners are showing you that they are desperate, might be too strong, but they are needy. Well, they are needy, and maybe Cowing is hurt more than we think. And
so they're replacing Cowing.
Right.
If that didn't affect Juwan, why would this affect Juwan? Just call Sky Moore Jacob Cowing. They had him. They thought he'd be ready. Now they don't. Now they have Sky Moore.
But who's going to replace Juwan is my question.
Well,
especially in light of DeMarcus Robinson now being suspended officially for 3 games.
Right, which they knew was coming. I mean, I guess my point would be they already knew that. They already knew that they were going to have a hard time replacing Juwan Jennings. I don't know who's going to do it. Yeah, Russell Gage might be playing week one. Might.
Ugh, boy. I mean, yeah. Sure.
He can play. He used to be able to play.
He could play in 2023 or 2022?
No, he's basically missed 2 seasons with injury.
Right.
But they're saying that he looks good now. And he used to be pretty good. Like that, he was a productive wide receiver 3.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Don't know how he can block. I haven't looked at his Pro Football Focus numbers, but if you're going to be that guy in this offense, you got to be able to block, and that's what Juwan does best. All I'm saying is that the news of today doesn't hurt Juwan Jennings' case. As much as I would love for him to just play on his contract, it's clear he doesn't want to, and you've already traded for a receiver, potentially lost another, and another's gotten suspended. Juwan's looking better and better.
A little bit of Giants news just popped across as well. Your boy, Blade Tidwell.
It's about time.
I'm not about to say what you think I'm about to say.
He coming?
No, he not.
What?
Blade Tidwell was going to be coming very soon. That was in the plans very soon. But not now. There's a shoulder issue. He is going to have an MRI today. He is not expected to pitch for a while.
Oh, God.
Blade Tidwell, we'll see you next year.
Is it his shoulder blade?
His shoulder blade? It's just this shoulder. I don't know. Pav says that he felt shoulder discomfort during a recent bullpen.
That's not good.
Yeah.
A lot of things in that shoulder that can flare up.
And he had pitched really well in AAA since they got him.
Man.
For those of you who don't know, Blade Tidwell was one of the big acquisitions in the Tyler Rogers trade with the Mets. And his name is Blade. So we really like him.
Yep. And I was really looking forward to him because, he's already pitched in the bigs, and I thought he'd be a great candidate to come up here now that we are officially, or mostly officially, in the who gives a crap portion of the schedule after, another classic Giants performance last night where, I just, okay. Yeah. There were 9 innings of baseball, and,
I'm getting close to petitioning the league to see if we could change it to 3.
I'm loving these Little League games because it's 6 innings, and you might 10-run a team and be done in 4.
Might.
Cut right to the Chisace.
Poof. Anyway, yeah, Adam Schefter, when he tweeted about the Sky Moore trade, and if you are just joining us, the Niners have traded with the Chiefs, moving back in next year's draft from the 6th to the 7th round, and they acquire Sky Moore 3 years ago, a second-round draft pick of the Chiefs, but has never had more than 22 catches in a season and dealt with injury last year, is heading into the final year of his rookie contract, so he's cheap. And Schefter lists all the problems at wide receiver. Ayuk still recovering. Jennings, he says, dealing with a calf injury. Jordan Watkins, a high ankle sprain. Demarcus Robinson officially suspended 3 games as of today. And so I'd also like to add to the conversation, whoever is in charge of bubble wrap down there in Santa Clara, Ricky Pearsall, right now, bubble wrap, that's going to be enough out of him. We don't need to see any more Ricky Pearsall in any dangerous situations the rest of the way because, my God, he has got to be ready for week 1, and it would be nice if we could figure out the Juwan situation too. This is getting pretty wobbly over here.
Super wobbly, and here we are on Wednesday, and you've got, 18 days until the opener, and so get Sky Moore here as soon as possible and teach him the playbook and get him ready for week 1 because pending Cowing's recovery and Robinson's suspension appeal and Jennings' contract, you might find Sky Moore in your starting lineup.
It's National Radio Day. We're going to have some fun with this coming up here throughout the remainder of our hour. And actually, I'd like to real quick just put this out to all of you. Kind of what's your most memorable radio moment? You're obviously all radio listeners. 888-957-9570. We'll take some calls on it in a little bit. What is your favorite moment listening to radio? I'd love to hear from some people. 888-957-9570. Beyond that, there's one other thing I'd like to say on this wide receiver situation. And I know this always may come off as disingenuous because, look, we're in the media. We have the opportunity to ask questions, but not really. Like the 49ers practice in Santa Clara. We're here. We're in the city. And often these press conferences happen while we're on the air. This is not a shot at any of our brothers and sisters in the media. I think it's time to press a little harder on the Juwan questions. It's like we've reached the end almost of this practice week to where we're coming up on the final preseason game. And it's sort of time to stop just being like, okay, so there's no timeline. If Kyle says that again, there's no timeline on Juwan's calf injury. Well, why, Kyle? Why is there a timeline on everybody else's injury, but not Juwan's? And the next time he says, when someone says, is this contract related? And he says, well, ask Juwan. Well, then look directly at Corey Rush and be like, can we ask Juwan? Kyle wants us to ask Juwan. We'd like to ask Juwan.
You know that injured players don't have media availability.
I know, but I'm questioning whether or not he's an injured player. And Kyle just told me to ask Juwan. So I'd like to ask Juwan.
Are we free to ask Juwan?
I mean, I know we're not supposed to ask Juwan, but Kyle just said we should ask Juwan. I'd like to ask Juwan. Can we talk to Juwan? And this may get nowhere. I freely understand that. You may get nowhere. The Niners can build a brick wall if they want. Professional sports teams can do that. And so they can say nothing. But this doesn't, we're getting to a point where it doesn't make any sense anymore. Either one of two things to me feels very true. This injury is a hell of a lot worse than they're letting on, or Juwan's not hurt at all. I don't think Kyle doesn't lie in front of the media, I don't believe. At least not the outward lies. So when he says, we see an injury on the MRI, I believe him. But I do want to know why every other injury gets a timeline. Why not this one? There's got to be some sort of something. There's got to be some sort of hell, if you can say, well, Brandon Ayuk, like we're thinking week 6, like if you can make it that broad, like do it. I want somewhere between 2 and 10 weeks.
Well, that sets expectations that they can't set because the contract, the cash, is clearly part of it. So Kyle can't say, well, the calf is probably a week or 2 and stuff, and so I expect to have him ready for week 1 and stuff. And then the follow-up is, well, will he be out there week 1? I don't know. He's not practicing because he's not happy with his contract.
Well, then say that. Like
it's not his lane.
Sure it is.
It's John Lynch. That's a John Lynch thing.
But they did it last year. Actually, Kyle, I distinctly remember, was the one who mentioned that Trent Williams was a contract issue. And that was after a few days of like, yeah, big guy will be around. Whatever. And then all of a sudden he's like, yeah, this is contract related. Just say it. Unless it's not. And if it's not, then let's talk about this injury so that we don't think that this is something. Because right now, we've all got Christian McCaffrey PTSD, and this is what it feels like. You're being all mysterious about it, and you're allowed to. But if that's what's going on, I don't know. That's what I'm starting to think. It's hard to not think that this situation is way bigger than what they're making it, whether it's physical or not.
Well, what's Juwan doing at practice? That's my question. And we're not down there, so we don't get to see if he's working on the side or if he's just in the locker room or that. That would be my question. What is Juwan doing? Forget the contract, but physically, what is Juwan doing to, get ready to play? Is he active on the side? Is he in the locker room? Is he just getting treatment? What is Juwan's status as a football player as he tries to recover from this calf injury? That's what my curiosity is.
I'm trying to scroll through everything that we've got right now with regard to Juwan Jennings, and there is literally, there's literally next to nothing. I mean, Kawakami wrote the article like a week ago, and he very much insinuated that this is in part contract related.
For sure.
And needs to be resolved by August 26th. That is cutdown day. That is next Tuesday. We will be at Splash. And I guarantee you that this is going to be a part of what we're talking about that day. It's going to be cutdown day. And listen, there are very few people, if any, in the Bay Area sports media that I listen to more closely than Tim when it comes to that kind of insider info. And I don't think that Tim puts in print things about Juwan's contract if that is not in any way part of this. So I am firmly in the camp that this is somewhat contract related, at least, if not all. And I just think it's time for the 49ers to say that. It's okay. We've been through this 1,000 times, have we not?
Yes, but when you're dealing with an injured player, it is a little bit of a slippery slope. You have to be somewhat gentle. Let's just say that it is 75% cash and 25% calf. Just hypothetically that, the calf, if it was a regular season game or a playoff game, Juwan would be out there. He'd play through it because we know that Juwan Jennings is tough, he's physical, and he's a guy who wants to be out there. But the contract is 75% of it, but you still have that small portion mark that is injury related. There's a sensitivity. Forget HIPAA laws because these guys talk about everyone's injury because it's just what you do in football. But if there is a little bit of it that is the calf isn't quite right, you do have to be somewhat sensitive to that. You just can't come out and say, this is basically it's a hold in. He's fine. He could play if he wanted to sign a deal. He'd be out there.
He went to the Raider game.
Okay.
He was there.
In the seats?
No.
Did he buy tickets?
On the sideline.
Okay. Did he have an ace bandage on or anything?
I don't know. But he was there.
Okay.
Which is, I don't know. A lot of people thought that was a good sign.
Right. It's all a good sign. Like Ayuk is there. He doesn't have to be, but he's there to try to help the younger guys. And Juwan Jennings is there because I'm sure he wants to be a part of the team, but he wants everything to get sorted out more than that.
And by the way, that Kawakami report that we referenced suggested that the two sides were, quote, not close. So, again, if you're just joining us, the Niners have made a trade for a wide receiver. You may have heard the name Sky Moore, has been with the Kansas City Chiefs for the last 3 years, was largely hurt last year. The 2 years before that, he had approximately 20 catches both years. 3 years ago, he was a second-round draft pick of the Kansas City Chiefs. Western Michigan was thought to be, a potential prospect, second-round draft capital, 54th pick in the draft. Hasn't really totally hit yet, and the Niners moved down from the 6th to the 7th round in next year's draft to grab Sky Moore, who does also have a history of returning kicks, and Jacob Cowing had the hamstring flare up again on him in practice yesterday. So maybe this is more about that, and I have no doubt that when the Niners are questioned about it, that's exactly what they're going to say. Oh, yeah, this is about Cowing. It's not about Juwan. But it's about Juwan, at least indirectly or partially.
Oh, it's about the room. It's about Demarcus Robinson suspended for 3 games. It's about Brandon Ayuk out until October. It's about Juwan Jennings, my calf, my cash, my neck, and my back. It's about all of them. And you've been saying that you still have confidence in the room, and you have confidence in the wide receiver room, ... when it's whole, and it's not going to be whole in week 1, and that's becoming ever clear, you know?
Is it even going to be half? I have confidence in it, even if it's even going to be half. But
if it's Juwan and Ricky and fill in the blanks in week 1, you'd be okay with that.
That's okay. That's okay. Yes. And now one of those people would be Sky Moore. Like if you told me week 1 Seahawks were rocking Pearsall, Jennings, Sky Moore, and Russell Gage. Okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Like,
and as we've talked about, they run 2 receivers more than half the time. They run 21 personnel, 1 tight end, 2 running backs, 40% of the time, which means if you've got Juwan and Ricky, sorry, Sky, you can go ahead and stand over here next to one of the various Kubiaks and Kyle Shanahan because we're not going to need you. Only about half the snaps do they go with 3 wide receivers, in which case, yes, Sky, get out there and play the slot if you have Ricky and Juwan. But if you don't have Juwan, now what? Are we going Gage and Pearsall?
You know, the more I think about this, because I'm looking at what Kyle's last quote was about this, the last quote that actually mattered, okay? The more I look at this, of course it's partially contract. Here was the last quote from Kyle. And actually, Grandy, I know you got this in there somewhere. When he's like, you can ask him that. Like, we can play it for you in a little bit, but he's asked directly, is this about a contract or is this about his calf? The quote from Kyle was, you can ask him that, but he tells me it's his calf, and the calf shows. So, we got to be delicate with those calves. Okay.
The calf shows.
The calf shows, which means it's on the MRI. And I have no doubt that there was or is some sort of injury in there. But do you think that Kyle Shanahan, like, is he that sarcastic? Do you think that he would have said that if it wasn't contract related at all? Hey, Kyle, is it contract related? Well, you could ask him that. Do you think he would have said that sentence if it wasn't? In other words, no. We are good to go. Juwan is ready to play on the current deal. It's just a calf. Wouldn't he have said that? I don't think he would have said, you can ask him that.
Of course.
But he tells me it's a calf. I just don't. I don't think he would have said it that way unless there was something at work.
Of course, because there's something at work. And with Ricky Pearsall, I know he's not eligible for a new contract, but there's no discussion about that when it comes to when will Ricky be ready. And yeah, we're going to hold him out of, OTAs because there's only 2 days left in school and stuff. And we don't see the need to rush him back for that. And it had nothing to do with anything other than Ricky's injury. And yes, Juwan in a contract situation where he wants more money. And so, yeah, when the question comes up, it's like, you can ask him about that. I'm Kyle Shanahan. I run the offense. I run the team. I have a laminated play sheet. I don't do these contracts.
But he does.
But not really.
But he doesn't do them, but it's not like they're happening in spite of him. He knows what's going on.
Of course.
He's very involved in it. He was the one who apparently ran up the stairs and saved Ayuk.
Yeah.
That's the story, at least.
Yeah, and wish he would have taken the elevator and he had to wait. Maybe things would be different. But ultimately, he's not going to get into that conversation. That's a John Lynch. It's a Parag Marathe. It's whoever else up in the offices, those windowed offices. They're the ones dealing with it. But
but we wouldn't say it that way.
Of course.
It would just be like, no, it's not the calf. Or, I mean, it's not the contract.
Right.
It's his calf.
It's obviously both because, like you're saying, with an injury, Dominic Pooney, he gets not a hyperextension, but it was the PCL. He sprained his PCL. Now, we don't know the severity other than a couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, and, we won't rule him out of the opener yet, but we'll have to wait and see how it goes. And that was within hours of it actually happening.
Yep.
It was injury, diagnosis, timetable.
Dude,
next question.
If these are, and this is more the major injuries than the ones that are maybe a little bit harder to diagnose, but this is straight from Doc Chow, who used to be the Chargers team doctor. Dude, they know right away. They know right away. They don't need the MRI. Do you know how long
depending on the injury, yes.
Depending on the injury, right. Again, more for the major ones. If you do an Achilles or an ACL, do you know how quickly they know?
I've done the ACL and I know.
Instantly.
They hold your foot and they put their hand on your thigh and they go, whoop, whoop, up, ACL.
You're done. Like, I've heard these stories.
They can tell within 2 jiggles.
In the blue tent.
Correct.
You're done. Thank you for your service. You're done.
And the Achilles, all you have to do is, you don't have to take off the shoe. You look at the Achilles tendon, and all of us have that 2 or 3 inch long thing. Well, that's your tendon. And when it blows, you can see that it no longer goes from your calf to your foot.
The Achilles, I feel like we can diagnose on TV now just because of what happens with a person and the way they walk and the way they're holding it and the fact that it's never a contact thing. Like you can see it. You can partially see it because they usually know. Like I've never done it, hopefully never will, but they look like they know right away when they, Jason Tatum knew. Halliburton knew.
Kobe knew.
We knew.
Yep.
We went to commercial break and we're like, oh my God, he just tore his Achilles. But yeah, they know.
Fred Warner knew Andre Greenlaw.
Yep.
Once he went over and he saw the amount of wincing, it's like,
that one's still.
And Fred started getting emotional. It's like, like the MCL, when you hyperextend the knee, you don't know the severity until you get the imaging, whether or not the meniscus is torn or just the MCL or what. But you're right, Achilles, ACL, and broken bones and other ones. It's like you can kind of see it right away.
This is the way Kyle answered. You want to hear it? This is what he said the last time he was directly asked, "Hey, is this contract or is this calf?"
Same thing with his calf.
It's definitely health-related, not business-related.
You can ask him that, but he tells me it's his calf, and the calf shows, so it's got to be delicate with those calves.
You know me, dude. I want to know
you got to be delicate with those calves.
The first sound that comes out of your mouth when you ask the question. And the first sound was, You could ask him that. Listen again.
Same thing with his calf.
It's definitely health-related, not business-related.
You can ask him that, but he tells me it's his calf, and the calf shows, so it's got to be delicate with those calves.
Okay.
Good follow-up by Cam Inman, friend of the program.
Is that Cam or Mayoko?
I think that was Cam. I got that as Cam.
Was that Cam? Nice job, Cam.
Yeah. I mean, Cam, right away. Is it health-related or business-related?
Well,
and for those of you aspiring journalists out there, that's the way you follow up. Quick hitter, bam. Is it A or B? You could ask him that, but the calf shows.
Mm-hmm.
The calf shows.
Right.
And the calf shows, but like the calf shows to where it's so bad that you put him on IR? Did you put him on PUP? What are we doing with the calf that shows?
You get home at 9 o'clock tonight.
I'll be in big trouble.
Get home at 9. To you, where were you? And you go,
were you at the bar or were you with your mistress?
And then pause. I mean, it just tells me there's something.
Where was I?
Yeah, there's something else.
Or do you prefer, where was I? Where was I? That's probably my go-to. Where?
Where is Ja?
There were BART delays, honey.
Yeah.
No, there weren't. I've got the BART app. There was an accident?
Yeah, this spot is getting tougher, man. The spot is getting a lot tougher right now. So, and again, going back to the conversation we had earlier, like I don't blame Juwan for this. I don't blame the 49ers for it either. Juwan is right to want a little bit more. The 49ers are probably right to not want to set that precedent, and they want to hold as much cap space as possible. They just used maybe $1.5 million of it on Sky Moore. If I'm Juwan, you said that his agent, Drew Rosenhaus, would get excited and this means more leverage.
Oh, yeah.
I'd be ticked. I'm like, you just spent $1.5 million more on another receiver? Why don't you give $1.5 million more to me?
Because the calf shows. And we need a guy who's willing to come in here and play football. And so far, Juwan, and I checked his Instagram, he had a post on August 1st, year 6, and it's a picture of him out there running around. Mm-hmm. And here we are now, 19 days later, no Instagram posts, no Juwan Jennings running around.
Yep, 6 days. 6 days. I think that this is all going to look and sound different, and either it's going to be a big deal or it's going to be over. But one of those two things is happening here in 6 days. We'll have some more clarity on Juwan. We're sponsored by Cars for Kids, Cars with a K, 888-957-9570 is the number. We will unveil one more time the code word that you need to text in so that you can try to win your fantasy draft at Splash at Thrive City coming up next Tuesday. We'll celebrate National Radio Day. Have an answer ready for this, dude. Have an answer ready. What's your favorite moment in your radio career?
Man.
You got to pick one. You pick one on Willard and Dibs.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated. More than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors.
Hey, Dan Dibley here, talking about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. It is a great day today because I got a chance to go into Fremont Bank, handle a little banking business, and I got to see some of my favorite people at the branch I go to. Great customer service as always, and knowing full well that they are dialed in on my needs, checking, saving, a CD account that I have, and they want to make sure that everything is going smoothly with my banking experience. They've been doing this now for 61 years, since 1964, when they started this with just one branch. They now have 21 branches throughout the Bay Area, and the customer service is second to none because they're a good local bank. They're not a big box bank, but they're a bank that cares about local people and supports local people, and that's exactly what I want from my bank. You deposit your money with Fremont Bank, and they reinvest it into home ownership and philanthropy and businesses and other good things that make the Bay Area tick. And that's what happens when you're a part of a good, solid local bank. I encourage you to go in and see exactly what Fremont Bank is all about. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
Take your fantasy football draft to the next level with 95.7 The Game and Splash at Thrive City in San Francisco. You and 14 friends could score your own private view lounge, the best seat in the house for game day energy, 2 full hours of draft time with complimentary Wi-Fi, power for your laptops, a loaded draft day food station with non-alcoholic drinks, plus a dedicated server, all a $1,500 value. And here's the kicker. Willard and Dibs will be broadcasting live that night, then hanging out with you and your guests after the show. Listen this week for your chance to win and join us Tuesday, August 26th. Get details at 957thegame.com.
Toyota's national sales event is on with great deals happening now through Labor Day, like on the rugged, versatile 2025 Tacoma, or score low 1.99% APR on the 2025 Tundra, built to haul, tow, and handle your to-do list. And don't miss the all-new 2025 4Runner, fearless on the trail and in traffic. Hurry in for Toyota's national sales event before these deals are gone for good. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Offers end 9/2/25.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
If you've started thinking about what to wear this fall, your timing is perfect because Macy's Fall Preview event has early deals on looks everyone will be wearing. Romantic dresses from BCBG and Avec Les Filles, Western-inspired boots and bags from Steve Madden, all 25% off. Plus, take 15 to 25% off fall beauty from Yves Saint Laurent, Estee Lauder, and Clinique. Don't wait. This fall preview won't be around for long, so come into Macy's tomorrow. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Speeding is dangerous. To other drivers, to people walking or biking, speeding catches up with you. Tickets, crashes, or even worse, slow the fast down. Safe speeds save lives. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Granger. Granger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
The keyword is draft. Text draft to 20357, and then you'll have a shot to be with us next Tuesday night at Splash at Thrive City. Thank you to Splash at Thrive City for putting this together. What a prize. You can have your draft there, private room, dedicated server, food, up to 14 of your friends.
I mean, come on.
Next Tuesday night. And we're giving out a keyword every single day for you to text in once a day, which is plenty. You don't need to keep doing it. You just get one per day, and today's word is draft. So text draft to 20357. You know who's on the show tomorrow?
I'm not.
Not you.
Right. Mark Grandy, the Grandy man.
That's true. But there's someone else.
Who can host afternoons, the Grandy man.
He can. But this person's not going to host afternoons. He's going to join the people who are hosting afternoons. His name has already been uttered on this show today. I asked Greg Cosell about him.
And? Is he coming on?
He's coming on.
Wow.
D. Winters.
Oh, man, I'm going to miss D-Dub.
D. Winters will be on the program tomorrow.
Well, I'll surely be listening.
No, you won't. No,
Actually,
you won't.
I will, because I got a lot to do. I got one of those.
You don't have anything to do.
I've got one of those blood tests.
No, you don't.
And just 30 seconds on my blood work tomorrow. It's one of those, you need to get blood work done and you need to fast for 12 hours before.
Oh, God.
And I drew an afternoon appointment.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so I'm going to try to go in early on a drop-in basis, but your boy's going to be hangry by the time I get my blood drawn.
What do you mean you drew an afternoon assignment?
I couldn't get an earlier appointment.
Why not?
I tried because they were all full. I probably should have
pushed it out further.
Well, I need to get this done. We need to get a couple of these things looked at. Oh my God. So we won't eat till after the appointment at 3.
Ugh.
It's all right.
It's not okay.
You can have water.
Oh.
Water's always fun. I'll drop a few LBs. Dude. It'll be like going on the Steiny diet.
Oh my God. If any of you knew how upsetting it is to me, the concept of like not eating until 10:30.
Right.
I can't do it. I
usually don't eat until I get here.
What?
Yeah, I'll probably have breakfast once out of the 5 days.
Really?
Maybe a cup of coffee, but I'm just not that hungry.
Randy's shaking his head. We do not see 10 a.m. without massive amounts of protein.
I could wake up at 4 a.m. and I'll be hungry.
We're eating. Yep. You ever do this, Grandy? Like if we're going to do the Highway 5 trip down south to see the fam.
Yep.
And I'm always trying to be like, because the kids are like, let's go to Starbucks and spend $87. And I'm always like, can we not? Like, I'll get coffee. You can, something. I'll get you something. But can we not all get breakfast sandwiches and everything? So I'll make one for myself sometimes as early as like 4:30 in the morning.
Wow.
Yep. And I'm like, I'm going to wrap it in foil and then I'll eat it. Somewhere out there in Josh Allen's hometown.
Fireball.
We're going to rip out that fireball. And we're going to rip out a burrito and get after it. And the burrito rarely makes it to the edge of my street. I'm like, no, it's 4:48 in the morning, but it turns out I'm ready now.
Yep.
Let's do now. Always. Every morning. No matter what.
Yeah.
It's meat and eggs and meat and some vegetables.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I usually make breakfast for someone else, make someone else's lunch. You run around, you show prep, and you check things off the honey-do list, and it gets to about 11:30. It's like, I can wait till lunch. I'm not even that hungry. Just eat. What's the point?
Anyway. Fun show today. Lots of fun. And then, Grandy will be in tomorrow and Friday. We'll continue to qualify people for next Tuesday.
Nice.
D. Winters is going to come on the show. I'm told that Sean Salisbury is a maybe. We'll see if he leaves the PGA Tour long enough to come on. I don't know. I'll text him and find out. So that's a possibility as well. What's your favorite moment ever in radio? It's National Radio Day, everybody. What's your favorite thing? Like, what comes to mind? First thing that comes to mind when I say that.
So many things. So many great memories from starting at KCBS in 1998 as a production assistant, cutting tape, and actually cutting tape for you whippersnappers where you had to use the blue chalk pen and use the razor blade.
Yeah, what's that, Dibs?
You had to actually physically cut the tape.
It was so bad.
And then you had to put it together with a piece of... Exactly. You had to splice it together and then on the reel-to-reel, bulk the cart, make sure it was clean, hope the tape held, and then record your edits onto basically an 8-track.
Is that why they call it Mark the Tape, Dibs?
Dude, so many things that you missed out on, Grandy.
By the way, I never did that professionally. I did it in college. And so you have to pray that you did it right because, my God, to undo one of those edits, if you did it wrong,
you're screwed.
You could take the entire night. But one way or another, you end up with a tape and then a lot of other tape that's been cut, and that's why they call it, Grandy, the cutting room floor. So it ends up on the cutting room floor, and there's just tape all over the place.
Yep.
And then you hope that it works out, and I did that, and they taught me how to do that in college, and then I graduated and got a degree, and I got a job, and they're like, this is this new digital editor that we've got.
Awesome.
And I'm like, that was the biggest waste of time that I have ever had in my entire life. I will never, ever use that again.
Yep. And I haven't since then.
Yeah, it's like you stealing those CDs. What the hell are you going to do with them?
Exactly. In the moment, 2003, I felt like I was getting over, but that's why I put them all back. But for me, the one moment that stood out, and I was racking my brain for the date, and I found it March 17th, 2011. I was working for a different station, my last few days actually on that station, and Jameson Whiskey had a promotion where they would send a couple of people from the station to Dublin, Ireland. So I went to Dublin, Ireland. What? Went to the Jameson Distillery in Dublin, Ireland, and did a show. I ended up doing a couple of shows from there, but St. Paddy's Day,